Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, 299, Demon. August felt a bit helpless. Why did these two have to drag him into their argument? Well, in my opinion, both age and appearance are important, he said diplomatically. However, this response didn't sit well with Stank and Zell. They both felt that August was being a bit evasive. August was fully aware of their dissatisfaction, but he wasn't trying to appease both sides. In fact, he had no intention of siding with either of them. To be honest, I prefer someone young, beautiful, and with a great figure. I'm not really concerned about their mana, August continued with a smile. Stank immediately grinned. This perspective closely aligned with his own. If he had a choice, he would always go for someone younger. Zell, on the other hand, was less than pleased. What was wrong with someone who had strong mana, even if they were younger? You're both humans, so of course, you'd have similar preferences. That's not fair, Zell grumbled. Well, actually, Zell, I'm not human, August interjected, catching both Stank and Zell off guard. What? Seriously? Stank and Zell stared at August in disbelief. How could he not be human? He looked just like one. Zell scrutinized August, trying to find something unusual about him. Thump thump, thump thump. Soon, Zell noticed something strange. August's heartbeat was louder than normal, and there seemed to be more than one heartbeat. August, are you really not human? I can hear multiple heartbeats, Zell remarked, clearly puzzled. Oh, that. I'm from the House of Demon. We look very similar to humans, but that's only in appearance. As for our hearts, the highest-ranking members of our race have 7 hearts. Unless all of them are destroyed, we won't die. 7 hearts. Stank stared at August's chest in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Humans only had 1 heart, if it was pierced, that was the end. But August had 7 times the survivability. And the most crucial part was that he wouldn't die unless all of them were destroyed. Zell was equally astonished. He'd lived for over 200 years but had never heard of the House of Demon. It's unbelievable. August, that massive amount of mana within you, is that also due to your bloodline? That's right. Our House of Demon is born with the power to control dark magic, and our mana reserves are naturally vast, August explained. Your race is truly blessed by the heavens. I've learned so much today, Stank admitted, still processing the revelation. Though they had never heard of the House of Demon, both men believed him. After all, there was no reason for August to lie to them, let alone fabricate an entire race. By the way, Stank, are there any areas nearby with a lot of magical beasts? August inquired. What are you planning? Stank asked, curious. I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy good food. I'd like to try some of the local magical beast meat, August replied with a smile. Well, there are some areas like that, but to be honest, the magical beasts around here don't taste very good, Stank confessed. Have you tried them before, Stank? A few times, Stank said, his expression darkening at the memory. Seeing the grim looks on both Stank and Zell's faces, August couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was the taste of magical beast meat really that bad? At that moment, Maidri happened to walk by and overheard their conversation. Humph, you two fools, so blinded by lust that you got your wallets stolen at the Succubus cafe and ended up broke, resorting to eating magical beast meat. And yet, you still haven't learned your lesson. At that moment, August understood. It wasn't that the magical beast meat was bad, it was the circumstances that led them to eat it. Still, the situation was quite amusing. These two had gone to visit a brothel and gotten their money stolen. That took some real skill. Maidri, why are you exposing us like that? We're among friends here, Stank grumbled, clearly displeased with Maidri's public revelation of their misfortune. He didn't mind if others knew, but August was someone they'd only just met. This could completely ruin the image he was trying to maintain. What Stank didn't realize was that, in August's eyes, both he and Zell had no image left to protect. You're all the same, humph. Maidri huffed, glancing at August. Her cheeks flushed slightly before she turned and walked away. It was clear that what happened today had left a lasting impression on her. The winged lady wasn't going to forget this anytime soon. Not that it mattered much to August, he had a whole year. Winning over a woman was hardly a challenge. Speaking of the Succubus cafe, where are we heading tonight? August is new around here, so we should show him the local culture, Stank suggested. I'm not sure where we should go. August watched them from the side, a smirk playing on his lips. It was obvious they were using him as an excuse, they were the ones itching to go. But he didn't object. In truth, August was quite curious himself. Monster girls, especially those with succubus bloodlines, were certainly intriguing. One of the most memorable scenes from the anime for August was the Bovine tribe Succubus Cafe. Goodness, those were truly massive and evil, far surpassing even the powers of Sana after consuming the cacao fruit. They were on a whole different level. By the way, August, do you have any particular preferences? Zell asked. Zell, I'm fine with anything. I've never been to a Succubus Cafe before, August replied nonchalantly. At this, the two men who had been deep in discussion suddenly turned their attention to him. Wait, does that mean you're still a virgin, August? Both of them immediately plastered sleazy grins on their faces, resembling the leering smile of an old madam in a brothel. No, I just prefer cleanliness, so I only get involved with women who are virgins. In an instant, their previously lecherous expressions were wiped clean. Both men were left speechless. They stared at August, and if looks could kill, he'd be dead and buried by now. Damn rich people, finding women who are all virgins, and judging by his tone, it's not just one or two. This was beyond excessive. At the Succubus Cafe, a virgin's first time was sold at an astronomical price. Don't get the wrong idea, you two. I told you, I've never been to a Succubus Cafe. That's just my standard for women, August clarified. Your standard? So, does that mean you've been with more than one? Yeah. If I add them all up, it's probably over a dozen. August did a quick calculation. Yep, there had to be at least a dozen. Die, you bastard. I'm going to kill you, you jerk. Both Stank and Zell erupted in anger. They never imagined that August would have over a dozen girlfriends, and by the looks of it, they were all probably stunning beauties. It was infuriating. The reason they frequented the Succubus Cafe, aside from their lust, was because they were both single. Now, here was this detestable man with a dozen girlfriends. This was nothing short of a crime. Their jealousy flared like a raging fire, and they were determined to burn this heretic to ashes. Chapter 302-300, The Bovine Ranch. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. In this Western fantasy world, without smartphones, computers, or televisions, the nightlife naturally reverted to more primitive impulses, if you catch my drift. August wasn't sure about other places, but in this small town, he got a first-hand look at what Succubus Cafe was all about. Goodness, the entire street was lined with succubus establishments. Not only that, but ladies of various races were out on the street, enticing customers. The scene was like something straight out of an adult movie. Hey, handsome, wanna have some fun? Come over here, big sister will make you feel real good. Little cutie, how about coming to my place? As they strolled along, all sorts of monster girls approached them. The allure of the situation was overwhelming. Compared to this place, the pleasure district in Aario was nothing. This was truly a man's paradise. Stank and Zell were completely entranced, with beautiful women flocking to them, tempting them at every turn. They were thoroughly enjoying themselves, nearly forgetting the world outside. But compared to those two, August was clearly more popular. After all, being handsome was always an advantage, especially in situations like these. Whether it was a succubus or any other monster girl, unless she had a particular preference, she'd almost always choose a handsome guy over an older man. After wandering around for a while, the three of them finally managed to extricate themselves from the clutches of temptation. So, Stank, where are we going tonight? Zell asked, wiping the lipstick off his face. I think that cat paradise we just passed was nice. It's full of cat-eared girls. Didn't we go there just yesterday? How about the elven forest? No way. The elves in there are all at least 300 or 400 years old. They're older than my mom. Definitely not. Then how about the new mermaid pavilion? I heard the quality of the mermaids there is terrible. Rejected. Damn it, Zell, you shoot down every suggestion I make. So, where do you want to go? I'm just asking you, Stank. Watching these two bicker, August couldn't help but feel exasperated. Seriously, these two got along so well. But just then, a certain establishment's name caught August's eye. The Bovine Ranch. At the entrance stood two cowgirls, who, in every sense of the word, were incredibly attractive, enticing customers inside. Not only that, but despite their criminally seductive figures, they had such innocent faces that all the men around couldn't help but stare. Hey, Stank, Zell, how about this place? August interrupted their argument, pointing at the Bovine Ranch. They turned their heads, and once they saw it, they couldn't look away. Almost every man, no matter his type, has an undeniable attraction to the big, including those who might be labeled as lolicon. If you ask him if he likes big, the answer is almost always a resounding yes. So wicked. Yes, such wickedness. In that moment, both Stank and Zell were completely mesmerized and found themselves unable to pull away. August couldn't help but recall a scene from the original story where these two, having agreed to evaluate a succubus establishment for the demons, were sidetracked and abducted by these cowgirls. It was evident just how powerful their allure was. It was absolute. All right, it's decided. Tonight we're going to the Bovine Ranch. Let's go. Oh. The two of them darted towards the Bovine Ranch, leaving August momentarily stunned by their eagerness. However, August quickly caught up with them. He had to admit, he was quite curious about this place himself. Upon entering the establishment, they were greeted by a cowgirl at the reception. Even just standing there, with her minimal movements like raising an arm, was enough to spark vivid fantasies. Welcome to the Bovine Ranch. Are you three familiar with our services? The receptionist smiled as she inquired, but at this moment, Stank and Zell were so captivated that they seemed to have forgotten their own names. August facepalmed in exasperation. Seriously, guys, can you not act like you've never seen anything before? No, this is our first time here. In that case, you can choose your preferred companion. She handed them a booklet, which, upon opening, revealed pages filled with photos and detailed information about the cowgirls. The measurements and sensitive points were even clearly marked. August was genuinely astonished. This was a complete industry chain, impressively meticulous. I'll take this one. I want this one. Before August could even finish processing, Stank and Zell had already made their selections. The service was swift as well, with two cowgirls quickly arriving to escort them away. August, don't worry. Pick anyone you like. Tonight, I'm treating, so go ahead and have fun. Stank's voice called back, making August smile in amusement and surprise. It seemed he really considered August a friend. August had seen the pricing structure. For a 3-hour session, it cost a whopping 3,000 gold coins, 1,000 per hour. He had a rough idea of the local cost of living from his meal at the tavern. A hearty meal with fine wine and dishes would hardly cost 100 gold coins. Here, it was 1,000 gold coins per hour. Excuse me, sir. Do you not have a preference? At that moment, the cowgirl receptionist leaned in closer, her entire body pressing against August, sending his thoughts racing. I'll go with her. August chose a tall cowgirl with long golden hair. The receptionist paused for a moment, then her expression shifted slightly, becoming a bit unusual. Sir, are you sure you want her? Is there a problem with her? August was puzzled. This was a succubus establishment, surely there wouldn't be any melodramatic twists. Well, there's no problem per se, but compared to the other cowgirls, she's a bit demanding. Previous guests who chose her ended up being carried out. After that, well. She didn't finish, but August understood. It seemed this one was a high-level boss. That's all right. I like a challenge. I'll take her. Very well. Since you insist, I'll call Lucina over. The receptionist didn't seem to mind much. To her, August was simply a young man eager to prove himself. Chapter 303, 301, Cowgirl. It didn't take long before a tall, golden-haired cowgirl appeared. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw August. Due to some past incidents with previous clients, her reputation had spread throughout the town. As a result, she hadn't had any business for quite some time. Now, someone had finally chosen her, and not just anyone, a handsome man. How could she not be excited? Hello there, handsome. Was it you who requested me? Yes, I did. Is there a problem? No, not at all. I just didn't expect such a handsome guy to pick me. I'm a little surprised, that's all. Is that so? August sized up the golden-haired cowgirl. Her aura of lust was overpowering, easily 10 times stronger than that of the other cowgirls. In other words, this woman's needs were 10 times those of a normal woman, which explained why her previous clients had ended up in such dire states. Desire doesn't fade with time, it accumulates. If August's guess was correct, her former customers likely hadn't visited her in ages before their sessions, which is why they left in such terrible shape. Under normal circumstances, things wouldn't be that extreme. With the receptionist watching them, August and Lucina walked deeper into the establishment. Like all succubus houses, this one was designed like a grand inn, capable of accommodating numerous guests in private rooms. They found a secluded room near the corner. The moment they entered, Lucina wasted no time throwing August onto the bed. It had been far too long since she'd had any fun, and she was barely holding herself together. Are you really in that much of a hurry? August couldn't help but laugh. Typically, it should be the men who's eager, but this situation seemed reversed. Relax, handsome Kuan. Leave everything to me. I'll take you to heaven. Hey, calm down a bit. I can't hold back any longer. 3 hours later, outside the doors, Stunk and Zell had already finished and were waiting. They had been standing there for quite some time, yet August was nowhere to be seen. Hey, can I ask? Where's the guy who came in with us? Stunk finally asked the receptionist, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. You mean that handsome fellow? Yeah, that's him. Oh, he might not be coming out anytime soon. What do you mean by that? He chose the one with the highest demand. The last time someone picked her, he wasn't let go until the next morning. When he came out, he was barely able to stand. The receptionist sighed, clearly feeling sorry. If only he'd chosen her, things might have gone better, not that the money mattered to her. Her words left Stunk and Zell dumbstruck. Panic quickly spread across their faces. If something serious happened, and their new friend got drained dry on his first visit to a succubus house, their reputations would be ruined. How could they live it down? Hey, where is he? Stunk asked, alarmed. What do you plan on doing? The receptionist asked, raising an eyebrow. Of course, we're going to rescue him. What else? No can do. As per the rules, no one is to be disturbed until the session is complete. You two should know better, this isn't your first time here, she reminded them. That shut them up quickly. They were indeed familiar with this rule. It was there to protect clients' privacy, nobody wants their fun interrupted halfway, after all. But this wasn't about that. If August got pushed too far, he might really be in trouble. Stunk, being somewhat well known in this town, feared for his reputation. If word got out that their friend got played to death on his first visit, he'd be ruined. Stunk, there's no point in worrying. The only thing we can do now is wait, Zell reasoned. But August. Don't forget, he's not human. He's from the House of Demon with 7 hearts and immense mana reserves. He's probably tougher than you think. All we can do is hope, Stunk sighed. The two stood on the outside, faces full of concern and anxiety, waiting nervously. After another half hour, August finally appeared at the entrance. He looked completely unharmed, much to the surprise of the receptionist. She blinked in astonishment, this handsome young man was perfectly fine. Could it be that he actually satisfied her? Seeing August emerge, Stunk and Zell rushed over with excitement. You finally made it out. You okay, man? Stunk asked, checking him over. What do you mean by that? What's wrong with you, Stunk? August replied, confused. I heard from the receptionist that the girl you picked has a terrifyingly high, demand. Oh, that. It wasn't too bad. Actually, I found it quite enjoyable. Stunk and Zell stared at August, utterly bewildered. A thought quickly formed in their minds, this seemingly normal guy was actually an even bigger monster than they were. Even the succubus girls here couldn't handle him. But they didn't press further. After all, this was a private matter, and they had only just become friends. Since Stunk still had to take August to a nearby inn for the night, the three didn't linger. They left the Cowgirl Ranch together. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the receptionist, driven by curiosity, quietly slipped into her room. Upon entering, she found her lying motionless on the bed. Her entire body was flushed red, and she was fast asleep. One look at the room, and it was obvious, a battle had taken place here. And not just any battle, a full-on war. The receptionist gulped. It was hard to believe, but that handsome young man was far more formidable than he appeared. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping girl, the receptionist quietly left the room, her mind reeling from the night's events. This was something she'd remember for a long time. Meanwhile, with Stunk's help, August found a decent inn in town. It only cost 50 gold coins per night and even included breakfast. To be honest, it was quite the bargain, and the place was surprisingly nice. Stunk even paid for 10 days in advance. Yes, it was Stunk who paid. Despite August's considerable treasure, he didn't have a single coin of this world's currency. Stunk also explained something interesting about the currency. Even though they called it gold coins, the actual gold content was minimal. It wasn't true gold in the traditional sense. August found that understandable. Chapter 304, 302, World Tree. The night passed uneventfully, and by the next morning, August woke up early. Since he had gone to bed early, around 9 o'clock the previous night, he found himself wide awake at the break of dawn. Back at Koa Academy, August was accustomed to working late into the night. Though he had spent more than 3 hours at the succubus house the day before, he had gone there early and, naturally, left early as well. With nothing pressing on his schedule, August strolled aimlessly through the town for a while. Growing bored, he eventually decided to head out into the wilderness. His observation hockey heightened his senses, and it didn't take long for him to locate a magical beast in a nearby forest, a massive gray bear. Roar. The gray bear, seeing an intruder in its territory, let out a thunderous roar. August looked at the bear with great interest. Unlike the monsters in Aario, these magical beasts radiated strong mana from within their bodies, suggesting they were far from weak. Boom. When August made no move to leave, the gray bear launched an attack, its enormous paw swiping down toward him. August effortlessly leaped out of the way, avoiding the blow. Swoosh. In the next moment, the shadow at August's feet turned pitch black, morphing into a shadowy blade that sliced cleanly through the gray bear's neck. Its large head rolled to the ground, blood spraying in all directions. The dragon's shadow, now infused with the power of darkness, seemed unchanged at a glance but had grown significantly more potent. This ability originated from the gift he received within Little Garden, specifically the dragon's shadow from the system tree. In the original stories, this gift belonged to two powerful figures, Letitia, a knight of the Little Garden, and Azidakaha, the dragon lord. One was a pure-blooded vampire, the other a godlike being. There was no denying the power of this gift, especially in the hands of the dragon lord, where it could be wielded like a massive weapon of destruction. August inspected the bear's body but found no magic core, which left him slightly disappointed. In most fantasy worlds, magical beasts usually had such cores, after all. With a swift motion, he cut off the bear's four paws, storing them in his pocket dimension, while the rest of the body was absorbed by the world tree seedling within his small world. The seedling promptly dragged the gray bear's remains underground, devouring its flesh and mana until nothing remained. Still, this meager offering was hardly enough for the world tree seedling, a mere drop in the ocean of what it needed to grow. Name, World Tree, Seedling. Owner, August. Growth, Budding Stage, 0.002%. Innate abilities, Space, Elemental Control, Devour. With the growth percentage still only at 0.002%, it seemed like it would take an eternity to even reach 1%, let alone the next stage of development. However, even this small increase had already brought about a dramatic change in the inner world. Its size had expanded vastly compared to when he first acquired it. Daddy, I want more. Just then, a soft and adorable voice echoed from the world tree seedling, catching August off guard for a moment. Sure enough, that 0.001% growth wasn't for nothing. Even when he wasn't in his small world, August could now communicate with the world tree seedling. And now that his precious little companion had spoken, there was no way he could let it down. August quickly shifted into hunting mode, summoning the Ghost Shadow Legion. One by one, shadowy claws emerged from the darkness, filling the surrounding area with their ominous presence. All of you, go hunt magical beasts and bring back the bodies. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy figures sprang into action. Unlike ninja soldiers, the shadow claws were true killing machines. Their razor-sharp claws existed for one purpose, slaughter. What made them even more terrifying was that they were all connected to the shadow realm. Any prey they killed didn't need to be physically returned, they only had to throw the bodies into the shadows, where August could receive them directly. The only downside was that if the corpses stayed too long in the shadow realm, they would eventually be consumed by it. If not for that, it would have been the perfect storage space. Without wasting any time, August began sending the majority of the harvested bodies into his small world. As for some special ones, he kept portions of their remains, planning to cook and try them later. Despite Stunk and Zell's insistence that they tasted terrible, August wasn't one to accept things at face value. As the hours passed and the sun climbed higher into the sky, August glanced at the time. It was getting late. He recalled the Ghost Shadow Legion and made his way back to town. Instead of returning to the inn, August headed straight to the tavern known as the Hostess of Fertility, a place heavily tied to certain key plot points. Hey, Maidri, good morning. It's almost noon. What's so good about it? Maidri shot back, unimpressed. Ah, well, I wasn't really keeping track of time. Where did Stunk and Zell take you yesterday? They showed me around the Succubus house. You perverts, all of you. With that, Maidri turned on her heel and walked off, the faintest hint of jealousy lingering in the air. Just as men love to admire beautiful women, women are equally fond of handsome men. In fact, one could argue that women are even more skilled in this area, they simply don't show it as openly, especially in front of men. In private, though, their conversations could leave even the most daring men blushing. Maidri, of course, was no exception. She was a woman with unsatisfied desires, and August, the handsome stranger who had suddenly entered her life and witnessed her in a vulnerable moment, had left a deep impression on her. Women are naturally romantic, prone to fantasizing. Though her attitude toward August the previous day had been cold and harsh, deep down, she secretly hoped he would pursue her, leading them to a passionate and scandalous affair. But while dreams are sweet, reality often proves bitter. Her first question upon seeing August the next day was to ask where he had spent the night. After all, she knew he didn't have a place to stay. What began as concern and curiosity quickly turned into irritation when August casually mentioned the Succubus house, striking a nerve and creating the awkward situation that followed. Hey, Maidri, don't walk away. It was all Stunk's idea. He said he wanted to show me the local culture, and I just went along with it, I didn't know what to expect. Without hesitation, August threw Stunk under the bus. As the saying goes, friends might be willing to sacrifice for each other, but for the sake of a beauty, betrayal comes easy. Although Maidri didn't stop walking, her mood visibly improved. Just went looking for you. The innkeeper said you left early. Didn't expect to find you here. As if on cue, Stunk appeared at just the wrong moment. Chapter 305, 303, Cancel. Maidri's ears perked up the moment she heard Stunk's voice. She turned around, immediately spotting the scruffy face of the man who had been testing her patience for far too long. In modern society, his rugged, weathered look might have been considered attractive, but here, in this world, it only made him look messy, even shabby. Stunk, did you take August to the Succubus house yesterday? She asked, her voice carrying a sharp edge. Yeah, we went to the Cowgirl Ranch. You wouldn't believe it, August here is something else, he. Oblivious to the storm brewing behind her, Stunk failed to notice the dark aura that had begun to rise from Maidri. Before he could finish his sentence, she struck him down with a ruthless iron claw, sending Stunk flying across the room. August could only look on, feeling a mix of pity and amusement. Stunk had clearly underestimated the wrath of a monster girl like Maidri. Unlike humans, monster girls had far greater strength. What the hell, Maidri? That really hurt. Stunk protested as he picked himself up. You perverted fool. It's bad enough that you're beyond saving, but now you're corrupting others too, she snapped back. Who's corrupting anyone? What's wrong with appreciating a cowgirl succubus? Their sizes, well, they're even bigger than your head. Stunk replied, not realizing just how much worse he was making things. At that moment, even August had to avert his eyes. He knew Stunk had just signed his own death warrant. What did you just say? Maidri growled, her entire body now radiating a lethal aura. One of the unwritten rules of life, never, under any circumstances, compare a woman to another, especially when you're praising the other. That's a death sentence waiting to happen. Me Maidri, wait. What are you planning to do? Stunk stammered, panic creeping into his voice as he watched Maidri's fury take a dark turn. August, standing off to the side, did nothing to intervene, merely turning his head away. He knew that there was no saving Stunk now, and trying to help would only drag him into the crossfire. Stunk, you deserve to die. People like you are a waste of space, Maidri declared, pulling out a spiked club from seemingly nowhere. August could only blink in astonishment. Where did she even get that? It was as absurd as something straight out of a slapstick comedy. This world certainly had no shortage of surprises. Maidri-san, calm down, let's talk this out. Stunk pleaded, his voice tinged with fear. Say goodbye, Stunk, Maidri growled, raising the club high. August, help. She's lost her mind. Stunk shouted in desperation. Divine retribution. Maidri yelled, swinging the club down on Stunk with a powerful blow. Stunk couldn't dodge in time. Stunk perished. When the dust finally settled, August walked over and helped the bruised and beaten Stunk to his feet. Maidri had been relentless, aiming every hit straight for his face. The sight was almost too painful to look at. August, are we even friends? You just stood there and watched me get beaten up. Stunk moaned as August guided him out of the tavern. Stunk, if I'd stepped in, we both would have been beaten up. Better one of us than both, August replied calmly. A true brother would face hardship together. Stunk groaned. We only met yesterday, August shot back, his voice flat. Wow, I can't believe you just said that. Stunk mumbled, his heart thoroughly crushed. As August led Stunk back into the pub, Stunk's beaten-up state caught the attention of many onlookers. In this town, Stunk and Zell were well-known figures. Not only were they top-tier adventurers, but they were also notorious for their frequent visits to the succubus houses. Other adventurers often sought them out to share stories and experiences. Today, however, Stunk was far from his usual self, and it didn't take long for everyone to realize just how much trouble he had gotten himself into. Stunk, where have you been? Did you get jumped or something? Just as Stunk sat down, a figure resembling a child approached. It was none other than Cancel, a halfling thief. His height barely reached half that of an average person, and like most of his kind, he had the appearance of a cute, youthful boy or girl. But much like Stunk, Cancel was notorious for being a regular at the succubus houses, spending most of his nights there. It wasn't a gang beating, it was Maidri, Stunk grumbled, rubbing his bruised face. Cancel raised an eyebrow. What did you do to provoke her this time? I didn't provoke her. I just took August to the succubus house, and she lost her mind and beat me up. Cancel glanced over at August, sitting quietly nearby, and took a moment to size him up. One look at Stunk's battered state and August's unscathed appearance led him to a clear conclusion. Stunk, I think I know why you got beaten, Cancel said thoughtfully. Huh? Why? Stunk asked, confused. Look at August here. How would you rate his looks? Canchel pointed at August as he spoke slowly. To be honest, I've never seen anyone as handsome as him. You should have seen the way the receptionist at the Cowgirl Ranch was eyeing him yesterday. She practically wanted to eat him up. There you go. You took someone like him to the Succubus house and then got beaten up by Maidri. Think about it for a second. Really think. Ugh. It didn't take long for Stunk to realize what Canchel was hinting at. He turned to look at August, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. August raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by how quick-witted the small halfling was. For someone so diminutive, Canchel certainly had a sharp mind. So, what you're saying is that Maidri's got a thing for August, huh? Stunk muttered, rubbing his stubbled chin as he eyed August's strikingly handsome face. Neither August nor Canchel said anything, but their expressions spoke volumes. Especially Canchel, who was practically giving Stunk every warning look he could muster. Yet, as usual, Stunk remained oblivious. Wow, I never would have guessed. Maidri, into handsome guys all along, Stunk mused aloud, his tone completely casual. Oh. And how exactly would you know that? A voice asked, dripping with menace. The voice was painfully familiar. Stunk's body froze in place, his face, already bruised, turned an alarming shade of pale. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead, pouring down like a floodgate had been opened. And Maidri-san, I was just rambling. You're such a kind and magnanimous person, surely you wouldn't hold it against me. Stunk pleaded, his voice shaking. Stunk, you're absolutely insufferable, Maidri growled. Crash. Without hesitation, she grabbed a nearby table and smashed it directly onto Stunk's head. The poor man crumpled to the floor as August and Canchel watched in exasperation. Once again, Stunk's inability to learn from his mistakes had earned him another beating. And once again, it was inside the very tavern Maidri managed. The hostess of fertility wasn't the place to test her patience, yet Stunk did so time and time again. Maidri, that really hurt, Stunk groaned as he slowly got up, clutching the back of his head. August and Canchel exchanged looks of disbelief. No matter how many times Stunk found himself on the receiving end of Maidri's wrath, his resilience was something to be admired. If nothing else, he could certainly take a beating, quite fitting for a top-tier adventurer. Chapter 306, 304, Zell. Before long, despite the brawl, business at the tavern continued as usual. Though Maidri didn't spare Stunk any friendly glances, she still served the drinks he ordered. Stunk sipped his beer, feeling a bit better after getting hit twice as soon as he walked in. However, he didn't let it bother him too much. He was an easygoing person, not one to hold grudges. By the way, Stunk, where's Zell? It's getting late, and I haven't seen him, August asked. Zell? I don't know. Haven't seen him either. At the mention of Zell, Stunk suddenly realized his good friend was missing. As the saying goes, there are 4 pillars of male friendship, sitting in the same classroom, carrying guns together, splitting loot, and visiting brothels. For Stunk and Zell, aside from the first one, they'd covered the other 3 thoroughly. The 2 of them were a team of adventurers and had even done some robbing together. They were also regulars at the Succubus houses, visiting every day and always going together. If Stunk had been an elf and grown up with Zell, they'd have checked all 4 boxes. Just as they were talking about him, Zell appeared, carrying a hefty bag. Upon seeing August, he broke into a wide grin. With a thud, Zell dropped the bag in front of August, then pulled out a check-like document. There's 10,000 gold coins in here, and this slip is worth a withdrawal of 2,000. As for the ancient coins you found, each one is worth over 20,000 gold, but because of the large number, they pushed the price down to 20,000. Altogether, that's 6,260,000 gold coins. Everyone at the table froze in shock. Especially Canchel, who had just met August. Even Stunk stared at August in disbelief. Ancient coins worth that much? He had found old coins before, but they were worth nothing more than a handful of change. Hey, Zell, what's going on? How can there be so much money involved? Stunk couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. The ancient coins August brought in have never been seen before, which makes them incredibly valuable for both collectors and researchers. That's why they're worth so much. But those guys sure are greedy, pushing the price down just because there's a lot of them. It's ridiculous, Zell explained, clearly frustrated. His words made August feel a wave of gratitude. Zell must have spent the whole morning helping him sort out the coins. This is way beyond what I expected. Zell, thank you so much, August said earnestly. Don't mention it. I just ran a few errands, Zell replied casually, sitting down and immediately downing Stunk's beer. One beer didn't mean much. After all, Zell and Stunk were practically brothers after all these years. Here's a professional English translation of the chapter with the protagonist's name changed from Kong Yang to August. Last night, Stunk treated me since I was new to town. But tonight, I've come into a bit of fortune myself. So, all of your drinks and meals tonight, put them on my tab, August declared. He didn't mention paying Zell a direct reward because that would change the meaning of his gesture. Instead, treating everyone to a round of drinks was a better way to show his gratitude to Zell while strengthening the camaraderie among the group. After all, between men, sometimes all it takes to forge a bond is to visit a brothel together, and then, like that, you're brothers. All right then, I'll be ordering 3 tonight. Stunk said with a grin. No problem. Go ahead, get 3, or even 7 or 8, if you'd like. I can't speak for everything, but I can certainly cover one night of fun, August responded with a laugh. Zell's face lit up with satisfaction at August's words. It was clear he was pleased. Hey, August, if you add me to the list, I won't hold a grudge over what happened earlier, Stunk chimed in from the side. Yesterday he'd spent some of his own money, but now he saw a chance to enjoy himself for free. Of course, Stunk. And you too, my halfling friend, August added, turning to Canchel. Huh? Me too. Canchel asked, surprised. He had only just met August, and didn't expect to be included in such generosity. Of course. If you're friends with Stunk and Zell, then you're a friend of mine. Come along, August said, nodding warmly. Well, thank you then. My coins are running low, and I was actually planning to do some work with Stunk and Zell today to earn a little extra before heading out again, Canchel replied with a grateful smile, already growing fond of August's generous nature. The 4 of them sat together, eating the tavern's dishes and sipping their drinks as time slipped by. August and Canchel got to know each other a bit better during their conversation. Despite his unassuming appearance, Canchel revealed a more mischievous side. Especially when teamed up with Stunk and Zell, who were both notorious for their love of visiting succubus houses, the 3 of them seemed like they were holding a roundtable discussion. These 3 didn't just frequent the local succubus houses, they made it a habit to visit new ones wherever their adventures took them. This made August reflect once again on how normalized succubus houses were in this world. Suddenly, August remembered the 4 bear paws he'd cut off earlier in the day. Seeing Maidri nearby, having just served drinks to another table, he called out to her. Maidri. At the sound of his voice, Maidri's attention was drawn to August. Not only Maidri, Stunk, Zell, and Canchel all turned to look as well. What do you want? Maidri asked, eyeing the 3 men sitting with August. Her expression was far from pleased. These 3 were infamous for their lecherous behavior, and even though Canchel appeared to be innocent, he was no exception. Now that August was sitting with them, Maidri had already marked him as part of their kind. To make matters worse, she knew August had visited a succubus house the night before. Well, Maidri, I've got 4 bear paws here. I was wondering if you could cook them up for me. August said, pulling out the blood-soaked bear paws he had severed from the gray bear beast earlier that morning. Wait, are those from the frenzied gray bear? Maidri asked, her eyes narrowing. Frenzied gray bear? It's a massive bear beast. I've heard of quite a few people running into trouble because of it. I'm not sure if it was that specific one, but I ran into it in the forest, August replied casually. Maidri gave August another look, one mixed with surprise. He wasn't just handsome, he was clearly strong as well. Beast meat isn't easy to cook, and even when prepared correctly, it doesn't always taste good. Are you sure you want to eat this? She asked. Let's give it a shot. If it turns out bad, no harm done. I'm just curious, August said. All right, but it'll cost you 100 gold coins for the preparation, Maidri responded without hesitation. No problem, August agreed without batting an eye. With over 6 million gold coins in his possession, 100 gold was a mere drop in the ocean. Taking the bear paws, Maidri turned and walked away to start the cooking. Chapter 307, 305, Succubus. Just as Maidri left, Stunk and the others surrounded August. Hey, you're not kidding, right? You really took down that frenzied gray bear? Stunk couldn't help but ask. Though the frenzied gray bear wasn't considered a particularly strong beast, it wasn't something an ordinary person could defeat. It was me. And honestly, there's no reason for me to pretend about something like that. You've got some guts, kid. You don't even look injured. Not bad at all. I manage. You can't really travel around without some strength, August replied modestly. True enough, the trio nodded in agreement. No matter where you are, it's tough to survive without power. Though the 3 of them spent much of their time lounging around at succubus houses, they were actually well-known adventurers in town. Stunk, a warrior, Zell, a mage and archer, and Canchel, a thief, all 3 had impressive achievements in their respective fields. And most importantly, succubus houses were expensive. Without money, there was no way they could afford to frequent them. By the way, now that I've got some cash, do any of you know of any houses for sale around here? August asked. Huh? You're thinking of buying a house? Canchel asked in surprise. Although August had just made over 6 million, adventurers typically didn't buy houses. That was something more common among merchants. Yeah. Since I've gotten to know Stunk, Zell, and you, I'm thinking of settling here for a while. I see. What kind of house are you looking for? Kanchal asked, still curious. Just something within this budget. It's all the money I have, so I'll use it. Wait, you're not planning on saving any of it. You're going to spend it all on a house. Kanchal couldn't believe it. It's not that much money. It's fine, August said casually. At this, the three men fell silent. This guy really is disgustingly rich. To not even consider 6 million gold coins as real money, just how wealthy was this guy? Kanchal thought for a moment. As a thief, he had a lot of connections in town. Any particular requirements? Like location or type of house? Kanchal asked, getting down to business. No big requirements, just something close to the tavern. In that case, I know a place. It's right across from this tavern. It used to be a potion shop, but they couldn't sell much, so it closed down. The owner's looking to sell it, Kanchal explained. How much are they asking? August inquired. 3 million gold coins, but that's just the asking price. If you negotiate, you could probably get it for around 260 to 270,000. The price surprised both Stunk and Zell. They had thought a house would cost a few 100,000 at most, maybe a little over 1 million, but this was far beyond their expectations. It seemed they had been underestimating the market. The price isn't an issue, August replied calmly. All right then, I'll ask about it for you, Kanchal agreed without hesitation, perfectly embodying the phrase, it's all about who you know. Today, thanks to Zell, August hadn't done much but had still made a huge sum of money. Even though Zell had mentioned that they had lowered the price, in reality, he had definitely negotiated well on August's behalf. If August had gone alone, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere near 20,000 gold coins per ancient coin. And now, with Kanchal's help, purchasing a house would be much easier. Without someone who knew the market and had connections, it was all too easy to get ripped off, spending more money and still ending up with something subpar. Every trade had its hidden depths, whether it was buying a house or something as simple as setting up a street stall. It wasn't as straightforward as it seemed. Where foot traffic was highest, where customers had the most purchasing power, those were all factors that varied from place to place. Even the competition among stall owners was fierce, with lots of unwritten rules. Simply put, any business that made money wasn't as simple as it appeared. No matter how insignificant it seemed, there were always layers to it. As they continued chatting, Maidri soon returned with 4 plates. Each plate held one of the bear paws, placed in front of the 4 of them. Here are your bear paws. The owner said they taste pretty good, though I know how they were prepared, Maidri said slowly. Stunk and the others eyed the bear paws with skepticism. August took a bite. To be honest, the taste was quite good, though not exceptional. It was somewhat disappointing. He had expected the meat of a magical beast to be infused with considerable magical power, which should have made it more flavorful. The taste is good. Give it a try, August encouraged. Seeing him nod, the 3 men exchanged glances before digging in. Wow, this is actually pretty good. It seems the issue wasn't with the magical beast meat itself, but rather Stunk's cooking last time. Agreed. With that, Stunk's cooking skills became the subject of ridicule. The previous magical beast meat had been roasted by him, and it had been deemed inedible. Now, it was clear that his cooking was the problem. Hey, handsome, I finally found you. As the table erupted in laughter, a voice cut through the noise. The entire tavern turned to the entrance, where a stunningly tall blonde cowgirl stood, her well-endowed figure drawing all eyes. Her arrival instantly captivated the attention of every man present. August was also stunned. The newcomer was none other than Lucina, the alluring cowgirl from the previous night, whose demands were 10 times higher than an average succubus's. Before August could react, Lucina dashed over and enveloped him in a tight embrace. August was suddenly overwhelmed by the impact of her body slam, feeling the high damage from such an intimate assault. The sight caused every man present to turn green with envy. They all wished they could experience such treatment. Even August himself wanted to comment, "Lady, you're making quite the entrance." "Ah, I finally found you." "This is just wonderful," Lucina said, hugging August tightly and not letting go. Her joy was palpable. Over the years, August was the first man to truly satisfy her. Even she had been unable to keep up with him, and last night had been a whirlwind experience. The sensation was unforgettable, and she had resolutely decided to find August again. She couldn't bear to be apart from him. "Lucina, what brings you here? Did Stunk not pay you for last night?" August asked. Stunk suddenly became the center of attention and was subjected to everyone's gaze. He was furious and wanted to protest, "That's a false accusation. No, it's not that. That night with you was the most wonderful moment of my life. So, I came to find you, Lucina explained. In an instant, the entire tavern fell silent. The patrons, young and old alike, looked at Lucina with a mixture of admiration and respect. To have a succubus with such a powerful lineage react this way made August a model of masculinity. Chapter 308, 306, Succubi. At this moment, August had become the object of envy and admiration for every man in the room. Women who worked in succubus establishments were often known for their flirtatious behavior, not necessarily immoral, but far from modest. This was largely influenced by the customs of the world they lived in. Yet, for a succubus cowgirl to seek out a man in broad daylight, especially to thank him for a wonderful night, was a tremendous honor. Every patron in the tavern, save for a few exceptions, had undoubtedly visited a succubus shop at least once. After all, in this world, the nightlife was rather lacking in excitement. However, it was unheard of for a succubus to be attracted to a customer. Usually, it was the customers who were enchanted by the succubi. August had set a new precedent. As a man, he had managed to captivate a cowgirl succubus, to the point that she sought him out in broad daylight. This was an extraordinary achievement. Crack. Nearby, Maidri, who hadn't left yet, suddenly erupted in anger, crushing the tray she held in her hands. Hey, Miss Succubus, this is a tavern, not a succubus house. If you're looking for a man, please take your business elsewhere, Maidri said coldly. Who are you? Lucina asked, puzzled as she looked at Maidri. They had never crossed paths before, after all. While the town wasn't exactly large, it wasn't that small either. I'm a waitress at this tavern, Miss Succubus. Oh, so you're just a server. I see, Lucina responded, casting Maidri a glance that implied they were equals. To Lucina, both of them served men, though in different capacities. This condescending look irritated Maidri. It wasn't that she despised succubi or women who worked in succubus houses, just this overly familiar cowgirl standing before her. All right, Lucina, let go of me, August said firmly. No way. I've been searching for you all morning. I'm not letting you go that easily, she replied playfully. We're not that close. We only just met yesterday. But you've already been inside me. We're close enough, she countered. That was Stunk's idea. Besides, it was just a transaction, you were willing, and so was I. Why are you clinging to me now? August responded, feeling annoyed. No one who frequented succubus houses wanted to be followed around afterward. It was supposed to be a no-strings-attached, consensual exchange of money and pleasure. Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel looked on with envy. They couldn't believe how obsessed Lucina was with August. Just how impressive had he been in that regard? Who would have thought you'd be so popular with the ladies? Enjoy it while you can, Maidri remarked before turning away, clearly upset. It was obvious to anyone watching that she was furious. August frowned. He had some interest in the winged waitress, after all. Lucina, by comparison, had been nothing more than a fleeting encounter, a momentary indulgence. Let go. I won't say it again, August's voice turned cold, and Lucina shivered at the sudden change in his tone. Reluctantly, she released him. Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel, sitting closest to August, could feel the shift in his demeanor. A moment ago, he had been laid back, but in an instant, he had transformed into someone as intimidating as a demon lord, as if he could kill without a second thought. Lucina, there's nothing between us. It was just a business deal. But That's your issue. I might spend money on you in the future, but I would never choose a succubus as a partner, August interrupted her, his words cutting deep. His response was harsh, but not out of the ordinary. Most men loved visiting succubus houses, but none would ever marry a succubus. No one wanted their home to become a hub of international relations, and no man wanted to end up raising someone else's children, so to speak. For women who worked in that trade, there was no going back. Years of entertaining clients inevitably changed them. Hey, August, that's a bit harsh, Stunk interjected, feeling some sympathy for Lucina, who now looked crestfallen. After all, she was still a beautiful woman. August reigned in his aura, reverting to the calm demeanor he had displayed moments earlier. As he looked at Lucina, whose head hung low, almost on the verge of tears, he felt a twinge of sympathy. The cowgirl race was truly unique, possessing an exaggerated figure, yet paired with an innocent, angelic face. I can keep visiting you, but I'll never accept you as anything more than that. Do you understand? August said, his tone softening. As long as you keep coming to see me, I'll be fine with whatever, Lucina replied, smiling again. She didn't love August, she was simply hooked, overwhelmed by the satisfaction she had experienced with him. It was like an addiction, once you got a taste, it was hard to let go. For a seasoned smoker, quitting was torture, and even after managing to do so, one slip-up could pull them right back in. With that, Lucina left, completely content, leaving Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel utterly speechless. Hey, did we just get played? Stunk asked, still bewildered. You actually thought she was a good girl, didn't you, Stunk? August chuckled. Wait, you saw through her from the start? Stunk asked, realization dawning on him. Think about it, why do you think she came looking for me? Because of last night. Stunk trailed off, finally understanding. It was all a well-laid trap, and they had fallen for it completely. With that incident behind them, the group now had a clearer understanding. Appearances could be deceiving, and they couldn't judge people based solely on their looks. Stunk, you guys go ahead and eat. I'll be back in a bit, August said, standing up. All right, Stunk replied, waving him off. August headed deeper into the tavern, making his way to the back. He had been to Maidri's room before, so he knew exactly where to go. As soon as August left, the three men at the table exchanged knowing glances, grins spreading across their faces. He's definitely going to see Maidri. Of course. No doubt about it. She left earlier because she was jealous, so August is definitely going to explain things to her. At that moment, Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel were ablaze with gossip. In a world so devoid of entertainment, drinking, bragging, and chatting were the primary ways to pass the time. After all, it wasn't exactly appropriate to visit the Succubus houses in broad daylight. Given all the chaos August had stirred up, he had naturally become the prime subject of their discussions. And the fact that the beautiful and famous Maidri, often referred to as the tavern's own flower, was involved only fueled their curiosity and gossip even more. Meanwhile, August ascended the stairs, arriving at Maidri's door on the second floor. His heightened senses told him that she was inside. Chapter 309, 307, Teased. Knock knock. August rapped on the door, unwilling to barge in unannounced, although he had done so once before. Who is it? It's me. The door creaked open, revealing Maidri standing inside, her face expressionless as she looked at August. Without waiting for an invitation, August walked right in, leaving Maidri startled. She hadn't even had time to stop him. Who would have expected a man to just casually walk into a woman's room like this? Hey, who said you could come in? Get out now, she demanded. It's not the first time. What's the big deal? August replied nonchalantly. You've got some nerve. You're nothing but a pervert who barges into other people's rooms. Come on, don't be like that, Maidri. We know each other so well by now. Know each other? We just met yesterday. Maidri was stunned by August's shamelessness. How could he act so familiar with her? August only smiled. As someone with experience in handling relationships, he could easily tell that the winged beauty had a soft spot for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this angry. There's an old saying, emotions are connected. The only reason she was upset was because she cared, even if she didn't realize it herself. Take Stunk, for example. He visited the Succubus shops every day, and all Maidri ever said to him was how disgusting it was. She never bothered to get worked up about it. After all, they had no deeper relationship, just casual acquaintances at best. His actions had no bearing on her life. Friends, after all, didn't meddle in each other's personal affairs. Maidri, you've got to understand. For you, I'm even planning to buy a house across the street so I can stay nearby. It's only because of that I went with Stunk and the others to the Succubus shop last night. That's ridiculous. What does going to a Succubus shop have to do with buying a house? Maidri scoffed. This world isn't just about fighting, it's about building relationships. Like yesterday, I went to the Succubus shop with Stunk and Zell, and today Zell helped me exchange some old coins for over 6 million. How much? Maidri blinked in disbelief. Over 6 million. I'm planning to use the money to buy a house. This time, it's Kanchel who's helping me with the deal. A house worth 6 million. No, not the house. The money I have totals that much. According to Kanchel, there's a place across the street going for 3 million. He says he can negotiate the price. A place for sale. Are you talking about that potion shop that opened for a few days and then shut down? Probably. I'm not too sure. Maidri nodded, though she had no idea about the value of the house. Whether it was 6 million or 3 million, those numbers were astronomical to her. But the fact that August was willing to spend such an outrageous amount just to buy a house across from the tavern, because of her, made her feel flattered, despite herself. What does buying a house have to do with me? She huffed, trying to maintain her composure. I'm doing it all for you, Maidri. Now that I've seen you, I don't mind if we make something work between us. You don't mind, huh? Well, I do. Get out, you pervert, she snapped, throwing a nearby object at him in her anger. Hey, we were having a nice conversation, why'd you have to start calling names? I'll do more than that. I'll hit you if I have to. In her fury, she grabbed the closest thing she could find and hurled it at him. August easily caught the object midair. As he looked at it, his gaze turned quizzical. It was a small bundle, and inside were 3 eggs. Without even asking, August knew exactly what they were. These were the 3 eggs Maidri had laid the day before. Thanks, Maidri, August said awkwardly, tucking the eggs away with a smile. Eggs. 3 eggs. Was she hinting at something? You idiot. Give those back right now. Maidri shouted, her face turning beet red. Maidri's face flushed a deep red in an instant. How could she have thrown that in a fit of anger? And now, to make matters worse, August had caught it and was calmly tucking it away. She was on the verge of losing her mind. I'm not giving it back, August said with a smirk. Once it's in my hands, there's no way you're getting it back. That's mine. Hand it over, you jerk. Maidri, overcome with embarrassment and anger, lunged at August, trying to reclaim what was hers. Whoa, Maidri, I don't mind this, but it's a bit too forward for a lady, don't you think? August teased, clearly enjoying the situation. Who's being forward, you creep? Give me my things back, she demanded, her voice rising in frustration. Better stop pressing up against me like that, or I can't be held responsible for what happens next. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Maidri's face somehow grew even redder. Her eyes flared with fury as she glared at August. You pervert. How dare you even think about? Hey, it's only natural for a man to have feelings, you know. Besides, you're the one who's being all touchy-feely, Maidri. Shut up and get out. Maidri screamed, pushing August out of the door. With a loud slam, she shut the door in his face. August laughed softly to himself. Not only had he scored an unexpected prize, but he'd also managed to win a bit more favor with her. He was getting closer to success with each step. Turning on his heel, August made his way downstairs. There was no point in pushing too hard, after all, teasing could easily cross the line into harassment if not done in moderation. Back in her room, Maidri leaned against the door, her face still flushed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, downstairs in the tavern, Stank and the others were back to eating and drinking, as carefree as ever. Back already? How'd it go? Stank asked with a grin. It went all right, August replied casually. So, you really do like her, huh? Yeah, I think she's pretty great, August admitted. Listen, man, don't get so hung up on one tree that you forget about the whole forest. Stank warned, leaning in closer. For him, the idea of settling down with one woman seemed insane. After all, if August got together with Maidri, would he still be able to join them on their nightly excursions to the Succubus shop? Stank doubted it. Nothing's set in stone yet, Stank. Why are you worrying so much? He's worried about who's paying for tonight's drinks, Zell interjected, seeing right through his friend's concern. The memory of last night's freebie was still fresh in his mind, and he wasn't about to let Stank forget it. People were funny like that. Treating others to something, whether food or entertainment, always felt different than paying for it yourself. Even if it was the same item, something tasted better when someone else was footing the bill. A free cake just always seemed to hit the spot. Hey, Zell. What are you talking about? I'm not like that. I treated August last night, didn't I? And now you're broke, hoping he'll pick up the tab tonight. You little. August couldn't help but laugh. The banter between Stank and Zell was always lighthearted, but their friendship ran deep. They bickered like this constantly, and it was always entertaining. Where's Canchel? August asked, suddenly noticing the absence of the beastman. Oh, him. He's off checking on that house for you, Stank replied casually. There's really no need to rush, you know, August said. No rush. The sooner it's done, the sooner we can hit up the Succubus shop again, Stank said, as if that settled the matter. It seemed that no conversation with him could go 3 lines without circling back to his favorite pastime. August sighed. This guy was beyond saving. Chapter 310, 308, Rich. There was no denying that having someone to help really sped things up. In just one afternoon, the house situation was settled. Thanks to Canchel's introduction, August met with the property owner, who initially quoted 2.8 million gold coins. This was already 200,000 coins less than the 3 million Canchel had mentioned earlier. However, after a bit of haggling from Canchel, they managed to bring the price down to 2.6 million. After signing the transfer contract, August officially became a property owner. The place, which had previously been a potion shop, wasn't too large but not too small either. It was a cozy 2-story building, with the first floor designed as a shop and the second as a living space. August spent a bit of money hiring workers to renovate the entire place from top to bottom. The transformation was astonishing. The efficiency of this world's magical renovations impressed August. What would have taken months in the modern world was done in just an afternoon. However, with all the expenses piling up, his savings had taken a hit. August was now left with just over 3 million coins. Since arriving in this new world, August had received plenty of help from both Zell and Canchel. All he had to offer in return was one trip to the Succubus shop and a favor each. When August finally returned to the tavern, looking somewhat exhausted from his busy afternoon, Stunk and the others greeted him with amused smiles. August had indeed been quite occupied, handling a variety of tasks. After the renovation, there was still the matter of furnishing the place, buying furniture, daily necessities, and other items. Sorry for being late. I had a lot to take care of this afternoon, August apologized. No problem, it's understandable. Sit down and take a breather, Zell said, handing August a glass of water with a smile. Maidri, who was serving other customers nearby, glanced at August with a slightly different expression. After all, she had noticed the commotion across the street that afternoon. It was hard not to, considering the tavern faced the newly renovated building. So, have you guys decided where we're going tonight? August asked, looking at the group. Not yet. Stunk shrugged. The three of them had spent the whole afternoon discussing it, but they hadn't come to a conclusion. August was speechless. 3 grown men and they still hadn't made a decision after an entire afternoon. Well, I've got an idea. There's a new place in the neighboring town. I'm not sure if you guys are interested, though, Canchel suddenly chimed in with a grin. Despite his small stature, he had the best connections and the most information out of anyone here. Oh. What kind of place? Stunk asked, intrigued. It's a shop run by the Mia tribe. But because it's new and the Mia tribe doesn't have the best reputation, business hasn't been great. Hold on, Canchel, you didn't get some kind of kickback from them, did you? Stunk narrowed his eyes at the beastman. Well. Canchel's eyes shifted to dots as he struggled to respond. It wasn't unreasonable for Stunk to think that. The Mia tribe, with their half-human, half-serpent bodies, weren't exactly popular. A fully grown Mia woman, with her snake-like lower half, could easily be 3 or 4 meters long. For someone like Canchel, who was just over a meter tall, that kind of size difference was almost laughable. The image of him with a Mia woman seemed absurd at best. Moreover, serpent-type monster girls weren't in high demand in this world. Their mating habits were infamous, with coupling lasting as long as 12 hours. While the Mia tribe weren't exactly snakes, their needs were similarly excessive. What's the harm in going? We've never been, so we might as well try it out. I'm curious, Zell spoke up, breaking the tension. With that, Stunk nodded in agreement. Yeah, all right. I've never been to a Mia shop either, so it might be worth checking out. Seeing Zell and Stunk agree, Canchel finally let out a sigh of relief. He had indeed taken a cut from the Mia tribe to bring in customers. If he managed to bring them there, he'd earn another commission. Since we've decided, let's get moving. It'll take some time to get to the neighboring town, August said, standing up. Yeah, you're right. Let's get going. Stunk cheered. Yosh, let's roll, Zell echoed, ready for the night ahead. With that, the 4 of them set off, eager to visit the Mia tribe's Succubus shop and see what surprises the night held. August, that bastard, is just like Stunk. They're both total perverts, Maidri muttered to herself. She had noticed the 4 men preparing to leave together, and naturally jumped to a conclusion. However, this time, she didn't say anything out loud. Instead, she glanced absent-mindedly at the door, then across the street at the house August had just purchased, a house he had bought for her. Meanwhile, August and the others had already set off. Since it was a neighboring town, there was, of course, northwest other settlement close by. There was a reasonable distance between each town, not far enough to be considered a long journey, but certainly not close either. The most pressing issue was the time of day. It was already afternoon, and by the time they reached the next town, it would likely be dusk or even nightfall. Once they left the town, Stunk, Zell, and Canchel's entire demeanor shifted. Just moments ago, they had been a group of carefree rogues, but now they moved like seasoned adventurers, their attitudes transformed. After all, leaving the town meant entering the wilderness, and in the wild, there was always a risk of being attacked by monsters. August couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The morning's rampage had cleared out most of the local beasts. Thanks to that, there was now a monster-free zone around the town. It was safe to assume that for at least a few days, the area would remain peaceful. Even so, August kept quiet, staying in step with the group without saying a word. Why is it so quiet today? Not a single monster in sight, Stunk remarked, glancing around with suspicion. It is a little too quiet, Zell agreed, his tone cautious. Better stay alert, Stunk, Zell, Canchel added, his voice low. The 3 men were on high guard, every sense attuned to their surroundings. A veteran adventurer never let their guard down. Despite his small size, Canchel was a master of tools and traps, even if his magic and combat skills were nothing to brag about. The atmosphere of the group was tense, but August. He looked as relaxed as a noble out for a stroll. His carefree demeanor confused the others. Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why August seemed so unconcerned, like he was out for a casual walk rather than a potentially dangerous journey. Still, they reminded themselves that August was the same man who had single-handedly taken down a rampaging grizzly bear that morning. Clearly, he wasn't weak. Plus, he was a well-traveled adventurer who roamed the world, so he probably had his own reasons for being so calm. With that in mind, the trio kept their thoughts to themselves, assuming August knew what he was doing. Time passed slowly, and after nearly 2 hours on the road, they hadn't encountered a single monster. Chapter 311, 309, Deal. If you like this fanfiction, you will definitely like our other fanfiction, so feel free to visit our profile to read our new fanfiction. Fate/Magus Path. A deep roar echoed through the air. Just as they were nearing the neighboring town, a beast finally appeared. A massive, tusked wild boar emerged from the underbrush, its enormous tusks menacing and enough to make anyone feel a sense of dread. Well, finally a monster. Time to die. Stunk yelled, charging forward, his sword flashing in his hand. In an instant, he drew his blade. With a swift movement, 3 deep cuts appeared on the wild boar's hide, and before long, the beast collapsed, cleanly butchered. This was Stunk's strength. Despite being a shameless flirt, his combat prowess was formidable. Just then, rustling sounds came from the surrounding bushes. One by one, more tusked wild boars emerged. Hey, since when did wild boars start traveling in packs? Stunk remarked, readying himself for the fight. Less talking, more fighting. Take them down, Gale shot. Zell shouted as he unleashed his arrows. I'm in too. Medium bomb, Kanchel added, tossing a large bomb into the midst of the boars. Each of the 3 adventurers showed their skills, a swordsman, an archer, and a bomb specialist. Within a few minutes, over a dozen wild boars lay dead, taken down with impressive efficiency. Kanchel, always practical, immediately produced a short blade and began harvesting the spoils. The tusks and hides of the wild boars fetched a decent price, and with so many of them, they could easily make over 1,000 gold coins. Not interested in the bodies? August asked casually. Huh? What do we need them for? Stunk replied. If you don't need them, mind if I take them? August inquired. Go ahead, they're all yours, Stunk shrugged, unconcerned. Monster corpses weren't particularly valuable to them. August smirked. With a simple gesture, he transported all the carcasses into his personal storage space. After all, even small profits add up. Whoa, that was some slick space magic. August, you should team up with us. Our efficiency would skyrocket with you on board, Stunk suggested enthusiastically. I don't see why not. I've got some free time, and playing adventurer for a while sounds like fun, August replied with a grin. Awesome. Stunk and Zell exchanged excited looks. Having someone who could use space magic in their party would make everything so much more convenient. Before long, the group arrived at the small town. Their first order of business was to sell the monster materials, which earned them over 900 gold coins. Each of the 3 adventurers pocketed a little over 300 coins, while August, having not participated in the fight, declined his share. With the errands wrapped up, the group, led by Kanchel, headed toward their destination for the night, the Succubus shop. The establishment wasn't in a prominent location within the town, and by the looks of it, business wasn't exactly booming. Boss, I'm here. Kanchel announced as soon as they stepped through the door. At the counter stood a snake woman, a Mia tribe member, who smiled warmly at Kanchel's entrance. Kanchel-san, welcome. Are these your friends? She asked, her voice smooth and inviting. Yes, I brought them here to support your business. Kanchel said with a proud grin. Well, thank you. Feel free to choose what type you prefer, gentlemen, she said, pulling out 3 small brochures and handing them to August, Stunk, and Zell. When August opened his, he realized there were only 6 options, a stark contrast to the abundant choices at the previous Beastkin establishment. I'll take the one labeled Big, Stunk said immediately. I want the one with green hair, Zell added without hesitation. I'll choose the youngest one here, Kanchel decided quickly. August glanced at the remaining choices, noting that out of the 6 available, 3 had already been picked. He selected one at random, after all, the options were limited. Very well. This way, please. Soon, 4 snake women appeared from the back, each leading one of the men to their respective rooms. Stunk and the others, eager as ever, hurried off with their chosen companions, while August lingered behind. Is there something wrong, sir? The snake woman at the counter asked, noticing August had not moved. Not at all, August replied. I was just curious, what are the rates here? It's 1,500 gold coins for one night, and you can stay until morning. That cheap? August was surprised. Compared to other succubus establishments, this price was a steal. We have no choice. As you can see, we hardly have any customers. If we raised the prices, no one would come at all, she admitted with a wry smile. I hope you don't mind me asking, but if business is so slow, why open a succubus shop at all? It's simple, really. We didn't have any other options. Our village is deep in the mountains, where survival itself is a challenge. After leaving, we had no idea what else we could do. Succubus shops are the quickest and easiest way to make money, she explained bluntly. There was no pretense in her words. Succubus shops didn't require any special skills or talents, just good looks and a willingness to work. I have a proposition for you, August said, his tone serious. Oh. What kind of proposition, she asked, intrigued. I recently purchased a house and am looking for someone to help with cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Is that all, she asked, raising an eyebrow. For those tasks, I'm willing to pay 30,000 gold coins a month. 30,000, just for cleaning, laundry, and cooking. The snake woman's eyes widened in shock, and even the snake woman who had been selected by August was left speechless. It was an extremely generous offer. Many adventurers didn't earn that much in a month, as quests weren't always available, and even completing them took time. To be sure, high-end succubus establishments could bring in much more, but this shop wasn't anywhere near that level. Of course, there's more to it. Otherwise, why would I come to you? August added with a knowing smile. The woman quickly understood his meaning. He wasn't simply offering 30,000 gold coins for labor, he was paying for her time, a full month of it. Even so, the amount was tempting. The reason was simple, they were poor. In any world, wealth draws attention. If that's the case, I don't want a regular worker, August interrupted. It'll take time, I understand, but I'm not in a rush. You mentioned there are only 6 of you here now. I see. I understand. And if it's someone's first time, I can offer an additional 20,000 gold coins. Naturally, I wouldn't let you go uncompensated for helping me find the right person. I'll pay you 10,000 coins for your trouble. Deal, she said without hesitation. Wealth moves hearts, no matter the world. August had a penchant for beautiful women, especially the more exotic ones like snake women and mermaids. Now that he had the means, and with this world being a vacation of sorts for him, why not indulge? His goal was to collect all the different races of monster girls. Not just visit them, but truly collect them as his own. And naturally, for such a collection, he wasn't going to settle for mere succubus workers. Chapter 312, 310, Power. As dawn broke, Stank and the others emerged, having enjoyed a night of indulgence. However, their expressions told a different story. The 3 looked visibly drained, with Kanchel swaying as he walked, almost as if he might collapse any moment. Wow, it looks like you all had quite a night, August remarked with a smirk. August had already finished breakfast and taken a leisurely stroll around town. For someone like him, sleep and rest seemed almost trivial. Last night, August had taken full advantage of the Mia tribe's snake women, a unique experience quite different from the usual encounters. While Lucina, though also a monster girl, was merely a little larger than a human, the Mia tribe's snake women offered a completely different kind of pleasure. August found himself quite fond of it. Moreover, this experience had sparked his curiosity about other monster girl races. In this world, succubus shops showcasing various races were ubiquitous. August, you're something else. Truly, you're like a battle machine among men. I'm impressed, Stank said, taking a seat and admiring August, his envy evident. While the Mia tribe's snake women were undeniably thrilling, they had their downsides. Their prowess could be overwhelming, and once things got started, there was no easy way to end them. The multi-meter-long serpentine tails were no mere decoration, they could be quite torturous. Northwest Wonder the place was not bustling with customers, it was an intense experience. Zell and Stank had previously encountered similar situations at the Beastkin establishment, so they were not too surprised. However, Kanchel's experience was different. As someone who was physically weaker, last night's escapades had nearly been too much for him. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Stank and the others, who had enjoyed a night of indulgence, finally emerged. Their faces, however, told a different story. Stank looked exhausted, but it was Kanchel who was in the worst shape, swaying unsteadily as if he might collapse at any moment, which was quite concerning. Wow, it seems like you all had quite an intense night, August remarked, having already finished breakfast and explored a bit. For someone like him, resting and sleeping held little meaning. August had spent the previous night sampling the unique experience of the Mia tribe's snake girls, a sensation starkly different from any other. While Lucina, though a demon, was only marginally different from humans, the snake girls offered an entirely new kind of enjoyment, one that August found rather appealing. Stank, sitting down and looking enviously at August, said, "August, you never change. You're a true powerhouse among men. I'm in awe." The experience with the Mia tribe's snake girls had its own set of challenges. Their formidable strength meant that once things started, there was no easy end. The multi-meter-long snake tails were no mere decoration, they were a source of considerable discomfort. It was Northwest wonder the place had few patrons, it was undeniably grueling. Zell and Stunk, having experienced similar ordeals at the dairy ranch, weren't as surprised. But Kanchel, who was physically weaker and had overindulged, nearly couldn't make it through the night. August looked as if nothing had happened, which was a testament to his strength. Eat something. I've ordered breakfast for you all. Make sure to have a good meal, August said, noting how the trio looked as though they were on the brink of being completely drained. Soon, breakfast arrived, and the three of them devoured the food with the hunger of famished men. They ate and drank heartily, resembling laborers who had just come off a hard day's work. After satisfying their appetites, they slept through the morning and only woke up around noon, finally recovering. August, unfazed by their condition, used the time to purchase some local books. Being new to this world, he figured it was wise to learn a bit more. He also bought various local specialties and still had 20 made demons in his small world. Kanchel, if you ever bring us to such a place again, you'll be in serious trouble, Stunk, having somewhat recovered, expressed his frustration. You get the kickbacks, and we suffer the consequences. This time, August had been the one to foot the bill. Going to the Meow Kingdom would have been far better and cheaper, saving them several thousand gold coins. Not only was this place distant, but they had also encountered unforeseen issues, making it a significant loss. I understand. I promise it won't happen again. I'll cover the cost of the meal this time, Kanchel conceded, aware of his missteps. However, the kickbacks he received were meager, barely even covering the cost of one person. August, on the other hand, felt he had opened a new avenue and made a promising deal. So, what's next? Shall we head back? August asked, as it was already noon, and returning would mean reaching home by the afternoon. The trio looked at each other and nodded in agreement. If possible, they wanted to explore the town a bit more to find other appealing demon stores, but their funds were running low. They needed to complete some tasks to earn more money before indulging further. Given the exhaustion from the previous night, it was best to postpone for now. Ultimately, with everyone's agreement, the four set off on their journey home. Barely having left, they encountered trouble. Roar. A massive white tiger, its body faintly infused with wind magic, appeared from the underbrush. Is that a gale white tiger? What is it doing here? Zell was taken aback. This was a powerful wind attribute beast, and its presence around the town was highly unusual. Stunk and Kanchel stood ready, though they were still reeling from the previous night's exertions. The toll on their stamina was significant and not something that could be quickly recovered. PFF. As the three prepared for combat, a shadow suddenly flashed by. In the next instant, the menacing gale white tiger froze, and a bloody wound appeared on its forehead, with blood pouring out. Finally, the beast was cleaved from head to tail in one clean slice. Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel stared in stunned silence. Turning to look at August, they saw a pitch-black shadow extending from his feet and solidifying into a blade of shadows. This. Stunk stuttered, unable to process what he was seeing. This, August explained nonchalantly, is my magic. I can manipulate my shadows at will. Pretty impressive, isn't it? With that, he demonstrated by splitting the shadow blade into 2, then into 4, and eventually into 12 separate shadow blades. The trio watched in disbelief as the air was filled with black blades. No wonder August seemed so nonchalant in the wilderness, his power was overwhelming. A single shadow blade had effortlessly dispatched the gale white tiger, and with a dozen blades, he could easily handle a pack of beasts, potentially even annihilating them all. Indeed, a traveler capable of traversing the world could not possibly be weak. However, this was far from August's limit. At the 7th rank, he could command 12 shadow blades. Now that he had reached the 8th rank and ascended to the Demon King throne, integrating the dragon's shadow, the power and number of his shadow blades had increased dramatically. August had tested this before. Not only could he easily create 12 blades, but he could also generate 24 or even 36 if needed. Yet, more was not always better, sometimes the optimal number and power were the most effective. Chapter 313, 311, Conquest. On their way back, Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel witnessed firsthand what true power looked like. Every magical beast they encountered along the way was no match for August. Even when a pack of over 20 flame wolves attacked together, they were all swiftly annihilated by August in the blink of an eye. His shadow blades were simply terrifying. It was as if he were strolling casually, and wherever he walked, no magical beasts could approach him. Strong. Unstoppable. Unfathomable. A string of accolades floated through the minds of Stunk, Zell, and Kanchel, all directed at August. It was the sheer display of strength that made them abandon the idea of inviting August on any future missions. With someone this powerful, they realized they'd only be dead weight, mere ornaments in comparison. August, unaware of their thoughts, had been busy along the way collecting the corpses of magical beasts. Without exception, he took them all and stored them in his small world to feed the world tree sapling. In fact, in places unnoticed by the trio, August had summoned several shadow claws to roam the wild, hunting even more magical beasts. After all, the world tree sapling was a voracious entity, constantly devouring resources. "Hey, August, how many of your demon god tribe are left?" Canchel asked curiously. "I'm the last one. It's incredibly difficult for our tribe to bear offspring, and by the time it reached me, I was the only one left." "Sorry, I didn't know," Canchel said, feeling slightly embarrassed. "It's fine. This is just how the world works. Powerful beings have a harder time bearing children," August replied calmly. Zell nodded in agreement. As an elf, he understood the difficulty. Compared to humans, elves also faced significant challenges when trying to have offspring. It wasn't uncommon for a married elven couple to go centuries without a child. For long-lived species like elves, easy fertility would throw the world into chaos. Humans, on the other hand, were quite the opposite. As long as nothing went wrong, most human couples could conceive within a few months and have a child by the following year. The difference between them and elves was simply staggering. However, the most extreme case wasn't humans, but beast folk. Not only did they conceive easily, but they often gave birth to multiple offspring at once. The conversation inevitably led to a somewhat heavy atmosphere, and no one spoke further. Yet, this revelation made the trio view August in a new light. As the last of his kind, continuing his lineage must have been of paramount importance. By mid-afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, the group finally returned to town. As soon as they arrived, they naturally went their separate ways. Today had been exhausting, and they needed to rest, especially Stank, who had to start taking on quests to make money the next day. After 2 days of partying and resting today, tomorrow he had to get back to work. This was the reality for most adventurers: live it up today, and if you're broke tomorrow, it's time to hustle again. With no pressing matters, August decided to head to the tavern alone. "Maidri, bring me a glass of wine and 2 plates of appetizers," he called out as he sat down. As usual, the tavern was busy, packed with customers scattered around every table. August. Where did you and Stank disappear to yesterday?" "I didn't see you all day today either," Maidri asked, walking over with his order. "Canchel dragged us off to the neighboring town." "Huh? What for?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "We went to check out a succubus shop." "What? You're hopeless. You incorrigible lecher." Thud. The tray in Maidri's hand became a makeshift weapon as she whacked August squarely on the head. "I had no choice." "It was all Canchel and Stank's idea," August protested. "Yeah, right. Yesterday, you tried to fool me too." "All you men are the same, perverts," she shot back, glaring at him. "You're one to talk," August muttered under his breath. "Aren't you from the winged tribe? Didn't you just lay 3 eggs? Clearly, you weren't satisfied." He hadn't realized that Maidri, being from the winged tribe, had excellent hearing. She had heard every word. "What did you just say?" "Huh? Maidri, you heard that. Who told you about this?" Dark energy. Killing intent. Both rose up around her in an instant. "Oh no. I've crossed the line. I'm dead. I'm so dead." "Don't get upset. I heard it from Stank." "Yeah, it was him. He told me." August stammered, trying to defuse the situation. "Stank is dead meat, but you're no better. Prepare to die." Maidri snapped. Bam. August was sent sprawling to the floor, but none of the other patrons, eating and drinking around them, seemed surprised in the least. In this tavern, it was common to see some fool end up on the receiving end of Maidri's wrath. Though she was the star attraction of the tavern, Maidri was as much a thorny rose as she was beautiful. Seriously, that temper of hers is explosive. Maybe I should set my sights on someone else. She's not the only winged girl around, August thought to himself. But the thought quickly died. Giving up now would mean admitting defeat, and that just wouldn't do. As a demon king, it would be humiliating if he couldn't even win over a winged girl. Still, the difficulty of winning Maidri's heart was clear. August had no idea where to begin. Worse yet, after visiting the succubus shop twice, the impression he'd left on her wasn't exactly ideal. Combined with how they first met, it was clear the road ahead would be tough. Bam. "Here. Your food and drink," Maidri said curtly as she slammed the plates onto the table. Though her words were sharp, she still did her job. Maidri had a tough exterior, but deep down, she wasn't as cold as she seemed. "By the way, Maidri, are you free tonight?" August asked suddenly. "What for?" she responded, her eyes narrowing. I'd like to invite you to dinner. Thanks, but no thanks. I've got something special, food you won't find anywhere around here, August said, pulling out a small slice of tiramisu. What is this? She asked, eyeing the delicacy. Tiramisu. Care to try? August knew he was playing his trump card. This world didn't have desserts like tiramisu, and he was certain that once Maidri tasted it, she'd be hooked. Most women loved sweets, and Maidri was bound to be no exception. Maidri glanced at the cake, then back at August. She thought about all the times he'd tried to take advantage of her, and with a small sigh, decided to accept this cake as his way of making amends. With that thought, she picked up the slice and took a bite. Immediately, an overwhelming sweetness spread across her tongue, a flavor unlike anything she had ever tasted. It was simply too delicious. The small slice was gone in just a few bites, but it was obvious from the look on her face, she wanted more. Seeing her reaction, August couldn't help but smile. He'd done it, Maidri had taken the bait. Using unique foods and desserts from his world, August was confident he'd be able to win her over completely. Chapter 314, 312, Dinner. The tavern, Ale and Eats, was always at its busiest during the evening. The crowd didn't start thinning out until late at night. Maidri, being the sole worker for the night shift, had to handle the entire load on her own, a demanding task, to say the least. August, meanwhile, sat quietly nearby, patiently waiting for Maidri to finish her work. Fortunately, all Maidri had to do was tidy up the place. She didn't need to worry about washing dishes or cleaning cups, that was someone else's job. All she had to do was make sure the tavern was cleaned up for the next day. Finally done, Maidri sighed in relief. Hey, looks like you're finally finished. Got some time now? August called out. You're still here. Why, can't you see I'm still sitting here? You. Maidri glared at August, clearly annoyed. This guy always found a way to get under her skin. However, thinking about the delicious food August had promised, she chose to hold back her temper, for now. She was starting to get used to his antics, anyway. Without wasting any time, August pulled out several beautifully arranged dishes, along with a stunning cake and a bottle of red wine. Maidri's eyes widened at the sight of the food, especially when she saw the perfectly crafted black forest cake. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Come, sit down and have a taste. You've been working all night. Humph, like I need you to tell me, she scoffed, though her actions betrayed her words as she quickly sat down. Maidri was unsure where to start with the black forest cake. No matter what she did, she felt like she'd ruin the masterpiece in front of her. Noticing her hesitation, August picked up a knife and carefully divided the cake into 4 portions, placing one slice in front of her. Maidri shot him a glance but said nothing. She picked up a small fork, took a bite, and immediately felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. August, for his part, couldn't quite understand why women adored sweets so much. But as long as Maidri was happy, that was all that mattered. Everything else was irrelevant. Maidri ate with obvious delight, and August felt pleased with himself. These dishes were something only he could offer. If Maidri wanted more in the future, she'd have no choice but to come to him. This was his opportunity. This is really delicious. What is it called? She asked between bites. Black forest cake. If you like it, I can bring you one every day. Really? Maidri began to speak, but quickly swallowed the rest of her words. As a tavern worker, she had never had a boyfriend, but she wasn't naive about men's behavior. She'd seen countless men try to woo women with food and gifts in this very tavern. Although it was often a mutual arrangement, Maidri couldn't help but think that some women were overly materialistic. No need. Just this one time is fine, she replied, keeping her tone casual. I've got plenty, really. If you enjoy it, I can make something different every day, no repeats. Gulp. She wanted to scold him, to brush him off. But her pride wouldn't let her reject him so easily. More importantly, she knew exactly what August was up to. He was trying to win her over, just like every other man who'd ever been nice to her. No man was generous without reason, they always had an agenda. And most of the time, that agenda involved winning a woman's heart. I know exactly what you're thinking, and I suggest you drop the idea. I won't agree to it. I haven't even said anything yet, Maidri, and you're already turning me down. I know exactly what you want to say, and let me make it clear, there's no chance. Come on, don't be like that. Just give me a chance. Tell me what you don't like about me, and I'll change. I don't like men who are unfaithful, especially ones who frequent succubus shops. August slapped his forehead. He should have known Maidri's resistance came from his visits to the succubus shop. But the thing was, there was no way he could give up visiting those shops. Coming to this world and not exploring the succubus shops would be a wasted opportunity. Yet, for Maidri, this beautiful winged woman, August didn't want to give up either. Maidri, I really want to promise you, but I can't lie to you. I just can't stay away from those shops. Liar. You didn't even blush when you said that. All men are the same, no good at all. I'm being serious. My needs in that area are considerable. Even if you slept with me every night, Maidri, it still wouldn't be enough. Who said I'd sleep with you, you pervert? Maidri's face flushed red immediately, but she couldn't help but think of Lucina, the succubus who had come by recently. During the day, she had asked around about Lucina and learned a few things. Lucina was a well-known figure at the Multiverse Ranch Succubus shop, an exceptional woman that no man had ever truly conquered, until August came along. It was said that the last man who picked her barely made it out alive. Yet August, as rumor had it, was the first and only man to not only walk away but also completely win her over. So, in a strange way, Maidri found herself believing a little of what August said. This world was an odd one, with its many mixed races and even more complicated bloodlines. The abundance of succubus shops was a testament to this chaos. Anyone with succubus blood could open one, and the fact that these shops were everywhere showed just how messy things were. Children born from different races often inherited traces of both their parents' bloodlines. Over the centuries, these mixed bloodlines had led to all sorts of strange phenomena. Still, believing August didn't mean she could accept it. Having a boyfriend, or any man in her life, who frequented succubus shops was simply humiliating. What would people think? That she wasn't enough for him. The thought alone was unbearable. While Maidri wrestled with this inner conflict, August was left confused. Why was she suddenly lost in thought? Where had their conversation even gone? Hey, Maidri, what are you thinking about? Don't even think about it. Maidri suddenly blurted, leaving August bewildered. What was she talking about? Realizing she had gone off track, Maidri quickly collected herself. I mean, whatever you're thinking, it's not going to happen. There's no chance between us, she said, doubling down now that she had already spoken her mind. Well, that was a decisive rejection, August said, unfazed. But Maidri, I'm not giving up. After all, I've already seen your body, you're mine now. It's only a matter of time before I win you over. Bastard. Who says I'm yours? And don't you dare bring up that incident again. You need to forget it ever happened. I can't. That image is burned into my memory forever. Besides, I still have the gift you gave me. As he spoke, August pulled out 3 eggs, Maidri's eggs. Chapter 315, 313, True Colors. Maidri's face flushed bright red as she witnessed the scene before her. This was undoubtedly one of her most embarrassing moments, a piece of her past she wished could stay buried. Instinctively, she moved to snatch back the eggs that August had just revealed, but he swiftly tucked them away, giving her no chance to reclaim them. The back-and-forth struggle made Maidri even angrier. Maidri, there's no point in resisting. I won't ever give up on you, August said with a confident smile. Humph. No matter what you do, I won't pay any attention to you, she snapped, standing up to leave. But just as she rose, she felt her hand grabbed. She spun around, intending to demand he release her, only to find August standing right next to her, much closer than she had realized. For a moment, Maidri froze, unsure of what to do. I think it's time I marked you as mine. That way, you'll belong to me forever. MMPH. With that, August leaned in and kissed her. Maidri's eyes widened in disbelief. Her mind raced, focusing on one single thought, I've been kissed. By him, of all people. This was the same man who had repeatedly taken liberties with her, and now he had gone so far as to kiss her. She wanted to push him away, but her strength failed her. After years of suppressing her desires, Maidri was like a powder keg waiting to explode. And August, with his relentless pursuit, had just lit the fuse. Slowly, her mind became hazy. She stopped resisting, and, to her own surprise, even began to respond to him. August, noticing her shift, smiled to himself. Though she often scolded the likes of Stank and for their lecherous behavior, Maidri herself had always harbored the same desires, just buried deep beneath a facade of restraint. Maidri, you're being quite passionate, a voice suddenly chimed in, breaking through the fog in Maidri's mind. Startled, Maidri shoved August away, her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned toward the source of the voice. Standing a short distance away was a woman, her body adorned with leaves and vines. Madam. Maidri muttered in a panic. I'm sorry, Maidri, I didn't realize you were at that age already. But to do this here, in the tavern, how bold of you, the woman teased. No, madam, it's not what you think. Please, let me explain. There's no need, Maidri. I understand, the tavern's mysterious owner said, smiling. But it's not true. Maidri felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. If they had actually been meeting in secret, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad, but August had just stolen a kiss, and now it looked like they were lovers caught in the act. While Maidri struggled to explain, August simply chuckled, but his attention shifted more toward the tavern's enigmatic owner. In the original novel, she'd been mentioned briefly, a Centaur Dryad, who managed the tavern's kitchen and everything within it. Her vines were incredibly useful, allowing her to chop vegetables, wash dishes, cook, boil water, and clean all at the same time. Running the entire tavern's kitchen on her own was no small feat, and August couldn't help but admire her abilities. "Young man, I believe this is our first time meeting. From now on, I'll leave Maidri in your care," the tavern owner said with a playful smile. "Don't worry, madam, I'll take good care of her," August replied, equally cheerful. "Good. Maidri is a wonderful girl." "She is, and that's why I'm so fond of her." The two exchanged friendly words, paying no mind to the flustered Maidri, who was standing off to the side, feeling more and more anxious. "That's it. I've had enough of you both," Maidri cried out, before stomping up the stairs, leaving August and the tavern owner behind. As soon as Maidri left, the atmosphere in the room shifted ever so slightly. August could sense it, this tavern owner possessed a considerable amount of magical power. While she might not rank among the world's most powerful beings, her strength was certainly formidable. In fact, compared to someone August had already encountered, her magical energy far surpassed his. "Would you like to have some?" Maidri didn't eat much, and it would be a waste to throw it away, August offered casually. "Sure," the tavern owner replied with a smile as she sat down. "Give it a try and see how it compares to your own cooking," August said with a teasing grin. She smiled back, taking a bite of the dish. The flavors were unique, unlike anything she had made before. After sampling each dish, the tavern owner began to believe that August might really be a traveler. These dishes were unlike anything she'd ever tasted or seen before. "This is delicious, August," she complimented. "I'm glad you like it, though I was hoping to impress Maidri." "Seems you're the one benefiting instead," August replied, his tone playful. "I guess I came at the wrong time, then." "My apologies for interrupting you too," she said, chuckling. "No worries. It's a gradual process, pushing too hard wouldn't do any good," August shrugged, his voice nonchalant. "Actually, I've got a question for you. I wonder if you might help me with something," the tavern owner asked, her tone shifting slightly. "Ask away," August responded, his eyes narrowing just a bit. He could sense that this conversation was about to get serious. August had always known that this mysterious tavern owner wasn't someone to be taken lightly. Though he wasn't sure of her exact origins, he'd figured that she'd confront him sooner or later about his interest in Maidri. He just hadn't expected it to be now. "I'm curious, August. Who exactly are you, and why are you so interested in Maidri?" she asked, her gaze sharp. "I'm sure you've already pieced together some of my background. I'm not human, I'm from the House of Demon. As for my interest in Maidri, it's quite simple. I have a thing for beautiful women, and she fits my taste," August stated plainly. The tavern owner raised an eyebrow at his bluntness. He hadn't bothered to hide his intentions, which weren't driven by love or affection, but purely by his appreciation for beauty. "I've never heard of the House of Demon before, August," she replied skeptically. "Well, now you have," August said with a smirk. "There's a difference between hearing and truly knowing," she countered. "Perhaps this will help," August said, smiling before releasing a surge of power. Instantly, a wave of darkness poured from August's body, filling the room with an overwhelming, abyssal energy. Dark runes appeared on his forehead, and the air around him thickened with a tangible force of shadowy magic. The tavern owner froze in shock as she felt the crushing weight of his power. This was no ordinary aura, it was the raw, oppressive presence of a demon god, something far beyond her previous experiences. As she stood just a few steps away from him, her eyes widened with disbelief. Never in her life had she encountered such terrifying magic, dark, dominating, and immensely powerful. It was as if the very embodiment of a demon god had descended upon the world. At that moment, she understood the truth. August wasn't lying. He really was a demon god. Chapter 316, 314, World Tree. August, now fully transformed into his demon god form, exuded the overwhelming presence of a living god of destruction. The tavern owner, a dryad, found herself completely paralyzed in his presence. The sheer difference in strength between them was insurmountable, like an unbridgeable chasm. She could barely move under the crushing weight of his power, feeling death's cold grip inching closer. If she dared defy him, there was no doubt she would die. Thankfully, August dispelled his transformation after just a few breaths, but the memory of dancing on the edge of death would forever be etched in the tavern owner's mind. "He's so strong, it's like facing a god capable of destroying the world," she murmured in awe. August smiled, his tone casual yet chilling. "I came here by accident, but I find this place rather intriguing, especially the women." "I understand, my lord," the tavern owner quickly replied, not daring to utter another word of protest. She knew the rules of the world, the strong ruled, and the weak submitted. That had always been the unchanging law. Satisfied, August's grin widened. Now that he had sufficiently intimidated the tavern owner, he knew she wouldn't dare cause trouble. She was smart, after all, someone like her wouldn't make foolish decisions. With Maidri nowhere to be found, August decided to take his leave, walking away as the tavern owner collapsed weakly into her chair. Maidri. I'm not sure if I should call you lucky or unlucky, she muttered under her breath, her voice trembling with both fear and pity. Being chosen by someone like August was both a blessing and a curse. If Maidri was fortunate, she could live a life of luxury, pampered like a princess. But if August merely sought to play with her, her life would be utterly ruined. Still, despite understanding all of this, the tavern owner knew there was nothing she could do. She didn't dare intervene, for if she crossed August, it wouldn't just be her life on the line, he might very well obliterate the entire town. As a dryad, she could sense the blood that clung to August like a mantle of death, as though he had emerged from the very depths of hell itself. He was not a man to be trifled with, he was a demon god who killed without a second thought. Meanwhile, August returned to his new house and lay down on the bed, feeling the dark ocean of power bubbling within him. Lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, stirred restlessly inside him, eager to be unleashed. Since arriving in this world, August had assumed it was nothing more than a temporary retreat, a vacation. After all, he had only 1 year here before he'd be pulled back, and the world itself was themed around an erotic succubus brothel. That realization had begun to erode the shackles of restraint within him, causing him to act more and more wantonly. It was as if he had finally given himself permission to let loose completely, and in doing so, lust grew even more fervent within him. If I'm in a world like this, why not embrace my role as the Demon King? The thought took root in his mind, expanding until it consumed his entire being. Although it was late into the night, August found himself unable to sleep. Even after staying awake all night and being busy all day, rest still eluded him. Eventually, he decided to enter the small world within him. Upon entering, he was immediately taken aback. The small world had grown significantly, expanding far beyond what it had been before. He made his way to the center of the world, where the world tree sapling was planted, an anchor point for the entire space, and its most vital part. Papa. The moment he arrived, the voice of the world tree sapling echoed in his mind, filling August with warmth and joy. Though still just a small sprout, August, as its contract partner, could sense the rapid growth of the world tree. Even without his constant feeding, the sapling had learned to absorb nutrients from the void itself, slowly strengthening its roots. After all, as a world tree, its very existence was rooted in the infinite void, destined to one day support entire realms. August smiled to himself, realizing that both he and the world tree were growing stronger, preparing for the unknown future that awaited them. Little one, how can I help you grow faster? I've hunted so many magical beasts, yet it still feels like a drop in the ocean for you. My efforts seem so insignificant, August lamented, his voice filled with concern. Papa, it's all right, the world tree sapling replied, its voice soothing and innocent. It is important. I want you to grow quickly so that I can hold you in my arms myself, August said with a hopeful tone. He remembered the information he'd received when forming the contract with the world tree sapling. Once the sapling passed the sprout stage and entered the seedling stage, it could give rise to spirits. In simple terms, the world tree sapling could manifest an avatar, allowing for genuine interaction with August. But, at present, they were still far from even 1% of that milestone, let alone reaching the next stage. August couldn't deny his affection for the little one who always called him Papa. It was impossible not to feel a deep bond. Name, World Tree, Seedling. Master, August. Growth rate, Sprout, 0.003%. Talents, Space, Elemental, Devouring. August glanced at the growth rate, noticing it had increased from 0.002% to 0.003%. No wonder the small world had expanded so significantly, it was due to this 0.001% increase. He realized that apart from tossing some magical beasts into the small world, he hadn't done much else lately. What do you think of these magical beasts, little one? August asked. Like them, Papa, came the delighted response. In that case, let's hunt some more, August suggested. Thank you, Papa. You're my little one, nothing is more important than you, August said warmly, just as Laura and a group of succubus maids approached. Your Highness, you're back, Laura greeted, bowing respectfully. Have there been any recent developments? August inquired. Everything is going well. Moreover, thanks to the Little Prince, the area of the world has been increasing daily. The term Little Prince was what the succubus maids used to refer to the world tree sapling. August didn't mind, it seemed fitting enough. Well, if all goes as planned, there will be magical beasts arriving here from time to time, August stated. Understood, Your Highness, Laura responded, though she was unaware of where these magical beasts came from. However, she trusted August's word. The once tiny realm had now expanded so dramatically, it was nothing short of miraculous. The constant expansion of this world left her in awe. She had come to view August almost as a deity. If this ever-growing world could become as grand as the underworld, then they would be among the first to inhabit it. This evening, I won't be returning home. Please have them come here to attend to me, August instructed. Eh? Really? Your Highness? Laura asked, surprised. Why not? August replied with a smirk. That's wonderful. I'll go and inform them right away. For the succubus maids, being chosen to attend August was considered a great privilege. Despite being brought here for quite some time and seeing August frequently, they had never been granted such an honor, until now. Papa, I like them. Yes, I like beautiful women, August agreed. Then the little one wants to become beautiful too. That will have to wait until you grow up, August said with a chuckle. I will grow up. August smiled, charmed by the sapling's sweet enthusiasm. The future was full of possibilities, and as August prepared for the next stages, his plans began to take shape. Chapter 317, 315, All Races. The next morning, August slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by women. Last night had been a whirlwind of activity, 20 women, none left untouched, the revelry stretching into the early hours of dawn. August was somewhat taken aback by his own audacity. To have spent an entire night with 20 women was truly historic. Observing the women still asleep beside him, August decided not to disturb them and quietly left the small world. It was already past 10 o'clock. After a quick wash, August headed to the nearby tavern, which was still relatively empty due to the early hour. Humph. Upon seeing August, Maidri gave an irritated snort, refusing to acknowledge him. She hadn't yet recovered from the events of last night, where not only had she been forcefully kissed, but the tavern owner had witnessed the entire incident. She was still bewildered by how she managed to get through the night. Maidri, where are Stank and the others? August asked. They're out on a mission. Not everyone is as wealthy as you are, Maidri replied tersely. I see. August realized that Stank must have tried to assemble a team, but due to his absence, they had likely left without him. He felt a pang of guilt for seemingly having stood them up. Unbeknownst to August, Stank and Zell had never actually sought him out. They had seen his strength and decided against inviting him, feeling that such a disparity in power made a team-up impractical. After sitting for a while, as noon approached and the tavern began to fill up, Maidri became increasingly busy, leaving August unable to converse with her. Deciding it was time to leave, August exited the tavern. Instead of hunting magical beasts, August chose to seek out Lucina. Upon returning to the dairy farm, he drew the admiration of all the dairy maidens, who were all too aware of Lucina's recent happenings. You've finally come to see me, darling, Lucina exclaimed, immediately throwing herself at August. August once again experienced the sensation of waves crashing, and it was as exhilarating as ever. Do you have time today? I need to discuss something with you, August asked. What is it? Lucina inquired. This isn't the right place. Come with me, August suggested. Oh. Lucina followed August as they left the Succubus Tavern, and no one attempted to stop them. In the Succubus Tavern, the maids operated on a basis of cooperation rather than hierarchy. They worked there, earned their share, but were free to leave whenever they wished. This was a mutually agreed arrangement. Finding a suitable spot, August ordered some snacks and drinks, and the two of them sat together like a couple. Lucina was infatuated with August, wishing she could be by his side at all times. Even though their time together had been brief, she felt thoroughly captivated. Lucina, you must know quite a few of the female dairy folk, right? August asked. Yes, most of the village is female, about 80%. Only less than 20% are male, Lucina answered. Find me a clean dairy maiden. I need someone truly pure, not from the Succubus Tavern. Lucina's first reaction was one of alarm, fearing that August was about to discard her, despite their lack of a formal relationship. August was immune to Lucina's concerns, noting her resemblance to a scheming woman. I'll be straightforward. I need beautiful women, as many as possible, not just from your kind but from other races as well. For each beautiful woman you find, whether from your race or another, I'm willing to pay you 10,000 gold coins. The offer made Lucina's eyes widen in surprise. 10,000 gold coins was no small amount. She had joined the Succubus Tavern primarily for the money, and earning that much would take her a long time. Beyond August, no one else sought her out, given her notorious reputation in the town. Can you tell me what you plan to do with them? I'm building a harem of beauties from all races, exclusive to me alone, August explained. And that's why they must be pure. Lucina stirred, recognizing the underlying male dominance and possessiveness August exhibited. Yet, her concern wasn't about this. If August were to establish a harem exclusively for himself, she would become expendable. You're not the only one. I can seek others as well, she said, realizing that she was not in control of the situation. So, what can you offer in return? Simply saying that you're a good person won't suffice, Lucina challenged. Money. I'm not stingy with my women. I have plenty of gold. For 1 month, it's 20,000 gold coins. If you agree to be mine forever, you can spend the money as you please. Lucina was taken aback, deeply tempted. She regretted ever joining the Succubus tavern. Had she met August under different circumstances, her future would be secured without worry. But regrets couldn't change the past, and the benefits August offered were tantalizingly out of reach. Lucina, for any race you can find for me, I'll provide a reward. And if I'm particularly pleased, the amount can be increased. It seems I really can't refuse. But will you still come looking for me in the future? Lucina asked. I won't add you to the harem, but that doesn't mean I'll abandon you. From now on, you belong only to me, August assured her. Understood. Lucina nodded, now fully aware of August's intense possessiveness. August wasted no time and pulled a large emerald from his pocket. Upon seeing the emerald, Lucina's eyes widened. Such a large gem could fetch hundreds of thousands of gold coins if sold. What does this mean? She asked. This is a down payment for your future with me. Like I said, I have more than enough money, August replied. It seems I've encountered a wealthy man. My luck is truly extraordinary, Lucina said, holding the emerald in her hands, her eyes practically turning into currency symbols. It wasn't that Lucina lacked willpower, it was simply that the offer was too generous to ignore. August was pleased. For him, problems that could be solved with money were no issue. He had the means to make such promises. Chapter 318, 316, Shianis. Swish. The shadow blade, formed from the remnants of the dragon's shadow, tore through the nearby magical beasts with ease. Around August, the forest floor was littered with the carcasses of various magical creatures. He was deep within a dense forest, and his purpose here was straightforward, to hunt magical beasts and gather nutrients for his little treasure. While the magical beasts were not particularly valuable, every bit helped. August was also on the lookout for rare treasures and magical artifacts, hoping that luck might lead him to something extraordinary. The area was swarming with Shadowclaw soldiers carrying out hunting missions. August's approach was ruthless, he left no creature alive, not even the smallest beast. August had little regard for this world. He was here for enjoyment, fully aware that his stay was limited to just 1 year. Although he had not yet spent a full year with the system, August intended to make the most of this time. The power system in this world was significantly weaker compared to that of Danmaki and High School DxD. More importantly, August had yet to encounter any true rivals here, which allowed him to operate with confidence. Given his unmatched strength, he felt free to indulge his desires without restraint. As the number of slain magical beasts increased, August's power grew stronger, bolstered by the dominion of the Demon King. The souls of the slain beasts became his sustenance, while their bodies served as nourishment for the world tree saplings. August's strength was undergoing a gradual transformation through this process. Swish. Suddenly, a Shadowclaw soldier raced from a distance and knelt before August. A message was conveyed to August. Though the shadow soldiers couldn't speak, they could relay information through their shadow powers. A village has been discovered. And it's a centaur village. August said, puzzled. Why would a centaur village be in a dense forest? Aren't they usually found on the plains? This world was indeed chaotic and confusing. Nevertheless, since the village had appeared, August was not one to let it slip by. Guided by the Shadowclaw, August traversed through the layers of dense forest and arrived at the village. The village had been surrounded by Shadowclaws, and it was not large, only a handful of homes in total. All the centaurs had been gathered together. August glanced around and noted that most of them were elderly, weak, or infirm, about 20 centaurs in total. Half of them were male, while the remainder were mostly children and elders. Among the young, there were only 3, and only one of them caught August's interest. Who are you? Are these black-clad individuals your subordinates? The lead male centaur demanded sharply. It was understandable, their village had been suddenly surrounded, and everyone was forced together, which was a significant indignity. August assessed the centaur, there was no trace of magic power, indicating that their strength was likely only at the 2nd or 3rd tier, far too weak. I'm here hunting. I didn't expect to find a centaur village in this forest, it's quite a pleasant surprise, August replied. What did you say? It's nothing much, just a bit of surprise. Our village does not welcome you. Please leave. August tightened his grip on his spear, but the scene before him appeared utterly foolish. Swish. The shadow blade, formed from the dragon's shadow, swiftly sliced through the weapon, cutting it into 8 pieces. A weakling brandishing a weapon against a stronger opponent is a provocation. If I were to kill you, it would be entirely justified. Do you understand? August said coldly. Damn you. The centaur, seething with rage and showing clear disdain for August, was clearly furious. Yet, the overwhelming presence of August and his watchful shadow claws forced him to swallow his anger. August paid him no mind and turned his attention to the centaurs, particularly focusing on one female centaur. "What is your name?" August inquired. Upon hearing August's question, all the centaurs looked at each other before their gazes settled on the most beautiful centaur among them. This immediately stirred a storm of anger. The male centaurs glared at August with fierce hostility. The woman in question was considered the goddess of their village, and the male centaurs were infatuated with her. The fact that an outsider dared to scrutinize their goddess in such a manner infuriated them, but their fury was futile, anger from the powerless was laughable. Shianis. Shianis responded slowly, though her expression remained cold towards August, much like the others. Note, for those who might recognize the name, it was from a popular monster girl anime years ago. Shianis. That's a lovely name. How about a trade? August proposed. A trade? Shianis asked, intrigued. Yes, I find you quite appealing. Will you come with me? The male centaurs were incensed. The audacity of this human was beyond the pale. Damn human, are you insulting us centaurs? Shianis would never. Swish. Before the centaur could finish, a shadow flashed, and the centaur who had previously had his weapon shattered by August now had his head severed. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining the surrounding grass. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the weak have no voice. Without even glancing at the fallen centaur, August's tone was remarkably indifferent, carrying an air of absolute authority. This action immediately intimidated the centaurs. Even the previously enraged male centaurs were silenced by the threat to their lives. The concept of their goddess was irrelevant in the face of such danger. Now, let's continue our discussion. What do you want? Shianis asked. Join me, and I can offer you everything you desire: power, wealth, authority, status, everything will be within your grasp, August offered. And what would be my role? As my collection, a centaur that belongs solely to me. The statement was almost as offensive as an insult. Shianis was initially enraged, but soon had to acknowledge her helplessness. Clink. At that moment, a golden ripple appeared beside them, and a large amount of gold coins fell to the ground. This is 10,000 gold coins. If you agree to come with me, these coins can stay with your village, August said. August noticed that the centaurs' living conditions were dire, not much different from those suffering in remote mountain villages. Chapter 319, 317, Maiden. Seeing the pile of gold coins on the ground, all the centaurs' eyes burned with excitement. So much gold would be enough to sustain their entire village for a long time. Especially the two young female centaurs, whose eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Among women, particularly between beautiful women and ordinary ones, there often arises jealousy and resentment. Ordinary women can't help but envy those who are more outstanding and beautiful. Shianis was no exception. Due to her beauty and strength, the other two female centaurs envied her greatly. Now, with the gold coins in sight, Shianis noticed a subtle shift in the gaze of her fellow villagers toward her. The respect had vanished, replaced by greed and fervor. As the saying goes, desolate regions produce cunning people. In the face of benefit, everything else becomes insignificant. So, Shianis, what's your decision? August asked. I'm willing to agree, but I have one condition, Shianis replied. Speak. I'm not a mere ornament, and I cannot become one. Then what do you want? I refuse to be your collection. I am simply Shianis. August smiled at this, clearly pleased. He found this fiery spirit in Shianis to be more satisfying. If he could nurture her, riding alongside a centaur maiden in the future would indeed be impressive, especially after granting her some power. Swish. With a flash of white light, a katana was driven into the ground in front of Shianis. Take this sword, and if you drip your blood on it, you will become my knight. How does that sound? August offered. Shianis glanced at August, then bit her finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the blade. She had no doubts about August's words, as there was no need for him to deceive her. Buzz. With the blood, a contract was forged, and the katana recognized its new master. In Shianis's mind, a wealth of information appeared, including the name and abilities of the blade. Zanpakuto, Wabisuk, a blade that cleaves souls and, upon activation, increases the weight of each successive attack on its target. August possessed two Zanpakuto. He had given one, Hyarinmaru, to Shinra Tsubaki to help her enhance her strength and aid her in the future. The second was now given to Shianis, with the simple goal of training her into a capable mount. From now on, Shianis will be your sword, my lord, she pledged. Shianis chose to submit to August, fulfilling her dream of becoming a knight. All right, come here. From now on, you belong to me. Yes, my lord. Shianis left the group of centaurs and moved to August's side. The other centaurs watched in stunned silence. A single sword had been enough to win Shianis over. Many of the male centaurs were pounding their chests in frustration. Had they known that such a simple transaction would have secured Shianis, they would have acted long ago. Though the katana was valuable, it was a bargain compared to gaining Shianis. August, smiling at Shianis who had seamlessly transitioned into the role of his knight, said nothing further. He then left the centaur village, with Shianis following closely behind. After August's departure, the surrounding Shadowclaws retreated as well. These gold coins are mine. No, they are mine. Get away from me, they belong to me. Get your hands off, you scoundrels. As August and his party departed, the centaurs immediately fell into infighting. Just moments ago, they had been united against a common enemy, but now, driven by the lure of gold, they turned on each other with deadly intent. This was entirely within August's expectations and, in fact, was his deliberate intention. Even though they had not yet gone far, their tumultuous voices were still audible. Shianis heard everything, and it filled her with sorrow. The fact that old allies could become enemies over a mere pile of gold was disheartening. Yet, this was human nature, there was nothing she could do about it. Moreover, she was no longer one of those villagers, she was now a knight in service to her lord. Everyone, continue the hunt, August commanded. With his words, the surrounding Shadowclaws dispersed once more. Shianis witnessed scenes of ruthless carnage. The magical beasts, which they had once been so careful to avoid in the dense forest, were now being wiped out without mercy. Before these black-clad soldiers, the beasts had no means of resistance and were being systematically slaughtered. It was a massacre of indiscriminate proportions. Carnivorous or herbivorous, ferocious or gentle, all magical beasts were eradicated without exception. Their carcasses were dragged into dark rifts and disappeared from sight. The scenes were a continuous assault on Shianis's perception. "My lord, are you conducting a large-scale hunt for magical beasts?" she asked. "Yes," August confirmed. "My children need nourishment, and these beasts are the perfect source." "Your children?" Shianis inquired. "Yes." Shianis was initially shocked, but soon began to ponder whether August's children were a young princess or a young master. Thus, August and the newly joined Shianis continued their sweep through the forest. They had no specific goal, simply advancing forward, hunting every beast they encountered. "My lord, the path through the dense forest is difficult to traverse. If you don't mind, you can ride on my back," Shianis offered. August hesitated momentarily but quickly accepted the offer. Since she had proposed it, he decided to make use of it. For Shianis, this was her first time carrying someone, and she felt a bit nervous. "Shianis, do you know where there are more magical beasts?" August asked. "There is a Moonlight Pond deep in the forest, where the density of magical beasts is highest," Shianis replied. "Excellent. Our destination is Moonlight Pond. Let's set off." "Yes, my lord." Shianis then began to gallop through the forest. Having grown up in this area, she was intimately familiar with the terrain. For August, riding a Centaur Maiden for the first time was quite an experience, and it felt rather intriguing. The surrounding Shadowclaws kept pace closely, their speed far surpassing Shianis's. There was no concern about being left behind. Chapter 320, 319, Ragnaros. Whoosh. After a significant period of hunting magical beasts around Moonlight Pond, August decided it was time to move on. Riding atop Shianis, the Centaur Maiden, through the dense forest was a rather enjoyable experience. Her presence was both alluring and intriguing. Despite her knightly demeanor, her physique bore a striking resemblance to the cowfolk, a detail that made her even more captivating. As the journey continued, the monotony led August to indulge in teasing Shianis. It became his sole source of amusement. "Shianis, I noticed the other centaur women from your village seem rather small. Why are you so well endowed?" "My lord, please don't." Shianis was feeling quite uncomfortable as August's large hand persistently explored her. "Could you enlighten me, Shianis?" "I don't know. It just grew this way naturally." "Oh, it seems Shianis, you truly are a marvel of nature." "My lord, please stop." Shianis, already modest, found the attention and her own physical attributes somewhat burdensome. The constant attention made her feel even more awkward, and the size of her assets was not just a personal inconvenience but also a physical strain. August, seeing Shianis blushing deeply, found the situation increasingly amusing. There was something particularly enjoyable about teasing someone who was shy, especially when it resulted in such a delightful display of discomfort. Snap. Suddenly, Shianis and August found themselves ensnared in a large web that sprang up from the ground. August was stunned. Had he just walked into a trap? It was hard to believe that he, so focused on his playful torment of Shianis, had actually fallen victim to an ambush. Snap. From the trees, a massive figure descended. Well, isn't that Shianis the Centaur? How did you end up captured? And who's this behind you? A human. It's you, Ragnar. Shianis recognized the figure before them, an enormous spider-like creature with a humanoid upper body and a spider's lower half, adorned with 6 eyes. Ragnar, a member of the arachnid race and a spider monster with an alluring aura, was the one who had ensnared them. Whoosh whoosh. Shianis swiftly cut through the web that ensnared them and landed on the ground, her gaze towards Ragnar filled with hostility. Ragnar, in turn, looked at Shianis with a smirk of mockery. It was clear these two had a history, likely filled with animosity. Hey, Shianis, could this human be your companion? Ragnar's question was not idle curiosity. Many from the villages in the forest chose human partners to escape their confines. Despite the multitude of races in this world, humans still dominated, offering a significantly better quality of life compared to most other species. Moreover, humans were renowned for their financial acumen, a fact that often made them the most successful in acquiring wealth. Ragnar, this is my lord. Please don't speak nonsense. Pfft, lord. Come now, Shianis. You're no knight, at most, you're just a mount. Ragnar's laughter surprised August slightly. It was true that, in his eyes, Shianis was more of a mount than a knight. So far, August had only 2 knights, Ace from Aario and Sility from High School DxD. Shianis had yet to earn the status of a true knight and, to August, was merely a collection, a casual indulgence at best. August's gaze shifted to Ragnar, an arachnid Spider Maiden, who was also someone he needed. Ragnar, right? And what do you want, human? I have 2 matters to discuss. First, I am not a human. Second, how will you compensate for attacking me and my companion? Compensation? You're asking me for compensation. Ragnar laughed. The arachnids were few in number, and their size made them unwelcome to other races, especially at night. This had led many of them to develop irritable and extreme temperaments. Indeed, recklessness was the privilege of the strong, but, little spider, in my presence, you haven't earned that right. Boom. August's conqueror's haki descended instantly, the presence of a king among millions. Ragnar was immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground, staring at August in disbelief. Step, step, step. August approached Ragnar, lifting her face with a single finger. Seeing her 4 eyes obscured by her hair was slightly surprising. Arachnids had multiple eyes, much like spiders. Ragnar sneered, accustomed to humans rejecting or even harboring murderous intent upon seeing her true form. This human was no exception. An arachnid Spider Maiden, huh? Very well. From now on, you belong to me. You're not afraid of me. Ragnar was stunned. Why wasn't this human afraid of her? Afraid of you? Why should I be? I'm an arachnid. You're not afraid of a humanoid spider. Firstly, I'm not human. Secondly, I see no reason to fear a spider-like humanoid. In the next moment, Ragnar experienced her first forced intimate contact with a man who wasn't afraid of her and wanted to claim her. She was forcibly kissed by a man who had no fear of her and wished to possess her. My lord. Nearby, Shianis watched the scene with disbelief. She felt a pang of jealousy. Had Ragnar immediately stolen August's favor upon her arrival? A few seconds later, August released Ragnar, leaving her reeling from the intense encounter. Chapter 321, 318, Moonlight Pond. Moonlight Pond was the only large water source in the entire dense forest, attracting numerous magical beasts for a drink. Not only beasts, but according to Shianis, there were several villages nearby, with the Centaur village being just one of them. Thus, this pond served as a crucial water source for countless settlements. As August approached, his observation haki expanded like a radar, scanning the surroundings. The number of magical beasts here was indeed substantial, with many large ones among them. Come forth, my Shadowclaw troops, hunt all magical beasts, August commanded. Swish swish swish. A multitude of Shadowclaws emerged from the shadows and spread out. For the Shadowclaws, August's orders were absolute. They executed his commands without hesitation. Soon, magical beasts were being hunted relentlessly. The corpses of these beasts accumulated in the Shadow Realm, and August connected the realm's gates to a small world. All the beast carcasses were sent to this small world, serving as nourishment for the world tree saplings. However, August's focus was no longer on the magical beasts. His attention was on Moonlight Pond. A mysterious aura pervaded the entire pond. Although August did not know how it had formed, he sensed that there was something hidden within this pond. Shianis, what's the origin of Moonlight Pond? August inquired. I am unsure, my lord. According to village lore, Moonlight Pond seems to have existed since ancient times, Shianis replied. That's intriguing. August advanced step by step toward Moonlight Pond, feeling faint magical fluctuations from the depths of the water. The energy was so subtle it was almost imperceptible. Had he not been attentive, he might have missed it. Shianis, wait on the shore. I'm going down, August instructed. Yes, my lord. Splash. August leaped into the water. For him, there was little difference between land and sea. Whether in the sky or deep underwater, August could move effortlessly with his current strength. Although the pond was large, its vastness was in its depth rather than its surface area. Descending rapidly through the pond, August noticed the magical energy growing denser. Swish. As August approached the depths, a massive shadow emerged from a ravine in the water. In the darkness, two glowing eyes shone like giant lanterns. August was unfazed. Where there was mystery, there were always guardians, and the greater the life form, the more formidable the entity it protected. Soon, August saw clearly, a gigantic serpent, at least 15 to 20 meters long, coiled within Moonlight Pond. It was evidently the ruler of this place, claiming the pond as its territory. August was unconcerned by the serpent. Swish. Water arrows shot through the water like invisible attacks. For anyone else, this might have been a dangerous trap. In the depth of the pond, with little light, and these water arrows being nearly impossible to detect, it was a surprise attack. Too weak. A mere glance made August lose interest. Though the serpent had some magical power, it was minimal, not even matching the power of a higher demon. Its strength was comparable to that of a mid-level demon at best. While it might dominate this area, it was insignificant to August. Puff. The shadow blade, formed from the dragon's legacy, swiftly severed the serpent's head, and the pond water turned crimson with blood. My lord. Shianis, who had been watching from the pond's edge, was startled by the sight of the pond turning blood-red. Shianis, not being particularly skilled in water, struggled with swimming and could barely manage in the water, let alone rescue someone. Her only option was to pray for August's safety. Meanwhile, August had dispatched the giant serpent and cast its carcass into the small world. Had he left it behind, the serpent's blood would have stained the surroundings red, causing quite a mess. With the serpent dealt with, August continued his descent, his sole goal being to explore the bottom of Moonlight Pond. At the deepest point, visibility was nearly non-existent. August conjured a magic sphere to serve as illumination. What is this? At the pond's floor, August discovered an enormous skeleton. The general shape resembled that of a colossal lizard, with scattered bones around the spine. Could this be the skeleton of a dragon? The thought immediately crossed his mind. The skeleton was so massive that it seemed implausible for it to belong to a mere lizard or other creatures. Though the creature was long dead, August could only speculate. The source of the magical energy lay beneath the skeleton. Without any reverence for the beast, August pushed the skeleton aside. Is this the source of the magic? Beneath the skeleton was a diamond-shaped gem emitting a faint magical aura. However, it appeared dim, likely due to years of magical depletion. Picking it up, August scrutinized it closely. What was this? A gem? A jewel? Or something else? He couldn't come to a definitive conclusion. Looking around, there was nothing else, just the remains of the unknown creature. August felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a significant discovery, perhaps encountering a powerful dormant beast or a treasure left by a predecessor. Unfortunately, it was just an obscure diamond-shaped gem, and one that seemed drained of power. With his objective achieved, August saw no reason to linger. He swiftly left the pond's depths. Ascending was even quicker than descending. Splash. August burst from the water's surface. Magic began to ignite, instantly evaporating the moisture from his wet clothes. My lord, are you all right? Shianis approached, now fully embracing her role as August's knight. August found no reason to disrupt her enthusiasm, it was pleasant to see her so invested in her role. I'm fine. It was just a giant serpent in the water. A serpent? You didn't know? Not at all. Chapter 322, 320, Satan. At that moment, Ragnar was at a loss, unsure of how to react. She had just been forcefully kissed by a man who also wanted to claim her for himself. To be honest, this wasn't entirely a bad situation for Ragnar. In this world, there were few who were not averse to the arachnids. Even those who seemed indifferent on the surface often harbored secret disdain. Ragnar, from now on, you belong to me. Do you have any objections? Are you joking? I'm not Shianis. How could I possibly submit to a human? How many times must I tell you? I am not a human. With that, August activated his House of Demon Transformation, revealing his true demonic form. The sheer overwhelming power radiating from him was akin to a natural disaster, immediately paralyzing Ragnar. The terrifying aura, capable of destroying everything, instilled the deepest fear in her as a living being. Even Shianis was taken aback, never having seen this side of August. From now on, I am your master. Do you understand? Yes, master. The rule of survival of the fittest was deeply ingrained in all living beings. With August possessing the power to dominate her, Rhagnara had no choice but to bow in submission, with no room for resistance. August pointed a finger, channeling a dark force directly into Rhagnara's body. This dark seed will allow you to harness dark magic, but remember, if I desire, you will be consumed by darkness. Rhagnara understands. Feeling the immense dark magic within her, Rhagnara was both awestruck and fearful. The experience of greatness only heightened her fear. August's decision to acquire Rhagnara was straightforward. Unlike Shianis, who was a centaur, Rhagnara was a Spider Maiden, a creature that, if left unchecked, could cause trouble. This acquisition was a strategic measure. Satisfied with his unexpected haul of magical creatures, both a centaur and a Spider Maiden, August noticed that the addition of Rhagnara had slowed their progress, but it was of little concern. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the forest, August decided to call it a day. You two, come here. I'll take you to a new place. Shianis and Rhagnara followed, and August transported them to his private world. In a flash, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place, leaving both women stunned, particularly Rhagnara. Such a method of travel was beyond her imagination. Your Highness. At this moment, Laura approached. She was slightly surprised to see Shianis and Rhagnara. In the world of high school DxD, there were many races, but monster maidens were non-existent. The only creatures were either humanoid or monstrous in shape, and seeing half-human, half-animal beings was unprecedented. Take them and see to their needs. Have them join us tonight. Understood, Your Highness. August then headed towards the World Tree seedling. Arriving in his private world, he first went to check on the World Tree. Meanwhile, Shianis and Rhagnara watched Laura cautiously. Though she appeared calm, their instincts warned them of her potential danger. Follow me, please. Laura led them to a newly constructed manor in the private world, complete with modern facilities. August had moved many things from high school DxD here, including electricity, making it quite advanced. May I ask your name? These centaur ladies, I am Laura, the maid of Your Highness. Your master is quite an important figure, isn't he? Why do you refer to him as Your Highness? Don't you know? I am Shianis. As for my master, he hasn't mentioned much. Indeed. Your Highness is the current lord of the house of demon race in the underworld and one of the few Satans of that realm. He is also a friend of Lord Lucifer. Laura's revelation stunned the two women profoundly. The lord of the house of demon race in the underworld. A Satan. A friend of Lord Lucifer. They exchanged glances, astonished. What was initially perceived as a wealthy second generation turned out to be a top-tier powerful figure. In this world, demons and Satans existed, and both Shianis and Rhagnara, hailing from remote regions, were scarcely aware of the affairs of their own world. Following Laura into the manor, Shianis and Rhagnara were like country bumpkins stepping into the city. Everything around them seemed foreign and exorbitant, every object appeared to be of immense value. The sight of it all left them utterly bewildered. It was evident that they were in the presence of someone extraordinarily wealthy. Rhagnara took it in stride, but Shianis was particularly shocked. She had witnessed August casually produce 10,000 gold coins, an amount that clearly signaled immense wealth. Please follow me. This is the bathing area. Remove your clothes and clean yourselves. The master does not like any unpleasant odors during his personal time, Laura instructed, glancing at Shianis, acknowledging her centaur nature. However, the two women latched onto one particular aspect of Laura's statement, personal time. Did you just say we're expected to join the master? Yes, the master specifically requested that you both attend to him shortly. Wait. Shianis and Rhagnara were suddenly at a loss. Were they truly expected to offer themselves to a man? They were far from prepared, especially Rhagnara, who had merely attempted a surprise attack and now found herself entangled in this bewildering predicament. This is a fortunate opportunity. In the entire underworld, many noble ladies would desire to earn the master's favor, Laura remarked. Is the master so popular? Shianis asked, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely. The master is the sole heir of the house of demon lineage. At a young age, he has already attained the rank of Satan and has the potential to reach legendary status akin to the Transcendence. Moreover, becoming pregnant would be an extraordinary elevation. Laura spoke from the heart. For anyone, pregnancy in this context was considered a monumental step, akin to reaching the pinnacle of success. Chapter 323, 321, Conquest. After a long while, following their rather hesitant bathing ritual, the two women were finally brought to the room by Laura. Though August had not yet arrived, their task was clear: wait for him and be prepared for his attention. Meanwhile, August, having spent some time bonding with the World Tree sapling, noticed that its growth had improved. Name: World Tree, Sapling. Owner: August. Growth: budding stage, 0.004%. Innate abilities, space, elemental control, devouring. The expansion of his small world was becoming more and more noticeable. Each day, it seemed to evolve in significant ways. Today's massive hunt of magical beasts, which he had fed to the world tree, provided it with essential nutrients that greatly boosted its development. In just a few days, the growth had increased by 0.002%, a remarkable speed considering the immense power required for even the slightest progress. Moreover, August had discovered something important: the world tree sapling didn't thrive primarily on magic, but on nourishment. In the world of high school DxD, even when Azazel had filled the sapling with 2/3 of his magical power, the growth had only increased by a mere 0.001%. This made it clear that magic alone wasn't enough to foster the tree's development. Now, after hunting and offering numerous magical beasts, August had provided the sapling with vital nutrients, even though the magical energy of the beasts was not particularly high in quality. He began to suspect that the flesh and blood of these magical beasts might actually be more effective as nourishment than their magical power alone. Magical beasts. It seems I need to take bolder steps, August muttered to himself. Despite his growing power and the large ghost legion under his command, August was limited by the regions he could target for magical beast hunts. The pace at which he was progressing felt fast by most standards, but for August, it was still far too slow. A mere 0.001% increase in the world tree's growth wasn't something he could be satisfied with. This led him to devise a new plan, forming a merchant guild. By leveraging the adventurers in this world, he could gather magical beasts on a far larger scale. August had already noticed that in this world, the corpses of magical beasts held little value. After adventurers harvested valuable parts such as pelts, scales, or teeth, the rest of the carcass was discarded. With this in mind, August planned to open a guild specifically focused on collecting the remains of magical beasts. As for the expenses, money was never an issue. With the immense treasures within the Gate of Babylon, August had wealth beyond measure. Just by exchanging a few hundred gold coins, he had received over 6 million. If he were to tap into the gold, silver, and jewels within his treasure vault, money would never pose a problem. Having settled on this plan, August decided to set it in motion soon. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight, he had more pressing matters to attend to. With that thought, he headed toward the room where Shianis and Rhagnara waited. Returning to the manor, August found two figures waiting patiently in the room: Shianis, the Centaur Maiden, and Rhagnara, the Spider Maiden. Both had been anticipating his arrival for some time. Master. Shianis stammered nervously as she saw August enter. Her unease was evident. Master, Rhagnara greeted him with much more composure. Unlike Shianis, Rhagnara viewed being accepted by a man as a positive development. Though she lacked much real experience, her theoretical knowledge was vast, making her considerably more confident than the innocent Shianis. Taking a glance at the hesitant Shianis, Rhagnara made the first move. She stepped forward and knelt before August, her tall spider-like form folding gracefully as she tucked away her arachnid limbs. Even kneeling, her stature remained imposing, but her actions conveyed complete submission. You're going first, I see. August observed with a satisfied smile. Master, let me serve you, Rhagnara replied. Without hesitation, she began to undo the few pieces of fabric covering her body, clothes she had woven herself using her silk. While her lower half appeared intimidating due to her arachnid nature, her human upper body possessed a unique allure, creating a striking contrast that August found quite appealing. Shianis, watching from the side, was stunned by her old rival's boldness. She felt a pang of envy, as she lacked the courage to take such an initiative. Rhagnara, with her head bowed in submission beneath August, was careful and deliberate in her actions. She was determined to please him, eager to win his favor and make no mistakes. August, appreciating her devotion, smiled as he witnessed her efforts to serve him. What unfolded next was an intimate scene that Shianis couldn't tear her eyes away from, even though part of her wanted to. The sensual display before her stirred feelings within her that she tried to suppress, but the growing heat in the room made it impossible. As time passed, Rhagnara, now ready, let out a pained gasp as she offered her most precious gift to August, marking the first time she had been claimed by anyone. August, experiencing the unique nature of a Spider Maiden for the first time, took her virginity, fully savoring the moment. The atmosphere in the room began to shift, growing increasingly charged with desire. Soon, even Shianis found herself losing control, her initial hesitation fading into a haze of longing. As the long night finally came to an end, a new day began. August woke early, smiling as he looked over the two magical maidens by his side, one a centaur, the other a spider maiden. To be honest, the experience of being with these monster girls had been exhilarating, far more exciting than anything he had encountered before. Laura. August called out. With a soft creak, the door opened, and Laura entered the room. As his personal maid, she was always at the ready, even staying by the door while August slept, prepared to respond to his every need. Your Highness, how may I serve you? She asked, bowing respectfully. When these two wake up, make sure to take care of them. Understood, Your Highness, Laura replied, her expression calm. Having personally served August in the past, she knew all too well just how powerful he was. Even though both Ragnar and Shianis were magical beings, it was their first time, and there was no way they could have fully handled the intensity of their night together. After a quick wash and a light breakfast, August left his private world, setting off to pursue his new plans. Today, he didn't intend to hunt magical beasts. Instead, he was ready to put into action the ideas that had come to him the night before. Even though he was deep in the forest, getting out was no issue for him. With a leap, black wings of darkness unfolded from his back, propelling him into the sky. In moments, he spotted the nearest town and made a swift beeline toward it. In less than 10 minutes, August had left the dense forest behind and arrived at a bustling town. This town wasn't far from where Stank and the others were, but if one traveled on foot, it would take nearly 2 weeks to reach. The town was far more prosperous than the one he had previously visited. The streets were filled with people, and the wide avenues buzzed with activity. August didn't jump into action right away. Instead, he began scouting for his next target. If he planned to gather the corpses of magical beasts on a large scale, the first step was to secure a substantial amount of money. Without financial backing, even with an abundance of magical beasts, it would be impossible to see his plan through. Chapter 324, 322, Excitement. After employing a little trickery, August successfully exchanged a vast amount of gold coins. All this time, he had almost forgotten one key thing. As the Lord of the original sin, controlling weaker beings was as easy as breathing for him, especially humans burdened by lust, who were even more easily manipulated. Without much effort, August drained the majority of this small town's gold supply. These weren't mere checks or promissory notes, they were real, tangible gold coins, which August stored within his treasury. Of course, he maintained his pride and avoided theft. Every single coin was exchanged for jewels and treasures from his hoard, though at a particularly favorable exchange rate. With his business concluded, August prepared to return. After all, it had been 2 or 3 days, and it was about time to head back. He still had unfinished business with Stunk and the others, not to mention their planned visit to the Succubus shop, which he found quite amusing. Back at the Ale and Eats tavern, Maidri's feelings were mixed after not seeing August for 3 days. Speaking of which, where did August go? Haven't seen him for days, Stunk asked Maidri while sipping his drink, recalling August's clear interest in her. How should I know? Maybe he left, she replied nonchalantly. Left? What are you talking about? That guy just bought a house for over 2 million. You think he's going to leave right after? Who wastes that kind of money? You're asking me. Who else would know? Maidri snapped, turning her back and walking away. Looks like August really impressed her, huh? Maidri's clearly into him, Zell observed. He'd been paying attention and noticed Maidri's mood had soured since August's disappearance. Not only that, when she wasn't busy, she would often stare at the door, as if waiting for someone, clearly pining for August's return. Yeah, I saw that too. But where the hell did he go? Yesterday we picked up a quest by the seaside, and I was hoping to take him to one of the aquatic succubus shops. You know, now that you mention it, there's probably a mermaid shop, right? Exactly. It'd be a real treat, Stunk replied, his eyes gleaming at the thought. The 2 seasoned adventurers had been discussing their recent experiences, particularly after their run-in with the serpent women at the Mia race's establishment. They had been intrigued by the idea of other unique race-specific charm shops ever since. Despite the tiring experience, they couldn't deny the thrill of it. The bodies of the serpent women were, after all, coveted by men. By the way, hasn't Canchel been lying low lately too? Yeah, I heard he and Bruz have been visiting the charm shops daily, without even bothering to call us. Come on, man, you know how broke you are. Keep it real. Hey, don't bring that up. We're still friends, right? Meeting someone like August had truly opened their eyes to how rich some people could be. For the first time, they felt like paupers. A house that cost over 2 million gold, and he traded 300 coins for 6 million in an instant, it was envy-inducing. But seriously, where did he go? Stunk wondered aloud. He's probably off taking care of some important matters. You get it, right? He's not on the same level as us. His business is way beyond what we could ever understand. Yeah, with his strength, no doubt. There was an unspoken agreement between them, one of mutual respect. Neither sought to use the other for personal gain, they simply enjoyed spending time together, despite their vastly different circumstances. Stunk, after all, had come from a well-known and influential family. He had rejected that life, choosing instead to be an adventurer, a path where he had found moderate success. Maidri-chan, I'm back. Haven't seen you in 3 days, I missed you so much. At that moment, August strolled through the door of the tavern, his voice ringing out as he called to Maidri the moment he entered. Instantly, all eyes, including Maidri, Stunk, and Zell, turned to the entrance. Maidri's face lit up at first, but when she heard what he said next, her expression darkened. Especially when she noticed everyone around was now staring at her, she felt a wave of embarrassment and fury rise within her. What nonsense are you spouting? Get out of here. Bang. No sooner had he stepped inside, than a tray came flying straight at August. He barely managed to catch it in time. That was close, he thought. Had he been a second slower, the tray would have smacked him right in the face. It was dangerously close. Maidri-chan, I came to see you as soon as I got back. Why are you treating me like this? August teased with a mischievous smile. Shut up. Maidri snapped as she rushed over, trying to cover his mouth. The tavern was filled with local adventurers, and she knew if they caught wind of anything, they would spread rumors like wildfire. Soon enough, there would be countless exaggerated versions of what happened between her and August floating around town. The thought of everyone staring at her with those curious, judging eyes made her deeply uncomfortable. Wow, so forward today. August quipped, catching Maidri off guard. In one swift motion, he pulled her into his arms. And just like that, the entire tavern froze. Everyone stood in stunned silence, watching as one of the tavern's brightest beauties willingly fell into the arms of a man. It wasn't just any man, though. Judging by the way she acted, this clearly wasn't their first time together. The flames of gossip ignited instantly, with Stunk and Zell being the most intrigued of all. Had they missed something? Since when had the two gotten so close? What are you doing, holding me like this in front of everyone? Maidri hissed, trying to wriggle out of his embrace. I'm just giving you a proper greeting. And besides, weren't you the one who rushed over for a hug? August teased her with a wink. Who said I wanted a hug, you idiot, she snapped, her voice tinged with frustration. Come on now, be honest. Your heart's racing, August smirked. Maidri was left speechless, grabbing him by the arm and dragging him toward the stairs. Upstairs, now, she ordered. The whole tavern practically exploded into whispers. Did Maidri just take a man upstairs? Isn't that the same guy who got a visit from one of the girls at the Succubus shop? Yeah, that's him. I heard he's the only one who managed to satisfy that busted Succubus no one else could handle. No wonder. Looks like Maidri's fallen for him too. Ugh, good looks and natural advantages, how is that even fair? The gossip spread like wildfire, quickly spiraling into countless versions of romantic tales and heated rivalries. Stunk, do you think this is real? Zell asked, bewildered. Who cares if it is? Once August comes back down, we can just ask him, Stunk replied, shrugging. Fair enough. But seriously, that jerk didn't even bother to greet us before rushing over to Maidri. Well, he's a guy. It makes sense. Chapter 325, 323, The Wealthy August. In the upstairs room, August watched as Maidri stood there, panting slightly from the rush. He found the situation rather amusing. This was his third time in Maidri's room. It felt interesting to him how things had changed. The first time, he had teleported directly here after crossing worlds, the second time, he had barged in on his own. And now, on this third occasion, it was Maidri herself who had pulled him inside. That was certainly progress. What are you laughing at? Maidri asked, visibly annoyed, noticing the smirk on August's face. As soon as she dragged him upstairs, she began to regret it. There were so many people downstairs, and now, no matter how she tried, there was no way to explain what had just happened. So seeing August's cheeky grin only stoked her anger further. Nothing much. Just thinking about how fast time flies. Huh? What do you mean? Back when we first met, I had to force my way in here. Now, it's you who pulled me in. Maidri's face flushed crimson as August pointed that out. Seeing her flustered like this, August couldn't help but smile. The timing, the atmosphere, and her reaction, all of it was perfect. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this moment. Without warning, he kissed her again. Maidri's mind instantly buzzed with thoughts. It's happening again. She wanted to push him away, just like the last time, but once again, she found herself lacking the strength. August grew bolder, inch by inch, escalating his advances toward her. Maidri, overwhelmed by a swirl of emotions and confusion, could hardly resist. Even as she felt August's hands begin to roam, her body stayed frozen, partly unable to fight back and partly, secretly expecting him to continue. She was still a woman, after all. Despite living alone for so long, it didn't mean she wasn't seeking companionship. And now, August, the man who had burst into her life so suddenly, was already carving out a place in her heart, unknowingly expanding that space with every moment they spent together. No, we can't, she finally whispered, pushing him away as her face turned an even deeper shade of red. Maidri's expression was flushed with embarrassment, yet she still managed to hold her ground. Sorry, I might have gotten carried away, August admitted, backing off slightly, though the playful glint in his eyes remained. Give me some time. Not now, she murmured. August blinked in surprise. Wasn't she supposed to snap at me, give me the cold shoulder, and storm off? Instead, she looked like someone who was dangerously close to letting her guard down completely. Maidri, now fully aware of his gaze, felt increasingly embarrassed. She had acted impulsively, blurting out what was on her mind without much thought. So, when will it be the right time? When can you fully give yourself to me? August asked with a teasing grin. Is that all you men think about? Maidri responded with a hint of exasperation, growing more agitated by his persistence. Does he want me, or is it just my body? If a man isn't attracted to a woman, it can only mean one thing, that woman holds no charm for him. But you, Maidri, you have a fatal allure for me, August said, his tone laced with sincerity. Don't use your lust as an excuse. I'm not buying it, she huffed, though the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her real feelings. 3 days ago, August had taken advantage of her, and the incident had been witnessed by the tavern's owner. It was like a seed had been planted in her heart. And during his 3-day disappearance, she had found herself constantly thinking about him. That seed had quietly taken root, slowly beginning to grow, waiting for the right moment to fully bloom in her heart. By the way, where have you been these past 3 days? Suddenly, Maidri turned to August and asked, where have you been these past few days? I was out making money, August replied with a casual smile. I'm planning to open a shop that specializes in collecting magical beast carcasses. Magical beasts. What do you need their carcasses for? I've got a little one at home, constantly hungry and in need of food, August explained. Huh, you're raising a bunch of magical beasts, she asked, curious. Not magical beasts. You'll understand in time, once you're completely mine, he teased. Ugh, quit with that nonsense, Maidri retorted, turning her head away in mild frustration as soon as August tried to steer the conversation in that direction again. August gently took her hand. By now, Maidri had grown accustomed to his little gestures of affection, and didn't mind them as much as before. Maidri, I need your help spreading the word about this. About what? I need magical beast carcasses, the more, the better. There's no limit. What are you planning to do with them? Maidri pressed. That's my secret. But once you become my wife, you'll have the right to know, he replied with a wink. Then forget it. Maidri huffed, refusing to engage in his flirtations. All right, fine, August said, chuckling. Here's the deal, I'll pay 1 gold coin for every kilogram of magical beast carcass. 1 gold coin per kilogram, she repeated, her brows furrowing in thought. At first glance, the price didn't seem all that high, but magical beasts were typically massive in size, especially bear-type or boar-type beasts. Some of the stronger magical beasts could easily weigh hundreds, if not thousands, of kilograms. Not to mention, this town was teeming with adventurers, and it was impossible to predict how many would come to sell each day. And then there was the matter of running a shop. It would need to open daily, which meant consistent spending. Even if August had made millions recently, he would run out of funds sooner or later if he wasn't careful. Don't worry about the money, Maidri, August said, his tone steady. I told you before, the one thing I never lack is money. This time, I managed to secure 45 million gold coins. Combined with the 3 million I had before, I now have a total of 48 million. Wait, how much? 48 million gold coins. Maidri's eyes widened in disbelief. Unbelievable. A number that large was staggering. Just how wealthy was this man? August, however, didn't seem to think much of it. Ever since he had gained access to the treasure of kings, August effectively possessed limitless wealth. Money had become nothing more than a number to him. Making more? Well, that was just a matter of lifting a finger. After the initial shock passed, Maidri's curiosity grew. Who exactly was this man? Even those in power, with vast influence and resources, couldn't easily come up with such an immense fortune. Yet August spoke of it with such calm, as if it were completely ordinary. What's wrong? August asked, noticing her thoughtful silence. Nothing. Just, feeling a bit overwhelmed, Maidri admitted quietly. She was used to earning just a few thousand gold coins each month, and here was August, casually tossing out figures she couldn't even dream of achieving in a lifetime. In that moment, she truly felt the vast gulf between them, the difference in wealth. August sensed the subtle shift in her demeanor. He could understand it, though. After all, he himself had once been an ordinary, overworked salaryman, scraping by. The contrast wasn't lost on him either. Chapter 326, 324, Shop. Despite her sharp tongue, Maidri diligently posted August's announcement on the bulletin board. Magical Beast Shop, we are purchasing magical beast carcasses at 1 gold coin per kilogram, no upper limit. Opposite the Ale and Eats Tavern. The moment this announcement appeared, it created quite a stir. Is this for real? Buying magical beast carcasses. Wow, if that's the case, we could earn hundreds of gold coins every day. 1 gold coin per kilogram. Isn't that a bit low? Are you serious? A single magical beast weighs at least several dozen kilograms. The bigger ones can reach hundreds, even thousands of kilograms. How is that not worth it? But what does he need so many carcasses for? Is he opening a restaurant? Who cares what he's doing? If there's money to be made, that's all that matters. Around the bulletin board, a crowd quickly gathered, all of them shocked by the announcement. At a nearby table, Stunk and Jerry exchanged astonished glances as they learned about the situation from August. However, to avoid complications, August chose not to elaborate too much. Stunk and Jerry understood this and didn't press for details. Hey, August, we're heading to the seaside tomorrow. If you're running this shop, won't you miss out? Stunk remarked. After all, it was a succubus shop, and missing out would be a significant loss. I never said I wouldn't go, August replied. But what about your shop? It'll take several days for us to go and return. Don't worry about that. Have you ever seen a boss working every day? Did you hire someone? Stunk asked, intrigued. Well, sort of, August smiled slightly. Inside his little world, he had around 20 demon maids, nearly half of whom possessed the strength of high-level demons, while the rest were at least mid-level. Once he had set everything in motion, August had delegated tasks to them. With their ability to cast space transfer magic, combined with the powers he provided from the Shadow World, they could open portals to the Shadow Realm using magic circles. So everything was under control. As for the gold coins, he entrusted all of them to the maids, keeping only a small portion for himself. Thus, the news of the magical beast shop began to spread. Although many remained skeptical, some ventured out, driven by luck, to hunt small magical beasts and brought them back. The magical beast shop occupied the first floor of the house August had purchased. Though the storefront wasn't large, it was sufficient for his needs. Among those he had brought along were 5 people, led by none other than his head maid, Laura. The other 4 maids were Bella, Julie, Marjorie, and Ivy. When they realized they were no longer in their original world, they were utterly stunned. Especially Laura. For years, as August had brought back countless magical beast carcasses, she had been curious about where they came from. Now, she finally understood, it was another world. This revelation elevated August in their eyes to an almost mythical status. Crossing worlds. That was a power beyond even the gods. August chose not to explain anything further. If his maids regarded him as divine, that was a good thing. Excuse me, is this where you accept magical beast carcasses? At that moment, an adventurer walked in, dragging a fire wolf behind him, one of the most common magical beasts, known for its relatively weak strength. Welcome, sir. Yes, we do accept magical beast carcasses here. How many do you have to trade? Bella replied with a charming smile. Ah. As he laid eyes on Bella, he was instantly captivated. She was stunningly beautiful, her aura enchanting beyond measure. Although she was a maid, Bella had once hailed from a respectable family. She had become August's maid to climb the social ladder, and later, he had chosen her for this important role. Excuse me, sir. Bella prompted gently. Oh, sorry. It's this fire wolf, he finally managed to say, refocusing on the task at hand. All right, please wait a moment. With a graceful gesture, Bella summoned a magical barrier, placing the fire wolf on it. In an instant, the numbers 25 kilograms appeared. This was a convenient spell for quick weighing. Hello, sir. This fire wolf weighs 25 kilograms, so its value is 25 gold coins. She produced 25 gold coins and placed them in front of him. The adventurer's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the coins. This shop really could exchange magical beast carcasses for gold, 1 gold coin per kilogram. And this was just for a fire wolf. What if it were a larger magical beast? He could make hundreds of gold coins. Filled with excitement, he left the shop and headed straight out to hunt more magical beasts. This was far easier than completing quests, and best of all, there were no requirements. The more he hunted, the more he earned. Bella, why do you think August is collecting so many magical beast carcasses? The magical energy in this world is so low, Ivy wondered as she stepped out from the back, perplexed by August's motivations. Perhaps it's for the young master. He's still in the budding stage, and according to Laura, he needs a lot of nourishment. These magical beast carcasses might serve as his food, Bella speculated. The young master. I can't understand why August would go to such lengths for just a plant, Ivy said, shaking her head. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, she was sent flying. Ivy, you're becoming increasingly reckless. Have you forgotten your place? Laura emerged from the back, her expression icy. A plant. That's the beloved child of the young master. Although it's still in its budding phase, it already possesses full consciousness and awareness. I believe it's a divine tree, Laura chastised. Ivy had dared to speak ill of the young master behind his back, uttering such audacious words. Laura. Ivy stammered, lowering her head in fear. Laura was the closest maid to August, and her words could easily condemn Ivy to a lifetime of servitude. Ivy, your audacity grows by the day. The young master's heart belongs to the young master. Do you know that if he found out what you just said, you would be no different from those magical beasts? What? That's impossible. Ivy exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Have you forgotten your identity? She was a maid, a personal belonging of August. How he chose to treat his belongings was entirely up to him. The realization struck Ivy with a sense of dread. Laura, I promise I won't do it again. Please have mercy. Ivy, this is your first warning, and it will also be your last. If there's a next time, I won't need August to deal with you, I'll handle it myself. Yes, I understand. Chapter 327, 325, Arrival. With the announcement gaining traction, adventurers began flooding the magical beast shop, exchanging carcasses for gold coins. The excitement quickly sparked a hunting frenzy, with throngs of adventurers rushing out to hunt magical beasts. However, bringing back their prized catches proved to be a hassle. In this context, a new profession emerged, teams dedicated to transporting hunted prey. They didn't hunt themselves but aimed to get a share of the profits from those who did, albeit a small one. August may not have realized it, but his initiative had triggered a widespread hunting craze. While some in this world did use magical beast meat in their cooking or sought specific types of meat, such as wild boar beasts, August's operation was unique in its scale and scope, especially considering it had just opened. This led to an unprecedented surge in hunting activity, though it would likely taper off after some time. The income from hunting was significantly lower compared to completing quests, and given that August had already hunted many beasts in the area, the local population had been considerably depleted. This was not a game, beasts required time to reproduce. Curiosity led Maidri to visit the shop that day. Welcome. Bella greeted her with a bright smile as she stepped inside. Taken aback by Bella's striking beauty and charm, Maidri paused. This was no ordinary woman. Excuse me, is August here? Maidri inquired. Are you looking for the young master? I'm afraid he's out at the moment, Bella replied. The young master? Maidri was surprised. The title suggested a level of significance that made her reconsider August's identity. With his wealth and strength, it hinted at deeper connections worth contemplating. If possible, may I have your name? I'll inform him you stopped by when he returns, Bella offered. Never mind, if he's not here, I'll just leave, Maidri said hastily, exiting before Bella could respond. The maid was left puzzled, wondering if she had said something wrong. Back at the Ale and Eats tavern, Maidri's emotions were tumultuous. Her curiosity about August only deepened, and she began to question whether a relationship with someone of his stature could even work. A man like August would undoubtedly not consider marrying a mere winged woman of common descent. Yet, giving up seemed difficult. There was an innate resistance within her, and having already benefited so much from her connection to him, the idea of letting go felt like too much to bear. Meanwhile, August was traveling with Stunk, Zell, Kanchel, and the orc gear toward the seaside. Stunk and Zell had accepted a delivery task to transport goods to a coastal location, while Kanchel and Gear had their own assignments. August followed along, not really having a specific purpose but simply going with the flow. During the journey, August kept himself busy, dispatching several shadow claws to hunt magical beasts along the way. Every little bit counted, after all. After nearly a day of travel, the group finally reached the coastal area. The other three went off to complete their tasks, agreeing to meet later at the largest tavern in the area before parting ways to attend to their business. With little time to spare, August didn't wander aimlessly, he made his way to the tavern first. As expected, the tavern was populated mostly by sea folk. The setup allowed aquatic beings, like mermaids, to enter directly from the water, and several tables were occupied by them. Although their beauty was undeniable, they didn't quite match the enchanting image of mermaids that August held in his mind. August's enthusiasm waned considerably as he noticed several male merfolk in the tavern. It wasn't just the mermaids, various aquatic races filled the establishment, including multi-legged octopoid beings, crab-like humanoids, and even shark-headed and dolphin-like humanoids with legs. This diversity made August realize something crucial: this world was genuinely real, with both beauty and ugliness coexisting. His attention was particularly caught by a large, rotund octopus with a rather unappealing face and physique, wobbling awkwardly as it walked, nearly causing him to lose his dinner from the previous night. "Sir, you look unfamiliar. Are you a newcomer?" A bright, melodic voice broke through his thoughts. August turned to see a stunning pink mermaid before him. Her lower half glistened like the finest coral, while her hair and even the slight fins she sported were all a vibrant pink. Her movements exuded an air of elegance that suggested she was of noble birth. "This is my first visit here. I heard mermaids are beautiful, so I wanted to see for myself," he replied. "And what do you think?" she asked, a playful glint in her eyes. "I was somewhat disappointed at first, but now I'm thoroughly satisfied," he said, smiling. "Flattery will get you everywhere." "You certainly know how to charm a girl," she responded with a teasing laugh. "Just doing my best," August said, feeling good-naturedly engaged. It's not every day that a beautiful woman strikes up a conversation, and her friendliness put him at ease. He sensed no malice from her, which made him feel comfortable. Whatever her intentions might be, they seemed harmless. The two chatted for a while, discussing the local area and the various sites. After about 30 to 40 minutes, the mermaid seemed to recall something and appeared ready to leave. "It was delightful talking with you. May I ask your name?" she inquired, glancing at him with interest. "August." "And you, lovely mermaid?" "Melody." "Be sure to remember it, August. I tend to have a good memory when it comes to beautiful women. Then I shall take my leave for now. I look forward to hearing more of your stories next time," she said, offering him a bright smile. "Of course. Until we meet again," August replied. With a graceful splash, Melody leaped into a nearby waterway and swam away into the depths of the ocean. A satisfied smile crept onto August's face. Being approached by a mermaid, especially one as enchanting as Melody, was an experience he wouldn't soon forget. Lucky guy. I know, right? Such a beautiful mermaid sister. Being handsome has its perks. At that moment, Stunk, Zell, Kanchel, and Gear emerged, glancing at the spot where Melody had vanished, their voices filled with admiration. August chuckled to himself, rolling his eyes at their antics. These four were quite the characters, and he appreciated their ability to recognize when to let him enjoy a conversation without interruption. Chapter 328, 326, Lady. Looking at the group of four before him, August sighed. "Thanks for not crashing my moment earlier." "No problem. But if you really feel indebted, how about treating us tonight?" Stunk chimed in. "Get lost, Stunk. You're just trying to take advantage of me." He had done some research on the mermaid charm shops, and the prices were steep. The starting cost for a visit was over 3,000 gold coins, with better establishments charging 4,000 to 5,000 for just one person. With 5 of them in the group, that would amount to a small fortune. While August could afford it, the look on Stunk's face, eager to benefit at his expense, made him decline outright. The experience with the snake woman from the Mia tribe still stung. He had spent over 3,000 on one outing, only for them to pay a measly 4,000 total for this trip. The four friends settled down, excited after earning a hefty profit from their last adventure. "August, Stunk and I have scoped out a great place, a mermaid charm shop called Deep Sea Paradise," Kanchel announced. "It features various sea folk beauties, though mermaids are somewhat scarce." Deep Sea Paradise. "That's an intriguing name, sounds like a water park," August remarked. "You'd be surprised, it's literally built underwater, with glass walls in the rooms. Lying in bed feels like being at the bottom of the sea," Zell added. "Wait, have you been there?" August asked. "Not yet, but I've checked it out," Zell replied, earning August's respect for being more reliable than Kanchel. Stunk and Kanchel were practically giddy with excitement at the prospect of spending time with mermaids. Just the thought of it would certainly make for some impressive stories back home. "However, there's something I need to tell you in advance," Zell interjected, his tone becoming serious. What is it?" Kanchel inquired, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "At Deep Sea Paradise, the rates are generally acceptable, but if you want to spend time with a mermaid, it'll set you back 5,000 gold coins, for just 1 hour, Zell revealed. The announcement left everyone stunned, including August. "Are you serious? 5,000 gold coins for 1 hour? That's outrageous," August exclaimed. "It's true. Apparently, there are so few mermaids available that the prices have skyrocketed," Zell confirmed. "Let's forget it, then. Mermaids are just too expensive," Kanchel said first, shaking his head. He didn't have enough money for this trip, even with quest rewards, he barely had 4,000 coins. The others, Stunk, Zell, and even the orc gear, quickly abandoned the idea. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they simply couldn't afford it. At 5,000 coins for just an hour, they would need to complete multiple quests to break even. "How about this? My shop is buying magical beast carcasses. Why not take this opportunity to hunt some beasts around here, or even some sea monsters? I'll pay you directly for the spoils," August suggested. He avoided saying he would treat them, after all, hospitality had its limits. If he treated them too generously, they might see him as a soft touch. "Really?" Kanchel asked, his eyes widening. "Of course. Why would I lie to you?" August replied. "All right, it's settled. We'll manage tonight and then get to work tomorrow." Canchel said enthusiastically. Sounds good. Agreed. Absolutely. With that, the excitement surged within the group. They were ready to face any challenge for the chance to meet the beautiful mermaids. August gazed out at the vast ocean, contemplating the differences between land-based magical beasts and their oceanic counterparts. The sea creatures were not only larger but also more formidable. Especially in the deep sea, countless monstrous beings lurked, hidden from sight. So, what are we doing tonight? Canchel asked, breaking the silence. Tonight, we're heading to Octopus Paradise, August replied. Octopus Paradise? Canchel echoed, intrigued. Yeah, it's not far from here, and I checked it out, seems promising, August confirmed. What's the cost? Stunk chimed in. It's 3,000 gold coins for the night, and you can stay until tomorrow morning, August explained. At the mention of the price, the group nodded in agreement. It wasn't cheap, but it wasn't exorbitant either. For 3,000 gold coins for a night, they could certainly indulge. August had no objections, he wasn't picky, after all. After finishing their drinks, the 5 of them made their way to the Octopus Paradise that Stunk had mentioned. Upon entering, they were greeted by a striking octopus lady, her numerous tentacles adorned with various items. Welcome. May I ask if you have a favorite lady among us, she inquired. No, this is our first time here, August replied. In that case, feel free to choose one that catches your eye, she encouraged, clapping her hands. At her signal, several more octopus ladies emerged from behind the curtain. Wow, this is something else. No pictures, just the real deal, Stunk exclaimed. I'll take this one of the group members declared. I'll go with this one, another added. I want the big one, yet another exclaimed. I'll pick this one, August chimed in, quickly selecting a blue-haired octopus lady. After paying, they all entered their respective rooms. Without wasting any time, August's chosen companion began to disrobe the moment they stepped inside. As she pressed against him, he felt an immediate, mixed sensation due to her 8 tentacles. Having watched numerous tentacle-themed shows before his journey, he was familiar with the concept but still found it somewhat uncomfortable. Could you not press your tentacles against me? I'm not a fan, he said. Oh, but guest, it feels wonderful, she replied with a sultry tone. I really don't like it, August insisted. All right, if that's what you prefer, she conceded, lifting her tentacles away from him. The suction cups on her limbs had been quite snug against his skin. Once that was settled, the octopus lady began to cater to August. Her body, soft and pliable like that of a mollusk, was adorned with a slick, oily substance that made it glisten in the dim light. Before long, both of them were fully engaged in the moment. August had a particular affinity for magical creatures, and he felt a rush of excitement in this new experience with the octopus lady. Their chemistry ignited, and things quickly escalated. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded in other rooms. The only notable difference was with Canchel. As a halfling, his smaller stature left him at the mercy of the octopus lady's grasp, turning what should have been a pleasurable encounter into one of torment. Chapter 329, 327, Ocean Hunt. The next day, the group gathered again after a night filled with silence. Among the 5, 2 of them walked in with their heads hanging low, clearly having had a less than satisfactory experience the night before. Hey, Canchel, Gear, what's wrong with you two? Stunk asked, noticing the downtrodden expressions on their faces. Had they not enjoyed themselves last night? Don't even mention it. Last night was torture for me. That woman wouldn't listen to a word I said and just clung to me, leaving me completely immobilized. At one point, I thought I was going to scream when her movements tugged at my skin too hard, Canchel lamented, lifting his shirt to reveal a series of small circular marks, resembling the aftermath of mini-cupping. Stunk and Zell burst into laughter at the sight, it was quite a misfortune. However, their gaze soon shifted to the orc Gear. Given his robust physique, he likely had a different experience. I can't stand the constant secretion of slime. It left me sticky and damp all over. Even my fur was matted together, it was unbearable, Gear sighed, his expression somber. As a beast folk, his preferences differed significantly from the others. Stunk and Zell shook their heads, somewhat exasperated. This was one of the reasons they didn't often invite those two along, there were many places they simply couldn't tolerate. Canchel was a bit different, while he was shorter, his tastes were still aligned with the rest of the group. But Gear was an entirely different case. He preferred beastfolk women covered in fur over the aquatic beauties, so establishments like that were not suited for him. Are you two planning to go again tonight? August inquired, considering how expensive mermaids were in the nature of their aquatic lineage. I might as well go. We're here once, I don't want to leave with regrets, Canchel replied, his eyes sparkling at the thought of mermaids. As for me, I'll pass. I'm not really into sea folk, Gear declined, his previous experience making him slightly averse to the idea of sea creatures. Well then, I'll wait at the tavern in the port, Once you finish your hunt, come find me so I can assess your catch, August suggested. Sure thing. It'll be a piece of cake, Stunk agreed eagerly. Zell rolled his eyes at Stunk's enthusiasm. He agreed too readily, but if they failed to meet their goal, there would be tears to shed. Hunting magical beasts along the coast was notoriously challenging. If they were serious about hunting, they might as well consider sea creatures, given that most of them were larger and more abundant. However, venturing into the ocean was much more dangerous than hunting on land. The four set off, and although Gear wasn't interested in visiting mermaids that night, it didn't mean he wasn't eager to earn some gold. August looked out at the vast ocean. While they went off to hunt, he also wanted to explore the surroundings, otherwise, spending an entire day wandering aimlessly would be quite dull. In the blink of an eye, August soared into the air, propelling himself swiftly toward the ocean. At the same time, he activated his observation hockey, scanning the surroundings for any large sea beasts. Since they were here, it was time to make the most of it, especially since countless sea creatures were rumored to lurk beneath the waves. Within minutes, August spotted a target, a colossal creature gliding through the depths. Splash. Without hesitation, August plunged into the water, maintaining his incredible speed even underwater. Deep beneath the surface, a massive sea beast moved slowly, its sheer size astonishing August. This creature was at least 20 to 30 meters long, weighing a staggering 100 tons. It resembled a whale-like magical beast, characterized by its gigantic form and powerful tail. Roar. Just then, the creature detected August. Despite its enormous size, it was still a sea beast capable of sensing the magical energy radiating from him. It did not underestimate August due to his comparatively smaller stature. In this world, the strength of one's magical power often dictated their true power. Indeed, lacking magical energy didn't necessarily mean weakness, but those with substantial magical energy were rarely weak. Boom. The creature opened its maw, unleashing a massive water column aimed directly at August. Such an attack would have obliterated Stunk and the others in an instant. In the realm of magical beasts and sea creatures, size often equated to strength. August flickered out of the way, easily dodging the attack. While it left no injuries, no one willingly took hits for no reason. In the next moment, a shadowy dragon silhouette emerged from behind August, conjuring an enormous shadow blade that spanned several meters. Slash. With the power to rend everything in its path, the shadow blade cleaved through the whale-like sea beast, striking it down in one swift motion. While massive creatures typically had great power, they were also easy targets. One couldn't expect a gigantic sea beast, measuring dozens of meters, to be particularly agile. August's gaze glimmered. A creature of such immense size and weight would surely be a feast for the sapling of the world tree. He swam closer and drew the severed whale-like beast into his small world. With a resounding thud, the sea beast fell into his realm, startling everyone within, especially the recovering Sandra and Lagnella. Having lived in secluded valleys, they had never encountered such a massive sea creature. But what shocked them even more was the sight that followed. The ground erupted with thick roots, piercing through the beast and gradually consuming it, leaving not a single bone behind. This scene was nothing short of horrific, leaving both women utterly dumbfounded. "Don't worry, the young master is merely feeding," a demon maid explained to the two. Feeding, they echoed in confusion. Indeed. The young master is a mysterious plant sprout, yet possesses extraordinary powers, the maid clarified. A plant sprout. They exchanged bewildered glances, unable to grasp the concept. Meanwhile, after devouring the entire sea beast, the sapling of the world tree gained an immense surge of life force, while the magical energy was merely a bonus. At that same moment, August felt a powerful response from the ocean. A tremendous wave of vitality surged into his body, enhancing his strength and making him feel more formidable than ever. Chapter 330, 328, Heroic Rescue. With the death of the sea beast, the surrounding waters turned a vivid shade of red. As August prepared to lay in wait, hoping to attract predators with the bloodied water, a graceful figure approached rapidly from the distance. A few seconds later, August's expression shifted to one of surprise. It was none other than Melro, the mermaid who had initiated their conversation yesterday. Trailing behind her was a pack of large sea beasts resembling great white sharks, their rows of sharp teeth glinting menacingly as they pursued her. "Mr. August. You need to get out of here, the sharks are right behind me," Melro warned, her eyes wide with urgency. Though she was puzzled by August's presence in the ocean, now was not the time for questions. As Melro spoke, the school of sharks closed in, and August noted there were at least 30 or 40 of them, each one a significant threat. "Melro, do you need my help dealing with these nuisances?" he asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Deal with them? Are you planning to fight all these sharks alone?" "That's impossible. We should just get out of here," she replied, her voice laced with concern. "Impossible." August smiled, undeterred. He focused his gaze on the approaching sharks. Buzz. A dominating presence emanated from August, a force that signified his position at the top of the food chain, a power that only those with the qualities of a king could wield, conqueror's hockey, and not just any form of it, but an extraordinary level of it. In that instant, all the previously aggressive sharks halted in their tracks. They looked at August with eyes filled with awe and fear. To them, August had transformed into the apex predator of the ocean, while they were nothing more than prey. Melro was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before her. What had just happened? Why had the sharks stopped? Who exactly was August? From this moment on, the roles are reversed. You are the prey, he declared. Whoosh. Silver chains of binding law shot out from all directions. Thud. 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 One by one, the sharks were pierced by the binding chains, suspended helplessly within them. Nearly 30 sharks were swiftly transformed into trophies. Melrose's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? These were great white sharks, effortlessly taken down. While not the most powerful of sea beasts, great white sharks were among the most troublesome. Their individual strength was formidable, and they hunted in packs, often overwhelming even larger sea creatures with their coordinated attacks, truly the wolves of the deep. Yet here, this entire group of sharks had been dispatched with such ease. August retracted the chains, tossing the defeated sharks into his small world. It was quite a substantial haul. After neutralizing the threat, August's attention shifted to the mermaid Melro. Melro, it's good to see you again, he said with a warm smile. Yes, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, Mr. August. You can even survive in the ocean as a human, she replied, her admiration evident. I'm not human, nor am I surviving in the ocean. I merely isolated myself from the water, he clarified. At that moment, Melro noticed the thin, nearly imperceptible membrane surrounding August, forming a protective barrier that kept the seawater at bay. August assessed Melro in return. Mermaids in the ocean exuded far more allure than those on land. Did you come to the ocean looking for me? Melro teased playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. No, I came here to hunt sea beasts. I just happened to encounter you at the start, August explained. Hunt sea beasts? Melro echoed, surprised. That's right, he confirmed. Then I must be quite lucky. If I hadn't run into you, Mr. August, I might have faced disaster, she said, relief washing over her. The danger posed by great white sharks in the ocean was incredibly high, even for a mermaid like Melro, who belonged to a powerful aquatic race. Today, due to an unexpected turn of events, she had found herself being chased by a pack of these sharks, truly a perilous moment. In her most desperate hour, her prince had appeared to rescue her. It was a scenario she had often dreamt about but never expected to become reality. Unbeknownst to August, Melro was now lost in her own whirlwind of thoughts. August had already savored the benefits of hunting sea beasts. Their value far surpassed that of land beasts, especially the large and supersized sea creatures, which were akin to top-tier magical beasts. Moreover, killing sea beasts required just a single strike, yet the rewards were immense. Mr. August, if you don't mind, would you come visit my home? I want to express my gratitude properly, she suggested. Visit your home, he asked, intrigued. Yes. After all, you are my savior. I naturally wish to repay you, she replied, a bright smile illuminating her face. I don't have a problem with that, but where is your home? In the ocean. August inquired. Yes, it's down in the trench over there. Many years ago, my father told me that humans often captured members of our race because both our males and females are considered incredibly precious treasures among the various races. August was taken aback for a moment, but then he understood. Although different races might coexist peacefully now, that hadn't always been the case. A few centuries back, things could have been quite different. Could visiting Melrose's home be akin to discovering Atlantis in this world? Mr. August, is that okay? Melro asked again when she noticed his silence. Oh, of course. I don't have anything else planned, he replied casually. That's wonderful. I'll lead the way, let's go quickly, she exclaimed, darting off in the direction of her home. August followed closely behind, intrigued by the prospect of seeing a mermaid's abode. He had already arranged to explore the mermaid shops with Stank and the others tonight, but visiting Melrose's gathering place first could be advantageous. Perhaps he might even save some money. After saving this lovely mermaid, August felt that her fondness for him had certainly increased. Truly, the wisdom of ancient times held true. The heroic rescue of a damsel may be a cliché, but it was undeniably an effective tactic. Meanwhile, on another part of the ocean's surface, Stank and his companions had rented a small boat and ventured out. However, once they arrived at the vast ocean, they quickly realized a critical issue: they weren't strong swimmers. While they could manage in lakes and ponds, this was the ocean. Could they truly handle it? Especially Bruz, as an orc, being thrown into the water felt like a death sentence. The atmosphere turned tense as the four friends found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. If they wanted to hunt sea beasts, their first task was to locate one, but in this endless expanse of ocean, how could they possibly find it? Chapter 331, 329, Melfork. After traversing a stretch of ocean, they arrived at a vast trench. Melro swam straight toward the depths of the trench, and August followed closely behind. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure around them became. For anyone else, this might have been overwhelming, as this trench served as a natural barrier protecting the merfolk from intruders, making it a formidable challenge to cross. As they entered the trench, darkness enveloped them, creating an atmosphere that felt incredibly oppressive. "We're almost there, follow me," Melro called out, her excitement evident. August felt a flicker of confusion. Why was Melro so thrilled? A sense of unease crept in, prompting him to remain alert. Reaching the depths of the trench and passing through a narrow tunnel, a sudden burst of white light illuminated their surroundings, revealing a breathtaking sight. Before them stood immense underwater structures, towering majestically from the ocean floor. August found himself momentarily stunned. Was this truly the merfolk's kingdom? It was astonishingly beautiful. Everywhere he looked, vibrant corals, intricately shaped rock formations, and swaying aquatic plants created a stunning tableau. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that the merfolk's realm lay hidden in this remote, ethereal underwater sanctuary. This is the kingdom of merfolk. Isn't it gorgeous? Melro proudly showcased the marvels before them. Now that we're here, can you tell me what you wanted to do? August asked, curiosity piqued. Did I give myself away? Melro replied playfully. Not quite, but it seems a bit too coincidental. I just arrived in the ocean, hunted a sea beast, and then you were chased by a pack of great white sharks, only to run into me. It's all a bit too convenient, he noted. Ah, I see. I suppose I was a bit hasty, Melro admitted, tapping her head in self-reproach. August chose to remain silent, patiently waiting for her to clarify her intentions. As for any danger, he wasn't particularly concerned. In this oceanic expanse, within the entire merfolk kingdom, he hadn't encountered any formidable beings. His overwhelming strength provided him with a sense of invulnerability. This was his confidence and his leverage. I invited you to the kingdom of merfolk because I have a request. A request? Melro, that doesn't sound like you're in need of anything, August replied, curiosity evident in his tone. Well, it's not every day I meet a handsome man, so I suppose I've become a bit impatient, she admitted, her cheeks slightly flushed. So, what is it that you'd like me to do? He asked, intrigued. I want a child. Her words hung in the water, leaving August momentarily speechless. He had considered countless possibilities in his mind, but this was the last thing he ever expected. Who could have anticipated that a woman would invite a man to the realm of the merfolk only to declare her desire for a child? What did this mean? Was she trying to abduct him? Wait a moment, Melro. I don't quite understand what you mean, he replied, trying to grasp the situation. I want a child that belongs to you, August, she clarified, her eyes sparkling with determination. But why? We've only just met, he protested, bewildered. I don't know. Perhaps it's fate, or destiny, or some other reason. But the moment I saw you, I knew I wanted you, she confessed, her gaze unwavering. As August observed Melro's almost obsessive demeanor, he found himself stunned. Was this really her true nature? A mermaid with such fervent desires for a man? At that moment, a group of mermaids appeared around them, all of them unmistakably female. August, if you agree to give me a child, every mermaid here, including me, will be yours, Melro declared boldly. May I ask why? What exactly are you plotting? He inquired, a mixture of curiosity and caution in his voice. The merfolk need to continue our lineage, and we require strong descendants. You mean to say your kind is weak? He questioned, eyebrow raised. No, you misunderstand, August. I mean, we need strong descendants, she reiterated. This revelation made August's pupils contract. He looked around, and to his astonishment, he realized that there were no male merfolk in this kingdom. Moreover, there were at least 30 beautiful young mermaids surrounding him, all without exception strikingly attractive. Just as humans have different families, factions, and even kingdoms, the merfolk are not a singular entity, Melro explained. So, you're one faction among many, he clarified. Yes, you could say we are all sisters, as we share the same father, she replied. Wait, the same father? August echoed, incredulous. Yes. Just like the previous generation, we sought out our father and thus, we were born. Listening to her words felt surreal to August. The reproductive dynamics of the merfolk exceeded his comprehension. A generation of mermaids all having the same father. And once they grew up, they returned to find a new father to give birth to the next generation. It was an utterly bizarre concept. August, would you consider becoming the new father of the merfolk? Melro asked, her eyes gleaming with hope. I don't mind, but it's quite challenging if you want my child, he replied thoughtfully. What do you mean, she pressed. I'm not human, I'm from the demon god lineage. It's not easy for me to bear offspring, at least not at the moment, he explained. That's okay. Since we've chosen you, we can try. If it doesn't work the first time, we can try again. If that doesn't work, we'll keep trying, after all, we have plenty of time, Melro exclaimed enthusiastically. At this point, her expression shifted, and if they weren't underwater, August was certain she would have drooled. As for the other mermaids, they were indeed all quite beautiful, of excellent quality. Melro, I can't stay here indefinitely. Instead, let me ask you, would you all like to come with me, he suggested. Come with you, she echoed, surprised. I have a world of my own where you and your sisters can live, he offered. A world, she marveled. This sounded outrageous, akin to someone in modern society suddenly claiming to possess their own planet, an absurdity that would be met with skepticism. August took Melro's hand and, in an instant, they vanished from their original spot. In his small world, they materialized instantly, revealing a medium-sized pond created by the expansion of this new realm. Is this your world? Melro gazed in astonishment, taking in the verdant forests and the lush green fields that surrounded them. This place was breathtaking, and unlike the deep sea, here they no longer had to worry about sea beasts or underwater tremors. Chapter 332, 330, Capture. After some time, a total of 36 mermaids, including Melro, settled into August's small world. August had successfully taken in this unusual cohort of 36 mermaid sisters, a rather formidable assembly, especially considering that each one of them desired a child. Even as he returned, August couldn't shake the feeling that this was all surreal. Had he truly acquired so many mermaids? Upon his arrival, he immediately noticed the disheartened faces of Stank and his companions. What happened to you guys? You just got back, he asked, puzzled. Don't even get me started. We rented a small boat and went out to sea, only to realize how vast the ocean is. Where were we supposed to find sea beasts? We had no choice but to catch some fish and come back, Stank lamented. Ah, well. August found himself speechless. These four were truly something else. Pretty mermaids. None left, one of them groaned. Such a wasted trip, another added. I'm the one who should be complaining. You guys had fun last night while I didn't get to, one of them whined. In contrast to the three lamenting friends, Bruz remained unusually quiet, having given up from the start. With no expectations, there was no disappointment. All right, I'll lend you some gold. I won't be joining you tonight, you can figure out how to repay me when we get back, August said, pulling out 3 bags, each containing 5,000 gold coins. He casually tossed out a total of 15,000 gold coins, leaving the 3 of them stunned. August, you're giving us that? What about you? Stank asked, concern lacing his voice. He couldn't just let his friends bear the burden alone. It wasn't just him, they all felt the same way. The charm shop visit was merely for a bit of fun, not a necessity. They certainly didn't want their friend to suffer a loss. As for me, I have a date tonight, August replied nonchalantly. A date? Yeah, the beautiful mermaid from last night. A long night of conversation, you know. As they stared at the smug August, the 3 fell silent, quickly pocketing the gold coins. Their gazes turned toward him, filled with an unmistakable aura of envy. Damn it, you lucky bastard. He's got a real-life girlfriend, one of them grumbled, jealousy oozing from his tone. Seriously. We all came here together, why didn't any mermaids approach me, another lamented. I'm so envious, truly so envious, the last one chimed in. Faced with the antics of his friends, August chose to ignore them. Since he had handed over the coins, it was clear they understood the situation, he wouldn't leave them with regrets, and they wouldn't hold back either. Besides, given the high quality of the mermaids he was dealing with, and the fact that it wouldn't cost him a dime, he had an entire night ahead of him. Who knew what kind of fun they would share? Meanwhile, the others needed to cough up 5,000 gold coins each just to gain an hour's worth of entertainment. Finding a moment to himself, August decided to take Melro out for a stroll. Wandering alone was dull, it was far more enjoyable with a beautiful companion by his side. So, you're saying your friends are going to the deep-sea paradise, he asked Melro as their conversation turned to Stank and the others. How do you know about that place, she asked, intrigued. Of course. I know the owner of that shop. They even invited me and my sisters once, but we turned them down, she explained. They invited you? Yeah, don't let my appearance fool you, I'm quite the catch around here too, she boasted, her grip on August's arm tightening. As August felt the warmth of her presence, he couldn't help but notice how her bold personality contrasted with her graceful appearance. When silent, Melro resembled a princess of the sea, but once she spoke, her demeanor shifted entirely. I visited the seaside and lured back 36 mermaids. If this gets out, I'll undoubtedly be the winner in life, August said with a chuckle. Hee hee, of course. You are the man I've chosen, Melro replied, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. August was even better than she had imagined. He possessed a world of his own, a realm that expanded daily. Such a prospect was almost unbelievable. In a few years, would a new world truly come into existence? And the man she had chosen would be the ruler of this new realm. With this thought, Melro felt she had struck gold. For an entire day, August explored the local customs and culture under Melro's guidance, who was very much a local. As evening fell, August intended to return to his small world. After all, he had so many mermaids to cherish, and he needed to put in some effort these next few days. However, Melro stopped him, refusing to let him leave. Even if it's just once, even if it's only for one day, I want to keep you all to myself, August. The days ahead are long, how could it be just once? The number of women around you will only increase, not decrease, right? Her words left August momentarily speechless, for it was undeniably true. Melro smiled softly. Although she had already decided to share August with all her sisters, her possessiveness made her desire just one night with him, just once. Tonight, as your older sister, I'm being selfish. Just once. All right, August agreed, and Melro's face lit up with joy. They headed to an inn, renting a room where she intended to give August everything she had, greedily wanting to monopolize him for the night. In this world, mermaids didn't transform their tails into legs. And August found nothing wrong with that. In fact, he felt a thrill. After all, she was a mermaid. While others might see it differently, to August, once a mermaid's tail became legs, she no longer embodied the true essence of a mermaid. As for how to please a man, August had previously been unsure, but now he understood. Mermaids were simply lacking legs. It didn't mean they were without their feminine attributes. They were just like humans. My king, love me. Melro. The night was filled with unspoken madness as August experienced what it meant to be utterly consumed. It felt as if Melro aimed to exhaust him completely. All night long, she didn't pause, even when he felt his strength waning. Only around dawn did they finally settle down to rest. August realized that although she was with her sisters, Melro was not entirely indifferent. No woman could be entirely unconcerned. If she was, there was always a reason behind it. This realization made August feel a sense of pity for Melro. As the eldest sister, the burden on her shoulders seemed rather heavy. Her choices represented the futures of all her sisters. Chapter 333, 331, The Bewitching Curse. By the time the sun was high in the sky the next day, August and Melro finally woke up. They had spent the entire morning lazing in bed together. After getting up, the two lingered with each other for a while before August sent Melro back to the inner world. After all, having a mermaid on land was far too inconvenient. When August finally found Stank and the others, he was surprised. What had happened to them? They all looked drained, lacking any energy or spirit. Hey, what's going on? August asked. Stank looked up at him briefly, then lowered his head again. Zell and Kanchel didn't even bother to lift their heads. Left with no other choice, August turned his gaze to Bruz, who seemed to be the only one acting normally. Don't look at me. I don't know what's wrong with them either, Bruz said. They've been like this since last night, haven't eaten, haven't drunk anything. It's like they're under some sort of curse. August frowned at Bruz's words and examined the three more closely. He noticed faint wisps of black smoke swirling around them. It was a curse. But that was odd. How could a visit to a seductress's shop result in a curse? He extended a hand, covered in a dark aura, and drew the black mist out from their bodies. The three wisps of curse floated like strands of hair in his palm. The darkness swallowed the curse, and August's expression darkened. It was a curse of enchantment, not deadly, but its effects were clear. It made the cursed person become hopelessly obsessed with whoever cast it. These three unlucky fools had become infatuated slaves to whoever cast the curse on them. August could guess why they looked so drained. They probably spent every last penny they had, and it wasn't unlikely that they had been manipulated as well. Just like someone heartbroken after their idol shattered their illusions, they were left in this state. My head's spinning. What just happened? Stank muttered, rubbing his forehead, groggy and confused. Zell and Kanchel were the same, feeling strange and disoriented. You three, tell me what happened last night, August asked. Last night? We went to the deep sea paradise. There, we met this incredibly gorgeous mermaid. After that, I think I spent every bit of money I had on her, Stank said, looking embarrassed. Spent it all? Yeah, gave it all to the mermaid. And then what happened? After that? We just came back, didn't we? As soon as he said it, he realized how odd it sounded. He had spent thousands of gold coins, and there was no follow-up. It didn't make sense. August looked at Zell and Kanchel. Both lowered their heads and nodded in agreement. Good thing I didn't go, Bruz said, sighing in relief. That much money wasted, it's ridiculous. We must have been under some kind of spell last night, Zell said slowly. But as an elf over 200 years old, I didn't feel any magical fluctuations. It wasn't magic, August explained. It was a curse, an enchantment curse. It's likely a special innate ability. It's not fatal, but it made you their captive. There's probably a time limit to it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let you leave. A curse. That's right. Who would have thought we'd run into something like this? August's words made the three of them furious. Damn it. I have to go back and get my money back. They swindled over 8,000 gold coins out of us. Stunk shouted. Yeah, we can't let this slide. We have to get it back, Zell added. But if we go back, won't we just fall under their spell again? Kanchel's voice trailed off, pouring cold water on their rage. August, however, only smiled slightly. The curse of enchantment intrigued him, he had never heard of such a thing before. I'll go. You three stay here, August said. August. Are you sure? You better not get scammed like we did. We may have lost a lot, but you. If you get scammed, the loss will be huge, Stunk warned. It's fine. If it's just a curse on your level, it won't affect me. That comment stung Stunk a bit. What did August mean by your level? Did that imply the curse was nothing to him? With the four of them still somewhat concerned, August set off alone for the deep-sea paradise. Since it was still late morning, almost noon, the place hadn't opened yet. Nothing seemed off as he approached. But appearances could be deceiving. August confidently strode inside. Sir, we're not open yet. Please come back later, a seductive aquatic woman said as she approached him. Her body had fins, but it wasn't clear exactly what species she was. I'm not here for entertainment. I came to ask about something. Yesterday, my three friends came here and were cursed. All their money was taken, and they spent the night in a daze. Is this how you do business? Sir, please don't make false accusations. We've never had anything like that happen here, she replied, her tone polite but dismissive. Never happened. Then why am I here? So, you've come looking for trouble, haven't you? Her voice grew colder. From the next room, two massive sharkmen appeared. Both were built like tanks, clearly experienced fighters. The aquatic woman smiled as if she'd handled this situation many times before. Interesting. Very interesting. You think you can fight me? August's eyes flashed with a cold light. Swish. Swish. Two black blades flickered, and in an instant, both sharkmen's arms were severed cleanly at the shoulder. Blood poured onto the floor. Before they could even scream, their tongues and mouths were destroyed, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. The sudden brutality left the aquatic woman completely stunned. In the hundreds of years since the world's races signed the peace pact, violence had become rare. Yet here was August, mercilessly dismembering her bodyguards as if it were nothing. Now, give me your answer, August said, as a black shadow blade extended from his feet to hover just above her head. If he wanted, he could split her in two in an instant. She was so terrified she almost lost control of her bladder. She had never encountered such a terrifying situation in her life. Chapter 334, 332, Siren. Swish. At that moment, a door opened, and a mermaid appeared in August's line of sight. Her upper body was human, and her lower half was a fish's tail, but unlike other mermaids, she exuded a seductive and sinister aura that could easily captivate anyone who saw her. This gentleman seems to be a bit impulsive, acting so harshly against my people all of a sudden, it's really quite excessive. Her voice was extremely melodious, like a heavenly tune, but August frowned. The curse he had found on Stunk and the others matched the aura emanating from this woman perfectly. So, it's you who's been scheming against my friends. A well-played curse, able to enchant guests without being detectable as magic, so it can be passed off as mere charm. Clever. When she heard August's words, her pupils contracted for a moment but quickly regained calm. Sir, I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand. Let me make you understand. As he spoke, the dark sea within August began to roil, and the sin of lust started to manifest. This was the first time August had used the power of lust sin since acquiring it, and its force was more terrifying than any curse. Swish. August grabbed her by the throat, and the power of sin quickly flowed into her body. Her once calm face twisted in agony as the sin's power was far more dreadful than a mere curse. She had used the enchantment curse to produce effects far more potent than any charm magic, but the sin of lust was like unleashing all the suffering inflicted upon others onto her in an instant. It was similar to the torment August had imposed on Renali and the others when he controlled them with lust's power, but for this mermaid, the pain was infinitely worse. In an instant, her body began to change. Her fishtail became more elongated, especially the fins, which grew thinner, and her arms sprouted fins as well. August immediately recognized her. This was a sea siren, a creature similar to a mermaid but fundamentally different. According to legend, sirens lived on an island and used their enchanting voices to lure sailors to their doom, with the island becoming a graveyard full of human bones. In appearance, sirens were nearly identical to humans, aside from their fishtails, but they were far more seductive and beautiful than regular mermaids. August released the siren and withdrew the power of sin. The siren gasped in relief, lifting her head to look at August, her eyes filled with fear and dread. This man was not human, he was a demon, a monster. For years, she had used her enchantment curse without leaving a trace, but today, this man had seen through her scheme in a single breath. And this man was terrifying, he was like a human-shaped monster. What's your name, siren? Iva. I'm Iva, the sea siren. At this moment, all of her previous arrogance was completely gone. I need you to do something for me. As compensation, I can grant you anything you desire, power, wealth, influence, anything. Please, tell me what you need, my lord. She had no choice but to comply. He held all the power, and she was nothing but a tool in his hands. First, find pure beauties from different races, except humans. For each one you bring me, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. I want quality, not quantity. Yes, my lord. Second, I need sea beasts. There's no limit to the amount. For each kilogram, I will pay you 1 gold coin. Iva was taken aback by this second request. 1 gold coin per kilogram. Sea beasts were practically endless in the ocean, and this price would lead to a fortune beyond imagination. I don't care how you do it or what methods you use. Find me the sea beasts, and you'll earn great wealth. Do you want the sea beasts alive, or just their bodies? Just the bodies. I don't need them alive. Understood. August pointed at Iva, and a surge of dark energy, along with the power of lust, entered her forehead. Iva felt a powerful darkness rise within her, making her feel almost invincible. This power was overwhelming. But along with it, there was another force that seeped into her heart. She wasn't foolish, she understood this was August's method of controlling her. Serve me well, and I won't mistreat you. But if you try to play any tricks, I won't forgive you. I wouldn't dare. Iva lowered her head. She never wanted to experience the hellish torment she had just endured ever again. August nodded in satisfaction. He had now made his first move in gaining control over the ocean. Compared to land, the sea was far more mysterious and unpredictable, but the rewards were much greater. One large sea beast could be worth a whole heap of magic beasts. I've placed a spell inside you. Once activated, it will summon one of my servants. She will handle the transactions. Yes, my lord. Now, return the gold coins you swindled from those 3 last night. Yes. Iva signaled to a sea woman nearby, who had been petrified with fear. The woman hurriedly fetched the coins. 3 bags, that was the amount Stank and the others had lost. To Iva, this was merely pocket change, so insignificant that it hadn't even been added to her accounts. Iva couldn't help but regret targeting those 3 poor men. Now, she had ended up entangled with someone far more dangerous. While she had gained some benefits, her life was now in the hands of this man. August didn't care what she thought. To him, she was merely a tool for gathering sea beasts. As long as she was obedient, he would reward her. If she tried to defy him, he would erase her without hesitation. Iva, what should we do? A sea woman asked. What can we do? We have no choice now. Spread the word. From today on, Deep Sea Paradise will be buying sea beasts, no limit, 2 kilograms for 1 gold coin. Wait, isn't it supposed to be 1 kilogram per coin? I have to make some profit, don't I? But that man just now. Don't worry. Someone like him doesn't care about such trivial matters. All he wants is the result. All right. Chapter 335, 333, Vimana. After settling the matter with the sea monster Iva, August returned with the money pouches of the 3 companions. Stank and the others were still standing in place, and when they saw August approach, their faces lit up with joy. Whoosh. August tossed the 3 money pouches directly in front of them. Ah, my money pouch. A delighted Stank picked up his pouch, opened it, and found it missing 5,000 gold coins. He wasn't alone, both of the others had the same experience. I've taken back the money I lent you. You guys can forget about spending all your savings at a succubus shop. August, that was an accident, definitely an accident. Whether it was an accident or not, I don't know. But what I do know is that this isn't your first time. Midori told me you once lost all your money at a succubus shop before. Don't bring that up if you want us to stay friends. Learn your lesson, Stank. By the way, August, how did you get the money back? We've got connections. Damn, you're just a wealthy and well-connected guy, aren't you? August didn't care, putting on a smug look like he owned the world. However, this time the gains were substantial: 36 mermaids, a new lackey, and a sea beast trading route. These were all valuable assets. Still up for shopping? August asked Stunk. No, no more shopping. This trip has been a disaster. Your luck was just bad. Damn it, you were the only one having fun. That's the charm of a handsome man, something you can't learn. That comment almost made Stunk explode with rage. The difference between people was too much. This guy had a mermaid clinging to him last night, while Stunk was conned out of his money and spent the night freezing outside. Sure, he got his money back, but the loss was all his. Alright, I feel bad for you guys, so I'll let you take a ride in my personal vehicle. Remember to be grateful. Who'd want to ride with you? Before Stunk could finish his sentence, a golden ripple spread through the air. A flying vessel made of gold and emerald slowly appeared by the shore, drawing the attention of everyone: humans, sea tribes, and other races alike. Vimana, the celestial throne of kings, the personal vehicle of Gilgamesh. A radiant boat made of gold and emerald, capable of soaring through the skies. Powered by solar crystals fueled by mercury, it could perform high-speed flights in defiance of physical laws. It possessed formidable firepower, equipped with numerous noble phantasms and even ancient nuclear warheads. There was no exaggeration in calling it a war machine, a superweapon capable of nuclear devastation. August flashed and appeared on the throne of Vimana, instantly proving his identity. He controlled Vimana to descend, and Stunk and the other three were stunned. None of them had ever seen such a godly artifact before, especially one with this level of grandeur. Hop aboard, everyone, August said calmly to the four. Stunk, Zell, Kanchel, and Bruz exchanged glances, then quickly boarded Vimana. People from all around gathered, their hearts shaken by the appearance of such a wondrous vessel. August ignored their gazes and promptly controlled Vimana to soar upward, as Stunk and Zell let out startled cries. A protective barrier formed around them. If not for the barrier, the others would have been thrown off by Vimana's speed. Hey, August, how fast is this thing? Stunk asked nervously. Speed. Yeah, what's up? You'll feel it for yourself. Before Stunk could reply, Vimana's magical power surged, and it shot forward, tearing through the air. Its incredible speed left nothing but a fleeting trail of light in the sky, a testament to its velocity. In that instant, Stunk and the others were paralyzed with fear. The speed was beyond their imagination. Though they were protected by the barrier and didn't feel the impact, the scenery flashing by was breathtaking. Is this some kind of divine artifact? The speed is terrifying, Zell muttered, his shock evident. The other three were speechless. The impact had been too much for them. Zell, with his experience, was handling it better than the others. August, who are you, really? Zell asked. I'm the current leader of the House of Demon. You can think of it like being the head of one of the elf clans. The head of a clan. Zell was stunned. He was just an ordinary elf, and elf clan leaders were high-ranking beings. Not to mention, leading an entire clan of high elves was a monumental status. The fact that August, such a high-ranking figure, would hang out with them and visit succubus shops was shocking. This twist was too much, but it made Zell fully accept August as a friend. A friend willing to set aside his status and fool around with you was truly rare and valuable. And August was exactly that kind of friend. August had no idea what Zell was thinking, but if he did, who knows how he would have reacted. The reason August revealed Vimana and even fabricated connections and power was simple: he was laying the groundwork for the future. August planned to collect both magical and sea beasts in large quantities, and these guys were crucial to that. Even though they were just adventurers, their networks were extensive. By leveraging those connections, August could rapidly expand this business. Most importantly, both wealthy and powerful people often had privileges. By spreading his identity around town through their word of mouth, August could minimize trouble. Never underestimate merchants, they would do anything for profit. Since August could only stay in this world for 1 year, he had to grow the world tree sapling as much as possible in that time. Chapter 336, 334, The Popular Review. Inside the inner world, August gazed at the vast expanse before him, feeling a rush of excitement. With an influx of magical beasts and sea creatures arriving every day, the world tree sapling was growing at a rapid pace. Supported by the sapling, the entire world within was also expanding, becoming increasingly vast. Name: World Tree, Sapling. Owner: August. Growth stage: Sprout, 0.01%. Inherent abilities: Space, Elements, Devour. After so much effort, it had finally reached 1/100%. It was a tiny step, but progress nonetheless. Though the journey ahead was still long, August was relieved to have made even this small advancement. It had been 3 days since they returned from the coast, and Stunk and the others had resumed their normal lives. Every day, they took on quests, completed tasks, and occasionally hunted magical beasts to earn some extra income. August, too, found his life settling into a peaceful routine. He didn't venture out much, instead spending time at the tavern with Melro, deepening their relationship. When not with her, he joined Stunk and the others for some fun. However, on this particular day, that peaceful life encountered a bit of a disruption. So, you guys accidentally saved Crimble on your way back and introduced him to the tavern for a job? That's right, August. Don't you want to visit the Succubus shop in the Celestial Realm? Both Stunk and Zell were beaming with excitement. After all, it was the Celestial Realm, full of angelic ladies. A Succubus shop in such a place had to be something special. They seemed to have forgotten all about being scammed by the siren earlier. Some people never learned their lesson. Besides, angels were pure beings. Running a Succubus shop would surely turn them into fallen angels. It was absurd. August didn't bother dampening their spirits, though. Who knew if they might have the chance to go there someday? In the original story, Crimble was dragged into their mischief the very first day they met. By the end of his first day in the human realm, his innocence was long gone. Looking at Crimble, who was floating midair while working, August couldn't help but think, no one would ever guess that angels in this world were actually androgynous. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around the bulletin board not far away. What's going on? Are there any interesting quests today? Ah, that. It's the review of the Succubus shop by Stunk, Zell, and Canchel, Stunk's idea. Huh. August was stunned. Were they really starting the reviews already? Curious, he approached the bulletin board, only to see familiar comments about the Succubus shop by the sea, run by octopus girls. Slippery octopus girls from the Sea Tribe. I heard the Sea Tribe opened a Succubus shop, so I checked it out. The slick, wet tentacles get you all cleaned up, and the experience is nothing short of extreme. But be warned, those sucker marks will cover your entire body. If you're married, avoid going, those marks last for at least 3 days. July 10th, Stunk. Sea folk are finally entering the Succubus business. The unique service of being wrapped in tentacles is worth the price, though it can be a bit painful at times. It depends on your preferences. 6/10, Zell. Maybe it's because of my size, but those tentacles were heavy, and it felt like I was being tied up. You have to be ready for some rough handling. Personally, I prefer a softer touch, like unboxing a treasure. This place isn't for me, though the lack of hair on the tentacles is a plus. 4/10, Canchel. We have tentacle play back where I come from, but when I hugged her, her skin turned blue like mine. Sure, my fur got sticky from the goo, but overall, it was enjoyable. August 10th, Bruz. August laughed as he read the reviews. He wasn't surprised that Stunk hadn't invited him to the review. After all, who would invite a clan leader with a reputation to uphold to something like this? What did surprise him was Bruz's review. The guy clearly didn't like his fur getting all stuck together, yet he still gave it an 8 out of 10. Wow, extreme enthusiasm, huh? Sounds pretty good. Canchel only gave it 4 points. That's pretty low. Wrapped in heavy tentacles, completely tied up. Yeah, sounds like a useful tip. I remember you're still a virgin, right, Legenti? I'm just preparing for the future, learning the ropes. Then let's head to the coast next time. The bulletin board had attracted quite a crowd, all eagerly discussing the reviews. Since so many people were gathering around, even more curious onlookers came over to check it out. Miss Melro, are there any more reviews by Stunk and the others? Sigh, I'll go grab them. Melro didn't look happy, but it was her job, so she reluctantly fetched the older reviews by Stunk and Zell. In the past, she hadn't paid much attention to these reviews, but now that her relationship with August had grown closer, his constant hanging out with Stunk was beginning to bother her more and more. After reading the reviews, August returned to find Stunk and Zell already planning where to go that night. Hey, August, you're not upset we didn't invite you to the review, are you? Zell teased when he saw August walk in. Even if you invited me, I wouldn't have gone. Melro would get mad again. I mean, what's so great about Melro anyway? Sure, she's got a nice body, but she's got a bad temper and a violent streak. With your status, couldn't you easily find someone better? Stunk continued grumbling as he ate, completely oblivious to the looks August and Zell were exchanging. Oh. So I've got a bad temper and a violent streak, do I? Sorry about that. Nah, it's no problem since it's not about me. Stunk's voice trailed off as he froze mid-sentence, his body stiffening as he turned around slowly to see Melro standing there, holding a bag, her face full of murderous intent. In that moment, Stunk felt like dying inside. Why was it always him? Melro always seemed to appear at just the right moment, right when he was bad-mouthing her. Ah, Miss Melro, I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Is that your final request? No, please. Wham! A chair came crashing down on Stunk, sending him sprawling on the floor. August and Zell watched in silence, shaking their heads. When would Stunk ever learn? Chapter 337, 335, Big Trip. Looking at the collapsed Stunk on the ground, Maidri snorted coldly. Thud. She tossed a bag to Zell, who opened it in confusion. Wow, he muttered, seeing the gold coins glittering inside. There were thousands of them, quite a hefty sum. Maidri, what's this all about? Zell asked. It's the payment for the reviews you posted on the bulletin board. Everyone's been buying into your evaluations, she explained. We earned all this just by scribbling a few words. Whoa, that's a lot. Zell exclaimed, shocked. At this point, Stunk had gotten up and, upon seeing the bag of gold, was equally astonished. They had written reviews before, but this was the first time they'd gained such popularity. Why hadn't their previous reviews ever blown up like this? Stunk couldn't figure it out. He grabbed a handful of coins, feeling a slight tinge of frustration. What are you guys planning to do with all this money? Maidri asked, looking between Stunk and Zell. Isn't it obvious? We're going to check out a new Succubus shop and write another review, they answered in unison, sounding like a pair of perfect partners in crime. This is our job, Stunk added with a grin. Exactly, work, Zell agreed. All right then, let's decide where we're going tonight. Men are just the worst, Maidri muttered under her breath, her disdain written all over her face as she watched the two of them chat excitedly. August couldn't help but laugh as he pulled Maidri into his arms. Wait, what are you doing? I'm still working, she protested. Don't worry, just take a little break. The boss won't say anything, August replied with a smile. Let me go. People are watching, she said, embarrassed. Let them watch. Everyone will know that the flower of this tavern has been picked by me, and it'll make those who fancy you think twice. At this, Maidri's face flushed even redder, though she stopped struggling. From a distance, Crimble was watching in shock. Over the past few days, he had witnessed Maidri's fierceness firsthand. At the tavern, no one dared to even joke with her, let alone try anything improper. After asking around, Crimble learned that Maidri had a fierce reputation, so he was amazed to see that August had managed to win her over. Well, Maidri. Always complaining about how much you hate men, and now you're cuddling up with one. Stunk teased as soon as he noticed them. Maidri's face flushed even more. When it came to matters of romance, her composure quickly crumbled, especially in such an embarrassing situation. Seeing Maidri in this rare, vulnerable state, Stunk and Zell burst into laughter. I'm going back to work. I don't have time for you idiots, Maidri huffed, pulling herself out of August's embrace and grabbing a tray before rushing away. August, that wasn't very smooth, you know, Stunk said with a grin. Yeah, not smooth at all, Zell agreed, still laughing. August rolled his eyes at his two friends, who never missed a chance to tease him. Speaking of which, I've got an idea, Stunk said suddenly. Huh? What is it? Zell asked. Remember, we haven't checked out a succubus shop run by winged folk, have we? Nope, we haven't. All right then, this time we're going to a succubus shop run by winged people. Great idea. August let out a sigh, realizing this was clearly a jab at Maidri, who was a winged person herself. August, are you coming with us? Stunk asked. I think I'll pass. Everything else aside, if I go chasing after other winged people, the affection I've been building with Maidri might evaporate overnight. That's a real shame, Zell commented. Have fun, guys. No worries. We'll give you the first-hand details when we get back, Stunk promised. Sure thing, August replied with a laugh, secretly thinking about how he could win over Maidri entirely in the near future. Going to the succubus shop with them right now wouldn't be a wise move. Especially since Maidri was also a winged person, she was far more appealing to him than any other. August was eagerly anticipating the day Maidri would fully give herself to him. Once her desire was unleashed, it would be unstoppable. After finishing their meal, Stunk and Zell waved goodbye to August and left. August didn't linger long either. With Maidri busy working, there wasn't much point staying around. He had already suggested she quit her job and stay with him, since he had no shortage of money, but Maidri had refused. August returned to the magical beast shop across from the tavern. Business had slowed down a bit compared to the grand opening, but the daily income from magical beasts was still significant. And that didn't even count the sea beasts coming in from Iva's territory, those numbers were no small matter either. Your Highness, you've returned, Laura, the shop's manager, greeted him as soon as he walked in. August was mostly a hands-off owner, leaving the day-to-day operations to her. Have Sandra and Julie come back yet? August asked. Not yet, but they should return tonight if all goes according to plan, Laura replied. That's good to hear, August nodded. Sandra had volunteered to venture to nearby towns to collect magical beasts. Julie, a demon maid with considerable strength, had accompanied her for protection. August wouldn't have felt comfortable sending Sandra out alone. Julie, being a high-ranking demon, also had the shadow mark given to her by August. This allowed her to store magical beasts in a shadow dimension, making it easier to transport large numbers. The two of them spent a day or two in each town, collecting magical beasts before moving on to the next. It was their first trip, and today was the day they were scheduled to return. How many magical beasts did we receive today? August asked. Today, we received just under 1,000. Most weigh only a few dozen kilograms, and there were only a few over 100 kilograms, Laura reported. Well, it's not surprising. The beasts in the surrounding areas have mostly been hunted down, August mused. Your Highness, I think we should consider expanding to other towns once Sandra and Julie scout them out. If we stay in one place for too long, the yields will only get worse, Laura suggested. Good idea. You're in charge of this project. I'll give you some extra treasure, and if you run out of coins, you can exchange them for more, August agreed. Yes, Your Highness, Laura replied, eager to prove herself. August had complete faith in her, and Laura was determined to seize this opportunity. With Hilda and Yolda away, this was her chance to showcase her talents. If she succeeded, her status would surely rise. She was currently the head maid, while Hilda and Yolda were merely attendants. But in terms of closeness to August, those two far outstripped her, especially Hilda, who was clearly August's favorite. Laura couldn't help but feel envious. Now, she had a chance to shine. She was determined to prove to August that she was just as capable, if not more so, than Hilda and Yolda. Chapter 338, 336, Returns. Time had flown by unnoticed, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. During this time, Stunk, Zell, and Crimble had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where the three had gone. Even August, who was somewhat in the know, only knew they had gone to find a succubus shop for winged beings. As for the exact location, even August had no clue, the original story barely mentioned it. Meanwhile, August's business had been growing rapidly. Now, only 5 demon maids were left inside his personal realm, everyone else had been brought into this world. Under August's careful planning, each person was sent to a different town, with 2 even stationed in large cities. The business of buying up magic beasts was increasing by the day. In addition to that, there were magical creatures. First, the Mia tribe's snake woman leader had sent over a snake woman also named Mia, for those who understood the reference, who now served as a maid in August's household. Then, both Lucy, the milk cow woman, and Iva the siren had helped August find several more magical women. Catfolk, foxfolk, winged folk, fairies, elves, sea folk, you name it. August accepted them all and placed them in his inner world. As for the realm itself, compared to 2 weeks ago, half a month ago, it had expanded enormously. August estimated that it now covered about 1 square kilometer. He didn't know the exact size, but it had grown considerably. Now, his small world had mountains, water, and forests, beginning to resemble a real world in the making. All of this progress stemmed from the growth of the world tree sapling. Thanks to the massive intake of magic beasts and sea creatures, an immeasurable amount of nutrients had been fed to the world tree. As of yesterday, the sapling had reached a new milestone, its growth had reached 1%. But despite all this good news, there was still one thing that left August feeling helpless. Over the past 2 weeks, his relationship with Melro had heated up quickly. By the end of the first week, Melro had stopped spending her nights at the tavern entirely and had started staying at August's place. However, despite this closeness, Melro still wouldn't let August take things to the next level. She was willing to use her hands or even her mouth, but she steadfastly refused to give herself to him fully. This left August both frustrated and resigned. August, Stunk, Zell, and Crimble haven't shown up for 2 weeks. Do you think something happened to them? At the tavern, Melro asked while wiping down tables. Don't worry. Bad people live long lives, while pests like them last forever. They'll be fine. That's true. Stunk really is a pest, Melro replied, clearly still holding a grudge against him. August knew full well what the trio had been up to. They had gone to a winged succubus shop, in other words, to Melro's own kind. It wasn't hard to guess why, given how many times Melro had beaten Stunk for his antics. Just as he thought about this, the door to the tavern swung open with a loud bang. 3 figures appeared at the entrance, and everyone turned to look. Smiles spread across their faces as their old friends returned. Well, long time no see, everyone, Stunk greeted them with his usual cocky grin. Stunk, you're finally back. Had a good time, huh? Someone called out. Of course. So, where'd you go this time? Read the review later, and you'll find out, Stunk teased the crowd. In these past 2 weeks, Stunk and Zell's interspecies reviews had exploded in popularity. Even the shops they had previously reviewed had seen a boost in business. Lucy, in particular, had seen a surge in visitors, thanks to the legendary stories surrounding her and August. Unfortunately for those hopeful men, Lucy had already committed her future to August, and no other man could ever satisfy her again. They left disappointed. Melro, could you put this up for me? It's our latest review. Fine, Melro replied, already guessing what kind of review it was. She wasn't pleased, but work was work. Taking the review paper, she walked to the bulletin board and posted it. Out of curiosity, she glanced at what they had written. What she saw made her blood boil. Winged folk, much like parrots, have an erogenous zone on their necks. Their cloacas are incredibly sensitive, and they possess dual-purpose openings. How could such a sensual race exist? The moment she finished reading, Melro's face darkened. Around her, the crowd had gathered out of curiosity, all reading the review over her shoulder. The tavern erupted in chatter. The neck, huh? Interesting. Very sensitive, apparently. Huh, learned something new today. Melro could only grit her teeth in silence, knowing full well the chaos this would cause. The murmurs around her only fueled Melro's anger, sending it straight through the roof. Stunk. Zell. Crimble. Nearly on the verge of exploding, Melro turned and glared fiercely at the three. It wasn't my idea to go after the winged folk, it was all Stunk. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Melro, what's this got to do with you anyway? We're professional reviewers, after all. You three. Thud. Bang. Clang. With 3 loud crashes, 1 human, 1 elf, and 1 angel all collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. Stunk, in particular, received special treatment from Melro, as she slammed a table down onto him. Standing off to the side, August felt a twinge of disappointment. These guys had already come back from their fun, yet he still hadn't managed to seal the deal. Cooing noises. However, watching Melro in front of him, August couldn't help but reach out, curious, and touch the back of her neck. The moment he did, she let out a suggestive sound that made his mind race. August. All right, they've already gone and done it. What more can you do now? Stunk is a lost cause, sure, but Crimble's been corrupted too. He's not corrupted, just liberated. Lust is a natural trait for every man. I'm no different. Stop making excuses for yourself. Melro gave him a sharp look. The reason she hadn't let August get his way yet was because he was too much of a womanizer. Let's not even talk about the women in the tavern, each of them had some connection to him. There was even a spider woman, a centaur, a snake woman, and, yes, a mermaid. And then there were all his maids. She couldn't even keep count of how many women were involved. Chapter 339, 337, Fall from Grace. With Crimble's fall from grace, the town was filled with newfound joy. Crimble, a naturally shy individual, had become entangled with Stunk, who took him around to visit the Succubus shop every day. Before long, the pure angel had begun his descent into debauchery, spiraling further down the path of temptation. August, I've suddenly noticed that your collection of exotic beauties is quite impressive, Stunk remarked. What do you mean? Look, there's Mia from the Snake tribe, Sandra from the Centaur clan, Locknayla from the Alacriny tribe, Lily from the Cow tribe, thanks to Lucina, and Melro from the Winged folk. Well, it's not that many, August replied nonchalantly. Not many? We're supposed to be exotic reviewers, but you, my friend, are a collector of exotic beauties. Hey, what can I say? It's hard not to attract attention when you're handsome, influential, and wealthy. Honestly, I want to punch you. Watching August show off yet again, Stunk was filled with a desire to take him down. But August merely ignored his remark, having had this banter countless times before. Melro-san. Just then, from a nearby table, 3 tiny fairies no bigger than a person's hand called out to Melro. I'm here. What do you need? 3 more cups of honey beer, please. Got it, coming right up. Stunk, Zell, and Crimble exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with mischief. August could easily guess that the 3 were plotting something concerning the fairies. Interestingly enough, this scene was reminiscent of a pivotal moment from the original storyline, which allowed Crimble to reveal his strengths. We haven't had enough fun with fairies yet, have we? Not at all. How about we head to the fairy Succubus shop tonight? Great idea. With their plans settled, Crimble floated over at just that moment. Hey, Crimble. Huh? Are we ordering more food? No, this is your share from the last review. As he spoke, August tossed a bag of gold coins to Crimble. Seeing the large sum, Crimble's thoughts began to drift, and the shattered halo above his head started spinning in circles. August chuckled at the sight. The angel had already been led astray and was now deeply entrenched in the abyss known as the Succubus shop. By the way, Crimble, you're joining us for work later. Work? Yes, work. We're creating new exotic reviews. Ah. Crimble's face was a mix of confusion and excitement. This little angel had truly been corrupted. August, are you coming? I think I'll pass. Ah. Have you finally become henpecked? Of course not. I just have my own fairies at home. Why spend money going out? Are the wicked wealthy? Even with so many beauties, you still have fairies hidden away. August glanced at Stunk, wanting to explain that the fairies were merely for viewing pleasure. He couldn't actually consume them due to the incompatibility of their physical attributes. Besides, all these fairies had been introduced by Lucina and now served as the caretakers of the vegetation in his little world. They were responsible for sowing and planting many of the plants. Despite their small size, they were quite diligent. However, August had no intention of revealing the details of what they were preparing for that night. This was Crimble's divine battle, and if he found out, it could ruin everything. Currently, Crimble was quite popular in the town. With his adorable clothing and cherubic face, many older women were enamored with him. If word got out about his size, he would become a sensation. Damn it, Zell, Crimble, let's get out of here. Stunk pulled Crimble away from the tavern, looking every bit the defeated man. Ah. Stunk took Crimble away again. With so many guests, do I have to handle everything by myself? At that moment, Melro approached, her gaze falling on the now empty table and the missing Crimble. Anger surged within her. This was not the first time. After finally finding someone to share the workload, Stunk had whisked him away, leaving her to fend for herself once more. I told you before, I'm taking care of you. Why do you have to come here to work? Humph. The owner has been good to me, she took me in. Until I find someone to replace me, I won't abandon my post. But that tree fairy doesn't seem interested in hiring anyone. Then I won't leave. You're just making excuses for not wanting to go. That's right. Ugh, well, as long as you're happy. August had lost count of how many times he'd said this, but Melrose's resolve had never wavered. He wasn't foolish, he could tell that her mention of the owner was just a pretext. She didn't want to be a mere decoration, a pet to August. At his side were Mia, Locknayla, Sandra, and Melro, all standing like trophies on a shelf. Even Sandra, the so-called knight, was just another object to satisfy August's twisted desires and possessiveness. She didn't want to become one of those trophies, thus, she refused to give up her job. Wait, August, you haven't gone to the Succubus shop with Stunk recently, have you? What do you mean? Wouldn't you want me to? No, it's just that I find it strange. It's not that I don't want to go, it's that the shops he goes to aren't interesting. Why's that? They're visiting the fairies' Succubus shop. Fairies. Instinctively, Melro looked over at the three fairies not far away, enjoying fruits and sipping honey beer. Hey, they're not. Yes, it's precisely because I saw them. Then why don't you go? Because the sizes don't match. You know my situation, compare it to a fairy's. Sizes don't match. Melro pondered for a moment before realizing why, her face flushing bright red. You bastard, how dare you say that in public? Hey, this is what you wanted to know. Besides, we know each other well enough, don't we? You. Looking at August, Melro found herself at a loss for words, for they indeed knew each other very well. Chapter 340, 338, Devotion. In the small world, the once expansive area had been divided into several distinct regions. August arrived, feeling a sense of disbelief at the dramatic transformation that had taken place in just a month. Daddy. As soon as he stepped in, the voice of the sapling of the world tree echoed in his ears. This brought him immense comfort. With its gradual growth, the sapling had become increasingly intelligent, now akin to a 13 or 14-year-old child. Have you been a good baby? The baby has been very good. Today, Melrosis came to tell me a story. A story? Yes, the story of the prince and the mermaid princess. The prince and the mermaid princess. In the end, the mermaid princess turned into bubbles. August was at a loss for words. This was a story he had once shared with Melro during a moment of boredom, and he was surprised she remembered it well enough to recount it to the sapling. How do you feel now, baby? Daddy, I feel great. I can already extend the roots of this world more and more. Soon, I won't need you to hunt for me all the time. You don't need to worry about that, I can still provide for you, baby. August spoke softly. Although he had put in a lot of effort to nourish the world tree sapling, he had no regrets. It wasn't about the potential of the world tree or its future, it was simply his affection for the sapling. Once it matured, it would be his true child. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, a group of tiny fairies, each barely larger than a human hand, flew over. Master, you've arrived. How does it feel to be here? It's wonderful. Much better than in the village. Good. The vegetation here is dedicated to you. All right, don't worry, Master. Pleased, August gently ruffled the head of the leading fairy, satisfied with their performance. These little ones may be small, but they possessed a remarkable talent for planting, effortlessly cultivating various plants, both in quantity and variety. However, the world was still in its infancy, and many areas remained unrefined. Especially in the forested regions, the sheer number of beast corpses seemed to contribute to the astonishing growth of the plants. August pondered whether he should bring a tree spirit back with him. After all, tree spirits were the natural managers of forests, making them ideal overseers of his woods. His fairies, on the other hand, could be categorized as flower fairies, naturally skilled in planting and adept at brewing nectar. If there had been more flowers in this small world, those little fairies would surely have started working by now. Due to external demand, this vast small world was still in an undeveloped stage. In a 1 square kilometer expanse, much of the land was a desolate stretch of black earth, with little else to be seen. Little ones, your main task is to take good care of the world tree sapling. Do you understand? Yes, we understand, Master. Though they were merely flower fairies, they were undoubtedly the most suitable guardians for the world tree sapling. August spent quite some time with the sapling, chatting as a father would with a child. He made it a point to visit daily just to talk with the sapling. After about half an hour, he finally left the small world. By now, night had fallen, and the outside sky had been painted a deep black. Creak. At that moment, the door opened, and Mia entered. As a member of the Mia tribe, she was a serpent girl who had come for the sake of wealth, as the elders of her village had advised her. As long as she was willing, she could obtain wealth that would last a lifetime. After a week of observation, she had reached her conclusion. August was indeed a lecherous man, but he had the resources to match. Rich, powerful, and capable, if she could become his woman, she would have struck gold. Upon arriving, he had already advanced her a month's salary, 20,000 gold coins. Now, she had made up her mind, even if it was merely a fleeting fling, she didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Moreover, giving her first time to such a young, wealthy, and handsome man wasn't a bad deal at all. Mia. What brings you here? Where's Lily? Lily, the cowgirl introduced by Lucina, was a gentle soul. After being sent to August, she had immediately taken on the role of his concubine, surrendering her body to him at their first meeting. She had done this to provide her family with financial relief, as she was the second of 7 siblings. She wanted to ease her family's burdens, so she willingly devoted herself to August, hoping to provide enough for everyone. Since then, she had been very diligent, fulfilling her duties as a wife without complaint. Moreover, she held no resentment toward August for seeking other women, even speaking kindly of him in front of Melro. As a cowgirl and after having been developed by August, she had now entered the milking stage, so August had been inviting her over daily. Today, however, Lily wasn't there. Mia was. Your Highness, I've come to serve you. With that, she began to remove her outer garments and underwear, unwrapping the fabric that shielded her lower half. She was stunning. Each Mia tribe serpent girl was a sight that excited men, and her current predicament was due to her insatiable desires, which most ordinary men could hardly bear. Have you thought this through? I must warn you, once you become mine, you'll never be able to escape. If I can stay by your side forever, I would be overjoyed. Although I don't know who told you that, I'm no charitable figure. Come here. Yes, Your Highness. Mia crawled onto the bed, her tail coiling around August's waist. She greeted him with a passionate kiss, and August savored the taste of the Mia tribe serpent girl once more. Meanwhile, outside, Locknella sighed in disappointment. She had planned to make a nighttime visit but was unexpectedly outpaced by a serpent girl. Chapter 341, 339, Demon King. The next day, within the tavern, as August had predicted, the atmosphere was anything but ordinary. Crimble had become a rising star. The demonesses at the fairy tribe's charm shop were all fairy-like in stature, naturally leading to a certain type of clientele. Stunk, with his substantial assets, could only choose one of the 2 larger women, while Zell, being of normal stature, had over 20 options. As for Canchel, he was available to everyone. But Crimble, with his exceptional size, had no one available for selection in the entire establishment. Once this news broke, it quickly made him famous. Everyone knew that this boyish-looking fellow possessed extraordinary assets. This ignited the interest of countless female adventurers, much like how men were attracted to youthful appearances. In women's eyes, Crimble was now in that same light. August watched all this unfold, joining the throngs of teasing and joking about Crimble. Days passed, and a peculiar group of visitors arrived in the small town. The sky above the town was shrouded in dark clouds, and a massive shadowy figure of a demon loomed ominously in the air, radiating immense magical power with blood-red eyes, as if a real demon king had descended. Beneath this demon king's shadow stood a towering female demon, far taller than an average person, delivering an impassioned speech. "I am the Demon King. Now is the time for the demon race to rule the world. The world is heading toward its doom. Yet, the magical technologies that should have been developed are still stagnating in the research phase. This wasn't a demonic invasion, it was just in time for the upcoming election season, with this demon king rallying for votes. The leaders of this world were somewhat similar to modern times, with each ruling faction coming to power through elections, particularly the current administration of the Beastman faction. With the rise of the Beastman faction, tax rates and food prices plummeted to unprecedented lows. Beastman policies. 1. Prioritize self-sufficiency in food, a small tax is sufficient. 2. Stability over development. 3. Rest well, do not labor. 4. Eat well, sleep well, play well, perform well. A series of policies aimed entirely at benefiting ordinary people, though they faced resistance from other factions whose interests were threatened, they gained substantial support from the general populace. It was precisely for these reasons they were elected. Their policies truly benefited the people, allowing many to save significantly every year. While this demon king espoused her theories, August stood by, feeling utterly disappointed. This demon king's power was merely at the upper-tier demon level, perhaps with some hidden strength, yet her capability at best matched the peak of lower-tier demons. Despite the presence of legendary beings like demons, angels, and dragons, the power structure seemed remarkably lacking. By the way, August, didn't you say you knew the demon king? Is that her? Stunk pointed at the towering demon, nearly 8 meters tall. Coincidentally, his voice caught the attention of Deathibus, who looked over in confusion. She recognized quite a few individuals, given her status as a demon king and the various diplomatic matters she handled. However, upon seeing August, her first reaction was one of puzzlement since she did not recognize him. What followed was a palpable pressure. Merely standing there, she exuded an aura that made one want to kneel. This was a difference in strength and status. August, as the embodiment of lust, the original sin demon, had ascended to the throne the moment he reached the demon king level. Even though Deathibus was a demon king in this world, before August, she remained subordinate. All demons needed to bow before the might of a true demon king. No, the demon king I know isn't her. Oh. The demon race actually has more than one demon king. That's news to me. Stunk didn't doubt it. After all, this was information not accessible to ordinary folks. Wait a moment, I, Deathibus, am the current demon king of the demon race, the only one. I have never heard of any other demon kings. Deathibus seemed somewhat displeased. This was about the reputation of the demon race, and she needed to clarify the situation. As Deathibus approached, her towering height of 8 meters instilled a subconscious fear in those around her. August frowned. Stunk's big mouth had landed him in trouble. Who are you? Who exactly is the demon king you claim to know? I am August. As for the demon king I know, little girl, you aren't qualified to know. Did you just call me little girl? I am a demon king. A demon king. To me, you're just a little girl. Outrageous. Are you provoking the dignity of the demon king? Deathibus was furious. As a demon king, she was an exalted being. However, a terrifying pressure immediately descended, and with a bang, Deathibus was forcefully brought to the ground. August wouldn't spare her just because she was a woman. From the beginning, he had never been known for his good temper. If anything, he was a self-centered tyrant consumed by jealousy. Don't bring trouble upon yourself, demon king. With a cold gaze laced with deadly intent, he enveloped Deathibus. The demon king was instantly struck with terror. Because this world was at peace, so-called demon kings were elected within the demon community. While she may have been a demon king, it didn't mean she was the true king of demons. Looking at the trembling giant demon before him and then at August, who resembled a demon god, all fell silent. Incredible. Even the demon king received no mercy and was easily subdued. What kind of monster was he? Stunk, who realized he had caused trouble, now found August even more enigmatic. Who was he, really? Your Excellency, please do not be angry. I will have the demon king apologize to you. At that moment, a green-skinned demon flew over, and upon seeing him, August almost mistook him for a mutated goblin. Most demons in this world had bluish-gray skin and were deeply obsessed with contracts, ranking second on the list of those unwilling to marry. Chapter 342, 340, Demon. Glimpsing at the trembling Deathibus, August chose not to pursue the matter further. However, he felt a deep sense of disappointment toward the demons of this world. The demon race had fallen into a state of disarray, largely due to their pathological fixation on contracts. In the original story, it was mentioned that if a male were to propose to a female demon with the words, "I will make you happy," she would turn into a lazy partner, waiting for him to provide her happiness. This led to female demons being labeled as domestic abuse victims, self-centered, and unreasonable. These labels contributed to the demon race's poor reputation. No one wanted to marry someone who acted like an ancestor. Just then, Laura descended from the sky. Most of the crowd seemed indifferent, but her demon wings caught everyone's attention. Especially Deathibus, who sensed a magical aura from the maid that matched her own power, indicating that this maid was her equal. "Your Highness, all the magical beasts have been delivered to the Shadow Realm," Laura reported. "Understood. I'll take them there now," August replied, opening the passage between the Shadow Realm and the small world. In mere moments, numerous magical and aquatic beast carcasses were transferred to the small world, consumed entirely by the sapling of the world tree without leaving a trace. "Who are you, my lady?" the green-skinned demon asked Laura with utmost caution. "I am Laura, the head maid serving His Highness," she responded. "And this gentleman is?" "His Highness is the current leader of the House of Demon." "Is there a problem?" "No, no," he exclaimed, waving his hands nervously. It was impossible for there to be an issue here. The House of Demon, named after the demon god itself, was no ordinary race. Their strength was formidable, effortlessly subduing the Demon King, and with such a powerful high-ranking demon at their side, they undoubtedly belonged to an ancient family. The disdain Laura displayed toward the Demon King suggested she might even have come from the chaotic era of old. In that chaotic time, the demon race was at its peak, holding significant power in this world. However, with the advent of peace, the demon's influence waned considerably. Deathibus cast a puzzled glance at August. She had never heard of the House of Demon, but she knew it was anything but simple. "Enough. I don't care about the current state of the demon race. You can leave now," August declared. "My lord, we're in election season. If you could support the Demon King, then." "I said I'm not interested. Do you not understand?" "Why yes, I spoke out of turn," he stammered, slapping himself on the cheek, leaving those around him in shock. Even Deathibus remained silent. She had no desire to experience that feeling of utter defeat again. August had no intention of getting involved in this world, especially since this year was a pivotal moment for that faction. It had nothing to do with him. With that, August turned to leave, and Laura followed closely behind. Stank and the others exchanged glances before trailing after them, leaving only Deathibus and the green-skinned demon behind. "Demon King, are you all right?" the green-skinned demon asked. "I'm fine, but that man is terrifying. For a moment, I genuinely thought I would die," Deathibus confessed. "My lady, I suspect he might be a powerful figure from the chaotic era." "The chaotic era?" she asked, intrigued. "It's nothing. During the chaotic era, demon kings were revered for their strength. Power was everything. The rulers ruled with iron fists, and people from that era wouldn't recognize the current demon king." "That's quite possible. I need to look up ancient texts about the House of Demon when I return," Deathibus mused, feeling a mix of heaviness and excitement. If she could bring such a deity into the demon race, their voice in the world would surely soar. "So, Demon King, where shall we go next? Should we continue the campaign?" "No, we'll return and investigate him thoroughly. Then, we'll figure out how to win him over," she instructed. "Yes, Demon King," the green-skinned demon replied. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the demon race. Meanwhile, on the way to the tavern, the atmosphere was tense. August's demeanor just moments ago felt like two entirely different individuals. "August, who on earth are you? You seemed even more powerful than the Demon King just now," Stank remarked, incredulous. "What does it matter? Here, I'm just the manager of a magical beast shop," August replied nonchalantly. "That's true, we're comrades, after all," Stank added, chuckling. "Get out of my way. I prefer beautiful women over old men," August teased. "Who's old? I'm a dashing young man in my prime," Stank protested. "Do you actually believe that?" "Indeed, you jerk. I still want to beat you up." As their banter unfolded, the previously serious atmosphere dissipated entirely. Both Stank and Jill laughed, realizing that perhaps this was the essence of friendship. Disregarding status and power, they simply enjoyed each other's company. Laura observed, puzzled. Why did August seem so invested in this ordinary human and elf? Neither had any power or background, they were just perverts who frequented the Succubus shop. What could make August care so much about them? It was a simple yet absurd reason. They had shared a moment together when they first arrived, and that was it. They were comrades in mischief, hence they were friends. Soon, the group arrived at the tavern, with Laura heading back to the shop. The tavern was bustling today, but unlike usual, Maidri didn't seem too busy. This was because a new face had joined them, Locknayla. She had found the Trent shop owner early that morning and quickly integrated herself into the establishment. With her presence, the atmosphere in the shop lightened significantly. Moreover, since Lochnaila belonged to the Alachne tribe, many curious patrons flocked to the tavern just to catch a glimpse of her. Serendipitously, thanks to Lochnaila, the Alachne tribe's reputation in the small town began to improve. Originally, they were not well received due to their association with spider mothers, but things had certainly changed for the better now. Chapter 343, 341, Growth Rate 10%. As time passed, after 3 months, August finally achieved his first small goal in this world, a milestone that brought him immense joy. Name, World Tree, Seedling. Owner, August. Growth rate, budding stage, 10.001%. Innate skills, space, elemental, devour, plunder, can root into other worlds and plunder their world essence. Today marked a significant day. After 3 months of relentless effort, the World Tree Seedling had finally reached a growth rate of 10%. This was exhilarating for August. Over the past 3 months, he had spent an unimaginable amount of gold coins, with daily expenses adding up to staggering figures. Although he possessed the Gate of Babylon, continuous hunts of magical beasts had led to a drastic decline in their numbers. Especially near human towns, magical beasts were nearly extinct. After all, wealth was a powerful motivator, and gold coins were incredibly enticing. Moreover, as the number of magical beasts dwindled, the price for purchasing them had surged to 1.2 gold coins per kilogram. While it seemed like a significant increase, it added up to a hefty sum over time. Finally, today, with the growth rate hitting 10%, a new innate skill was unlocked. This skill delighted August. It allowed him to root into other worlds and plunder their essence. This was the true growth method of the World Tree, able to support worlds and consume the sacred essence of those worlds. That is what the World Tree truly represented. In theory, most worlds, even those of a lower dimension, could allow the World Tree to grow to this extent. However, August's little world, while technically a world, was fundamentally just a space. It lacked any rules, laws, composition, or systems, relying solely on August's continuous feeding. Daddy thank you baby has finally grown up. Watching the gently swaying seedling of the World Tree, August felt immense happiness, knowing his efforts had not been in vain. The fact that the seedling could reach this point was a testament to his support, filling August, the father, with a sense of joy and pride. Baby, will rooting in this world and seizing its essence have any effect? The reduction of essence will gradually weaken this world's power. The most direct manifestation of this is that the mana within the world will become increasingly sparse, until it completely vanishes, ultimately degrading into a low-level world. Will it completely erase a world's mysteries? There is no absolute standard, Daddy. As long as you don't plunder too much essence, it will only weaken the world a little. However, if the essence is entirely consumed, then that world will indeed face destruction. I see. So, how much essence can you seize from this world in 8 months? I don't know, Daddy. Alright, then start now. Take as much as you can. Okay, Daddy. Under August's watchful gaze, a root extended from the void, piercing directly into the land. It continued to delve deeper, and the root began to expand. To be honest, this reminded August of the God Tree from the Naruto world. The God Tree would absorb the essence of a planet after being planted and eventually bear fruit. There was also the Spirit Tree from Dragon Ball, which had a similar situation. However, compared to those, his little treasure was superior, directly rooting itself in the world and consuming its essence. August wasn't particularly concerned about the world's fate. Even if it were to face complete destruction after his departure, he wouldn't mind. Now, the World Tree Seedling had finally found its footing. From today onward, there was no need to continue hunting magical beasts. In other words, hunting magical beasts no longer provided significant nutrition for the seedling. With its roots now anchored in this world, there was no longer any need to persist. The roots of the World Tree were anchored deep in the ground, beneath the underground layer of the magical beast shop August had opened, a specific location he had created for this purpose. Upon returning to the town, the first thing August did was head to the shop. Your Highness, we only have this little amount of magical beasts today. I'm truly sorry. Laura said slowly. This was not the first time. The number of magical beasts had decreased day by day for nearly a month now. On the other hand, sea creatures hadn't diminished. Instead, their numbers had increased significantly since the ocean was vaster than land. Of course, this was also due to the principle of proximity in hunting. Few people were willing to drag the corpses of magical beasts around when the effort didn't seem worth the time and profit. In this world, while the number of magical beasts remained substantial, those around the town had become quite rare. Laura, notify everyone that starting today, we will no longer collect magical beasts or sea creatures. Your Highness, has something happened? The reason is simple, the little one no longer needs them. The nutrients she requires now can't be provided by ordinary magical beasts or sea creatures. Understood, Your Highness. I will inform them right away. Currently, the maids were scattered across the neighboring towns, so they needed to be contacted. Alright, go ahead. Rest assured. After speaking, Laura summoned a teleportation array and then vanished from sight. August went upstairs, where Lily was sitting on the sofa reading. Although she was from the Cow clan, she loved to read. Previously, due to family circumstances, she had to work hard every day while also helping her parents take care of her younger siblings, leaving her no time or spare money for such luxuries. Now, everything was different. After becoming August's, these issues were no longer problems. Her family had finally seen better days, and she had time for herself. Welcome back. I'll prepare some snacks and tea. Upon seeing August, Lily's first reaction was to prepare food and drinks. No need, come here. Lily looked puzzled but obediently walked over. Though her figure was stunning enough to stir the imagination of any man, Lily was inherently a simple woman. Even now, as August's concubine, she held herself to that identity, not to vie for status, but to wholeheartedly serve her husband, prioritizing August's wishes above all else. Chapter 344, 342, Tragic. After a close encounter with Lily, August left the shop. Upon arriving at the tavern, everyone nodded in acknowledgement towards August. After all, he had become quite the celebrity in town. Not only did he spend a massive amount of gold daily at the beast merchant's shop, but he also had a harem of monster girls at home. Plus, he had even subdued the lord of the House of Demon 3 months ago. Now, August was considered a mysterious figure in town, with countless people curious about his true identity. Master, did you come to see me? As soon as he stepped inside, Locknayla rushed over and enveloped August in a tight embrace, pressing him against her chest. The sight was enough to make all the men in the vicinity envious. Locknayla had become the second belle of the tavern, and because of her, more and more people realized that the Alachnia tribe was not made up of monsters. Consequently, her social standing had improved significantly. Locknayla, let me go first. All right, master. Locknayla released her grip, but she still clung to August, even though she had to lean down considerably since she was much taller than him. Locknayla, you're still at work, try to be a bit more reserved. What's the harm? Maidri, are you perhaps jealous of me? Who's jealous of you? How ridiculous. Is that so? I wonder who it was the night before last. Ah. Just shut up already. Maidri, the winged girl, flitted over and covered Locknayla's mouth, her face flushed red. Indeed, Maidri had been thoroughly taken by August. Locknayla's arrival had instilled a sense of urgency in her. With more beautiful women surrounding August, Maidri found herself both wanting to act on her feelings yet feeling guilty for having already benefited from August's affections, leading her to reluctantly submit to him. August, I heard your shop has closed down. At that moment, a bearded dwarf nearby chuckled, the most renowned blacksmith in the area. Yeah, I finally collected enough. I've almost exhausted the inheritance my ancestors left me, so I decided to close up shop. To be honest, old man here really admires you. For nearly 4 months, you've been in so many cities, purchasing magical beasts at astronomical costs every day. To keep that up for so long, you must be quite wealthy. Well, it's just good fortune passed down from above. Ha ha ha. You old fool, it's not just good luck. If it were only luck, you would have gone bankrupt ages ago. Looking at the dwarf with his hair turned gray but eyes still bright, August smiled, neither confirming nor denying. This dwarf was one of the few wise people August had encountered in this world. By the way, where are Stank and the others? I haven't seen them around. And where's Crimble? Did they go out again? Not exactly. About a week ago, Stank, Zell, and Bruce visited a succubus shop and came back severely injured. It's been a week, and they still haven't recovered. They're still not back. What about Crimble? He went to bring them some food. What kind of shop did they go to? A low-tier, silver demon shop. I heard they almost got wiped out by a few silver demons. Ugh. Upon hearing that, August suddenly remembered that plot point from some time ago. Had it really taken 3 months for the story to unfold to this point? Watching it unfold had felt quick, one episode after another, but he hadn't expected that real life would take so long to catch up. By the way, do you want to see their evaluations? They still had the energy to write this. And how do you have it? Well, old men like me have our ways. August looked at him with newfound respect. The old man truly had the heart of a young one. He glanced at the evaluations in his hand and couldn't help but chuckle. Only had fun for the first half hour, the rest was pure torture. 1 point, Stunk. Like committing suicide, heaven and hell are just a line apart. 0 points, Zell. If the next sacrificial offering is late by 10 more minutes, I'll be dead. 0 points, Bruce. Looking at the evaluations, August could easily picture the trio's misery. These were 3 unfortunate souls who had been nearly drained dry. Low-tier silver demons were no succubi, they were purely after silver. The fact that these three dared to venture into such a place showed just how brave they were. So, what do you think? Want to give it a try? The dwarf looked at August, knowing that his reputation had spread. However, in the next moment, two lethal glances locked onto him. Raising his head, he saw Maidri and Lochnaila standing nearby, both with faces full of murderous intent. That old man is trying to drag August to a succubus shop again. He's a goner this time. That was the shared thought of both Maidri and Lochnaila. No woman would appreciate her man constantly going to a succubus shop. I was just joking. Just a joke. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He realized he was digging his own grave. Both Maidri and Lochnaila were not only well-known but also notorious. Maidri had long since earned her reputation, while Lochnaila had tied up several men who tried to mock or bully her and hung them at the entrance. All right, you two. August quickly intervened. If anything happened to the old men, it would be a tragedy. Upon hearing August's words, the two finally relented. The dwarf wiped the sweat from his brow, filled with a newfound admiration for August. What a model of manhood. Not only did he have numerous wives, but he also frequently visited succubus shops without his women causing a scene, at most, just a little jealousy. He truly was a winner in life. By the way, do you want to check on those three? No way. Let them all die. Without hesitation, Maidri outright refused. She was grateful that August hadn't been around last time. Whether the outcome was good or bad, she couldn't bear to see August in such a place. The thought of being swarmed by low-tier silver demons made her feel uneasy. August sighed. To be honest, he had been quite preoccupied recently, knowing they were only a little away from reaching 10%. He had been running around everywhere, even personally hunting sea beasts. Finally, today, he felt completely liberated. Chapter 345, 343, Contract. August had long since lost interest in the succubus shop. In this small world, various species of monster girls had already formed an enhanced legion, each type represented. Most of them came from less fortunate backgrounds, following August for money, only to choose to stay forever in the end. A brand new world, expanding every day, and the men they had devoted themselves to was the master of this realm. These factors alone were enough to entice most women to offer themselves willingly. Thus, just 4 months after arriving in this world, August had achieved all his objectives. In the past, he would have left by now, but because the world tree seedling was currently siphoning the essence of this world, he could not depart just yet. The seedling was still in its sprouting phase, relying on August for its manifestation in this realm. If he were to leave, the roots of the world tree seedling would become ineffective. So, August continued to linger here for 8 months. During these 8 months, he exemplified what it meant to live a hedonistic life surrounded by thousands of beautiful women in a harem. The number of monster girls continued to grow each month. After all, in this world, there were simply too many types of monster girls from various races, especially within a single race where the types varied. For example, cat girls from the feline race were diverse, not all of them looked alike. Having completely indulged himself, August's strength reached the limits of the Demon King level just before his departure. As for reaching the 9th tier, known as the Transcendent, he had yet to find a clear path. In this world, August had indulged in countless desires, a land teeming with succubi in every corner. Name, World Tree, Seedling. Owner, August. Growth stage, sprouting, 35%. Innate skills, space, elemental, devour, plunder, contract. Those who enter a contract with the World Tree will have their souls returned to it upon death, and consuming magic power can lead to rebirth. Over the course of these 8 months, the World Tree seedling successfully achieved 35% growth. At the 30% mark, it even awakened a new innate skill, contract power. After awakening, August had everyone around him form contracts with the World Tree seedling. This way, even in the event of an unforeseen incident, there would be a final safety net. Now, the day for the end of this vacation drew ever closer. Maidri, Lochnaila, it's time for us to leave, August announced as he once again entered the tavern, delivering his final ultimatum. At that moment, both women paused their activities. Lochnaila was fine with this. She came here mainly to pass the time and to accompany Maidri, helping to alleviate her stress. However, Maidri had developed feelings for this place. After all, this was where she had spent many years working and living. The thought of leaving, perhaps never to return, left her feeling a twinge of reluctance. When, she asked. The day after tomorrow, August replied. Is it really that soon, she exclaimed. Yeah. Maidri nodded, fully aware of August's plans, and she understood that her departure was inevitable. But still, she felt a deep attachment to everything here. Oh no, we're really leaving, the tavern owner, a tree spirit adorned with vines, emerged at that moment. Indeed. Are you coming with us? August inquired. I'm fine either way. I have no real ties here. But, honestly, I'm quite concerned about you, Maidri, the owner replied. Then let's go together, Maidri said. All right. Seeing the owner's immediate agreement left Maidri stunned. Wait a minute, you won't be with August in that way, will you? She asked, her eyes wide. No, no. My relationship with August is not like that, the owner reassured them. Then why did you agree? Maidri pressed. Because August asked me previously if I would take care of a forest. I agreed, and since he's leaving, I should naturally accompany him, the owner explained. Now it was Maidri's turn to be baffled, while August simply smiled. The tavern owner was an ancient spirit, and her claim about caring for the forest was just an excuse. The real reason was her fondness for Maidri. Having lived for several centuries, the tree spirit had come to see Maidri as a surrogate daughter over the years, which explained her concern. August had drawn her in based on this connection. Of course, the primary reason was that he hadn't found another tree spirit. Tree spirits were rare, and finding one that suited him was even harder. Eventually, the choice fell to the tavern owner, and the outcome was undoubtedly successful. With Maidri's assistance, the owner withdrew all her accumulated wealth from the tavern. August was taken aback by the sheer amount. Though he knew taverns could be lucrative, this was beyond his expectations. Nearly 30 million gold coins, all in cash, piled up in a hidden underground storage room of the tavern. To be honest, August was somewhat perplexed. If she had so much money, why would she still run a tavern? She clearly didn't lack for funds. If only we could take the tavern with us, Maidri sighed, gazing lovingly at the establishment, her home. That's possible, August replied with a grin. Really? Is that true? She asked, eyes wide with excitement. Absolutely. You've been to the small world before, right? It's just a matter of fitting an entire town into a corner, he assured her. Indeed, the small world had already evolved into something akin to a realm. When it had just reached 1%, it covered 1 square kilometer, and now at 35%, it far surpassed August's expectations. After all, reaching 1% didn't equate to merely 1 square kilometer, the rate of growth was accelerating continuously. But putting that aside, the current small world was already quite expansive. Boom. Then, before Maidri's astonished gaze, August effortlessly uprooted the entire tavern, leaving behind a massive pit. He then directly tossed the tavern into the small world, establishing it as a new residence there. Next, August planned to build the first town within this small world. Although the population was still small, it would continue to grow over time, allowing for the constant expansion of the town. One day in the future, this world would form a true system, becoming a realm of its own, rather than just a vast space reliant on August. Chapter 346, 344, Max. As August looked around at the familiar surroundings, a smile broke across his face. After more than a year, he had returned to this place, back to where it all began. Pushing open the door, August stepped out of his room, feeling the familiar sense in the air. Especially the presence of someone he had missed, who was just a stone's throw away, less than a few dozen meters. Aario, August was finally back after experiencing the worlds of high school DxD and interspecies reviewers. His strength had dramatically increased compared to when he left. August. You're still in the familia. I thought you'd left, said Loki, her surprise evident. Loki, it's been a while. August greeted her with enthusiasm. Huh? What are you talking about? Didn't we just see each other this morning? Wait, no. You seem to have undergone some significant change, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Loki examined August from head to toe. As a goddess, she could sense the passage of time on him. But how could there be such a drastic change in just a few hours? Of course, she had no idea that August had traversed 2 worlds and had been away from Aario for over a year and 3 months. To everyone else in this world, it was as if August had never left. Nothing much, just a little something. By the way, Loki, can you help me update my stats? August asked casually. Updating your stats again? Are you kidding me? Didn't you just update them a few hours ago after defeating Otter? Why are you doing this again? Loki replied, her brow furrowing in disbelief. Well, there's no harm in trying. Besides, I have some good wine, he said, revealing several bottles of fine liquor he had collected during his time in interspecies reviewers. The aroma of this wine is incredible. It may not match your previous Mount I, but it's such a unique flavor, I've never seen anything like it. Loki exclaimed. Want some? Absolutely. Let's go update those stats. August chuckled, realizing that Loki was giving him an out. The difference in his state was too significant. Even though she wasn't a goddess, she could sense something was off. Loki had noticed, but she chose not to address it directly. As the chief goddess, few were as competent as her in all of Aario. Even if he was her child, with secrets she couldn't fathom, she remained unconcerned. As they entered the familiar room, August felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him before removing his clothes. Loki took out a needle and pricked her finger, letting her divine blood drip onto August's back. A soft glow flickered, and Loki's eyes widened in disbelief. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level, Max. Strength, EX. Endurance, EX. Dexterity, EX. Agility, EX. Magic, EX. Magic, Shadow Dragon, Grand Cross, Great Spiraling Ring, Siro, Kurohitsuji, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu. Skills, Original Sin, Lust, Gate of Babylon, Insulated Claw, Hockey, Demonization, Full Counter, Shadow, Heavenly Gifted Skills. Development Abilities, Mystery, Magic, Hunter, Luck. Level Max. All attributes EX. Not to mention this plethora of additional skills and spells. What on earth was going on? These stats were simply ridiculous. Hey, what exactly did you do? What's happening here? Loki demanded, her curiosity piqued. August had anticipated this reaction. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission, Mark of History, achieve the unprecedented, obtain reward, Super Gacha Draw 1. This took August by surprise. A hidden mission completed. Unprecedented. That requirement was insane. But the reward was indeed generous, a chance for a super draw. Loki, if I told you I travel through worlds, would you believe me? I would. Really? You believe that? You have the marks of time passing on you, and when I first saw you, your gaze was like a soldier returning from battle after years apart. Your strength has grown exponentially. You truly are a goddess, you're impressive, he complimented. What on earth did you experience today? Loki asked, her tone serious. The change in August was far too drastic. As I said, I crossed dimensions. To put it simply, I traveled to another world, where I spent over a year. But when I returned, time here had not moved at all. His explanation left Loki in silence. As a goddess, she knew that worlds were not singular. Yet, even the Orneos had never broken the barriers between worlds. For beings of this world, transcending such limits was practically impossible. Now, this rule had been shattered. Her child had achieved something even the gods could not. Not only did he traverse to another world, but he also returned unscathed. It seems you have your own secrets. But that's a good thing, Loki remarked. Sorry, Loki, I can't disclose any details about it, August replied. It's fine. I don't mind, I'm just glad you're okay. Thanks. Cut the pleasantries. If you really want to thank me, give me that wine. Here, it's all yours. August presented an array of drinks, red wines, white wines, beers, fruit wines, and even a bottle of divine liquor from the Gate of Babylon. Wow. So much wine. This is fantastic. Loki exclaimed, feeling as though she had stepped into paradise. But soon, she caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma. Pulling the cork from a pure gold flask, the scent of fine wine filled the entire room. Loki's eyes lit up, this was wine that rivaled even divine beverages. Without wasting any time, she took a hearty swig. Ah. This is exquisite. August, what kind of wine is this? She asked. This is divine wine from another world, said to be brewed by the god of wine, August explained. The god of wine from another world. Well, it can't compare to the divine wines brewed by Soma in heaven, she said. Don't ask me. That's just the legend from that world, I didn't bring it from the god of wine, he replied defensively. I see. Still, this is good wine, I really like it, she said, downing more of it. In the Familia, Riveria, their Mama-san, often kept a close eye on her. As the chief goddess, she couldn't afford to be hungover every day. Thus, aside from hosting banquets, her drinking was heavily monitored by Riveria. Given Riveria's authority within the Familia, no one dared to buy Loki drinks, though her taste for expensive liquor also played a role. After all, as a goddess and a notorious drinker, she wouldn't settle for ordinary wine. Chapter 347, 345, Lesson. After greeting Loki, August left. Loki didn't mind at all, with the fine wine in hand, he had to hide it before Revelia found out, or it would be confiscated. So, he needed to act quickly. As August walked through the residence of Loki's faction, every passing member greeted him warmly. Thanks to the previous expedition and August's contributions, they had set an unprecedented record. They spent the least amount of money while reaping several times the rewards. This left countless people envious of August, whose spatial abilities were incredibly convenient. Moreover, August's strength was formidable, even the leader, Finn, had openly acknowledged that August ranked among the top in their faction's combat prowess, even surpassing Ace. With strength and ability, it was natural for everyone to admire and respect him. Upon arriving at the training ground behind the faction, August found Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, Revelia, and Finn all gathered there. During the previous expedition, August had demonstrated his power, which deeply motivated them, especially Bet and the others, who were not pleased to be overshadowed and were determined to catch up with August. "Hey, everyone's here," August said, immediately drawing their attention. Ace instinctively moved closer to August. Looking at him, she sensed a subtle change within him. After more than a year apart, August felt joy at seeing Ace again. The atmosphere around them was charged with unspoken feelings, and it was evident that love was blossoming, leaving everyone feeling somewhat like they were being served a plate of dog food. August, Ace, I know you two are in love, but we're still here. Could you tone it down a bit?" Finn finally couldn't hold back. His remark resonated with the others, especially Tiona, whose resentment was palpable. The reason her older sister remained single was because she was infatuated with Finn, while Tiona herself was single purely out of lack of a partner. Now, seeing Ace with a boyfriend only deepened her disappointment. "Cough, okay, we understand, Finn," August quickly replied, sensing the awkwardness. Ace, blushing, lowered her head in realization. With August's arrival, everyone's gaze constantly shifted around him. "By the way, August, I heard from Loki that you defeated Otter in the dungeon yesterday. Is that true?" Finn suddenly asked. To be honest, he had been shocked when he learned about it. He and Otter had been rivals for a long time, one was a hero, the other a warrior, both leaders of the prominent families in Aario, and their conflicts were frequent. However, Otter's strength far surpassed his, being at level 7, while Finn was merely at level 6. Finn, is that true? No way, has August really become that strong? Even Otter wasn't a match for him. That's the ultimate weapon of Aario we're talking about. If he's been defeated, then August is the new ultimate weapon. This is just too demoralizing. What a monster you are. Before August could respond, the others began to chatter excitedly, as it was indeed hard to believe. It's true. To be honest, I'm not sure how strong I really am now. You're quite confident, August. It's the truth. A faint smile crossed his lips, revealing an undeniable and absolute confidence. In this world of adventurers, the power structure was relatively low. For instance, Finn, despite being a level 6 veteran, would likely not stand up to a high-class devil in the DXD. TCH, just because you defeated that pig-headed guy, you think you're so impressive. At that moment, Bet chimed in, his tone slightly aggressive. In an instant, Finn and the others changed their expressions. Bet was notorious for his sharp tongue, and August was known for his arrogance. When these two clashed, trouble was bound to follow. Boom. Before Finn and the others could react, August was already in motion. The overwhelming presence of a demigod surged from August, enveloping everyone present, except for Ace. The combination of Conqueror's Haki and the pressure of a demigod could only be termed as Divilic Conqueror's Haki. The others were merely suppressed, unable to move. But Bet, who had caught August's ire, collapsed to the ground, unable to muster the strength to even raise a finger in the face of August's oppressive aura. Bet, this isn't the first time you've spoken out of turn to me. I've kept quiet until now, but that doesn't mean I don't have a temper. What do you want to say? You look down on the weak, on those who are smaller than you, yet you, yourself, are a weakling, especially in my presence, you're like an ant. The might of a devil king was on full display, revealing that as a high and mighty ruler, he would not tolerate being questioned by mere insects. Finn and the others watched in disbelief, astonished by how much August had grown. He had only joined Loki's faction a few months ago, yet he had completely surpassed them. Gore. Bet gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. The gap between them was simply too vast. August was at the limit of level 8, a uniquely powerful being of Divilic royalty, just one step away from level 9, and he was a lust devil, the master of a realm. In contrast, Bet was merely a level 5 adventurer, nothing more. Because of your past, you despise the weak, but fundamentally, you're merely hating your weaker self. And don't use your ignorance as a weapon, that's just foolishness. Bet didn't harbor any malicious intent and wasn't a bad person, that much was clear from the start. However, his infamous sharp tongue was undeniably true. Especially since Ace had thrown herself into August's embrace, Bet had been subjected to countless jabs. Over and over again, it left him confused about his own situation. Mocking the strong when you are weak is akin to seeking death. August, just let it go. Bet didn't mean any harm. August glanced at Ace and released the pressure of his Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, everyone felt a wave of relief, while Bet's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of the chasm that now separated him from August, as if an insurmountable gulf had formed between them. Chapter 348, 346, Gift. As Bet stood up, the atmosphere around them suddenly grew tense. Finn looked anxiously at August and Bet. They were all family, so why did it have to come to such an awkward confrontation? I'm sorry. Just as everyone held their breath, Bet bowed deeply to August and offered an apology. This moment left everyone stunned, especially Tiona, who had always been Bet's rival. Had this arrogant wolf actually set aside his pride to apologize to August? This was so out of character for him. Even August had not anticipated that Bet would apologize. I accept your apology. As August's voice rang out, the serious tension in the room evaporated instantly. Finn let out a sigh of relief. This was what family was supposed to be like. Ha ha ha, Bet, I can't believe you actually had a day to apologize. I'll remember this forever. Shut up, Amazon. Go die. Ouch, someone's angry. I'm going to take you down. Come at me. I'm scared of you. Ah. Watching Bet get riled up again by Tiona, everyone erupted in laughter. It was clear to all that Tiona was trying to lighten the mood. Her antics had managed to put everyone at ease. However, the strength that August had displayed was something they would never forget. It was simply overwhelming. Quietly, August took Ace and slipped away, and no one said a word. August, you seem different. Well, I've been through some things. That must have been tough. Ace embraced August, wanting to share her warmth with him. August's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Despite having traveled through 2 worlds, he hadn't really encountered any trouble. Especially in interspecies reviewers, where he had indulged himself for nearly a year. Even considering the time spent on serious matters, it didn't amount to a full month. As for high school DxD, he had been on a roll, breezing through everything with ease. Although he had been gone for more than a year, August hadn't experienced much hardship. In fact, he found it rather enjoyable. But he couldn't share any of this with Ace. Ace, I have a gift for you. What kind of gift? Just close your eyes first. Okay. Ace obediently shut her eyes, her curiosity piqued about what August would give her. The next moment, she felt her lips being sealed. As she opened her eyes, she found herself locking gazes with August. Instantly, Ace was immersed in the gift that August had bestowed upon her. August began to awaken the latent power within Ace. He had confirmed during his time in high school DxD that all his dependents inherited the seed of the 3-color hockey. Among all of August's abilities, only the 3-color hockey constituted a power system, the others were merely skills or talents. Thus, every one of August's dependents would gain dark power along with the 3-color hockey. Suddenly, Ace realized a powerful force was rising within her. Unlike her magical power, this force felt akin to her inherent strength. Observation hockey. Armament hockey. Both forms of hockey awakened in an instant, and Ace understood everything clearly. August, what is this power? After August released her, Ace's first instinct was to inquire about the 2 powers coursing through her. This is hockey. It's a force everyone possesses by birth, but in this world, it needs a seed to awaken. So, were you giving me the seed just now? Exactly. What about the others? They can't have it, Ace. You should understand that. All right. Ace felt a twinge of disappointment, but it quickly faded as she embraced her newfound strength. In truth, even without August, she would eventually awaken it over time. Swish. The black armament hockey coiled around Ace's arms, and she felt the enhancement in both power and defense. Meanwhile, observation hockey expanded her senses, allowing her to perceive everything around her. But this wasn't the true gift from August. With a wave of his hand, the door to the gate of Babylon opened, revealing a katana slowly emerging from within. The blade, known as Enma, was adorned with floral engravings on its sheath and had a 3-petaled tsuba. It was a renowned sword crafted by the famous smith Shimatsuki Kozaburo of Wano country. In the One Piece world, it was one of the swords wielded by Kazuki Oden, the weapon he had used throughout his life. Along with his other famous sword, Aim no Habakiri, these blades had caused the X-shaped scars on Kaido's abdomen. August had drawn this sword long ago, alongside Whitebeard's Naginata. This sword actively absorbed the haki of its wielder. If held by an ordinary person, they would be drained of their haki and perish, but in the right hands, it became an exceptionally powerful weapon. This very blade had been tamed, or rather, mastered, by August. The reason he was gifting it to Ace was that it could amplify her haki. What is this? Ace gazed at the sword in astonishment, an inexplicable urge to grasp it coursing through her. This sword is called Enma, a legendary blade of the 21 great grade swords, recognized as one of the finest swords in the world. It's so powerful. As Ace took hold of the sword, she felt her newly awakened haki being drawn into it. However, it only absorbed a portion, and then Enma emitted a clear ringing sound, as if celebrating its newfound master. August was unaware that within the gate of Babylon, Enma had been tightly suppressed by countless treasures. Now that it had finally escaped, it was understandably jubilant. Although legendary swords possess a spirit, this spirit was vague, it didn't even have a consciousness, making it easy to bond with a new master. August felt a twinge of regret. He should have given away the Hyorinmaru and Kyuka-Soijetsu, merely gifting Enma felt somewhat insignificant compared to the other offerings. This resolved August's determination to keep any exceptional swords he might draw in the future for Ace. As for Murasame, August didn't plan to give it to her just yet. Although he had no use for it, he still coveted the cursed blade due to its poison against dragons in high school DxD. It would be fine to wait until he obtained that before gifting it to Ace, especially since the cursed blade held little meaning in August's hands. Chapter 349, 347, Hockey. Early the next morning, August was pulled along by Tiona, and the group made their way back to the dungeon. This time, the party was quite large. August, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, Bet, and Lafia, together, they set off towards the depths of the dungeon in high spirits. However, unlike before, the dungeon held little meaning for August now. First, August no longer lacked money, nor did he need weapons. The only aspect that still intrigued him was the magic stones, the solid form of magic that in Aario was akin to modern electricity. During this trip to the dungeon, August hardly had to intervene, all the monsters were dispatched by Tiona and Bet. Particularly Bet, who gave August the impression of being overly friendly. Thus, the group arrived at the 17th floor. It had been a long time since August had been to this familiar place. In the past, August had relied on Ace's strength to destroy Goliath's magic stone at the last moment, completing the quest to defeat Goliath several times. After that, in the Battle of Redemption, he had exerted all his effort to bring it down. Now, however, August possessed strength far beyond that of Goliath. Boom. Has Goliath been reborn? Tiona exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence, they had just arrived, and Goliath was already back. As Tiona's words echoed, the crystal wall shattered, and the towering giant Goliath emerged. Roar. Upon its arrival, it emitted an ear-splitting roar, filling the entire crystal area with its sound. Following this, Goliath's gaze settled on August and his companions as it began to advance. The purpose of all monsters was to attack all outsiders in the dungeon. Hey, let me send you home. Tiona grinned, ready to take action. However, before she could move, Ace was already on the move. Seeing this, August couldn't help but smile. Was she eager to test the power of hockey? That certainly sounded like Ace. Whoosh. Ace raced across the ground like a gale. Roar. Goliath raised its fist and brought it crashing down towards Ace. Ace, watch out. But as Ace sprinted forward, she lowered her head slightly. No one knew why, but at that moment, she seemed completely oblivious to Goliath's attack. In an instant, everyone, especially Lafia, watched Ace with bated breath. Boom. However, just as the attack was about to land, Ace seemed to have eyes on her head, she flipped and leaped onto Goliath's fist, continuing to climb up its arm. Then, she drew her katana, surprising everyone. They realized that Ace wasn't wielding the desperate today, but a knife they had never seen before. Whoosh. As Ace unsheathed her katana, she immediately coated it with hockey. While enveloping the blade with hockey, the katana began to absorb Ace's power, the entire blade covered in a layer of dark, armored hockey. Although the katana was a powerful blade of the 21 Awazamano, it was not a black blade. If Ace could refine it into a black blade using hockey, it would greatly enhance the katana's power. Slash. Without any unnecessary flair, she leaped directly in front of Goliath. With hockey coursing through her katana, she executed a powerful downward slash, the black blade energy cleaving through the air. In an instant, Goliath was split in two down the middle. As Ace landed and sheathed her katana, Goliath's body, along with its magic stone, crumbled into two halves, disintegrating with a resounding crash before turning into black ash. Hey Ace. You've gotten even stronger. Tiona, Tioni, Bet, and Lafia were all stunned, particularly Tiona. This black power was something she had only seen August use, surely something he had passed on to her. Yet, as Ace looked at her katana, she felt it was still somewhat unwieldy. After all, she had always used a rapier, focusing on speed for swift kills. Now, suddenly wielding a katana required time to adapt and familiarize herself. Ace-san. You're amazing. Lafia ran over to congratulate Ace. No, I'm still far from it. Ah. But Ace-san is already very strong. No, I still have a long way to go. The person she was referring to was none other than August. That morning, she had sparred with him. From start to finish, she had been the one to be toyed with. August's strength had long since surpassed hers, a gap that felt immense. As they spoke, August and the others approached. How does it feel? It still feels a bit uncomfortable, after all, it's new and will take time to adjust. If it's too hard to get used to, I can swap it out for another weapon. I have others. I will master this sword. All right, then give it your best. Now they understood, Auguste had gifted this katana to Ace, which explained her choice to switch weapons. However, this katana was quite rare, there weren't many like it in Aario, piquing their curiosity about where Auguste had acquired it. Auguste paid little attention to their expressions. After returning to Aario, his mindset had shifted significantly. What had started as caution and hard work had transformed into a sense of acceptance. Now that Auguste had reached a pinnacle of strength, the gap between the 8th and 9th tiers was not easily crossed. After defeating the floor boss, Goliath, the group continued onward. Upon entering the safety zone of the 18th floor, they did not linger and continued to delve deeper. Upon reaching the 19th floor, everyone joined the fray. Although dispatching the monsters was easy for them, it was not something one could handle alone in a short time. Auguste, on the other hand, remained as nonchalant as ever. All nearby monsters were instantly cleaved to pieces by the shadow blades formed from the shadow dragon, while all the magic stones and loot were tossed into the treasure vault by Auguste. Watching Auguste at that moment, Lafia felt a sense of disorientation. Was this really the same Auguste she knew? Previously, he had often swept his gaze over her and teased her, provoking her frustration. Now, it seemed as though Auguste had lost interest in her, no longer paying her the attention he once had. This made Lafia uncomfortable, a sentiment that was common among many women. Chapter 348, Reunion. What Lafia did not know was that, in a previous world, Auguste had encountered countless beautiful women. Thus, the once fiery heart of Auguste, driven by lust, had quieted considerably. When he first arrived in Aario, he bore the mindset of an underdog ready to rise, brimming with anticipation of becoming a remarkable figure. This, of course, ignited some impatience within him. Not just in Aario, but even in the DXD, Auguste found himself in similar situations. After all, he carried the sin of lust within him, which only fueled the fire. However, a year of unrestrained indulgence had brought a newfound calm to Auguste's heart. Especially regarding beautiful women, having experienced so much made him less affected than before. Unless they were fictional waifus he had once fantasized about, Auguste had built a significant resistance against the charms of others. In contrast, Ace was in a state of heightened excitement due to her newly acquired abilities and weapons. When it came to battle, she threw herself into it with all her might. With the power of observation hockey at her disposal, her perception became razor-sharp, allowing her movements to flow seamlessly during combat. As she darted among the monsters, there was no need for careful observation, her gaze was fixed solely on her prey. With her advanced perception, she could dodge all incoming attacks. Why do I feel like Ace has become so sharp? It's as if she can see through everything, Auguste mused. Indeed, Ace's fighting style and movements are incredibly swift and fluid, Tiona chimed in, noting the difference in her friend. Tioni, accompanying her sister, couldn't help but agree. They had watched Ace grow, and this new fighting technique was unlike anything they had seen before. The only explanation for such a transformation was Auguste's influence. Auguste had become increasingly mysterious in their eyes. After a considerable time traversing layer after layer, the group finally halted on the 30th floor to take a much-needed rest. They were not invincible, after all, this was the dungeon, and they needed to recuperate. As soon as they stopped, Tiona's thoughts began to whirl. Auguste. HM. What's up, Tiona? Auguste replied, maintaining a platonic demeanor. He only wanted to remain friends with Tiona, especially after she had encouraged Ace to stay with him during a tough time when he had been heartbroken over Lafia. He had never forgotten that moment. I wanted to ask if you taught Ace how to turn her weapon black, she inquired eagerly. I did, Auguste confirmed. Could you? Nope. Ah. Tiona's face fell in disappointment, her hopes dashed. Beside her, Tioni shot a disapproving glance at her sister. Such inquiries were inappropriate, an individual's unique abilities were personal treasures, not something to be handed out casually. Ace and Auguste were more than just friends, they were partners, and Tioni couldn't fathom Tiona's audacity. Could you share what kind of ability that is? Tiona pressed on, causing Tioni to feel like throttling her sister. I mentioned it before, but it seems you forgot. Let me explain again. This is hockey, specifically armament hockey, which enhances one's strength and defense. There's also observation hockey, which heightens one's perception, Auguste explained. Perception ability. No wonder Ace seems so sharp today, Tioni remarked, nodding in understanding. She glanced at Ace, feeling elated. The stronger Ace became, the better it was for their familia. Nearby, Bet watched Auguste, wanting to ask something but hesitating to speak up. Auguste observed everything, choosing to remain silent. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the air, causing everyone to instinctively take cover. From the passageway leading from the 31st floor to the 30th, a striking female elf with white skin and crimson eyes emerged. Filvis, what are you doing here? Lafia exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. Before their expedition, she had befriended Filvis and had learned some harmonious chants with her assistants. Lafia. What brings you here? Filvis responded with a smile, though her expression shifted upon spotting August. Her pupils dilated in shock. She would never forget the vivid memory of a man calmly enjoying snacks and tea in the depths of the dungeon, surrounded by mist while hordes of monsters fell victim to his strength. That scene had been utterly astonishing, especially when he had almost caught up to her. Although he had ultimately spared her, she couldn't shake the feeling that he knew her and had once harbored murderous intent toward her. At that moment, August also recognized Filvis, a character hidden deeply within the original story, marked by tragedy from start to finish. Lafia was perhaps the last glimmer of hope in her life. Transformed into a monster by the deity she had loved and worshipped, and having endured such a harrowing existence, her life had become a torment. Despite repeated suicide attempts, all had ended in failure. Ultimately, Lafia, Asfi, Ryu, Aisha, and Bet had cornered her, resulting in her demise when the magic stone shattered. Yet to August, this seemed more like a form of salvation. She had desired to perish at Lafia's hands. After all, transformed into a monster and fused with her other self, Filvis had at least reached level 7, possibly nearing level 8. Being killed by such a group seemed implausible. Even with the enhancement from Tsubaki's magic that boosted her strength, everything still felt a bit forced. From August's perspective, this was clearly a narrative-driven demise. Filvis, it's been a while, August greeted. Filvis blinked, caught off guard by his voice, while the others stared at him in confusion. Hello, may I ask who you are? She replied, puzzled. Don't you remember me? Allow me to reintroduce myself, I'm August of the Loki Familia. Please don't forget again, he stated with a smile. So you're the new rising star of the Loki Familia? The collector, she inquired, surprise etched on her face. That's me. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, genuine admiration in her tone. August grinned. From their earlier exchange, he had sensed that she hadn't forgotten him, she was merely pretending. And that was what made it intriguing. August eagerly anticipated seeing how her powers had evolved into something monstrous, perhaps he could discover some amusement in it. Chapter 351, 349, Eudius. Previously, Filvis had interacted with Bet and Lafia, but not with the others. Moreover, Bet and Filvis didn't get along well. They couldn't stand each other. Lafia, I've got something to take care of, so I'll be leaving now. Alright, take care on your way. You too. After saying goodbye to Lafia, Filvis quickly left. The others noticed her departure, sensing she didn't enjoy being around them. Given her past, no one thought much of it. Only August knew why. Filvis was deliberately distancing herself from Lafia and the others, especially Lafia. The old Filvis had perished in that tragedy long ago. Now, she was merely a monster wrapped in human skin, unwilling to connect with anyone. Though the term Grim Reaper wasn't flattering, it suited her. All of her former teammates had died in the dungeon, and she had a hand in that. There were too many secrets tied to her existence. Frequent contact with others would risk exposing those secrets, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. Filvis-san. Watching Filvis's quickly retreating figure, Lafia felt a bit puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. At this moment, August brought out some food and drink, inviting everyone to take a break and refuel. After all, their dungeon expedition was just beginning. After resting for about half an hour, the group set out again. As they ventured deeper into the dungeon, Lafia, who had been fighting independently, gradually moved closer to August. Everyone else was busy handling their own battles, and it would be troublesome to look after her. Naturally, August became the best option. Watching the shadow of the dragon's remnant shred all the monsters with ease, Lafia couldn't help but admire August's strength. Despite being a rookie who had joined the Familia less than half a year ago, he had already surpassed everyone. And yet, she, who had been nurtured within the Familia for so long, even receiving personal instruction from the royal Lady Riveria on magic, was still stuck at this level. The difference between them was stark. The 37th floor, the domain of the floor boss Eudius. August had slain Eudius just a few months ago, and it was still too early for the monsters' respawn. But since they were already here, it would be a shame not to trigger a respawn, wouldn't it? Ace. As he spoke, August tossed a candlestick holding a blue candle to Ace. Ace caught it and immediately understood his intention. Water candles were no stranger to her, August had used them many times before. Ace, what's that? A water candle. A water candle. It's an item August made. When lit, it increases the spawn rate and frequency of monsters. Tioni, and Lafia were momentarily stunned. Isn't the birth of monsters decided by the dungeon itself? Since when could an item influence that? Before they could say more, Ace had already lit the water candle and prepared herself. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. After an hour with no changes in the surroundings, the others were growing restless, but August and Ace remained calm. Ace, are you sure that candle isn't expired? No. But it's been an hour. We waited 2 days last time. 2 days. Tiona was in disbelief. Waiting a couple of hours was one thing, but 2 days. That was insane. What surprised her more, though, was that Ace had actually waited that long before. Boom. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A massive skeletal figure emerged from beneath the floor. The 37th floor boss, Udius, had respawned. Incredibly, the floor boss had been revived early. Crash. Before they could process what was happening, Udius pulled a pitch-black skeletal greatsword from the ground. A sword-wielding Udius, it was a rare sight. Roar. Udius let out a furious roar, swinging the massive greatsword down toward August. Clang. But mid-air, the shadow blade blocked the attack. At the same time, August raised a single finger. A terrifying concentration of magical energy gathered at his fingertip, forming a small black orb. Black Zero. Boom. In an instant, a beam of dark green energy shot forth, obliterating everything in its path. Udius, who had just respawned and was prepared for battle, was instantly reduced to ashes, his massive magic stone disintegrating along with him. The remaining bones collapsed into a pile on the ground. With a resounding thud, the skeletal remains shattered into dust, leaving behind only the black greatsword. The 37th floor boss, a monster powerful enough to rival a level 6 adventurer, typically requiring an entire party to defeat, had been felled in one strike by August. The battle had ended so swiftly that it barely felt like a fight at all. Looks like I got lucky, the greatsword dropped. August picked up the black skeletal greatsword. With a bit of refinement, it could easily become a first-class weapon. If they could find a master blacksmith and put in some effort, the resulting weapon would be nothing short of legendary. Otter's weapon had been forged from a similar greatsword dropped by Udius, and it had cost a fortune to create his exclusive armament. While Ace efficiently extinguished the water candle, August casually collected it. This black greatsword was certainly a profitable find for this dungeon trip. Yet August didn't seem too concerned, as he no longer had a need for money. He casually tossed the greatsword to Bet. What's this about? Bet looked confused. August had spatial storage capabilities, why give the sword to him? Consider it the reward for today. All the magic stones and drops we've gathered so far are mine, but this is for you guys. Whether you sell it or forge it into a weapon is up to you. Chapter 352, 350, Devour. As August stood before the massive skeletal sword, the 4 adventurers accompanying him were left speechless. This was incredible. The magic stones and loot they had gathered along the way were only worth a few 100,000 at most, nowhere near 1,000,000. But this item alone was worth at least tens of millions. And just like that, August was giving it to them. Oh, by the way, you can sell it to Otter. I'm sure he'll be more than willing to pay a high price for it, August suggested with a sly grin. During his previous battle with Otter, August had destroyed Otter's weapon. Now, Otter was likely searching for materials to forge a new weapon, and there was no way he could get his hands on a sword like this one. The skeletal sword was far beyond his reach, especially since the current Udius had been forced to respawn through the use of a water candle. Unlike its first resurrection, this one wasn't a natural occurrence. Furthermore, the resurrection process for Udius took several months, so there was no chance Otter could claim it anytime soon. Why would Otter want to forge a new weapon? One of the adventurers asked. August shrugged casually. Well, during our last fight, I shattered all his weapons. So, I'd imagine he's currently lacking anything useful. The group was stunned silent for a moment. The way August nonchalantly mentioned breaking someone's weapons, only to then sell the materials for a new one at a high price, it was quite the strategy. Well, do whatever you want with it. The sword is yours now, August said, handing over the skeletal sword. But August, this is too valuable, one of the adventurers protested. August waved it off. Don't worry about it. I'm not short on money these days. His tone was almost obnoxiously carefree, like a man flaunting newfound wealth. The adventurers exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of his generosity. So, does this mean our dungeon exploration is over for the day? Lafia asked, breaking the awkward silence. We can call it here if you want, August said, then added, but I've got something to take care of in the deeper levels. You guys go on ahead without me. I'll go with you, Lafia offered immediately. August shook his head. I'll move faster on my own. Don't worry, I'll be back by nightfall. All right, Lafia sighed reluctantly. The rest of the group could only watch as the two exchanged sweet words, feeling a little overwhelmed by their growing intimacy. While the adventurers appreciated August's generosity, they could do without the excessive affection on display. After saying their goodbyes to Ace, Tiona, and the others, August began his solo journey, diving deeper into the dungeon. As the group made their way back to Aario, Ace couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Do you have any idea how strong August has become now? I'm not sure, Ace admitted, but right now, I feel weak compared to him. It's not just you, we all feel the same way, Tiona added with a hint of admiration. His growth is unreal. It's like he's cheating or something. He just keeps getting stronger at an impossible rate. Ace glanced back toward the direction August had gone, a shadow of doubt flickering in her eyes. She had fallen behind. She couldn't keep up with him anymore, and she was starting to feel like a burden. Though August had never said so, Ace couldn't help but define herself that way now. Meanwhile, August was moving at an incredible speed, his black wings unfurled as he flew through the dungeon's layers. Flying was so much faster than walking, allowing him to cross an entire level in a fraction of the time. In just under an hour, he descended from the 37th floor all the way to the 59th, the deepest known layer of the dungeon, a place his familia had only just recently conquered. Upon arriving at the 58th floor, August noticed that the area, once turned into a wasteland from battle, had now sprouted into a dense tropical jungle due to the presence of the demi-spirit. The lush growth covered the scars of war, making the area seem almost peaceful again. August reached the heart of the dungeon and stretched out his hand. In the void, a crack slowly formed, and from it, a single root extended. As soon as the root touched the ground, it rapidly burrowed into the earth, anchoring itself deep within the dungeon. The world tree sapling had begun its work. The world tree had the power to consume the essence of entire worlds, and devouring a mere dungeon was no challenge. The dungeon itself was a living miracle, a self-sustaining entity where monsters were endlessly born, killed, and reborn. Each resurrection consumed magic, and upon death, the monsters dropped magic stones. August had long suspected that the dungeon was absorbing magic from the world around it. But none of that mattered now. His plan was to destroy the dungeon entirely. Living or dead, everything in the dungeon would be consumed by the world tree. Its roots would drain the dungeon of its essence and magic until there was nothing left. In time, the dungeon would be reduced to history, just like the rest of this world. Not only would the dungeon be consumed, but August also had plans for the world itself. By draining its essence, he would cause the mysteries of this world to slowly fade, reducing it to an ordinary realm devoid of gods and magic. This was August's ultimate goal. In this world, the greatest mystery wasn't humanity or the various races that inhabited it, nor was it the dungeon or monsters. It was the gods themselves. While the gods had granted humanity divine blessings that unlocked hidden potential, those same blessings also placed limits on them. The highest level one could reach was LV9, no more. But if the world's magic and mysteries were drained, the gods would be the first to disappear. Without them, what kind of world would this become? August could hardly wait to find out. Daddy, can I devour everything? The sapling's voice rang out sweetly in August's mind. Of course, sweetheart. This is all for you, he replied with a smile. Yay. The sapling's voice was filled with joy, and it wasted no time digging its roots deeper into the dungeon. What August didn't know was that the moment the world tree sapling took root, the entire dungeon erupted into chaos. Every layer of the dungeon began spewing out monsters in droves, leading to the deaths of countless adventurers. The so-called safe town on the 17th floor was overrun by monsters, its newly rebuilt structures reduced to rubble once again. Unaware of the destruction unfolding above, August pulled a magic scroll from his treasury. It was a teleportation scroll, something he had drawn long ago. Though it had been useless in other worlds, it was now finally of some value, as it was keyed to his room in his familia's home. With a flash of light from the magic circle, August was instantly transported back to the Loki familia's headquarters in Aario. Chapter 353, 351, Chaos. In the days that followed, the city of Aario descended into chaos. The reason was simple, the entire dungeon had erupted into a violent frenzy. Monsters were spawning in overwhelming numbers, and even the floor bosses were reviving ahead of schedule. There was a looming threat that they might break through Babel and flood the surface. In response to the guild's call, all the familia united to launch a counterattack against the invading monsters. However, despite their efforts, the death toll rose with each passing day. Monsters, being the children of the dungeon, would revive even if killed, but adventurers were not so fortunate. They would grow tired, suffer injuries, and die. Even the top-tier adventurers could not withstand the endless battles without breaking. August, of course, had a good idea of the cause. It was likely because he had planted the world tree sapling in the dungeon, triggering the uprising. But he didn't particularly care. He simply kept an eye on Ace, Tsubaki, Haruheim, and Belle. As for the others, their fates were of no concern to him. In the depths of the guild, at Auranus' altar, the gods had gathered. Aario was founded by Auranus. 1,000 years ago, in order to defend against the monsters pouring out of the dungeon, Auranus created the fortress city that became the prototype of Aario. At the guild's underground altar, prayers were offered to the dungeon, and with divine might, the dungeon was suppressed, preventing monsters from emerging onto the surface as frequently as they had in ancient times. But now, the dungeon was in chaos. Monsters were spawning at an alarming rate, and the gods were growing restless. If Aario fell, their carefully cultivated playground would be lost. So naturally, all the gods gathered here to question Arenas. Arenas, what is going on? Why are so many monsters being born in the dungeon? Hermes was the first to speak. He had the closest relationship with Arenas and knew many secrets, but even he was at a loss this time. I don't know. 3 days ago, the dungeon suddenly erupted, and monsters began to multiply. Could it be that a god has secretly entered the dungeon, triggering its reaction? We can't rule out that possibility. There was an absolute rule in Aario: gods were strictly forbidden from entering the dungeon. The dungeon despised the gods, and if it detected divine presence, it would react by trying to eradicate the deity. Now, with the dungeon in a frenzy unlike anything seen in a century, the idea that a god might have entered was a reasonable suspicion. After all, the gods were a self-centered and reckless bunch. And gods were not only in Aario, there were many outside the city as well. But Aario had the highest concentration of deities, which is why it became the labyrinth city and the center of the world. So, what should we do? Right now, it's impossible to enter the dungeon, Loki chimed in, clearly anxious about the situation. This time, we need everyone to unite, form the strongest team, and delve into the dungeon to find the cause of the chaos and a way to resolve it, Arena said slowly. As soon as he finished, all eyes turned to Loki and Freya. As the twin pillars of Aario, their familia were by far the strongest. Especially with August and Otter. Otter, known as Arario's final weapon, was powerful, and August, a new generation prodigy, was even stronger. Absolutely not. Sending my children to their deaths. Are you insane? The dungeon is a monster's lair right now. Even the strongest adventurers would be worn down and killed. They're humans, not gods. Their strength and stamina are limited. Loki's right. My children belong to me. How could I sacrifice them so easily? Neither Loki nor Freya was willing to send their familia members into what seemed like a suicide mission. For Freya, especially, both Otter and August were off limits, Otter, her most powerful subordinate, and August, the first man in millennia to captivate her completely. Humph, how selfish of you, Loki, Freya. Refusing to act just to preserve your strength. How disappointing, Apollo sneered. Apollo, you bastard, what did you just say? Do you want to die? Loki shot back, fury rising. Loki, stop yelling. I can hear you just fine, Apollo responded, unbothered. You piece of trash. Do you want to start a war game with me? At the mention of a war game, Apollo immediately paled. His familia couldn't hold a candle to Loki's. Still, he quickly regained his composure. In the current situation, there was no time for war games. Even if he and Loki agreed, Uranus and the other gods would never allow it. Enough, Loki, Apollo. That's enough, Uranus commanded, silencing them. Loki had no choice but to stop, while Apollo grinned triumphantly. Other gods began to chime in, and the discussion once again centered on Loki and Freya's familia. After all, the safety of Aario was at stake. In the midst of the gathering, Dionysus wore a small smile. He didn't know what had caused the dungeon to riot, but he welcomed it. If he could fan the flames of chaos, perhaps by releasing even more monsters, then his long-held desire to see Aario destroyed might finally be within reach. Loki, Freya, you can't be so selfish. You must think about the bigger picture, he said smoothly. Exactly. You have the strongest familia in Aario. With the city in danger, you must contribute. That's right, Loki. You're our last hope. Your adventurers are all top tier, level 7 and level 6. They'll be fine. All you need to do is find the source of the chaos and deal with it. Voices rose from all around, all pressing Loki and Freya to send their familia into the dungeon to solve the crisis. Shut up, all of you. Loki snapped, her patience at its limit. If you're so brave, why don't you go? Do you think I'm easy to push around? Keep it up, and I'll destroy all your familia first. If we're all going down, I'll make sure you go down with me. Her words stunned the room into silence. Loki was notorious as an evil god, and if pushed too far, she would absolutely follow through on her threats. Most of the gods present didn't have strong familia, many only had a single level 3 adventurer to their name. If they had even one level 4 or level 5, they were considered fortunate. Chapter 354, 352, The Imposing Defense. As the gods continued their heated debate, Dionysus quietly slipped away. With everyone's attention focused on Loki and Freya, no one noticed his departure. Leaving the guild's underground altar, Dionysus returned to his familia and immediately sought out Philvis. Philvis, go check the situation in the dungeon right away. If possible, release the sealed monsters. Understood, Lord Dionysus. Philvis nodded and began contacting her doppelganger. After being transformed into a monstrous being, Philvis had been unable to accept her new self, but eventually, she came to terms with it. After mastering the doppelganger magic, she split her dark side and the monstrous powers into a separate entity. The Philvis of today was only half of her original self, with the other half embodied in her doppelganger. In Aario, now veiled under a blanket of dark clouds, a masked figure swiftly moved through the shadowy streets. The Babel Tower, originally constructed to suppress the monsters underground, was now tightly sealed. A large number of adventurers surrounded it, ensuring that nothing could break through. The entrance to the dungeon had been closed off, and to prevent a potential monster breach, adventurers were stationed around it as a precaution. The masked figure slipped through the blockade without a sound and entered the Babel Tower. At the sealed dungeon entrance, several powerful adventurers stood guard. Among them were Finn, Riveria, and Gareth from the Loki Familia, along with Otter, Alan, and the 4 flame warriors from Freya's Familia. Additionally, the leaders of other powerful familias had gathered there as well. The situation was dire enough to warrant the combined efforts of all the major familias. This made things difficult for the masked figure. If there had only been a few adventurers, sneaking in might have been possible. But with so many present, attempting to break into the dungeon and reopen its entrance was nearly impossible. To be honest, Otter, I never imagined that one day we'd be fighting side by side, Finn remarked, glancing at Otter. The two had been rivals for years, so it was surprising to find themselves on the same side. The other adventurers exchanged wary glances as well. As the heads of the 2 most powerful familias, tensions had always run high between them, and their relations were anything but amicable. Finn, hasn't that man shown up? Otter asked. Are you talking about August? No, he hasn't. He's a newcomer to our familia, a seed of hope, we can't afford to lose him. A newcomer? That man is a monster, a true monster, Otter replied coldly. Behind him, neither Alan nor the 4 flame warriors disputed this claim. In fact, August had become something of a fixation for Alan, haunting his thoughts. The eldest of the 4 flame warriors couldn't forget how August had single-handedly overpowered all of them, a feat that cemented him as a fearsome figure in Alan's mind. Finn, however, was unaware of August's astonishing feats. He merely thought Otter was referring to August's victory over him in the dungeon, considering it no small feat to defeat Aario's strongest adventurer. To Finn, such a newcomer truly was a monster. But the rest of the adventurers were on edge due to the current crisis. Now was not the time to stir up old rivalries. Since Otter hadn't been defeated publicly, only a few people from the 2 familias were aware of the event. To everyone else, Otter was still seen as Aario's strongest adventurer. Otter suddenly turned toward a corner, sensing a faint killing intent. But when he looked again, there was nothing there. He chalked it up to his nerves, or perhaps a disturbance among the monsters below. The masked figure, hiding in the shadows, was surprised. Otter had almost noticed her. It seemed the man's instincts were sharper than she expected. However, with so many people present, breaking through the blockade and opening the dungeon entrance would not be easy. Then, as she scanned the adventurers outside, an idea came to her. During the recent monster festival, she had brought some newly bred monsters to the surface. Although the ones near the pool had been dealt with, some had survived and were still hiding in Aario's underground waterways. If she could use these man-eating plant monsters to create a distraction, even for a short time, it would give her the opportunity she needed. With this plan in mind, the masked figure began to summon the plant monsters. As a modified beast tamer, this was well within her abilities. Boom. Monsters have appeared. Everyone, attack. Don't let them escape. Right. Let's get them. Mages, start chanting. We'll cover you. There are too many of them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, drawing the attention of those inside the tower. Not good, Finn. Those plant monsters from before have appeared. Tiona came running in, her face full of urgency. Plant monsters. The new species. Yes. Could it be, the monster on the 59th floor wasn't the main body? Finn muttered, causing a ripple of shock among the adventurers around him. Loki Familia had recently slain a corrupt spirit on the 59th floor of the dungeon, marking a legendary achievement. It had been confirmed that the new species of monsters were all created by this corrupt spirit to gather magical energy. But now that these monsters were reappearing, did that mean the spirit had survived? Could it be responsible for this new chaos? Otter, I'm leaving things here to you. I'll go check outside, Finn instructed. Understood. With a curt nod, Finn rushed out, followed by his group. The square in front of the Babel Tower had already turned into a battlefield. Plant monsters were everywhere, and many adventurers had been caught off guard. Because the monsters' vines had ensnared several adventurers, the mages couldn't freely cast spells for fear of harming their allies. Damn it. Tioni, bet, let's go. Yeah. Understood, Captain. It's about time. With Finn's arrival, the adventurers regained their morale. The four of them charged into the midst of the monsters, swiftly cutting them down. Within minutes, the number of plant creatures began to dwindle rapidly. Chapter 355, 353, The Barrier is Breached. As Finn and the others departed, only Otter and his group remained behind. While there were still a significant number of people, the crowd had thinned considerably, and most importantly, Riveria, the Nine Hell, was no longer present. Without her, the situation had become much less dangerous, especially when it came to dealing with magic. Although Otter was still a formidable presence, the masked figure didn't fear him. Seizing this rare opportunity, the masked figure began gathering magic power. This was the reason she was most pleased that Riveria had left. The strongest mage in Aario would have sensed her magic immediately. Without Riveria, her surprise attack could proceed as planned. Obliterate all foes, Holy Staff of the God, Supreme God's Staff. The masked figure unleashed her most powerful spell, Supreme God's Staff, a lightning-based magic with explosive force. Boom. In the next second, terrifying bolts of lightning shattered the sealed dungeon passageway. Damn it. Someone's sabotaging us. Who are you? Curse it all. In a swift moment, the masked figure's plan succeeded. The sealed passageway to the dungeon was now breached, and in an instant, a mass of monsters surged out like a flood released from a dam. There were goblins, minotaurs, and even powerful monsters from the deeper levels. Among them were enhanced species, standing out in significant numbers. Boom. Otter raised his greatsword and, with a single swing, tore through the monsters charging at him. Alan and the four Flames warriors rushed forward as well, battling the flood of creatures. If these monsters broke through, Aario would become a monster-infested nightmare. Having achieved her goal, the masked figure prepared to leave. Who are you? Boom. Otter hurled his greatsword, driving it into the ground right in front of her, halting her escape. He stared her down. Covered in a dark cloak and wearing a mask, the figure gave away no information about her identity. She had come well prepared. The ultimate weapon of Aario. Who are you? This isn't something you need to know. Are you a remnant of the Evilus? You can think whatever you want. After all, those trying to destroy Aario and cause chaos throughout its streets in the past had mostly been remnants of the Evilus. Although the Evilus had been eradicated years ago, at the cost of many adventurers' lives, fragments of their influence still remained. Now, with the dungeon in turmoil and hordes of monsters swarming out, it was easy to suspect the involvement of the Evilus. The cloak the masked figure wore wasn't ordinary either. It was a special garment crafted by Dionysus himself, using a mix of monster materials and magical disguises. It was nearly impossible for anyone, even the gods, to see through its enchantments. Thud. 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 At that moment, Finn and the others returned, their faces growing pale as they witnessed the swarming monsters. This is worse than the monster festival, and by the looks of it, there are more creatures still waiting to break through below. Riveria. I can't, Finn. If I release magic here, I'll take everyone with me. Besides, Babel Tower can't take much more. Damn it. Finn gripped his twin spears and charged into the fray. He moved with terrifying speed and precision, cutting down every monster in his path like a whirlwind. The others followed suit, joining the battle. The monsters were already too close, retreating was not an option. Aario will be destroyed, and this world will return to chaos. Leaving behind these chilling words, the masked figure disappeared. Her task was complete, and the rest no longer concerned her. Though Otter seethed with anger, there was nothing he could do now. The monster surge had become unstoppable, and even he was trapped in the thick of battle. The creatures weren't strong individually, but their sheer numbers overwhelmed even someone of his caliber. He had to slay them one by one, his sword never stopping. As for magic, only smaller-scale spells could be used here. Large-scale magic risked damaging Babel Tower, and if it collapsed, nothing would stop the monsters from pouring out of the dungeon without restraint. Finn, this isn't working. There are too many of them. We need to retreat for now. Understood, Riveria. Finn fought his way over to Riveria, clearing the surrounding monsters to give her space. Herald of the End, Snow Eternal. At the twilight hour, rise the tempest winds. Sealed light, frozen earth. Whirling snows, triple winter, thy name is Alf. Rejoice, Fimbulwinter. Whoosh. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of cold swept across the battlefield, freezing every monster in its path. Although Otter and the others were affected by the attack, their immense strength protected them. Only a light frost clung to their bodies. In a matter of moments, the horde of monsters had been transformed into a field of ice sculptures. The adventurers took the opportunity to pull back, retreating from Babel Tower. Fighting inside had forced them to hold back, and they had been at risk of being buried by the monstrous tide. Roar. Hiss. Snarl. Soon, the frozen monsters began to break free from the ice, resuming their relentless charge from the dungeon. Outside, the gathered forces were ready. Loki Familia, Freya Familia, and other adventurers stationed to defend the area were poised for battle. As the monsters poured out, every warrior rushed forward to engage them, launching into a fierce fight. Though they managed to resist the onslaught for a time, it was clear that defeat was inevitable. The monsters were endless, while the adventurers had limits. As time passed, their stamina would drain, their magic would deplete, and their spirits would be pushed to the brink. That's when death would come for them. Each fallen adventurer would increase the burden on those who remained, leading to a chain reaction of collapse. When it began, the seemingly impenetrable defense would shatter in an instant. At that critical moment, two figures appeared in the distance. August. Stay sharp. Understood. Ace drew her desperate. In this situation, Graham was too cumbersome. Her slender rapier, made for speed, would be her best choice here. In the blink of an eye, the sword princess darted forward, her rapier slicing through the monsters with deadly precision, cutting them down like a reaper's scythe. Chapter 356, 354, Shadows Unleashed. The Sword Princess. She's from the Loki Familia. Thank goodness, reinforcements are here. The youngest to reach level 6, this is incredible. Everyone, give it your all. The Sword Princess is here to help. Take them down. Ace's arrival was like a shot of adrenaline to the adventurers, instantly boosting their morale. But while the atmosphere turned hopeful, Finn furrowed his brow. He had specifically instructed August and Ace to stay back at the Familia. If anything went wrong, those two were the seeds of hope for the future. Yet here they were. There was no point in scolding them now, it wouldn't change anything. The chaos below consumed all thought as August quietly positioned himself on a nearby rooftop. Well, we meet again, Filvis, August called out. Nearby, the masked figure of Filvis stiffened in shock. Her surprise quickly twisted into cold, murderous intent. August had just casually unveiled her deepest secret, her connection to the mysterious monster attacks. The doppelganger magic and the work of the creatures were Filvis's most closely guarded secrets, yet August had revealed them without hesitation. She had to kill him now, there could be no witnesses. As for denying it, she didn't bother. The fact that August had spoken so confidently meant he was sure of her true identity. What do you want, August? To kill me? Filvis asked, her voice laced with venom. That did cross my mind, August replied calmly, but not the version of you that stands before me now. What do you mean, she hissed. You're too weak right now. It wouldn't be satisfying. Killing the fully united version of you, that would be worth the effort. Filvis's eyes widened in shock, her pupils contracting. He knew. August knew everything about her. If that was the case, there was no way she could let him leave here alive. Without another word, she lunged at him, her hand flashing with a poisoned dagger, lethal upon the slightest touch. Clang. August's shadow blade, a manifestation of his dragon's shadow, intercepted the attack effortlessly. Truth be told, August was growing quite fond of his shadow blade, it was so versatile, always ready, and nearly indestructible. Is that a shadow? Filvis questioned. Indeed, August smirked. The shadow of a dragon. The dragon's shadow was a gift born from the pinnacle of the dragon system's abilities, far beyond the reach of ordinary adventurers. But August's words fell on deaf ears as Filvis pressed forward, relentlessly searching for an opening. She was different from her main body, this was a doppelganger, a being forged from her dark side and monstrous energy. She was relentless, ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve her goals. Bam. Clang. Boom. After several rounds of attacks, Filvis had no choice but to withdraw. No matter how she tried, she couldn't break through August's shadow defenses. Meanwhile, August seemed completely unfazed, like he was toying with her. Realizing the tide was turning against her, Filvis leaped back, retreating to a nearby rooftop and sheathing her poisoned dagger. Giving up so soon? August taunted. Next time, August, Filvis spat. I'll kill you myself. I'll be waiting, August replied coolly. Just don't take too long, or I might get bored and send Dionysus back to the heavens before you get your chance. Those words struck a nerve, igniting a fury in Filvis. Even though she was masked, August could feel her murderous rage simmering beneath the surface. But he paid it no mind. Filvis, even in her strongest form, was barely a level 8. Compared to him, the difference in power was too vast to take her seriously. Still, she managed to suppress her rage and retreated into the night, disappearing from sight. Now that Filvis was gone, August turned his attention to the swarm of monsters below. The sheer number of them shocked him. The dungeon was truly going berserk. It seemed that the roots of the world tree, the treasure he had planted deep within the dungeon, were doing their job, causing a massive upheaval. Was August concerned about the roots being in danger? Not at all. The monsters could try their hardest, but the world tree's roots had absorbed the very essence of the dungeon itself. These creatures would be nothing more than fodder. August. If you're done sightseeing, how about lending a hand? Finn's shout broke through August's musings. The battlefield was overrun with monsters, and Finn was struggling to hold them back. Hearing Finn's call, many adventurers turned their gaze towards August, finally noticing him. Among them was Otter, whose eyes widened in recognition. The sight of August, that overwhelmingly powerful figure, sent chills down their spines. The nightmare of a man who had haunted their dreams was here once again. All right, Finn, no need to yell. I'm coming, August said with a grin. In the blink of an eye, shadows surged across the battlefield. From the ground, the walls, and the surrounding darkness, an army of black-clad ninja warriors rose up. Clad in dark robes, their hands adorned with sharp claws, their eyes gleaming with crimson V-shapes, the ninja army appeared endless. But it wasn't their appearance that stunned the onlookers, it was their sheer number. Go. At August's command, the shadowy army charged forward. The ninja-like figures tore through the monster hordes with terrifying efficiency. Even when they were struck down, they simply dissolved into black smoke, only to be replaced by more from the surrounding shadows. In a matter of seconds, the tide of monsters was pushed back into the Babel Tower. The remaining adventurers, awestruck, could only stare at August. His power to summon such an army, stronger than even the endless flow of monsters from the dungeon, left them speechless. For that moment, August became the savior of the battlefield, a hero in the eyes of everyone present. Unbeknownst to the others, as his shadow army fought, every magic stone and drop item left behind was quietly absorbed into the darkness. After all, if he was going to fight, he might as well reap the rewards. Every magic stone, no matter how small, had its value. As August strode forward, the crowd parted for him like the sea. Wherever he walked, all eyes followed, and every soul in that battlefield knew they were in the presence of an unstoppable force. Chapter 357, 355, Stabilized. As he observed the claw shadows, fearless in the face of death, Finn couldn't help but feel a deep sense of shock. He didn't know exactly what kind of ability this was, but one thing was certain, August was truly overwhelming. This power gave him the strength of an army with just one person, and it was terrifying. While the black-clad ninja-like figures may not have been individually strong, their numbers were staggering. And with their overwhelming numbers, they could easily kill level 1 to 3 monsters, making them a formidable force. Even the strongest of monsters could be overwhelmed by their sheer quantity. Despite the constant onslaught of monsters, these black figures emerged from the shadows, never diminishing in numbers, and sometimes even increasing. Finn, what should we do? We can't keep going like this, can we? I don't know. The sealed passages of the dungeon have been broken again. This time, it's much harder to seal them, and judging by the situation, it's not really realistic anymore. Then what should we do? Should we fall back and secure the Familia? We can't. If we lose control now, the monsters will spread to Aario, or even further out, and the consequences will be catastrophic. So, what's the plan? None. Finn's voice trailed off as August's gaze turned to the Babel Tower in the distance. A smile spread across his face as he raised his hand, and a thick mist began to swirl out from his palm, spreading quickly across the ground and extending endlessly. Finn and the others immediately recognized the ability. During the expedition, August had used this technique to annihilate hordes of Dragonkin monsters, not even leaving behind any magic stones. The mist surrounded the entire Babel Tower, including the inside. Once it had fully enveloped the area, August stopped summoning the claw shadows. Monsters pouring out of the dungeon were quickly consumed by the mist. As the world tree took root and the growth of the small world accelerated like a rocket, the world tree sapling reached 35% of its growth, and the small world had advanced several tiers in comparison. The mist was a manifestation of the small world's power, able to devour anything to strengthen itself. To the small world, these monsters were nothing more than mosquito legs. But this ability was the perfect countermeasure, no monster could escape. August was certain that the dungeon's demise was inevitable. The world tree sapling could even steal the essence of an entire world, so a mere dungeon held no value. Moreover, the dungeon's violent uprising was merely a manifestation of its fear. Even if Aario did nothing, in time, the monsters inside the dungeon would dwindle, until the dungeon itself was no more, and with it, all the monsters. August, how long can your mist last? Finn asked. As long as I still have magic power, it will last, August answered. In that case, hold on for a moment. I'm going to find Loki. With that, Finn turned and sprinted off, his speed suggesting he was giving it his all. August couldn't help but feel speechless. Was he just left here to fend for himself? Around him, the other adventurers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Now that August had taken care of the monsters on his own, what was their purpose here? But even if they wanted to leave, they didn't dare. If August couldn't hold out, Aario would be finished. As for August, he wasn't going anywhere either. He pulled out a variety of tables, sofas, and other furnishings, all items he had specifically collected during his time in the DXD for moments like this. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Loki's familia member sat or lay comfortably on the sofas. The contrast was striking compared to the other adventurers, who were bruised and battered. But this wasn't even the most surprising part. August then brought out a spread of food, wine, and drinks, placing them all on the table. Loki's familia, familiar with such luxuries, began to eat and drink. The other adventurers could only look on with envy, but they didn't dare approach. After all, they had all seen the terrifying power August wielded. Those black-clad ninjas were a terrifying force. Leaning back on the sofa, August closed his eyes, his consciousness reaching out to communicate with the world tree sapling within the small world. "Baby, how's the devouring going?" "Daddy, I've completely devoured them, but it'll take at least 3 more days." 3 days? Not long. Keep going. Understood. In 3 days, the dungeon would be a thing of the past. But what should he do in these 3 days? Could he just hold on for that long? Not a chance. If no solution came soon, he would just abandon the task. At that moment, Otter walked over, his expression grave as he looked at August. "You've grown stronger." "Yeah, I've gotten stronger." "Meanwhile, you're still standing still." "I will surpass you. Anyone I surpass can only look up at my back for the rest of their life, until they can't see it anymore." "You're so arrogant, August." "No, it's not arrogance. It's stating a fact. Otter, it took me a few months to grow from an ordinary person to surpass you. You've spent more than 10 years, and yet, you still can't catch up to me." The word struck Otter like a slap to the face. Although it was harsh, it was the truth. August's growth rate had been nothing short of monstrous. In just a few months, he had surpassed what others accomplished in their entire lives. Otter, having witnessed the true glory of Aario, knew just how hard it was to grow stronger as you became more powerful. For him, improving now seemed like an impossible task. It was only after being defeated by August that Otter had been able to improve his strength. "I won't give up." "Suit yourself." "I couldn't care less." The 4 flame golden warriors and the others all exchanged uneasy glances. A person like August was terrifying, first Alan, then the 4 of them, and now even Otter had been defeated by him. He was too formidable. The other adventurers, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe their eyes. The ultimate weapon of Aario, the only LV7 ranked adventurer, had been defeated. Chapter 358, 356, The Mission. In the underground altar of the guild, the gods debated for a long time, yet no conclusion was reached. None of them were fools, and none were willing to sacrifice their own children for the sake of others. After all, once peace returned to Aario, if their child had died in the process, even if they had saved Aario, it would be a bitter loss. As for threatening Loki and Freya, to be honest, they didn't dare. Both Loki and Freya were no pushovers. These two had once expelled Zeus, Hera, and their entire families from Aario with ruthless resolve. The most important fact was that their families were among the strongest in Aario. If they tried to threaten them, they wouldn't even have the courage to follow through. "Arenas, since you have no answer, we will return. As for what happens to Aario, we couldn't care less. We'll at least ensure our children can guard our territory." "I agree. Our family's strength is enough for self-preservation." In this critical moment, Loki and Freya had united, and as the 2 strongest among the gods, no one dared to cross them when they stood together. Whether human or god, it was strength that spoke the loudest. And now, with other gods lacking the power to act, they could only watch helplessly. "Loki, I need to give a special task to one of your adventurers, or rather, to one particular adventurer in your family," Arenas spoke, his voice calm but with a certain gravity. "One of our children?" "Yes. That child who's comparable to an ancient hero." These words carried immense weight. In the world below, before the gods interfered, monsters ran rampant, and the reason humans survived in such a harsh world was due to the rise of human heroes in the face of impossible odds. These heroes, having no help or favor from the gods, relied solely on their own power to grow strong enough to slay terrifying monsters. There were only a handful of such heroes whose legends had been etched into history. Our children are not like ancient heroes, Arenas. That child has the potential to be one. He will never become a hero. He will only become a strong being, Loki countered sharply. Is that the child's own words? Yes. He said, compared to being a hero, he is more likely to become a demon lord. No, a demon god. What an interesting child. But precisely because of that, he is the one we need. The other gods, still in the dark about what was being discussed, looked at each other with confusion. However, Freya, Takamikazuchi, Hestia, and Soma, the few gods who truly understood, knew exactly who they were talking about. Freya, especially, as the only one who had had deep interactions with August, understood his true nature well. An embodiment of lust and desire, a culmination of original sin. A hero. Don't be ridiculous, he was far more likely to become a demon lord. Arenas, put that aside for now. Tell me, what task do you wish to give him? Loki asked, her voice laced with concern. Delve deep into the dungeon and uncover the truth. Impossible. I'll tell you right now, even if I die, I won't let that happen. Loki, you know this is the only hope. Loki fell silent. She knew full well, having granted August some favor before, that he was an absolute monster. But precisely because of that, she didn't want him to draw the gods' attention. The eyes of the gods could peer into human souls, and if they discovered something unusual, it would mean trouble for August. No matter what you say, I will never agree to this, Arenas. No, Loki. Whether or not this mission succeeds does not depend on you, it depends on that child. What have you done? Nothing. I've simply arranged for someone to deliver the task to him. Damn it. Enraged, Loki spun on her heel, intent on leaving. The dungeon was now a den of monsters. If one entered, how could they ever return? Meanwhile, outside Babel Tower, many adventurers had dispersed, and those who remained had found places to rest. After all, no one knew how long they would be stuck here. On August's side, a figure cloaked in black appeared. It was Fells, the former sage and now Arena's private mercenary. It's you. Ace recognized him immediately. She had interacted with Fells before, though their encounters were few. He had once issued her a task at Arena's request to gather information. Sworn dancer, long time no see. What are you doing here? I'm here to find the collector, August, and deliver a task to him. What? Once again, August became the center of attention. Even August himself was taken aback. What was the skeletal sage doing here? This is a private task from Arenas for you, Fells said. Go ahead, tell me, August responded, his curiosity piqued. Go into the dungeon, investigate the cause of this uprising, and if possible, resolve it. That's not a simple task. So, if I complete it, what do I get in return? A divine power crystal. It can help you break the limits of your fauna. A divine power crystal. Break the limits of fauna. Yes. Fauna has its limits. After all, favor is just a game the gods play with humans. Since it's a game, there must be a limit. So, can I understand that this divine power crystal will allow me to shatter the limits of fauna and break free from its system? Exactly. The crowd around them was stunned. The strongest among them was Otter, a level 7 adventurer, but beyond that, there were levels 8 and 9. Hearing Fell's words, they were all in shock. Had August already reached his limit? He had only been an adventurer for a few months, yet he had grown to this level. Especially Otter, who had just claimed he would surpass August, only to be ridiculed. Now, hearing Fells, it was like a blow to the chest. It was clear, while he had barely made progress, August was already at the finish line. All right, I'll accept the task. But I want the reward up front. Understood. Fells nodded, then pulled a small box from within his robe. August raised an eyebrow. Had this been prepared in advance? All eyes were fixed on the box. A divine power crystal, the artifact capable of breaking the limits of fauna. August could feel the divine energy emanating from the box. He slowly opened it, revealing a golden diamond-shaped gemstone inside. At that moment, as the divine power crystal was revealed, everyone around them gathered, curiosity written on their faces. Chapter 359, 357, The Commandment of Lust. Holding the divine power crystal in his hand, August suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to swallow it whole. This surprise and strange feeling puzzled him. Fells, how do I use this? August asked, eyes narrowing as he examined the shimmering crystal. Just eat it. Fells replied calmly. Eat it. Yes. Those were Arena's exact words. August hesitated. Arena's. His name was not one August trusted. In the original story, behind many dark matters like the corrupted celestial beings and heretics, Arena's influence could always be found. Moreover, the so-called divine power crystal was shrouded in mystery, he couldn't be sure if there was any hidden cost. Divine power crystal, a crystallization of divine power. Once consumed, it grants the user the divine power of the gods, fully activating their divine blessing and transforming them into a demigod. The last line of text clicked in August's mind. Demigod. This would make him part of the divine hierarchy. In this world, there were no true demigods, gods couldn't have children with mortals, let alone empower themselves like this. But August didn't care. Whether he became a god or a demigod, as long as his strength increased, the consequences would never affect him. Without further hesitation, August swallowed the divine power crystal. As the crystal dissolved in his mouth, divine energy coursed through his body, mingling with the blessing that had been etched within him. The blessing shattered completely and fused with his very essence, vanishing from his back entirely. It was as if August could now go to Loki and have another blessing inscribed upon him, though he didn't need it anymore. His strength had grown too great for such trivialities. But this was far from the end. The divine power contained in the crystal was not so simple. The energy surged through August, fusing with his bloodline and enhancing it. His veins burned as his very essence began to transform, pushing his limits. Boom. August's transformation was instantaneous. A dark, sinister mark, a symbol of the Demon King, appeared on his forehead. The aura of darkness surrounded him, making him resemble an actual demon god. Inside his body, divine power and darkness combined. From this fusion emerged a new force, one that only August's memories could recall, an ability born from original sin. Commandment of Lust. In the 7 deadly sins, the Demon King, in his effort to bring order to the chaotic demon realm, split half of his power into 10 parts, creating 10 commandments. Those who bore these commandments became the 10 commandments, his strongest warriors. Now, within August's body, divine power and original sin birthed his own commandment, one that would forever bind him to the sins of lust. August's demonic power surged, nearly doubling in strength. While he had not surpassed the limits of a demon king, his overall power, especially his dark energy, had grown immensely. Commandment of Lust, a commandment born from the fusion of divine power and original sin. Anyone who harbors lust in their heart in August's presence will become his captive, their soul, and will bound by his power. After digesting this new power, August marveled at what it meant. This was the derived version of the sin of lust. As the incarnation of original sin, August could now enslave anyone who entertained lustful thoughts in his presence. It wasn't as tyrannical as some might think, only those who harbored lustful feelings would be affected. It reminded him somewhat of the Zeldris commandment, but while Zeldris' power required the target to be directly engaged, August's power was triggered simply by the presence of desire. Overall, the benefits from this divine power crystal were significant. How do you feel, August? Tiona asked cautiously, her gaze fixed on him, concerned. After all, this was the first time something like this had ever happened in Aario. I feel great. I no longer have a blessing, but my strength has increased substantially. That's good to hear. But what was it like, breaking the blessing? Tiona pressed further. There's no special feeling, it's like breaking free from shackles. And now, I'm no longer Loki's follower. What do you mean you're no longer Loki's follower? I've lost the blessing. It's gone. This revelation shocked everyone. Breaking the blessing meant losing the divine favor. But from the looks of it, August hadn't weakened, if anything, he seemed even stronger. Are you ready to go, August? Of course, but what about the passage once I'm inside? I'll seal it with magic for now, Tiona assured him. All right, then I leave it to you. August nodded, his mind already shifting to other thoughts. Investigating the dungeon for information? That was never the plan. He was the one who had instigated this chaos. Once inside, he'd retreat to his own world, enjoy himself for a few days, and then return after the dungeon had been destroyed. The narrative would be his to control. No pressure. After all, he was the mastermind behind it all. August. At that moment, Ace grabbed August's hand, concern clear in her eyes. Once, her parents had disappeared like this. Now, August was her only anchor. If he vanished too, she would lose everything. Don't worry. I'm fine. We've made a contract. As long as I'm alive, the contract stands, August reassured her. But you don't understand my power. Don't forget, I have some tricks up my sleeve. All right, Ace said, her voice trembling as she finally nodded in agreement. She chose to trust August. With a final glance at Loki's group, Ace entered the dungeon. Afterward, Fels began casting magic, sealing the passage with a powerful barrier. How long it would last, only he knew. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Finn arrived with Loki in tow. Ace, where's August? He's gone in, Ace answered solemnly. Damn it. Loki shouted in anger. Arenas had played her dirty. Her child had just entered the dungeon, now in the midst of chaos and violence, walking straight into certain peril. Who are you? Loki asked coldly, eyes narrowing at Fels. I am one of Arena's subordinates. Not human. Not anymore. Humph. Loki didn't want to waste her time with Fels. If she had her way, he'd be dead by now. Chapter 360, 358, Dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon, August immediately expanded the mists of his world, fully engulfing the area. Everywhere he went, monsters were swiftly consumed, without exception. August walked at a leisurely pace, as though taking a stroll, while slowly making his way deeper into the dungeon. He was curious to see what the deeper layers were like. Although the dungeon was in chaos, most of the monsters flooding towards Aario were from the upper levels. The middle layers had few monsters, and there were none from the lower levels. This left August to wonder, was the lower level bustling with activity, or had it been left untouched? Now, at this moment, he was the only one here, and rather than rush, he might as well explore the depths thoroughly. Less than an hour later, August arrived at the 18th floor. This floor had once been one of the few safe zones in the dungeon, but due to the ongoing chaos, it had been destroyed. The adventurer town here was a grim sight, with corpses scattered everywhere. During the initial outbreak of the riot, the adventurers here had been the first to be attacked, resulting in countless deaths. If one were to account for these deaths, August would bear some responsibility. As he looked at the carnage, a faint sense of unease stirred in him. These deaths were, in a sense, his sins. But August did not regret it. It was done, and there was no point in regret. After all, they were just lives. Even if he carried the weight of those lives, could a demon king truly be called such without bearing some sins? With this thought, August continued his exploration, moving deeper into the dungeon with the same casual pace as before. Back in Aario, as August entered the dungeon, everyone from the Loki familia returned to their base. Loki, enraged by Auranea's machinations, was furious that her people had been used against her, especially without her knowledge. She had almost caught up with them. This infuriated her further. The consequences were severe. Now, everyone in the Loki familia was ordered to stay at the base, under strict orders not to leave. As for this particular incident, she could no longer afford to involve herself directly. Her child was already in the most dangerous place, so the others would have to tend to their own matters. If August returned safely, she would only vent her frustrations on Auranea's. But if something happened, if August were to die in the dungeon, then Auranea's would pay the price. As a wicked god, Loki's nature mirrored that of a demon god. If pushed far enough, she would not hesitate to do something rash. Meanwhile, in the Dionysus familia, Philvis had already informed Dionysus about everything. How interesting. So, this August has already discovered your identity and even knows about me. Yes. That's strange. If he knows, why hasn't he reported me to Loki or Auranea's? I don't know. But what's odd is that he's only been in Aario for a few months, and his strength has already surpassed that of Aota. My clone couldn't even stand against him. And what if the two of you merged? I'm not sure. But we could at least have a battle. That's quite surprising. Humans truly are fascinating, Dionysus said, a mad gleam in his eyes. He had an inkling that the current dungeon riot had something to do with August. There was no solid evidence, but it was more of an instinct. It felt as though he had found someone of his own kind, someone who, like him, wasn't content with peace. So, where is he now? Auranea's gave him a mission to go to the dungeon and investigate the truth behind the riot. If possible, solve the issue as well. And he accepted. Yes. Apparently, Auranea's gave him a divine power crystal that could break the blessing's restrictions. A divine power crystal. Auranea's is being generous. Is he trying to create a new hero? Dionysus laughed. Throughout human history, there had been many heroes, most of whom had a mission to accomplish some great miracle. In these processes, they would be aided and blessed by the gods. The most direct example was the existence of spirits, who were originally sent by gods to assist humans. Now, it seemed Auranea's was trying to create a new hero. A divine power crystal, when the gods still had power, was simply a crystal formed from condensed divine energy, nothing particularly precious but not exactly cheap either. But now, especially for mortals in the lower world, a single divine power crystal was enough to create a demigod. While they lacked divine blood, these pseudo-demigods would still possess divine power, enough to surpass any human. Let's continue observing, Dionysus said, his tone brimming with anticipation. I have a feeling this will end quickly. This uprising is just the appetizer. Appetizer. Yes, the real horror is yet to come. I'm looking forward to it. Though Dionysus was known as the god of wine, he was also a madman, truly a complete madman. His desire to destroy Aario wasn't driven by any particular plan or special goal, he simply enjoyed watching the despair and chaos that humans would experience. Not only in this world, but also in myth, Dionysus had a rather notorious track record. Many chaotic cults worshipped him, and in various other worlds, he could be considered an evil god. Philvis didn't understand why Dionysus spoke this way, but she didn't dare to contradict him. However, she had no intention of underestimating August. She would never forget that one encounter. Surrounded by a swarm of monsters, all of which were killed by the mist around him, August appeared completely at ease, as if the chaos didn't bother him at all. This man was a dangerous and terrifying being. If possible, Philvis never wanted to interact with someone like him again, he was too dangerous. In fact, she even had a feeling that even if she fused with her clone, she might still not be his match. Now that August had absorbed the divine crystal and broken the blessing's restrictions, he had become a pseudo-demigod. From what Dionysus had said, he had surpassed the power of an ordinary mortal. For now, Aario had briefly returned to peace. But beneath this surface peace lay turbulent, unfathomable waves. No one knew what would happen next. Chapter 361, 359, Dragon. After wandering the dungeon for several hours, August quickly grew bored and decided to return to his small world. The small world had long since become August's paradise. In just 1 year, it had gathered quite a number of monster girls, especially with the 36 mermaids led by Mero. Together, they had created a small village of sorts, with the recently moved tavern now serving as their gathering place. August spent 3 days in this world, living a life of luxury akin to that of an emperor. Meals were prepared for him, and he could relax without a care in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden task. Kill the corrupt spirit, main body. Slay the corrupt spirit lurking deep within the dungeon. Reward, 9 advanced draws. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden task. Destroy the dungeon that has existed for an unknown amount of time. Reward, 1 super draw. Another 9 advanced draws, plus 1 super draw. This was quite a haul. With the previous super draw still available, August now had 2 in total. This intrigued him. More chances to draw, and the quality was high. Surely he would get something good. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, ready to start drawing. As was customary, he would begin with the advanced draws, followed by the super draw. It had been a year since the last time he had accessed the draw system, and the familiar interface filled him with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have acquired the skill, full counter, physical. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained system item, rebirth card. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained system item, travel card. Of the 9 draws, only 3 were disappointing, but the rest were solid. The first skill, full counter, was familiar. It was a power once held by Estarossa from the 7 deadly sins after his memory was altered. Unlike Meliodas' version, which could reflect any physical attack, this one allowed August to reflect physical and magical attacks alike, truly an unbeatable skill. However, it wasn't entirely flawless. If an enemy's strength far surpassed his own, even if the attack could be reflected, August would still suffer some damage. In the battle between Estarossa and Escaner, while Estarossa suffered damage from the counterattack, Escaner was nearly obliterated. But overall, this was a great ability. Dual reflection of both physical and magical attacks was a perfect addition to his arsenal. As for the other 2 items, August was familiar with the travel card. He had used it twice already. But it was the rebirth card that piqued his curiosity. Could it truly bring the dead back to life? Rebirth card, a system item that can revive any being as long as their soul exists. This revelation shocked August. This was an incredible item, reviving someone as long as their soul remained intact. Truly powerful. Rebirth card. This is incredible. Partner, did you just say, the power of rebirth? At that moment, August's excitement turned into a sharp frown. The voice he heard was unmistakable, it was Drake's. But August remembered clearly that he had sealed her connection to the outside world. So why was she speaking to him now? How could she still be aware of what was happening around him? This meant she had been observing him this whole time. Did she also learn about the system's secrets? A murderous intent surged within August's mind. He had only one thought, to kill Drake and silence her forever. No matter what, he needed to prevent her from learning any more. Drake, when did you regain contact with the outside world? It was 3 days ago. A surge of power merged with you, greatly enhancing your strength. As a result, my restrictions were significantly weakened. So you saw everything? Not exactly. I can't see, but I can hear about what's happening in the outside world. But partner, I never expected you could actually travel to another world. Then why didn't you speak up for the past 3 days? What made you decide to talk now? Hearing Drake's explanation, August's murderous intent momentarily subsided. However, he still couldn't bring himself to trust her completely. I heard you mention the power of rebirth. Yes, it's the power of rebirth. Partner, could you help me be reborn? I'm willing to pay any price, including submitting to you. Aren't dragons supposed to be proud beings? Why would you submit to me? You're different. You are destined to reach the top, so submitting to you is no problem. August fell into deep thought. If he resurrected Drake and she submitted to him, it would be akin to having a being as powerful as Fenrir on his side, an undeniable advantage. But would Drake truly submit? She was a dragon, after all, a proud creature. For a dragon to submit was far more difficult than exterminating the entire dragon race. In the end, August decided to take the gamble. This was his world, and even if something went wrong, with the power of his small world, he was confident he could suppress her. Though August wasn't yet an overlord, his power was now dangerously close to that level. With a flash, a red gauntlet appeared on August's arm. Sealed within it was the soul of one of the two heavenly dragons, the Red Dragon Emperor. He retrieved the rebirth card he had just obtained and placed it on the gauntlet. The card emitted a brilliant white light that consumed the entire gauntlet. In the next moment, a glowing white sphere flew up into the air, its light intensifying before turning crimson red. Magic power surged, and a massive red dragon slowly materialized in the small world. The monster girls in the small world trembled in fear. The aura of the dragon was enough to nearly knock them to the ground. August was slightly surprised. The magic power of this dragon was only at the Satan level, far from the heavenly dragon level. It didn't even come close to reaching the super level threshold. Nonetheless, this was a powerful creature, and the game was far from over. Chapter 362, 360, The Gate of Sin. The two heavenly dragons. Red Dragon Emperor had just completed its rebirth. Roar. The moment the Red Dragon Emperor was reborn, it let out a fierce roar, a sound that reverberated across the entire small world. August narrowed his eyes slightly. If it had been the Red Dragon Emperor at full power, he might have been worried, but with only Satan-level strength, it was no trouble at all. However, what happened next left August stunned. The Red Dragon Emperor's body glowed bright red, and then it transformed into a human form. Of course, the transformation of a heavenly dragon into human form wasn't that unbelievable. What truly shocked August was that the Red Dragon Emperor transformed into a beautiful woman in a long red dress, with flowing crimson hair cascading down her shoulders. "Is that you, Draig?" August asked, completely astonished. Was Draig turned into a woman? "Partner, what's the matter? Don't recognize me?" Came a sultry, mature voice, unmistakably the voice of a queen that countless men might dream of. But this was a far cry from the voice Draig had used when speaking to August before. What was going on? "You're a woman." "Why not?" she replied with a playful tone. "What's wrong with that? But you sounded like a man before." August blinked, still processing it. "Oh, that. I just didn't like the sound of a female voice, so I didn't use it." Albion also did the same. "Is Albion a woman too?" August asked, increasingly bewildered. Of course. At this point, August felt like he was watching a different show altogether. Draig, the red dragon, and Albion, the white dragon, was everyone turning into women. The entire transformation of characters was getting more bizarre by the minute. "What's wrong? Don't like it, partner?" Draig asked, a teasing tone in her voice. "No, this works just fine. If you're a woman now, then this task is yours," August said, a smile tugging at his lips. He summoned a demon evil piece, a queen evil piece. The Red Dragon Emperor, one of the two heavenly dragons, was certainly qualified to be a queen. As Draig received the evil piece, her excitement was palpable. She immediately absorbed it, becoming August's queen. Once Draig integrated the evil piece, she felt a surge of dark power coursing through her, and it was nothing short of exhilarating. This was the unique dark power possessed by the House of Demon, immensely powerful. "By the way, partner, from now on, you can call me Lady Crimson." "Changing your name. The old Draig is dead. From now on, I am only Lady Crimson. Is this your farewell to the past?" August asked. "Something like that," she replied. "I once fought against Albion, entered the three-faction battlefield, and was eventually killed. My body became a Godslayer tool, and my dragon soul was sealed within. It's only now that I've been revived by you. I never thought my new host would be so powerful." Lady Crimson looked at August with a glimmer of respect. She saw boundless potential in him. By following him, she would experience worlds far beyond her imagination. "So, what's next for you? Stay here? Or come with me? Go out? To that Aario place?" she asked. "That's right." "Well, forget it. I'm not really interested in that world." "All right then, you can stay here." August said slowly, though secretly, he signaled to the World Tree Seedling, just in case something went wrong with Draig, now Lady Crimson. He wanted to ensure she could be controlled. One shouldn't underestimate the power of the World Tree Seedling. In this small world, it reigned supreme. No one, except August, could oppose it here. But there was no time to waste. August still had 2 final super draws left. He immediately initiated the last of his super draws. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you've obtained the dark artifact, Gate of Sin." Ding! "Congratulations, host, you've obtained a rare item, Original Sin of Gluttony." Gate of Sin, a dark, forbidden artifact, the vessel of the original 7 deadly sins. It's said that the owner of the Gate of Sin, upon gathering all 7 sins, will become the eternal Lord of Darkness. Original sin of gluttony, one of the 7 deadly sins, this sin can be fused to become the Demon King of Gluttony. Boom. The moment August finished reading the system notifications, a massive, pitch-black door materialized in the sky of the small world. As soon as the Gate of Sin appeared, darkness enveloped the entire world. The power of darkness surged, and in that instant, darkness was the undisputed ruler of everything. Simultaneously, the original sin of gluttony materialized before August and fused into his body. The sin of lust and the sin of gluttony were intertwined powers. As the Demon King of Lust, August easily consumed and merged with gluttony, becoming the Demon King of Gluttony himself. As a result, August's strength broke through a barrier. He jumped from level 8 to level 9, becoming a super-level powerhouse. Lady Crimson, observing the transformation, was awestruck by the sight before her. The terrifying Gate of Sin, what was it? And August, his aura of darkness radiated such immense power that it even sent a chill down her spine. Buzz. Suddenly, the Gate of Sin resonated. The lust and gluttony sins within August reacted, and in the next moment, the lustful green representing the moon and the gluttonous yellow-green representing the Venus sins shot out of his body. They flew towards the Gate of Sin and embedded themselves in its surface. In an instant, the power of darkness doubled. The Gate of Sin's might reached its peak. But this power, as quickly as it had surged, began to recede, the darkness retracting like a tide. Finally, it coalesced into a single beam of black light and fused back into August's body. The darkness flowed straight into the ocean of darkness inside him, settling there. August, now the owner of the Gate of Sin, felt the vast and overwhelming dark power within him. With the sins of lust and gluttony merged, he could sense their incredible strength. The Gate of Sin was his now, and one day in the future, August would no longer be just a demon king of the 7 deadly sins. He would become the ruler of all darkness itself. In the distance, Lady Crimson, still in shock after witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but stare in awe. This man was a monster among monsters. Though young now, in the future, his growth would undoubtedly shake the world with fear. Not just because of his current strength, but because he could traverse other worlds. The sheer potential was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Chapter 361 returns to Aario. After taking a moment to process everything and feel the surge of newfound power coursing through him, August suddenly thought of something important. Wait, did I actually kill that corrupt spirit during the mission? How did she die? Could it be that, because the dungeon was destroyed, the corrupt spirit perished along with it? Glancing at the sapling of the world tree, August's heart leaped with joy. The tree's growth had increased by 5%, a direct result of consuming the dungeon. Whatever the cause of the spirit's demise, it didn't really matter. What mattered was that he had reaped the rewards, and that was all that mattered. With that thought, August left the small dimension. The dungeon had fallen into a deep silence, its once glowing crystal walls now dim and lifeless. The entire space had become eerily dark, and August found himself at a loss for words. The dungeon was completely finished. Before long, August returned to Aario. As he gazed upon the protective barrier that once guarded the city, he couldn't help but chuckle. There wasn't a single monster left, yet the barrier still stood. Crack! The barrier shattered like fragile paper the moment August touched it. No sooner had he stepped out than adventurers began to gather around him. Is it him? The Transcendent. He actually made it out alive. Did he really succeed? It seems like it. Judging by how there are no monsters following him, he must have completed the mission. As expected of the Transcendent. The first one in 1,000 years to break through the limits of a blessing and surpass the system itself. Yeah, no doubt about it. The Loki Familia is going to become the undisputed rulers now. The murmurs of the crowd confirmed something August hadn't realized: he had earned the title of Transcendent. It was likely a name the gods had bestowed upon him. But Transcendent wasn't a bad title. Considering he had broken through to the level 9, the title seemed fitting. As August walked through the city, the adventurers parted to make way for him, a sign of respect from the weak to the strong. He said nothing, and no one dared to ask him anything. Only after August had left the Babel Tower did the gathered adventurers breathe a sigh of relief. The awe they felt toward him was overwhelming. Without visiting any other place, August headed straight back to the Familia. After all, he had returned safely and owed it to Loki and the others to let them know, especially Ace. Yo, been a while, Raoul. Huh? August, you're back. The guard at the gate was none other than Raoul, a mid-level adventurer in the Loki Familia. Yeah, I'm back. That's great news. I'll go tell Loki and the others right away. Open the gate first. Right, the gate. With a shout to those inside, the Familia's gate slowly opened. Raoul quickly ran inside as August chuckled to himself. It felt good to be back. He made his way toward where he sensed Ace's presence. At the same time, in the courtyard, Ace suddenly sensed August's aura. Her face lit up with joy as she turned toward the entrance. Just as August could sense her, Ace could feel his presence as well. "Ah. Ace, what's going on?" asked Tsubaki, noticing Ace's sudden excitement. Tsubaki had come to the Loki Familia to check on Ace, her sister, after learning that August had gone into the dungeon alone. "It's August. He's back." "Ah. Seriously?" "Yes, I can feel his aura." "Oh, so it's that ability he gave you, huh?" "That guy. He didn't even give me a share when he came back. Let's go find him." "Yes." The two women stood and made their way toward August. Meanwhile, Raoul dashed toward the conference room where Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and Loki were discussing familiar matters. Bang. Raoul burst through the door, startling the four inside. "Captain, August is back." "Really? He's really back?" "Yes, just now." "That's great. Is he hurt?" "No, he seems fine." "Where is he now?" "He's probably looking for Ace." The four exchanged knowing smiles. The first thing August did upon returning was look for his fiancée. "That rascal. He finally made it back," Loki said with a relieved smile, her heart finally at ease. Riveria and Gareth smiled too. Whether or not the mission had been completed was irrelevant, what mattered most was that August had returned safely. "Let's go. We should check on him." "Good idea." Agreed. The four stood and followed Raoul out the door. Elsewhere, after 3 long days, August and Ace finally reunited. Without a word, Ace threw herself into his arms. She had barely eaten or slept, fearing that her worst nightmares would come true. But now, August was back. Everything was all right. "I'm back," August whispered. Ace responded, holding him tightly. Tsubaki, watching the scene unfold, could only sigh. That was Herman too, and here she was, the third wheel. Soon enough, Ace calmed down under August's comforting words. "Hey, I heard from Ace that you gave her that power of hockey." "What about me?" Tsubaki asked, crossing her arms. "Everyone will get it. Here, I'll give it to you now." "That's more like it, what?" Before Tsubaki could finish her sentence, August silenced her with a kiss, surprising her. But then, she felt the two forms of hockey awakening within her, just as Ace had described, the augmenting armament hockey and the perception-enhancing observation hockey. Since they were in a public space, August didn't take it too far and soon let Tsubaki go. "Armament hockey, huh?" Tsubaki raised her hand, watching as a force gathered around her arm, turning it black in the blink of an eye. She flexed her arm, feeling no difference in mobility, but the hockey greatly amplified her strength and defense. This would be a huge help when forging weapons, and if she could channel it into her hammer. August had no idea that Tsubaki's first thought upon gaining armament hockey was how much it would boost her smithing abilities. True to her title, she was a master blacksmith through and through. Chapter 364, 362, finished. "You're finally back, August." Before anyone saw the speaker, Loki's voice echoed through the room. August turned along with the others to see Loki, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth walking in. As soon as they laid eyes on August, the four of them broke into smiles of relief. Over the past 3 days, it wasn't just Ace who had been worried, Loki and the others had been equally concerned. "I'm back, Loki," August greeted. "Good to see you, kid. No major problems on this trip, I hope?" Loki asked, grinning. "No major issues, but I might have caused a pretty big one." "Huh? What kind of trouble did you stir up this time?" she asked, narrowing her eyes in mock suspicion. "Nothing much. I just eliminated the real body of that corrupt spirit deep within the dungeon." Everyone froze at his words, including Finn, Riveria, Tsubaki, and the others, who had been there when August had defeated the corrupt spirit before. They had seen him kill it with their own eyes. Hadn't it already been destroyed? "What's going on?" Loki's expression turned serious. "The corrupt spirit we defeated on the 59th floor was only a fragment, a clone. The true body was deeper within the dungeon, where it had fused with the dungeon itself." "Wait, are you saying the real corrupt spirit was in the deepest part of the dungeon, and it merged with the dungeon?" Loki's eyes widened. "That's right. You've got to be kidding. The dungeon has existed for thousands of years. How could it merge with a single spirit?" "I don't know how. But after I killed the corrupt spirit's true body, the dungeon stopped producing monsters," August explained. "What?" Loki's shock was palpable. "The dungeon stopped creating monsters? How is that even possible?" "Calm down," August said, raising a hand. "That's the big issue I was talking about. It seems like the dungeon died." "Wait, August, that's not something to joke about," Finn interjected, his voice tense. Aario's entire economy, its countless families, and all the adventurers relied on the existence of the dungeon. While it was dangerous, it was also their lifeblood, like a hunter depending on the forest for game. If one day someone told you the forest was gone, how would the hunter survive? If you don't believe me, go see for yourselves. Ever since the corrupt spirit died, no new monsters have appeared in the dungeon. Are you sure about that? Finn asked, clearly on edge. Well, I'm not entirely sure. It's just a guess, August said, though he was fairly certain. Still, it wasn't wise to fully admit it just yet. The implications of what he had done were huge. If the dungeon truly ceased to exist, Aario's role as the center of the world would crumble. The city's strength and wealth were built on the dungeon, and without it, the adventurers would have no purpose. Many industries and the magic stone-powered technology they depended on would also fail. Aario itself was built on the dungeon. If it was gone, the city would fall from its pedestal. After a long pause, Loki's expression grew grave. I need to talk to Uranus. Without another word, she left the Familia headquarters in a hurry, knowing the gravity of the situation. The others exchanged glances, understanding the enormity of the problem. If the dungeon was truly gone, the Loki Familia might have no choice but to disband or leave Aario. Without the dungeon, they could no longer grow as a Familia, and they would need to find a new home. Aario, despite being one of the world's 3 great mysteries, was not the only one of its kind. August, however, wasn't too concerned about any of this. His thoughts were focused on 2 goals. First, he needed to deal with Dionysus, that lunatic god, and test if he could truly kill a god with his newfound power. After that, it would be time to leave. He had recently drawn a travel card during his last pull, granting him the ability to venture into another world. This new journey was calling to him. And this time, August intended to bring Ace and Tsubaki along. His personal dimension was starting to take shape, and of course, he wanted his women by his side. After all, once he left this world, time would freeze here. He could always come back whenever he felt like it. August spent the rest of the day with Ace and Tsubaki, cherishing their time together. Later that evening, he made his way alone to the Freya Familia's headquarters. Due to the dungeon's recent unrest, Freya had moved out of Babel Tower and back to her Familia's residence. As August arrived, the members of her Familia fell silent, their eyes wide as they saw him pass. Even the 4 great warriors, Freya's strongest retainers, turned and walked away without saying a word when they encountered him. When he finally found Freya, their reunion was a passionate one. Being with a goddess, especially in such an intimate way, was truly a unique experience. You've changed, Freya remarked after their time together. The power you've gained from the divine crystal has transformed you. It wasn't just the divine crystal, August said. It was more like the catalyst. Freya's sharp gaze softened as she studied him. The darkness within you has grown, far stronger than before. And it's no longer just lust. There's something else. Impressive as always, goddess. You never miss a thing, August said with a smirk. His transformation into the demon lord of lust and gluttony had indeed brought new depths to his being. You didn't come here just for this. There's something you want to tell me, isn't there? Yes, August replied. The dungeon is destroyed, so I came to give you a heads up. You did this, she asked, her eyes widening slightly. Yes. Unlike with Loki, August didn't bother hiding anything from Freya. Her surprise was evident. Even as a goddess, the idea that August had destroyed the dungeon was almost too much to believe. You came all the way here just to tell me that? Freya asked, sensing there was more to his visit. Move your Familia quickly, August advised. Get ahead of the others. The first to act will have the advantage. Freya smiled knowingly. I see. Thank you, August. I owe you. No need for thanks. It's mutually beneficial, he said. Freya chuckled at his words. She understood perfectly well. It was a simple exchange, she gave him her time, and he gave her valuable information. You're not planning to leave with Loki, are you? Not just me. Ace won't be staying either. So, you've decided to leave this world, Freya said softly. Yes. Just a sudden impulse, August replied. With the travel card in hand, the fire of adventure burned bright within him. The mysteries of new worlds called to him, and he was eager to see what lay ahead. That night, August didn't return to the Loki Familia. Instead, he spent it indulging in the beauty and allure of the goddess Freya. Chapter 365, 363, Filvis. By the time August left Freya Familia, it was almost noon the next day. It had probably been his last time with Freya, so he had indulged a bit more than usual. Now, there was only one final target left, Dionysus, the god of wine, and his last remaining follower, Filvis. Thanks to prior reconnaissance, August easily found the location of the Dionysus Familia. As he entered, the first thing he saw was Dionysus, casually sipping tea. Honestly, anyone who didn't know better would never guess that this seemingly benevolent man was responsible for so much destruction in the city. "Would you like a cup?" Dionysus asked with a smile, showing no surprise at August's arrival. "Tea." August responded, his tone calm. "That's right. Then sure, I'll have a cup." Despite being there to kill him, August sat down without hesitation across from Dionysus. The god poured a cup of tea and gently set it in front of him. Anyone watching would have thought they were friends, not enemies. "You're a little late," Dionysus commented, taking a sip of his tea. "Well, Freya got a bit wild last night, so I overslept," August replied nonchalantly. "You're quite something, connected to both Loki and Freya. The two kings of Aario, both linked to you. Not bad, right?" "Indeed," Dionysus chuckled. At that moment, Philvis, dressed in white, approached. The moment her eyes landed on August, a flash of killing intent sparked within them. August, however, paid her no mind. Even with her powers combined, she was no threat to him. "Are you here to kill me?" Dionysus asked with a smile. "That's right. I'm curious to see if a god can be killed." "Impossible. When we receive a mortal wound, our divine powers are unlocked. The gap between gods and mortals is simply too vast." "Well, I suppose I'll just have to try. Success or failure doesn't really matter. You're an amusing human, daring to attempt deicide." "Correction," August said, leaning back slightly, "I'm not human. My apologies, but to a god, anyone in the lower realm is a mortal, regardless of species," Dionysus replied with a casual arrogance that was unmistakable. This wasn't just Dionysus, every god held the same view. Unlike mortals, gods were supreme beings, merely playing games in the mortal world. Everything here was nothing more than a diversion to them. "All right then, God, would you kindly die for me?" August asked, his voice laced with a subtle edge. "That depends on my child here," Dionysus gestured toward Philvis. With a loud boom, a second Philvis appeared, a clone. She then spoke an incantation. "End the fantasy, reunite the soul, thy body shall not be torn asunder." With that, the separate entity of her clone began to merge with her, and a tremendous aura burst forth, reaching the limits of a level 7, almost nearing level 8. August smiled and raised a hand. A barrier formed from his dark magic, enveloping the entire Dionysus familia. He had no intention of letting anyone interfere or even notice this battle. This fight needed to end quietly. "I'll kill you!" Philvis roared, her voice seething with rage as she finished her fusion. August simply stood up, motioning for her to attack. "Scourge all enemies, holy staff of destruction, great god's wine staff. Raise the cup as a shield, chalice of salvation, great god's holy grail." Philvis cast a lightning-based offensive spell, while also covering herself with a defensive spell. But as the raging lightning shot toward August, he casually raised a hand and caught it. With his insulated claw, any magic that wasn't significantly stronger than his was meaningless. Whoosh! Seeing her spell fail, Philvis lunged at August, her short sword in hand. August didn't even move, allowing her to come at him. As Philvis closed the distance, shadows suddenly took shape around August, forming into sharp blades that effortlessly blocked and parried her attacks. Despite her fierce assault, August merely stood there, exuding a pressure so intense that it was almost suffocating. Dionysus narrowed his eyes slightly. He had already suspected that August had surpassed any adventurer in history. But witnessing his overwhelming strength in person still left the god stunned. The power he wielded now was a result of the divine power crystal given to him by Uranus. The goal was clear, to forge a new hero, one who could confront the ancient monster that had once destroyed both the Zeus and Hera familias. That monster still lived, and only a human hero could slay it. Even those mighty familias had failed. What hope did others have? Damn it! Philvis growled, her frustration growing with each failed attack. August had crushed her magic with a mere flick of his hand, and now her sword strikes were blocked by his shadow blades. Even after fusing with her clone, she wasn't his match. The gap between their powers was enormous, like the difference between heaven and earth. From the start, August had been toying with her. "Philvis, you're friends with Lafia, aren't you?" August asked suddenly. "Huh? What are you trying to say?" she replied, confused. "You initially didn't want to, but eventually, you became her friend. That must have been hard for you. Bastard. Are you mocking me?" "No, I'm simply trying to set you free." Thud. Suddenly, pain exploded in her chest. She looked down in shock to see a dark shadow blade piercing straight through her torso. Blood began to drip down the blade, staining her white outfit. Cough, cough. She coughed violently, blood splattering from her mouth. Memories of her life flashed before her eyes, like a film reel speeding by. She recalled becoming Dionysus' follower, slowly developing feelings for the elegant god. Then came the tragedy years ago, where the god she loved had turned her into a monster. And now, she was being killed. Her life, in the end, seemed so empty. She had achieved nothing, gained nothing. Chapter 366, 364, God's Lair. Lafia. In her final moments, Phylvis smiled. In her last breaths, she had a friend. When her gaze turned to August, there was no hatred or anger in her eyes, only gratitude. As August had promised, he granted her freedom and allowed her to leave behind a cherished memory in Lafia's heart. At the very end, when her eyes shifted to Dionysus, there was only a flicker of sadness and regret. If there were a next life, she hoped she wouldn't fall in love with a man she shouldn't. Boom. Since she had been transformed into a monster, her body turned to ashes upon death, disappearing entirely. August glanced at Dionysus, whose expression remained unchanged, as if the one who had just died was not one of his own followers. "You really are Dionysus, the god of wine," August said, his tone calm. "Are you planning to kill me now?" Dionysus asked with a smile. "Yes. I won't be at peace until you're dead." "You'll die trying," Dionysus remarked confidently. The moment he suffered a fatal injury, his divine powers would be unsealed. When that happened, August would be nothing but an ant before the might of a restored god. He was certain of it, August wouldn't dare kill him. After all, killing a god was not only a grievous crime but also a death sentence. "I won't die. Not even gods can kill me," August responded with a grin. He now possessed the sin of lust, the sin of gluttony, and he was the master of the gate of sin. It was no exaggeration to say that August was on the verge of becoming an immortal being. His soul was bound by a contract with the gate of sin. Even if he were to die, he would be reborn from the endless abyss of sin. Although only 2 of the 7 deadly sins had returned to him, it was already enough. Clink. The chains of heaven emerged through a ripple in space, wrapping tightly around Dionysus. "Is this the chains of divinity? You possess such a divine weapon." "I guess I got lucky," August replied casually. The complete gate of Babylon had armed August to the teeth. Among its many treasures, the chains of heaven, which could bind gods, brought him the most joy. In a world teeming with deities, its value was immeasurable. "August, simply binding me with the chains of divinity won't be enough to kill me," Dionysus said, still unafraid. Binding a god didn't mean you could kill one. But August merely smiled. With a wave of his hand, golden ripples appeared in the air. Over the past few days, the Sword of Rupture had already analyzed the rules of this world and could now manifest itself fully. This was why August had chosen today to make his move, because the conditions were finally right. As the Sword of Rupture materialized, Dionysus's eyes widened in shock. This sword, this weapon, made him feel something he hadn't felt in eons: fear. This sword had the power to slay a god. Not only that, but the sword carried the forces of the heavens, the earth, and the underworld within it. How could a mere mortal possess such a divine weapon? For the first time, Dionysus, who had always been calm, began to panic. Gods were supposed to be immortal, invincible. It was this very belief that had made Dionysus so arrogant. But now, with his life truly in danger, that calmness shattered. How ironic. It seems gods are no different from humans after all. In the face of death, you tremble, you panic, you fear, August mocked, his voice cold. "August, you dare to defy the divine. Do you even know what you're doing?" "Of course. I'm clearing the trash in my way." Boom. The 3 blades of the Sword of Rupture, representing heaven, earth, and the underworld, began to spin, creating a crimson storm of magical energy and an overwhelming force. The chains of heaven can bind the divine, and the Sword of Rupture can slay gods. "Dionysus, you should consider yourself honored, you'll be the first god to fall to this blade." Dionysus's face darkened at these words. The first god to be slain. The shame. If this got out, he would be remembered on the pillar of disgrace for millennia. "Goodbye, Dionysus." August. Slash. The Sword of Rupture pierced through Dionysus's body, and divine blood spilled out like a flood. At the same time, the seal that had held back his divine power shattered, unleashing a torrent of godly energy. But August only smiled. He grabbed Dionysus and, in the blink of an eye, they were transported to a pocket dimension. Dionysus found himself in an unfamiliar world. Here, he could no longer sense the heavens, the earth, or the other gods. Boom. In this pocket world, Dionysus's divine power was fully restored, and he returned to his true divine form. "Mortal, you will die." Dionysus's gaze was filled with murderous intent, but the chains of heaven still bound him, restricting his divine power. "Did you really think that a mere chain could bind a god? Foolish." Snap. With a powerful struggle, Dionysus began to break the chains of heaven. Though they were a weapon capable of binding gods, even they had their limits. A god as powerful as Dionysus could break free. Did you really think I brought you here by accident? August asked calmly. What are you talking about? Boom. The power of the world itself descended upon Dionysus. The chains that had begun to break reformed instantly, locking him down once again. Dionysus, this is my world. Though you may be a god, even a small world like this wields immense power. This energy. No, it can't be. You have the world tree. Why not? Goodbye, Dionysus. Curse you, mortal. Awaken, sword of rupture, and cut down this god before me, Enuma Elish. Unleashing the full power of the sword of rupture, August slashed down at Dionysus. Slash. The divine body, which had just recovered its power, was pierced once again. But this time, the wound was fatal. Curse you, mortal. How dare you slay a god? I curse you. From this life to the next, you will be hunted by all the gods, forever. In his final moments, Dionysus cast a divine curse upon August. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission, Godslayer. Reward, Super Draw X1. Chapter 367, 365, Akane Ga Kill. Who am I? Where am I? What is this place? These were the first thoughts that crossed August's mind as he regained consciousness. But soon after, a wave of intense pain washed over him, every fiber of his being trembling with agony. His memories then began to flood back. After being transported to that strange world, August had only just met some people in passing. Before he could do anything of significance, fate discovered him. Fate in that world is the embodiment of heaven's will. In its hands, the world undergoes cycles of creation and destruction, each era being crafted and obliterated over and over again. During this process, outsiders occasionally appear, but none have been spared. Fate sees this world as its domain, where everything is under its control. It allows no anomalies, especially not someone like August is an uncontrollable and unpredictable variable. Without giving him time to react, fate forcibly ejected August from the world. Thrown into the void, a place of endless nothingness, August faced death countless times. He eventually used a rare Super Gacha draw opportunity, trading it for a slim chance to escape. Even so, he barely survived, on the verge of fading into oblivion. The void is not a place ruled by concepts like lust or gluttony. It is a unique realm beyond all worlds, much like the dimensional gaps between the underworld and the human world in high school DxD. It's a realm of absolute desolation. For the first time, August tasted the true terror of death. Though his strength had grown formidable, he was still far from achieving true immortality. Struggling to sit up, August took in his current state, his body severely damaged. There was no doubt in his mind that if he had been even a moment later, he would have died for certain. Although he had a soul-binding contract with the World Tree Sapling, preventing his soul from being entirely destroyed, regaining his body would require the sapling to grow into a fully mature world tree. Given the time it would take to nurture even a small world, it was beyond what words like long could describe. So, even though using the super draw was a heavy price, August had no choice. He could now sense that his body was almost crippled, with a strange, consuming energy from the void still lingering inside him, gnawing away at his very essence. To recover? Impossible, unless he rid himself of this energy first. This truly was a life and death situation, and on top of that, he was in an unknown world, one that felt extremely dangerous. As for the small world connected to him, August couldn't access it either. His magical powers were drained, leaving him unable to even open the gateway. In the past, his magic reserves had been so vast that he never realized just how crucial magic was to his existence. Now, stripped of his magic, he was painfully aware of its importance. The only bit of good news was that the amount of void energy within him wasn't large. August could slowly wear it down using the power of his original sins. Once that energy was dealt with, healing his physical wounds would be relatively simple. It was at this moment that August began to survey his surroundings. He found himself inside a rather large tent. He was lying on a military cot, with a small table not far away. On the table sat a glass of water. More importantly, August could sense several auras nearby. Although he couldn't use his observation hockey, as the embodiment of original sin, his sensitivity to the presence of sin was unparalleled. No matter who someone was, even the most virtuous person would carry some degree of sin on their soul. Have I been rescued? August glanced around, starting to piece together what might have happened. After his hasty escape from the void, it wasn't as though he'd simply fallen into a room. More likely, he'd crashed somewhere outdoors and been rescued. Oh. You're awake now, huh? A voice broke the silence. August looked up and saw a beautiful woman standing before him. She was dressed in a uniform resembling a Navy officer's, and her long, ice-blue hair cascaded down almost to her ankles. There was something about her that August found eerily familiar. This was a killer, a far cry from any virtuous soul. And you are. August struggled to turn his body. He had never felt so weak or in so much pain before. Esteth. I found you during my march yesterday. You were severely injured. Were you attacked by danger beasts? Esteth's voice was gentle as she spoke, her gaze filled with an odd hint of care. August was momentarily stunned. Esteth? Danger beasts. Was this the world of Akame Ga Kill? What a twist. Out of all the anime worlds, this was the one where members of the protagonist's team dropped like flies, practically one per episode. In the end, even the protagonist didn't survive. Note, in the anime, only Akame and Negenda are left alive. The manga, though, offers a more rounded conclusion. Ah, yes, I did run into some trouble. Thank you so much for saving me. Otherwise, I might have been devoured by beasts, Auguste replied, grateful but cautious. It's nothing, really. A small matter, Esteth said casually. My name is August. I owe you for your kindness. Nice to meet you. I'm Esteth. August couldn't help but feel confused as he looked at Esteth, who spoke to him in such a soft and caring manner. This wasn't the ruthless dominatrix he remembered. You don't have any external injuries, Esteth continued, but there's some unknown energy inside you that's slowly destroying your body. I'm sorry, but I can't help with that. It's fine. I know what's causing it, so no need to worry. I just need some time. You can heal yourself. Sort of. With the power of his original sins, August could gradually wear down the void energy within him, though the process would take a long time. Esteth nodded in understanding, though she still harbored some doubts. August's condition was far too strange. His body was incredibly strong, almost unnaturally so. Even though he had been unconscious in the freezing snow, he hadn't suffered any severe consequences. In fact, Esteth had sensed a faint threat from him, which was part of the reason she brought him back. Such a powerful man intrigued her. And when she got a closer look at August's face, even someone like her, who had seen countless handsome men, was momentarily taken aback. Young, mysterious, seriously injured yet still powerful, he was beginning to check off many of her personal preferences. Chapter 368, 366, The Current Situation. During their conversation, August learned that Esteth was on a military campaign, targeting the foreign tribes to the north of the empire. As expected, this was likely before the main events of the story had unfolded, with Esteth just setting off to suppress the northern rebellion. This world was fascinating, especially the empire, which stood at the center of it all, much like Aario in Danmachi. The empire was an ancient country with a civilization spanning over 1,000 years, the most powerful nation in the world. The only other nation that could rival it was the kingdom to the west, while the southern islands and the northern tundra were far less developed. The eastern island nations were still uncivilized. The empire, with its 1,000-year reign, was a terrifyingly formidable force. No other civilization in the world could boast of such longevity, and even before August had arrived, no other nation had managed to maintain such an enduring dynasty. To ensure its rule continued for centuries, the first emperor of the empire had used the nation's vast wealth and power to summon the greatest craftsmen from all corners of the world. They used legendary and dangerous creatures as materials, combined with rare metals like Ohari steel and lost magical arts, to create 48 unique and powerful weapons, called taigas. These taigas were considered the world's divine artifacts. Possessing one could elevate an individual to the status of a king, a god among men. However, the taigas had a mind of their own, they chose their wielders. As a result, they were not just some common weapons anyone could use. At present, the empire was in a dark age. All manner of monsters and corrupt beings ran rampant, and tragedies filled the streets. Such a place, however, was practically a paradise for August. He knew that if he could make it to the empire's capital, he would thrive there. The capital was steeped in sin, lust and gluttony in abundance, perfect for aiding his recovery. As long as he could recover even slightly, even just enough to use a little magic, August would be able to fear nothing in this world. The power level of this world was nothing compared to the previous ones he had visited, even surpassing that of the interspecies reviewer's world. Especially when considering the taiga users, all of them relied on the strength of their relics. Even Esteth, standing at the top of that hierarchy, was still just a flesh and blood human. However, despite all this, August was in the most dangerous state of his life. His body had been severely injured, and the void energy inside him was running rampant. He could not access his magic, and his powers and abilities were all but useless. His only remaining strength was his ability to absorb sin as the embodiment of original sin. For now, due to his injuries, August was confined to the tent and unable to leave. Over the next 2 days, Esteth's army did not depart, and August began to suspect why. It seemed that this ultra-dominant queen, Esteth, had become interested in him. Once she had suppressed the northern foreign tribes and returned to the capital, she was likely to start thinking about finding a boyfriend. She even planned to host a martial arts tournament to find a suitable partner. Her requirements were stringent, with 5 main points. Above all, the person should value future potential. She wanted someone who would aim to become a general and grow with her. They must have the courage to hunt dangerous creatures, even with their bare hands. They should not have grown up in the capital, but rather in the borderlands, like her. They must be younger than her, so she could dominate them. Ideally, they should have a pure and innocent smile. Given his lust for sin and his handsome appearance, August naturally made a good impression. As long as he wasn't a pervert or a homosexual, his attractiveness would stand out. And since August wasn't from the Empire, had survived severe injuries, and was clearly strong, he fit within Esteth's criteria. Not everything about him matched perfectly, but he was definitely someone Esteth could accept. Otherwise, a woman like her, an ultra-S queen, wouldn't have any unnecessary goodwill toward a stranger. During these 2 days, August had begun to recover a little. He could now sit up and move, though running and other more strenuous activities were still out of reach. His recovery had been aided by the army's atmosphere, which was filled with the sins of lust and gluttony. Esteth, in particular, treated her soldiers well. After every victory, she allowed them to loot, kill, and burn. Since the army consisted mostly of men, they naturally sought women to satiate their desires. Esteth permitted all of this. In her army, as long as you brought victory, you could do whatever you wanted. Thanks to this, August had absorbed a lot of sin over the past couple of days, speeding up his recovery. Esteth had also come to visit him frequently, and August could tell she was trying to get closer to him. He didn't refuse, after all, she was a stunning beauty, an ultra-S queen. No man would turn that down. "How are you feeling today, August?" Esteth asked as she lifted the tent flap and stepped inside. The two had become somewhat familiar over the past couple of days. Esteth had made an effort to bond with him, and they now spoke casually with one another. "I can get out of bed now. I'm sorry for the delay these past 2 days. It's nothing. The northern tribes are nothing to worry about. I can suppress them anytime, it doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later." Esteth was unconcerned. Despite being one of the Empire's top generals, she wasn't bound by anyone's orders. She worked with the ministers, and this campaign against the northern tribes was just something to pass the time. It didn't matter whether it started sooner or later. In fact, she could even choose not to go. After all, her army was under her control, and the ministers wouldn't say a word. "Now that you say that, I feel even worse for holding you up. You saved me, and here I am wasting your time." "It's a small matter," she said with a dismissive smile. Their relationship was gradually becoming more relaxed. Meanwhile, outside the tent, 3 people stood in silence. They were Esteth's most powerful warriors, the 3 beast warriors, each one a taiga user. Liver, did Lady Esteth really take a liking to this pretty boy? The petite, effeminate youth, Niao, spoke slowly. He had never expected that the Esteth he idolized would actually fall for someone. It seemed so. This man, Lady Esteth really cares about him. Does that mean he's going to be our superior now? I don't know. That depends on Esteth. Liver said this, but he couldn't help but clench his fists. He had a secret, he harbored feelings for his mistress, Esteth, because she had brought him light and hope. But as her servant, he had no right to pursue such unattainable fantasies, so he kept his feelings suppressed. Now, Esteth might be interested in another man, and that made him feel uncomfortable. But, as always, he would bear it in silence because the man Esteth chose was her decision alone. Chapter 369, 367, The Slaughtered. After 2 more days of camp, August had finally recovered enough to care for himself, and only then did Esteth give the order for the army to march. During the 4 days of their stay in the same location, and with Esteth's complete lack of concealment, many of the soldiers had begun to notice that their commander had someone special in her life. Surprisingly, Esteth didn't try to stop the rumors from spreading, in fact, she let them develop freely. As a result, August became a special figure within the army. Though he appeared weak, like a delicate pretty boy, there wasn't a single person who didn't show him the utmost respect. August found this surprising. Truly, Esteth's soldiers were a different breed. Soldiers typically revered strength, especially those in combat divisions, and yet August, by merely being in Esteth's presence, was treated with such deference by so many. This revealed how deeply Esteth had embedded herself into their hearts, practically becoming a figure of worship. With such an army, united in this way, they were a fearsome force on the battlefield. A single, unstoppable weapon. Ahead of the army, Esteth and August rode side by side, and not far behind were the 3 beast warriors, with the rest of the marching troops following closely. "August, are you sure you're all right?" Esteth asked, her gaze lingering on him as he appeared weak, still clearly recovering. She had initially planned to stay a few more days, but August had declined. His sense of shame was too great to allow it, it would be embarrassing for a grown man to linger any longer. "I'm fine, Esteth." "Don't worry," August reassured her. If you feel any discomfort, tell me right away. Okay. August gave a small smile, though his body was still in a fragile state. Yet, compared to staying in place, the battlefield was the place he longed for most. After all, August now held not only the sins of lust and gluttony, but also the gate of sin. As a dark artifact capable of harboring the 7 deadly sins, the gate could absorb all negative energy in the world, even surpassing the scope of the 7 sins themselves. Death and slaughter were the most effective catalysts for breeding darkness and sin. Thus, war was the best form of recovery for August. General, we've spotted a village up ahead, a settlement of foreign tribes, a scout reported as he returned to his death. Upon hearing about the village, the 3 beast warriors brightened. As Esteth's subordinates, they had inevitably absorbed some of her preferences: conquest, slaughter, survival of the fittest. These were the ideals they followed. A village? How many people are there? Esteth asked. It's a village of about 1,000 people, mostly young men, the scout replied. How a village? This is just a forward base for the foreign tribes. It doesn't matter. Daidara, take a small team and wipe them out. Yes, Lady Esteth. Daidara answered with a grin, his excitement palpable. He was a battle-hungry man who relished fighting strong opponents to improve his skills. For Daidara, every battle was a chance to gain experience, and he enjoyed the chaos of combat, especially when leading the charge. Come, follow me into battle, he shouted. Understood, sir, his subordinates answered enthusiastically. Daidara charged ahead on horseback, the rest of the soldiers following swiftly behind him. Their faces were filled with excitement and madness. They were a bloodthirsty force. What an excellent army, Esteth. This is the best army I've ever seen, without a doubt, August remarked. It's just a small skirmish, Esteth replied dismissively. The real war hasn't even started yet. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Indeed, August. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. We are the same, Esteth said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Both of them followed the survival of the fittest law of the Black Forest, where human kindness and morality were meaningless. Only power mattered. The strong slaughtered the weak, and if one day Esteth or August were to be oppressed or killed, it would simply mean their own power had been insufficient. There would be no one to blame but themselves. This philosophy was something Esteth had held for years, but until now, no one had ever shared it with her. Even her 3 beast warriors and the soldiers under her command had only adopted this way of thinking due to Esteth's influence. But August was different. He, like her, was someone who believed in power above all else. Perhaps this is fate, Esteth mused. I think so too, August agreed. Esteth smiled, and her joy was evident. All of this did not escape the notice of Liver, who was trailing behind. Watching the interaction, Liver couldn't help but feel a mix of envy and jealousy. This man had something he longed for, something that had always eluded him. Hey, Liver, are you okay? Niao asked, noticing his distracted expression. I'm fine, Liver replied, taking a deep breath to calm himself. From the start, he had known his place. He was nothing more than Esteth's servant. He had no right to harbor such thoughts. Meanwhile, Daidara and his team had already arrived at the foreign village. Thud, thud, thud. Enemy attack. Enemy attack, a member of the village cried out in alarm as they spotted Daidara and his men approaching. Thud. Before the warning could even reach the rest of the village, an axe flew through the air, smashing the man's skull open. The Taigu Belvok, the axe of the Empire, could only be wielded by those with immense strength. Its destructive power was overwhelming, capable of splitting into 2 axes for throwing, and if the wielder had enough strength, it would pursue its target. Experience points secured. Attack, attack. I need more experience points. Daidara shouted eagerly as his forces surged into the village like wolves into a flock of sheep. Damn Imperial soldiers. Die, the villagers screamed. Die. I don't want to die. Why? Why are Imperial soldiers here? Kill them. The sudden attack caught the foreign villagers off guard, and the battle ended almost instantly. Soon after, the main army arrived, and the village was completely taken over. Corpses littered the ground, and the surviving villagers were bound and awaiting Esteth's orders. When August arrived, he immediately began absorbing the negative energy from the site. However, the sins of lust and gluttony were few. While the gate of sin could absorb all negative energy, without corresponding major sins to draw from, the absorption rate was nearly 10 times slower than usual. For example, if there were 100 units of wrath here, August would only absorb about 10 units. Still, it was progress. Without the gate, he wouldn't even have been able to absorb that much. Chapter 368, Fear. Esteth dismounted her horse and looked down at the group of prisoners, bound tightly. A once thriving village of 1,000 souls had been reduced to only a handful of survivors. This was the brutal reality of war. These damn Empire soldiers, they attacked us out of nowhere. The only reason you were defeated was because you were too weak. There's no other reason. Esteth, you'd better not let me survive. If I do, I will surely kill you. The foreign tribesman glared at Esteth, his eyes burning with resentment, fury, and an overwhelming killing intent. He was not joking, his words were a serious, deeply ingrained hatred. But Esteth only smiled at his threat. Untie them. Yes, General. Without hesitation, one of the soldiers drew a knife and began to cut the bonds of the prisoners. The group of foreign tribespeople stood frozen, not understanding what Esteth was doing. Go, Esteth ordered coldly. What do you mean? One of them stammered. You are free now. I will not kill you. Are you mocking us? You slaughter our village and now you set us free. Exactly. With the hatred you carry, you'll do anything to survive. Then, come back and kill me someday. That would be perfect. Why you? Go, use every trick you have, and come for your revenge. You'll regret this, Esteth. The prisoners exchanged glances and quickly fled. No one was willing to die. For those watching, whether it was the three beast warriors or the soldiers surrounding them, no one seemed surprised by this turn of events. It was routine. After every victory, most of the enemies would be killed. As for the prisoners, the majority would also meet their end. But every time, there were always a few left alive and set free. This was Esteth's method. She let them go, knowing that their hatred would keep them alive, and eventually, they would return to exact revenge. Esteth loved war. She reveled in the sense of crushing all enemies beneath her feet and eradicating them completely. So, she never allowed war to end. After destroying one tribe after another, she would leave seeds of hatred behind, which would slowly grow into new enemies. Thus, she could enjoy war forever. This was Esteth, the super sadistic queen general. After the prisoners had been released, Esteth's gaze shifted to August. This was the perfect moment to test her thoughts. Here was a freshly conquered village, surrounded by bloodshed and corpses, including women who had been violated by her soldiers. If August was merely trying to please her, his true feelings would surely show now. Years ago, General Najenda, once the youngest general in the Empire alongside Esteth, had betrayed the Empire because she couldn't stand Esteth's methods. Often, the slightest change in a person's expression could reveal their true thoughts. As Esteth observed August, she noticed that his expression hadn't changed much throughout the ordeal. In fact, a brief flash of disappointment and unfinished business had crossed his face. Esteth caught every detail. In that moment, she was certain August was like her. He too was someone who would enjoy the thrill of war, without any of the messy feelings of guilt or doubt. August, unaware of the subtle shifts in his expression after absorbing the negative energy of the place, had been misinterpreted by Esteth. His disappointment stemmed from the fact that this was just a small village, less than 1,000 people, with too little negative energy to be worth his time. The unfinished business feeling was because the process of consuming void energy had just begun and was suddenly cut short. That's why it felt incomplete. As for the slaughtered villagers and the violated women, August genuinely didn't care. They weren't his people. They had no personal connection to him. Killing them made no difference. Continue forward, Esteth commanded. With that order, the army pressed on. This was just a small appetizer. The appearance of a foreign village meant they had entered the heart of the northern tribe's territory. This was the signal that the real war was drawing ever closer. However, despite entering enemy territory, Esteth had no intention of speeding up her advance. She was waiting. Waiting for all the northern tribes to gather together. After all, she was well aware of her fearsome reputation. The entire north was covered in ice and snow. Hunting down individual villages would be a waste of time. It was far more efficient to let them all congregate and wipe them out in one fell swoop. The more enemies there were, the more excited Esteth became. That was the real meaning of conquest. Over the next week or so, the army encountered a dozen or so villages. Each one was wiped out completely. Esteth and her army of 100,000 had now reached the northern frontier, and word quickly spread. In this era, without modern communication, news traveled slowly, especially in this icy, frozen landscape. It was for this reason that Esteth intentionally slowed down her march. Each evening, she would set up camp and wait until the next day before continuing her journey. This not only spared her soldiers from the biting cold of the nights but also gave the northern tribes plenty of time to prepare for what was coming. From the scouts' reports, Esteth learned that the northern tribes had already begun to unite. The northern tribe's prince, the hero Numa Saika, had recently acquired an imperial taigu, which had greatly increased his prestige among his people. Ambitious, Numa sought to unify the north. However, with various tribes holding different interests, the task was far from easy. But when Esteth's forces arrived, the tribe's fear of her became undeniable. Seizing the moment, Numa began boasting about his power and making promises that he would personally defeat Esteth. At this point, many of the tribes, driven by fear, began to gather in the royal city. Some of the tribal leaders understood Numa's ambition to rule the north, but they had no choice. His promise of protection was more appealing than facing Esteth's wrath. As a result, the northern royal city saw its army grow every day, and the force gathering there was only getting larger. Chapter 371, 369, later. It had taken nearly an entire month, 20 days, to be exact, before they finally reached the outskirts of the northern kingdom. The pace of their march could only be described as slow. During this time, August's injuries had mostly healed. The external wounds were no longer a concern, but the void energy within his body remained, rendering him unable to use magic. However, his physical prowess was more than enough to ensure his survival in this chaotic world, not to mention that August had influential connections. It should be enough time now, said Esteth, standing atop a snow-capped peak, her gaze fixed on the distant northern king's city. Inside the city, nearly 500,000 soldiers had gathered, while Esteth's army was still only 100,000 strong. The odds, 5 to 1, were daunting, and for most, such a disparity would seem insurmountable. Yet, the commander of this force was Esteth, a true monster whose strength stood unparalleled in this world. Moreover, the 3 beast warriors under her command were seasoned Tygus users, all with extraordinary combat abilities. As for the soldiers, while the northern tribes had numerical superiority, most of them were hunters or ordinary civilians, not trained warriors. Esteth's army, on the other hand, was made up of the Empire's finest soldiers. The difference in quality was just as significant as the difference in numbers. Step, step. Footsteps echoed in the snow, and Esteth turned to see August approaching. Despite the freezing cold, he wore only a single layer of clothing, yet showed no signs of discomfort, a testament to his remarkable strength. "It seems you've recovered quite a bit," Esteth remarked. "It's been almost a month, of course, I've healed," August replied casually. "What do you think of this battle?" "According to the latest intelligence, there are nearly 500,000 soldiers stationed in the northern kingdom." "A mob, nothing more," August said dismissively. Esteth smiled at his confidence, finding his opinion perfectly aligned with her own. To her, the number of soldiers didn't matter. Whether it was 500,000 or 1,000,000, it was of no consequence. Tygus users were monsters in human form, and her demon manifestation could turn her into a natural disaster. A mere northern tribe. She alone could crush them. "Do you need my help?" August asked, a slight smile tugging at his lips. "Oh. You're interested in joining the fight?" "Although I haven't fully recovered, I've regained a little of my strength," he replied, his voice calm but edged with a hint of challenge. "Just a little?" Esteth observed, noting the shift in his presence. Gone was the fragile, porcelain doll of the past, replaced by someone who exuded strength, enough to give even her a sense of subtle danger. And yet, he claimed it was, just a little. August wasn't exaggerating. He had indeed only recovered a fraction of his former strength. His physical wounds had healed, but the void energy still lingered within him, preventing him from accessing his magic. What had recovered was his mastery over the 3-colored aura, a manifestation of the life force within him, not magic, but raw power. In this world, August had hoped to trigger system quests, but he found none, meaning he could only rely on himself to heal, little by little. Still, from his experience before, he suspected that conquering the northern tribes might yield hidden rewards. Even if not, he still owed Esteth a considerable debt of gratitude, so it wouldn't hurt to take a gamble. "When do you plan to attack?" August asked, breaking the silence. "According to scouts, most of the northern forces have gathered in the king's city, so the time is now," Esteth replied slowly. She wasn't one to wipe out an entire race without purpose. Even if her ultimate goal was annihilation, she preferred to let her enemies live, for their suffering brought her entertainment. She needed the northern tribes alive to perpetuate the cycle of war, and to continue enjoying the spoils. "I've heard that there is a prince in the city, known as the Northern Hero, Numa Saika. He wields a taigu and is said to have never lost in battle. He must be quite formidable." "Humph, a mere fool," Esteth scoffed. "He's just a pawn wielding a taigu, flexing his strength among a group of weaklings." "You're quite confident, Esteth," August remarked with a wry smile. "Of course, I'm the strongest, and there's no one else who even comes close," she said proudly, her voice brimming with self-assurance. It was this arrogance, this confidence, that August admired. In this world, a world of chaos and bloodshed, only someone like Esteth could stand at the top, and she had earned that right. "By the way, Esteth, I'm curious about Tygus. Could I examine the one belonging to the Northern Hero?" "Tygus, huh? If you're interested, Liver, Daidara, and Niao all wield Tygus," she offered. "No, I want the Northern Hero's weapon." "I wouldn't dream of taking one of your subordinates' weapons," August replied. "Fine. I'll bring it to you tomorrow," Esteth agreed, her tone nonchalant. Thank you, August nodded. The battle had yet to begin, but both Esteth and August had already begun discussing the spoils as if they were certain of their victory. In their minds, tomorrow's battle was already decided. That night, both the northern tribes within the King's City and the Empire's approaching forces braced for what was to come. For a month, the northern tribes had lived in fear of Esteth's approach, terrified of the devastation she would bring. The snow-streaked path they had followed was marked by the destruction of dozens of northern villages, and thousands of northern warriors had already fallen to the Empire's army. Inside the northern King's City, the tribal leaders, led by Numasaika, were gathered, all shaken by the news that Esteth's army was almost upon them. The Empire's forces will arrive tomorrow, Numasaika said slowly, his voice laced with tension. He had expected some trick, some deception from Esteth. But after a month, he had learned that Esteth's arrogance was not a strategy, it was simply her nature. Chapter 372, 370, The War Begins. Has the Empire's army arrived? What should we do now? We've run out of options. It's a fight to the death. But it's Esteth, how can we fight her? That woman is a complete monster. There's no way we can match her. We're doomed. Numasaika gazed at the tribal leaders with a face full of frustration. They were already giving up before the battle had even started. The current forces were 5-1, 500,000 soldiers against 100,000. Such a massive advantage should have been overwhelming. But Numasaika had no real grasp of the terror that Esteth represented. He had been sheltered in the harsh northern lands, hearing only rumors about her might. In his mind, Esteth was nothing more than a myth, magnified by stories and fear. For years, both the southern and western tribes had been defeated by her. The only reason these tribes were still alive was because she had spared them, not because they were strong. Numasaika, who had never lost a battle since gaining his taigu, believed that Esteth had been exaggerated by her enemies. In his arrogance, he thought that defeating such a woman would be easy. After all, if he couldn't do it, how could anyone else? Enough, shut up. Numasaika finally couldn't take it any longer. He shouted at the leaders. The room, which had been in a frenzy of anxious voices, immediately fell silent. Numasaika nodded in satisfaction. Tomorrow, I'll lead the army myself. With our 500,000 troops, we can simply overwhelm Esteth and her 100,000. But, Your Highness. Do you have any objections? No. No objections. One of the leaders immediately fell silent, realizing the threat in Numasaika's eyes. Any more words and he would be dead. He had only wanted to inform Numasaika that the fear of Esteth wasn't confined to those present, it extended all the way down to the lowliest of soldiers. However, Numasaika was in no mood to listen, so he said nothing further. The two forces settled in for a tense night. Early the next morning, the Empire's army, led by Esteth, began its march toward the northern King's City. As before, August and Esteth were at the front, followed by the three beast soldiers, with the rest of the 100,000 soldiers marching behind. What surprised everyone, including the three beasts, was that August, who had been deemed the pretty boy of the army, had decided to join Esteth at the front line. It was a bold move, and many were amazed by his courage, if not his strength. The northern King's City, perched in the extreme cold of the north, was covered in snow all year round. The entire city gleamed with a bluish-white hue, a sight both majestic and imposing. As both armies prepared for battle, a group appeared atop the walls of the city. At the forefront stood a man clad in armor, gripping a long spear. So, you're the General Esteth of the Empire, Numasaika called out from the walls, his voice carrying over the winds. You are the so-called northern hero, then. Indeed. Why does your empire wish to invade us? Why? Do invasions and wars require a reason? I came because I wanted to. How arrogant. Enough with the pre-battle banter, Esteth said, her voice cutting through the tension. The time for words is over. Now, let the war begin. A powerful aura erupted from Esteth. The clouds in the sky parted, and her battle spirit surged. The soldiers behind her, the three beast soldiers included, were filled with excitement, ready for the fight. Meanwhile, within the northern King's City, although they boasted 500,000 soldiers, many of them were from different tribes with little trust or coordination between them. It was a tenuous alliance at best. Extreme cold shock. With a sweeping motion, ice shards appeared from thin air, hurtling toward the northern King's City. Nice try, Numasaika sneered, leaping into the air. His taigu, a spear imbued with ice magic, flared to life, shattering the incoming ice with ease. Though both Esteth and Numasaika wielded ice-related relics, the difference in their mastery was immense. All troops, attack! Numasaika bellowed. With that command, the gates of the northern King's City slowly creaked open. Swarming out were countless soldiers, with more emerging from both flanks and the rear. The numbers were overwhelming, 5 times as many as the Empire's forces. General of the Empire, we have 500,000 soldiers, and you only have 100,000. How do you plan to fight us? Numasaika laughed, already thinking of victory as a certainty. However, neither Esteth nor any of her soldiers showed the slightest sign of hesitation. Numbers? That doesn't matter in the face of absolute power. With a mighty surge of power, the cold energy around Esteth exploded. In mere moments, the approaching northern soldiers were frozen solid, turning to ice statues. Firearms team, prepare for battle. Pike and warrior units, advance. Liver, who had taken command, swiftly organized the army into 3 separate units, each moving to flank the northern forces. Liver, Daidara, and Niao, each a wielder of a taigu, led the respective teams, launching their assault with brutal precision. August, meanwhile, couldn't help but smirk at the sight of firearms among the Empire's troops. In a world like this, where magic and relics reigned, firearms felt oddly out of place. But he wasn't about to dwell on that. After all, even the ancient relics of 1,000 years ago, like the pumpkin cannon, had their own charm. Let me rack up some experience points. August thought with a grin. As Daidara rode forward, swinging his twin axes, the northern soldiers fell in droves, their bodies littering the battlefield. By Esteth's command, "Go and die," shouted Liver as water arrows formed from thin air, freezing into deadly ice crystals and scattering to deal devastating area damage. "Listen to my melody, and then die," Niao chimed in, her flute music putting large numbers of northern soldiers to sleep, only for them to be slaughtered by the advancing Empire's troops. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. And in that moment, August was thoroughly enjoying every second of it. Chapter 373, 371, The Might. Hatred. Rage. Jealousy. Resentment. Despair. And finally, death. All these emotions, the raw essence of negativity, were absorbed by August like an insatiable vortex. This wasn't a petty quarrel involving hundreds or even thousands. This was a war involving hundreds of thousands, with lives lost every passing second. Amidst the chaos, August stood at the epicenter of this macabre dance of death, devouring it all with reckless abandon, even the souls of the fallen. As this relentless process unfolded, the primal forces of sin and darkness began eroding the void-like energy within his body. Kill him. If we can't escape, we'll fight to the death. That pretty boy looks weak, kill him. He must be someone important. Taking him down would be a huge win. Charge. A torrent of northern warriors surged toward August. The battlefield was a maelstrom, every fighter consumed by the frenzy of combat. Even Esteth was reveling in the slaughter, her icy demeanor giving way to unrestrained bloodlust. This left August alone, mounted on his horse in the midst of the chaos. Yet, his lone figure was so conspicuous amidst the battlefield's turmoil that it drew every eye. A bunch of fools, overestimating themselves. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura descended, blanketing the battlefield and the entire northern capital in its suffocating grip. The sheer force of August's presence wasn't just imposing, it was demonic. What others might call the conqueror's haki had transformed in him into a sinister, godlike authority. In moments, the majority of the northern warriors collapsed, their eyes rolling back as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Even those who remained standing, barely 1/10 of the army, were rendered incapable of combat. Only a pitiful few managed to endure, though even they were trembling in fear. What was that? Daidara stared at August, standing unshaken at the center of the battlefield. Though August's figure seemed faint, an unmistakable shadow, a phantom of a demon, was hovering behind him. Esteth, the 3 beasts, and the surrounding imperial soldiers were all stunned. No one had imagined August possessed such strength. Merely unleashing his aura had subdued the northern forces. As August surveyed the swath of defeated enemies, he scratched his head in mild annoyance. With all of them down, where am I supposed to gather negative energy now? This can't be. No one can be this powerful. It's an illusion. Numasaika, the so-called hero of the north, stood paralyzed with fear. The oppressive aura had nearly crushed him entirely. Despite August's severe injuries, the power of his aura wasn't tied to magic. It emanated from his very soul, a presence transcending this world's systems of strength. A hero of the north, huh? How disappointing. Just another worm. Splat. Before Numa could react, Esteth's attack struck, a massive pillar of ice slammed into him, sending him flying. The trajectory wasn't random, it hurled him straight toward August. Thud. Numa landed unceremoniously at August's feet, dazed and bleeding. August glanced upward, spotting Esteth atop the city walls. When had she ascended so quickly? And not only that, she practically delivered this hero to him as a gift. August chuckled. He needed the taigu anyway, not this so-called hero. Cough. Struggling to his feet, Numa spat blood. The force of the ice attack was immense, if not for his decent strength, he would have been killed outright. Tap. Dismounting his horse, August approached with an air of indifference. Who are you? Numa demanded, barely holding himself upright as he pointed his taigu, a long spear, toward August. Even though he knew he had lost, Numa refused to yield. Who I am doesn't matter, August replied casually. What matters is that this relic you hold is a gift from his death to me. Care to hand it over? Ridiculous. This is my weapon. No. A pity. Smack. Before Numa could react, August seized his head with one hand. In the same motion, the spear was torn from Numa's grip and claimed by August. Numa froze, his mind screaming, not even close. This man is on a completely different level. A walking disaster. You're pathetic. Weaklings like you should know their place, hero of the North. You Imperial invaders. We're not just invaders. We're the strong. Crunch. With those words, August's hand crushed Numa's skull. The death was swift, but for August, the real reward came after. As a demon king, every soul he personally claimed became his sustenance. Unlike the souls he merely absorbed, those consumed as the demon king offered their memories and very essence to August. Most of the time, such fragments were discarded, worthless clutter. But this time, August decided otherwise. With a single breath, he absorbed Numa's life and memories, gaining everything the so-called hero had ever experienced. After a moment of reflection, August smirked. This guy was nothing but a frog in a well. Numa had possessed a taigu but had utterly failed to grasp its true potential. On the battlefield, ordinary soldiers were like children before relic users. Isthetha's forces, including herself, had 4 relic users. That alone was equivalent to an army of thousands. Particularly notable was Niao's relic, military music dream, Scream. Though only a support relic, its power on the battlefield could shift the tide of war with a single melody. While Niao might not rank highly in a direct fight, her utility here far surpassed Daidara or Liver. August glanced at the spear relic in his hand. It was likely a lower-tier relic by his standards, even the weakest noble phantasm could outperform it effortlessly. Even worse, the relic resisted his touch, further souring his mood. A mere weapon dares to defy me. Fine. Be destroyed. Snap. The spear shattered in his grip, a relic from a set of 48 irreplaceable weapons, reduced to fragments. By now, the war was over. The Northern Army's leader was dead. Most soldiers had collapsed, those who survived had lost their will to fight. The few who remained standing were swiftly eliminated. Victory belonged to the Empire, delivered with chilling ease. Chapter 374, 372, Dig Their Own Grave. The war to pacify the northern tribes had finally come to an end. When Isteth returned to the battlefield, her sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the decapitated body of Numa Saika and the shattered remains of a taiga scattered across the ground. It didn't take her long to piece together what had transpired. I always knew you weren't weak, but I never imagined you were this powerful. Powerful? This is nothing but a fragment of my strength, August replied calmly. Despite his composed demeanor, August was far from his peak. His magical energy hadn't recovered, his abilities were restricted, and even the fabled Gate of Babylon was inaccessible to him. For now, all he could rely on was the raw strength of his demonic physique and the triple-layered haki. Compared to his full potential, this was a shadow of his true might. Isteth, of course, wasn't aware of this and assumed his remark was just modesty in the face of his incomplete recovery. The battle may have ended quickly, but it left a massive logistical problem: what to do with the 400,000 prisoners. This detail mirrored the original story, suggesting that even without August's intervention, the outcome of the war would have been largely the same. So, August, what do you think we should do with the prisoners? Isteth asked casually. What's your suggestion? Kill them all, it's faster and prevents rebellion. But letting them go? That's far too many to manage. In that case, August replied, his tone chilling, bury them alive. All 400,000. Keep only the strongest and healthiest among them. Isthetha's face broke into a sinister smile. That's a brilliant idea. Burying the enemy alive would leave a legacy of hatred that could only grow. By sparing a few of the strongest, they would plant seeds of vengeance, ensuring a new war would erupt in the future. To Isteth, this was perfection, violence feeding her insatiable love for conquest. For a moment, she looked at August with even greater admiration. In her eyes, he was now the perfect companion. What Isteth didn't realize was that August had an ulterior motive. He sought to harvest the despair and rage of 400,000 souls as they faced their impending doom. At that moment, Liver arrived to report on the casualties of the war. Hearing the tail end of their conversation, he froze in shock. Bury 400,000 people alive. Such a decision was utterly inhuman. On the battlefield, Liver had no qualms about killing. But this was something else entirely. These were living prisoners, not combatants. Such an act wasn't just ruthless, it was the work of a demon. Liver, Isteth commanded, snapping him out of his thoughts, spread the word. Start digging a massive pit to bury 400,000 northerners. Yes, General Isteth. Liver replied reluctantly. As he turned to leave, August's voice rang out. Wait. Yes, Lord August. Do you have additional instructions? Liver asked, lowering his tone in respect. Don't make our men dig. Have the prisoners dig their own graves. Understood. Liver nodded, though an uncontrollable shiver ran down his spine. This man was no ordinary being. He wasn't just powerful, he was a devil incarnate. Forcing defeated enemies to dig their own mass grave was a cruelty beyond words. By the time Liver departed, he had placed August second only to his death in terms of authority. This man must never be crossed, Liver thought. He's a true monster. Isteth turned to August with a playful grin. You know, I have some excellent interrogation techniques. Care to learn a few? Interrogation. Yes, she replied enthusiastically. I love breaking people down until they're nothing but obedient dogs. Sorry, Isteth. That's not really my style. Isteth's excitement deflated instantly, her disappointment evident. Still, she quickly composed herself. After all, how likely was it to find someone who shared her every interest? If someone like that did exist, they would surely have ulterior motives. Meanwhile, August's thoughts were elsewhere. Despite absorbing the negativity of an entire war, his magical energy remained locked. The void-like energy within his body was far more formidable than he anticipated. Even in the captured northern capital, chaos reigned. Fires burned, soldiers looted, and screams echoed as women were dragged into dark corners, victims of the victor's cruelty. This was the fate of the defeated, everything lost to the spoils of war. August observed the carnage for only a moment before losing interest. His focus remained on absorbing the overwhelming waves of despair and malice saturating the air. Outside the city, under Liver's supervision, the prisoners began their grim task, digging a massive pit to accommodate 400,000 bodies. The freezing climate made the work grueling and deadly. Many prisoners perished from the cold, while the survivors were forced to continue digging. Day after day, the prisoners toiled, their numbers dwindling under the unforgiving conditions. Throughout it all, August watched in silence, his gaze unyielding. Isteth, meanwhile, reveled in her own pleasures, spending her days torturing captives and finding time to bond with August. To her, August was more than just an ally, he was a potential partner. And for August, the feeling was mutual. Though Isteth's power was limited by the constraints of this world, August saw her potential. He intended to elevate her, turning her into his second queen. Strength. August could give her that. Bloodline. He could provide that too. Resources. He had them in abundance. Isteth's ruthlessness and ambition were assets he couldn't ignore. Once she became one of his kin, she would transcend humanity, joining the ranks of the demon race. And when they returned to DXD, he would gift her a sacred gear, further amplifying her power. For August, it wasn't a question of whether Isteth deserved his investment, she absolutely did. Chapter 375, 373, Power. After nearly half a month of grueling labor, a massive pit was finally excavated in the icy wastelands of the northern frontier. On this momentous day, both August and Isteth brimmed with anticipation. Throw them in, Isteth commanded, her tone cold and unyielding. Her soldiers obeyed without hesitation, shoving the captured tribesmen into the enormous pit. The prisoners were too weak to resist, their spirits broken after weeks of hard labor under the unforgiving northern skies. Despite starting with 400,000 captives, countless had perished during the excavation process. The biting cold, relentless toil, and starvation had taken a heavy toll. At the bottom of the pit lay a layer of frozen corpses, mute witnesses to the horrors wrought by their captors. August stood at the edge of the pit, his expression unreadable. Waves of despair, anger, hatred, and fear emanated from the captives below, saturating the air. To August, these emotions were sustenance, feeding the dark forces within him. His gate of sin stirred, devouring the negative energy with insatiable greed. Crack! A faint sound echoed within his body. The void-like energy that had bound his powers began to dissipate ever so slightly. After a month and a half of stagnation, August's magic had finally begun to recover, albeit only a tiny fraction. Still, it was a start. A faint aura of black magic enveloped his form, making him appear as a demonic figure born from the shadows. This aura, combined with the horrifying scene below, gave him an imposing presence that instilled dread in anyone who beheld him. The pit became a cacophony of human suffering, cries of pain, desperate pleas, curses of hatred, and anguished wails. To August, this spectacle was a feast. Though invisible to human eyes, streams of negative energy coalesced around him, seeping into his being. 2 hours later, the grim task was complete. The tribespeople who had once roamed the northern frontier were no more. Nearly 50,000 bodies now rested in what had become a vast graveyard, a silent testament to their annihilation. "You've changed somehow," Esteth remarked, narrowing her eyes as she observed August. Something about him felt different, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. "Nothing major," August replied calmly. "Just regaining a sliver of my power." Esteth nodded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind. She decided not to press further. With the northern tribes effectively obliterated, the region would know peace for years to come. The scattered remnants of the tribes were too weak and disorganized to pose a threat. Yet, Esteth had no intention of wiping them out entirely. She preferred to leave behind seeds of hatred and vengeance, ensuring that a new enemy would rise for her to conquer in the future. "August," she said, turning to him with a rare smile. "Why not return to the imperial capital with me? I can recommend you to the Prime Minister. In a year or two, you could become the Empire's third general." "No, thank you," August replied with a faint smile. "I have no interest in serving under someone else. But I am curious about the capital. I'd like to see it for myself." "Very well," Esteth agreed, though she couldn't hide her disappointment. Still, his willingness to accompany her was a small victory in her eyes. In the days that followed, Esteth pondered how to bridge the gap between herself and August. As someone inexperienced in matters of the heart, she struggled to find a way to connect with him. Meanwhile, August remained preoccupied with his own plans. On the journey back, he tested his abilities, summoning the Gate of Babylon with a faint ripple of golden light. A single weapon emerged, the cursed blade Murasame. "Is that your Taigu?" Esteth asked, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Something like that," August replied. The cursed blade had undergone several transformations. It now carried 3 distinct curses. The instant death curse, the weapon's original and most infamous ability. The curse of the ocean, which caused the sea to reject anyone struck by the blade. The venomous curse, derived from a powerful dragon's poison, which corroded and destroyed all biological matter, including blood, bones, organs, and even the soul. Each curse could be activated independently, giving the blade unparalleled versatility. Although his magical reserves remained limited, August took solace in the fact that he was slowly regaining his strength. The imperial capital promised to be a treasure trove of negative energy, a perfect environment for him to grow even stronger. After all, in a world as dark and corrupt as this one, there was no shortage of despair and sin to harvest. The capital, with its layers of deception and depravity, would undoubtedly be the most fertile ground for his ascent. This was a world steeped in darkness, a place beyond redemption. And August would exploit it to its fullest. Chapter 376, 374, Sin. The return to the imperial capital was swift and uneventful. With no need for delays or diversions, the journey took less than half a month. Only a select group made the final stretch into the capital: Esteth, August, the 3 beasts, and a handful of soldiers. The majority of the northern army remained stationed at the Empire's borders. Even the corrupt Prime Minister wouldn't permit Esteth to march back with her entire force of 100,000 troops. This was no ordinary imperial army, it was Esteth's personal military. In the frigid north, the Emperor's decrees and the Empire's laws held no sway. Esteth's word was absolute. The Prime Minister, despite his alliance with Esteth, remained wary of her. She was, after all, a true madwoman. Though their cooperation was mutually beneficial, he had contingencies in place to ensure her power didn't grow unchecked. Chief among these safeguards was the Empire's second general, General Budo, a staunch traditionalist who adhered to the principle that military leaders should not interfere in political affairs. While Budo turned a blind eye to the corruption of officials like the Prime Minister, he protected the more conscientious factions within the government. As long as the young emperor remained under his control, the Prime Minister felt secure. Budo's presence acted as a counterbalance to Esteth's influence, a safety measure in the Prime Minister's delicate web of power. The imperial capital, the heart of an empire with over a millennium of history, was a sprawling metropolis of decadence and despair. It was a haven for the powerful, a hell for the oppressed, and a breeding ground for sin. Before even setting foot in the city, August could sense the dense miasma of malevolence that hung over it. The sheer scale of corruption, depravity, and suffering was overwhelming, a twisted symphony of human vice. "This place," August muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of wonder and revulsion. "What do you think of the capital?" Esteth asked, her tone almost playful. "It's impressive," August replied, carefully masking his true thoughts. Esteth beamed, misinterpreting his words. "Of course. The Empire has stood for 1,000 years. Though it's not as glorious as it once was, it remains the most prosperous place in the world." Standing nearby, Daidara and Niao seemed indifferent to the conversation. Only Liver cast a curious glance at August, a hint of suspicion in his gaze. During the past month, Liver had observed August closely. Something about him felt profoundly unnatural. August seemed unbothered by anything around him, as if nothing in the world could capture his genuine interest. He carried an air of detachment, as though perpetually searching for something unseen. Liver's unease deepened when he recalled the moment during the mass burial of the northern tribespeople, how August had worn an expression of pure satisfaction, even joy. Now, as they approached the capital, that same unsettling emotion flickered across August's face once more. Upon reaching the outskirts of the imperial capital, the accompanying soldiers were ordered to set up camp outside the city walls. Only Esteth, August, and the three beasts were permitted entry. Despite her disdain for opulence, Esteth owned a grand mansion in the city's most luxurious district, a gift from the Prime Minister. However, she rarely stayed there, spending most of her time on the battlefield. "I'll need to visit the palace," Esteth announced. "Formalities must be observed, even with the Emperor being the Prime Minister's puppet." "Go ahead." "I'll take this chance to explore the capital," August replied. "Very well. Liver, take August to the treasury to collect some gold." "That should save him any hassle," Esteth instructed. August nodded, indifferent to the notion of accepting her generosity. Gold meant little to him, his gate of Babylon could supply endless wealth if needed. After a brief preparation, Esteth departed for the palace with the three beasts in tow. Her first destination wasn't the throne room, but rather the Prime Minister's quarters. Their relationship was one of calculated collaboration, and any imperial decrees would first be negotiated between the two before being presented by the Emperor. Meanwhile, Liver delivered 5,000 gold coins to August, a substantial sum, though hardly a fortune by the capital's standards. Esteth's soldiers were fiercely loyal to her. She lavished them with rewards, distributing her earnings and spoils of war generously. This combination of financial support and personal charisma ensured her army's unwavering devotion. Strolling through the capital's streets, August saw a city of contrasts. On the surface, it radiated wealth and grandeur. Bustling marketplaces, lavish plazas, and vibrant festivals painted an illusion of prosperity. Yet beneath this veneer lay rot. The faces of countless citizens were hollow and lifeless, their eyes void of hope. They moved like shadows of the living, resigned to their fates in a system that crushed them beneath its weight. Here, the 7 deadly sins thrived: greed, wrath, envy, pride, sloth, lust, and gluttony. The capital was a perfect storm of human vice, a paradise for someone like August. He could feel the endless waves of despair, hatred, and jealousy emanating from the lower classes, emotions that pulsed like a tide, ready to be harvested. Among the nobility, arrogance, indulgence, and decadence swelled to the point of bursting, like a dam on the verge of collapse. For August, the capital was heaven masquerading as hell. As he wandered through the bustling streets, he absorbed the negativity like a silent predator, feeding off the city's darkness. Eventually, his path led him to the slums, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the inner city. Here, the true face of the imperial capital revealed itself. Chapter 377, 375, Night Raid. Where darkness exists, light inevitably follows. In the imperial capital, a bastion of power and depravity where shadows thrive, there are whispers of rebellion. Among these whispers is Night Raid, a feared assassin group renowned across the capital. In truth, they are a secret division of the Revolutionary Army, established to dismantle the Empire's corrupt reign through covert operations. Their missions typically involve eliminating corrupt officials and tyrants at the behest of oppressed citizens. However, their ultimate goal is to assassinate the root of the Empire's corruption, the Prime Minister himself. At the helm of Night Raid is Negenda, once the youngest general of the Empire. Years ago, Negenda fought alongside Esteth, her former colleague and one-time friend, during campaigns in the southwestern territories. Witnessing Esteth's merciless slaughter of indigenous tribes and her army's monstrous brutality, Negenda could no longer stomach the Empire's atrocities. Disillusioned and driven by a sense of justice, she defected. She changed her identity, becoming the woman known today as Negenda, and joined the Revolutionary Army. As the leader of Night Raid, she returned to the imperial capital, transforming into a blade aimed directly at the heart of the Empire's darkness. Tonight, Negenda's face was marked by a rare severity. Gathered around her were the elite members of Night Raid, all of whom were notorious fugitives on the Empire's most wanted list. Each one was a taiga wielder, individuals equipped with ancient weapons of extraordinary power. "Boss, what's wrong?" Mine, the sniper with the pumpkin-like taigas, asked curiously. "She's back," Negenda replied, her tone heavy. "She." Mine's brow furrowed. "Esteth." One of the Empire's 2 generals and the youngest to attain the rank. A hush fell over the room. While most had only heard tales of Esteth's ferocity, Negenda had faced her firsthand, and survived to tell the tale. Years ago, during Negenda's defection, Esteth had personally led a pursuit. The ensuing battle left Negenda grievously injured, 2 of her Tigus-wielding allies were slain, and Negenda herself lost her right eye and arm. The scars of that encounter ran deep, a constant reminder of Esteth's unparalleled cruelty. 2 months ago, she led a campaign against the northern tribes. To think she's already returned. Negenda muttered, her voice tinged with disbelief. She came back. From the northern polar region, one of the members asked, incredulous. Yes. The journey alone takes nearly 2 months. This means she didn't need much time to subjugate the tribes. The room was stunned. Even those who had once been imperial soldiers found it hard to comprehend. Estefa's reputation was terrifying enough, but the implications of her campaign were almost too staggering to believe. Reports indicate she faced 500,000 northern warriors with a mere 100,000 troops of her own. By the end of it, 400,000 enemy soldiers were buried alive. The revelation landed like a thunderclap. 400,000, buried alive. And with only a tenth of their numbers. Najenda nodded grimly. This is the kind of terrorist death inspires. And the key to her strength lies in the Tygus wielders she commands. In battles like these, numbers are secondary. The outcome is determined by the power of the Tygus. Her words silenced the room. Every member present knew the truth in them. As Tygus wielders themselves, they were painfully aware of the devastating impact these weapons could have on a battlefield. Mine, for instance, could snipe a target from miles away with pinpoint accuracy. In war, such precision could turn the tide before a single clash of swords. The Empire has endured for millennia, even in its current state of rot, because it still holds the majority of the Tygus, Najenda concluded. From now on, all missions are suspended, she ordered firmly. Suspended, one of them asked. We're lying low until we gather more intelligence on his death. If possible, we will remain in hiding until she leaves the capital. Najenda's tone brooked no argument. Her familiarity with his death made her keenly aware of the danger she posed. Esteth wasn't just a warmonger, she was a sadist who relished prolonging conflict. On occasion, she had deliberately spared her enemies, nurturing them into future opponents simply to indulge her thirst for battle. This time, however, Najenda's calculations would fall short. Unbeknownst to her, Estetha's return to the capital marked the beginning of a larger scheme. Boss, what about the task we accepted earlier? Someone asked hesitantly. What task? A small aristocratic family. The report indicates they've been luring outsiders into the capital, drugging them, and subjecting them to brutal torture and murder. Najenda exhaled, her voice steady. If the mission is already in motion, we finish it. Tonight, we'll strike together. Every single one of us. Her decisive tone ignited a spark of resolve among the members. Despite their apprehension, they drew strength from Najenda's conviction. To be a part of Night Raid was to embrace the darkness of the world, carving through its filth with unwavering determination. Though they feared his death, their purpose transcended personal safety. As long as corruption reigned, their blades would not falter. The room emptied as preparations began. Every mission demanded meticulous planning, especially escape routes. The capital was no place for mistakes, and with Estetha's presence looming, the stakes were higher than ever. Left alone, Najenda lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upward as she stared into the distance. A sense of unease gnawed at her, unshakable and foreboding. Estetha's return wasn't ordinary. It was a storm on the horizon, one that threatened to engulf them all. Chapter 378, 376, Murasame. The slums, a place buried beneath the grandeur of the empire, representing the lowest rung of its hierarchy. This was a land devoid of light, as dark as the corruption festering among the nobility. In this place, there was only one rule: survive. Stealing, robbing, murdering, deceiving, it didn't matter the means, so long as you lived. Even the lowest worm would struggle to stay alive, for no one wanted to die. August stepped into this desolate place, his presence marked by the elegance of his fine clothing. Instantly, he became the target of watchful, opportunistic eyes. He noticed them, of course, but paid no heed. Why would a dragon care about the intentions of ants? Today's journey reinforced one undeniable truth for August: there were no good people in this capital city. From the highest nobles to the lowest beggars, the city was steeped in sin. Goodness could not survive here, not in a land ruled by cruelty and greed. Even those claiming to champion justice carried bloodstains on their hands. Clack. A sound broke the silence. Hey, you. Hand over your money. At the end of the alley, a man dressed in ragged clothing emerged, brandishing a knife. Around him, a dozen other ruffians revealed themselves from the shadows, each armed and leering hungrily at August. A noble wandering into the slums was a jackpot, a lamb served on a platter. Even the fabric of his garments would fetch a handsome price, enough to fund their debauchery for days. This place, August murmured, his voice cold, is rotten to its core. With that, he unsheathed Murasame. What the, did that sword just appear out of thin air? Wait, could he be one of the fabled taiga users? Impossible. Why would someone of that caliber show up in a slum like this? We're doomed. We're all going to die. Panic rippled through the group. In this empire, taiga users were a different breed, legendary figures of unmatched power. Ordinary people stood no chance against them. Normally, you wouldn't be worthy of dying by Murasame, August said, his gaze like ice. But as it happens, I need some information about this place. With those words, the blade became death incarnate. Slash. One strike cleaved the leader's head from his shoulders. In a blur of motion, August spun, slashing throats and cutting down 7 or 8 others with ease. Those who tried to flee didn't get far. August pursued them relentlessly, ending their lives one by one. As the last body fell, the curse of Murasame began to spread. Black markings etched themselves onto the corpses, like ominous runes whispering of inevitable death. Within moments, August stood alone amidst the carnage, his blade now resting at his side. By consuming the memories of the slain, August gained a clearer understanding of the city. The knowledge was fragmented, these men had only scraps of insight, but it was enough for now. As for their bodies, he left them where they fell. This was the Empire's capital. Death was so commonplace that the discovery of a dozen corpses would barely warrant attention. Life here, whether noble or peasant, was disposable. The day passed as August explored the city, piecing together its layout and absorbing its festering negativity. The dark emotions fueled him, allowing him to gradually erode the void energy that had imprisoned his magic. Bit by bit, his strength returned. He now possessed enough mana to wield rudimentary spells and even access the Gate of Babylon to a limited extent. At sunset, August found a secluded spot and activated his power. A shimmering portal appeared, and he stepped into his inner world. The change was immediate. The oppressive weight of the capital was gone, replaced by the comforting stillness of his private world. August exhaled deeply, his body relaxing as he approached the world sapling at the inner world's core. "Daddy, you smell like the void," a soft, childlike voice said. "Sweetheart," August replied, a warm smile softening his face. "I got caught in the void and barely made it back." "Are you okay, Daddy?" "I'll be fine. The void left traces in me, suppressing my magic, but it's nothing I can't handle. Let me help." A root extended from the ground, gently resting on August's shoulder. A mysterious energy flowed into him, attacking the remnants of void energy lodged in his body. For a moment, it seemed the curse would be purged entirely, but the root recoiled abruptly. "I'm sorry, Daddy. I can't absorb it, it's bound too deeply to your essence. If I take it, I might drain your power too." "It's all right," August reassured her, patting the trunk affectionately. "I'll manage on my own. It'll just take some time." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure. Besides, I've found a new world for you. Once I'm done there, you can start absorbing its essence again." "Really?" "Yes," August replied, his smile widening. "And this time, it's different. This time, you can devour the entire world." August chuckled softly. The thought of accelerating his sapling's growth filled him with determination. If she could evolve to the next stage, she would finally gain a true form, and they could meet face to face. But that was a matter for the future. For now, he needed to prepare for what lay ahead. Chapter 379, 377, Aario. After returning to the imperial capital, August used a few clever tactics to find a remote mountain range on the outskirts of the city. Here, he allowed the world tree sapling to take root in this world. Of course, August merely served as an anchor for the process. Crossing time and space to arrive here was the sapling's ability, not his own. As for the safety of the place, August paid it no mind. In this world, the only real dangers came from a few perilous creatures, but these were mere trifles to the world tree sapling. For the sapling, these otherworldly monsters were no more than a snack. To August, this world held no value, not even when the Empire was toppled in the original story. It didn't matter. It would just be a change of rulers. The dragon-slaying heroes would eventually become the new dragons. To put it simply, this was merely a reshuffling of power. A new empire would rise, its new nobles would take their places, and the cycle would repeat. Boom. A storm suddenly whipped through the surrounding mountains. August knew it was the world reacting, afraid, angry. As the essence of the world was drained, it would only weaken further, heading toward inevitable destruction. For now, it was just the beginning. Once the world's essence was depleted by half, natural disasters and calamities would ravage the land, pushing everything toward its end. But that was still a year away. After all, this was an entire world, and the sapling was still in its infancy. If it were a fully grown world tree, this world could be consumed with a mere thought. When the world tree reached its full potential, each fruit hanging from its branches would represent an entire world. It would no longer just support worlds, it would create them. With that in mind, August returned to the imperial capital. The countdown for this world had officially begun. Whether this world thrived or decayed, its ultimate fate was sealed. This world was, in August's view, one of the few truly worthless worlds. After all, how many anime series started with the main characters group dying from the beginning, and by the end, they were mostly gone too? The conclusion was inevitable. By coincidence, as he walked through the streets of the imperial capital, August noticed a bounty board. The board displayed wanted posters, and among the criminals were none other than the night raid members. Some had no portraits, like Brand and red-eyed individuals, but others had their faces clearly shown. Night raid. Looking at the posters, August couldn't help but laugh. Are they hunting night raid assassins? What's the point? Uninterested, he merely glanced at the posters before turning away and strolling through the streets of the imperial capital, aiming to absorb the negative energy in the city. The darkness in this place was overwhelming, with negative energy constantly being generated in massive quantities. Before long, the sky darkened, and the streets grew emptier. In the imperial capital, especially in the common areas at night, the streets became incredibly dangerous. In the shadows, illicit deeds were common, and disappearances had become the norm. Whoosh! At that moment, a carriage slowly rolled into view. As it neared August, it suddenly came to a stop, causing him to pause in slight surprise. Whoosh! The carriage door opened, and a noblewoman along with a young lady stepped out. The golden hair and luxurious attire of the two immediately revealed their aristocratic status. However, as August observed them, he noticed something else. These two women radiated an overwhelming aura of sin, especially the young girl. Her aura was even more intense than the woman's. Was this the imperial capital? It seemed that anyone you met here was steeped in guilt. Sir, it's quite late. What brings you out walking alone on the streets? The noblewoman asked. Just taking a stroll, August replied casually. Hearing this, both women smiled. A stroll through the streets at this time, the girl remarked, her voice filled with intrigue. If you don't mind, you could spend the night at our home. You must not be from the imperial capital, are you? Yes, I just arrived today. In that case, may I invite you to tell us about the world outside the imperial capital? Sure. Thank you, the young girl chirped, joyfully taking August's hand and leading him to the carriage. Unbeknownst to most, the seemingly sweet and innocent girl was actually a demon in disguise. Her aura was so drenched in sin, she could easily be blamed for countless murders. The driver and guards who accompanied the carriage sighed as they saw August board. One of them muttered, "One unlucky soul." Where are you from, sir? I'm from the north. The north? How impressive, the girl marveled. It's nothing special, August replied with a shrug. Inside the carriage, the girl incessantly chatted, asking August questions about life outside the imperial capital. But both she and her mother wore expressions of mockery and disdain. There was never any kindness without ulterior motives. The carriage soon entered a sizable estate, and upon entering, August could immediately smell the faint odor of rot. It wasn't overpowering, but if it weren't for his keen senses, he might have missed it. This place reeked of negative energy, especially in the back of the estate, where the power of negativity was particularly intense, with all sorts of negative emotions mingling together. On the carriage, August learned the young girl's name, Aario. Connecting this with everything he had seen, August couldn't help but feel exasperated. He had merely stepped out for a walk to absorb some negative energy, yet here he was, caught up with the first villainous boss of the series. Aario, with her sweet and innocent exterior, hid a malicious personality. She enjoyed luring naive country folk into her home, only to torture them to death. In the original story, the main character, Tatsumi, was tricked into coming here, where he witnessed the gruesome deaths of his childhood friends, Ayasu and Seo, who perished at the hands of this family. Now, as August found himself trapped in this situation, he couldn't help but wonder, what would happen to the main character? Had he missed the chance to cross paths with them? Chapter 380, 378, Waiting. At Aario's invitation, August arrived in the living room and had tea with her family. Although the tea was laced with sleeping pills, it was unfortunate for them that it was only this weak concoction. The sedatives did not affect on August whatsoever. This led to a strange situation. August conversed with them casually, while they were forced to humor him, hoping he would eventually collapse. But, to their dismay, he did not. From their conversation, they learned that August was a powerful individual, one who was not easily intimidated. This caused the three of them to hold back from any overt aggression, still wary of confronting him outright. The situation developed in such an odd way that August did not mind. After all, now that he had come this far, he was curious to meet the protagonists. In the end, many of the women in this story would meet tragic fates, though a few managed to survive, but even their survival seemed uncertain. Even those who survived until the end, like Najenda and Akame, one of whom had drained her life force and the other cursed by a taigu, would face uncertain fates. The story might have ended with them alive, but how long they would remain so was anyone's guess. As evening passed, night swiftly descended. Bang. Suddenly, the door to the living room was violently shattered, and a heavily armored guard was flung through it. He crashed into the wall, spat out blood, and died instantly. Who goes there? Aario's father stood up, furious. As a noble, how dare someone act so brazenly in his home? His wife and daughter, Aario, shared the same anger. Their very being demanded respect, their bloodline, noble and proud, set them apart from mere commoners. Whoosh! In response to their indignation, a cold, gleaming blade flashed before them. In an instant, blood spilled, and Aaria's parents had their throats slit, their lives snuffed out by the swift, deadly strike. August. Mr. August, please. Save me. Aaria rushed to August's side, desperate to cling to him. She remembered what he had told her. August was an extraordinarily powerful individual. His very presence in the imperial capital proved his strength. Whoosh. But in the next moment, Aaria froze in shock. She felt an excruciating pain in her throat as blood soaked her clothes. Clutching at her neck, she pointed weakly at August, but the words she tried to speak were silenced by her crushed windpipe. She collapsed to the ground, joining her parents in death. The sudden scene stunned Akame, who had just entered. Her target was dead. You're too late, August remarked, sipping his tea as if nothing had happened. I've already had 2 pots of tea laced with sleeping pills here. You know me? Akame asked, her tone skeptical. Of course. You're the infamous assassin, Akame, wanted by the Empire, right? Are we enemies? Not quite, not for now. Hearing this, Akame nodded, though she did not relax her guard. As a member of the Night Raid, she had witnessed countless dark deeds and knew better than to be careless. Underestimating her enemies could lead to her death. August's observation haki allowed him to sense that within moments, all the guards in the mansion had been neutralized. But Akame wasn't alone. There were others outside. At this moment, August turned his gaze to the window. Several figures hovered in the air, all suspended by wires under their feet. Akame, who are these people? Leone, now transformed into her beast-eared form, approached from the next room. She was taken aback when she saw August calmly drinking tea by the 3 corpses. I don't know, Akame replied. He's not our target. That woman was killed by him, and it seems like he's waiting for us. Waiting for us? Leone repeated in surprise. Yes, he seems to know we were coming. After all, it's part of the mission. He must have received some kind of intel. There was a dark underground world in the imperial capital, an illicit market where anything could be bought for the right price. Many of Night Raid's missions originated from there. August found this amusing. These so-called revolutionaries, assassins claiming to cleanse the capital, were nothing more than mercenaries. They would kill only after receiving payment for the job. To them, it was just a transaction, and they had the gall to dress it up as if they were saviors. It was laughable. In any case, Akame, Leone, and the rest, Bullet, Mine, Shiel, Lubbock, the members of Night Raid have all arrived, haven't they? Akame and Leone froze. August knew so much about them. August was curious. He had often wondered how strong the taiga wielders in this world truly were. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, August moved, appearing in front of Leone and sending her flying with a single punch. The immense force made her arm scream in pain, despite her beastly transformation. Crack! A retaliatory kick sent Akame flying, breaking through a window as she was hurled outside. Looking outside, August saw several figures approaching. Boom! A golden laser shot through the air, aimed directly at him. It was a sniper shot from the Roman artillery, Pumpkin. August calmly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the deadly shot. At that moment, Bullet, now clad in armor, charged toward August, swinging his weapon down. Good timing, August said, smiling. He rolled out of the way with agility and retaliated with a crushing punch. Bang! Even in his armor, Bullet was no match for August's overwhelming strength and crashed to the ground. Bullet, Lubbock, Shiel, Mine, Akame, and Leone all moved at once. Slashes, wires, lasers, scissors, and fists. August moved effortlessly, dancing through their attacks, countering each one with ease. Taiga wielders. In August's presence, they were laughably weak. Each one of them was merely relying on the power of their taigu. Even Akame, a seasoned warrior, was just an ordinary human at her core. Against August, she didn't stand a chance. Despite their magical powers, none of them were in his league. August, with his Satan-class physical strength, could easily crush anyone in his path. Chapter 381, 379, Agenda. In just a few short minutes, only Akame and Bullet were still standing. The rest of the group had been knocked to the ground, but August didn't kill them. He merely knocked them unconscious, allowing them to temporarily fall. Who are you? Akame, holding Murasame, looked at August with a serious expression. To defeat the entire Night Raid by himself, this level of combat strength was unheard of. My name is August. I'm not from the Empire. I just arrived in the Imperial capital today. How could an outsider know so much about us? Well, it's just a coincidence. What could he say? He had watched their anime, so he knew them. But even if he said that, no one would believe it, so August didn't bother to waste his breath. Bullet stared at August, tightly gripping his taigu. Though his armor was powerful, it placed a huge strain on his body. Especially after such a high-intensity battle, his stamina was greatly depleted. Looking at the two standing before him and the others who had fallen around them, August couldn't help but feel disappointed. The combined strength of these people wasn't even close to matching Esteth's. In the original story, the only reason Murasame could fight Esteth and even temporarily outmaneuver her in terms of agility was due to Murasame's secret technique. However, that was not something one could use freely, it was a life-burning technique. Such a disappointment. The Empire's top assassination group, Night Raid. August spoke slowly, his voice tinged with disdain. The taiga wielders. To him, taigas were nothing more than toys. Shing. Suddenly, Bullet moved. He thrust his taigu toward August. Clang. August's finger intercepted the spear, and the overwhelming difference in power became clear. August's physical strength had long surpassed that of any life form in this world, even the so-called danger beasts. I've had enough of this. It's time for you to leave. Bang. With a single, unadorned punch, Bullet was sent flying, crashing into the wall, unable to rise. The gap is so vast. Bullet grimaced, his armor disappearing from his body. He could no longer summon the power of his taigu. Akame understood now. This man possessed the power to kill all of them, yet for some reason, he hadn't done so. Who exactly are you? I'm just an outsider. I came to the Imperial capital at someone's invitation. Someone's invitation? Yes. Who invited you? Esteth. In that instant, both Akame and Bullet felt as if they had been plunged into an icy abyss. The strongest taiga wielder, as emphasized by their boss. This monstrous man was actually a friend of Esteth. If that was the case, Night Raid had no hope. This man alone had destroyed their entire group, and he hadn't even used his full strength. I will kill you. At that moment, a woman holding the taiga cutter of creation, Ixtase, a massive pair of scissors, attacked August's neck. Her intentions were clear: kill August. This was the only thing she could do, the only thing she would do. Clang. A shadow, dark as ink, rose from beneath August's feet, blocking the incoming attack aimed at his neck. The dragon's shadow, though August's mana was low, was still usable in a limited form, though it lacked its usual potency. Not good. Shiel, run. Akame shouted as she tried to protect Shiel, realizing that August's strength was far beyond what they could handle. Boom. Without mercy, August delivered a heavy blow to Akame. Even Akame, an elite from the Empire's assassination unit, was overwhelmed by this force, feeling as if her body might break apart. August's gaze fell upon Shiel, the innocent, awkward woman who had become the unluckiest among them. From the very beginning, she had been an outlier in the group. Though she had helped her friend, in the end, she was feared by everyone. Shiel, a natural airhead and bespectacled girl, grew up in the Imperial capital's slums. With no special talents and a tendency to fail at everything, she was often ridiculed. Once, in an attempt to save her best friend, she killed a person and later killed the deceased's comrades who sought revenge. Thus, she was feared by her closest friend, and in turn, she discovered her one true talent, killing. In the story, she was also the first to pull the death curtain, sacrificing herself to protect her companion Mine, only to die and become food for a taigu. Shiel, covered in dust, stood in the dimming twilight, her eyes flickering. Shiel, right. Yes, I'm Shiel. You can just call me that. Shiel responded calmly, her tone nonchalant. Would you like to come over to my side? I can guarantee you will never face any danger or trouble again. I'm still a member of Night Raid. I won't leave my comrades. Such a shame. August sighed slightly. He did have some affection for this naive, glasses-wearing girl. Not because he liked her, but because, if she were to die like this, it seemed almost too unfortunate for her. His gaze shifted toward a corner not far off. There, a presence lingered, not weak. Since you've arrived, come out and show yourself. August's words stunned the remaining members of Night Raid. Was there someone else here? Clap. Clap. Truly remarkable sensitivity. A woman with a mechanical arm and an eye patch stepped out. Boss, what are you doing here? Bullet exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. I had a bad feeling, so I came to check. Didn't expect to find this situation. Boss, be careful. He's very strong. Ah, I see that. He's like his death, just another monster. Nagenda's expression grew serious. She had witnessed the strength of 6 taiga wielders being easily defeated by August. His power was overwhelming. I've heard of you from Esteth, General Nagenda. Esteth. I didn't expect she still remembered me. After all, you're both the youngest female generals. Negenda had once held that honor, but it was now a thing of the past. Now, something she couldn't believe had happened. Another top-tier powerhouse had emerged, one who could rival even Death. Chapter 382, 380, Jaegers. The atmosphere grew heavy as all members of the night raid gathered in one place. No exaggeration, if August decided to make a move against them, night raid would cease to exist. That reality wasn't lost on Negenda. Her sharp gaze swept over her fallen comrades, noting that while they were incapacitated, none were seriously hurt. It was clear, August had no intent to kill. Relax, August said calmly. I'm not here to harm you. I'm merely observing. Who exactly are you? And why are you working for the Empire? My name is August, he replied, but I'm not with the Empire. Not with the Empire. Negenda's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of hope igniting. If he wasn't an Imperial loyalist, perhaps he could be recruited. His power alone could rival Isteth's, a potential game-changer for Night Raid. I was gravely injured before, August explained. Isteth saved my life. I owe her a debt. For now, I'm her ally. That's why I came to the capital. I saw your wanted posters and grew curious. I see. Negenda's brief hope plummeted into despair. Her thoughts spiraled, not an Imperial soldier, yet indebted to Isteth. That's worse. Isteth's act of saving his life created an unshakable bond, one rooted in gratitude. Even if they could recruit August, it would be nearly impossible to convince him to oppose her. Unaware of Negenda's inner turmoil, August continued, his tone light yet chilling. This afternoon, Isteth visited the palace. It's likely the Prime Minister will assign her to deal with you. You're her toys, after all. As such, I won't intervene. The word toys hit Negenda like a slap. Night Raid, her proud band of revolutionaries, dismissed as nothing more than playthings for Isteth. But what could she say to refute it? August's overwhelming power gave his words weight. To you, she asked, her voice low, is this capital nothing but a game board? Indeed. Not just the capital. The entire world, it's all a game. Negenda finally understood. This man saw himself as a being beyond nations and ideals, perched at the pinnacle of existence. You'd best grow stronger, August warned. Soon, Isteth will start her game with you. If you lose, you know the consequences. You're sparing us, then. As I said, you're Isteth's toys. I have no interest in breaking what belongs to her. She enjoys strong opponents. Understood. We won't disappoint you, Negenda vowed. Let's hope not. With that, August turned and left. His mere presence had been enough to leave Negenda's nerves frayed. She didn't relax until his figure disappeared completely. Boss. Bullet, Negenda commanded, take everyone back to base immediately. The security forces will be here soon. Got it, boss. Bullet slung both Lubbock and Leon over his shoulders, while Negenda supported mine. Akame, though injured, could walk, and Shield had suffered only minor wounds. Together, the group retreated from the Dark Mansion. Despite their battered state, they had completed their mission. But Negenda couldn't shake the sense of foreboding. If August's words were true, Isteth and the Empire were now fully focused on Night Raid. Their base would have to be relocated, immediately. After leaving, August returned to the general's residence. Isteth had just returned from the palace, having dined with the Prime Minister and discussed pressing matters. You're back, Isteth greeted. How did it go? Not bad. I even had a run-in with Night Raid. Night Raid? Oh, that assassin group causing chaos in the capital. Exactly. The Prime Minister mentioned them earlier. Several nobles have been assassinated recently. He's tasked me with eliminating them. What's your plan? I'm forming a new unit of Tygus users. / August raised an eyebrow. In the original timeline he'd known, the Jaegers were only formed after the death of Isteth's three beasts due to manpower shortages. Now, she was already taking the initiative. Do you know who leads Night Raid? Who? An old Imperial general, Negenda. Negenda. Isteth's expression shifted. Memories surfaced of her former comrade, a general who had opposed Isteth's methods and eventually betrayed the Empire. Once, they had been equals, rivals, even. But Negenda's betrayal and subsequent defeat had left Isteth disappointed. Her leadership makes things interesting, Isteth mused. As the leader of the Jaegers, I'll enjoy this little rivalry. Oh, by the way, August added, Night Raid currently has 7 members. 6 of them are Tygus users. 6 Tygus users. That's right. This will be fun, Isteth said, her eyes gleaming. Now, I just need the Prime Minister to deliver my recruits. Despite the Empire's decay, it remained a formidable power, boasting numerous Tygus and their wielders. The Revolutionary Army might be a thorn in its side, but it was far from toppling the behemoth. And August couldn't help but feel intrigued. The Jaegers in the original timeline had been a fascinating group, filled with colorful characters. Among them was Kurom, Akame's younger sister, whose tragic fate was particularly striking. Meanwhile, back at Night Raid's hideout, the team was somber. Their encounter with August had shaken them deeply. Najenda wasted no time. She began drafting a report to the Revolutionary Army, demanding support or permission to withdraw from the capital. Staying here was no longer viable. The stakes had risen. The Empire's deadliest weapon was coming for them. Chapter 383, 381, formed. The next few days passed uneventfully, and August found himself enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Apart from wandering aimlessly and absorbing negative energy, there wasn't much else to do. Meanwhile, Esteth, being a high-ranking general, had her hands full. Though not overwhelmed, her responsibilities kept her busy, especially as she worked to track down Night Raid. Her 3 beasts were also scouring the Imperial capital for clues. Unfortunately for her, due to August's interference, Night Raid had completely disappeared without a trace. Tap, tap, tap. One afternoon, Esteth sought August out. Today marks the first assembly of the Jaegers. Are you coming? Me. But I'm not a member of the Jaegers. That doesn't matter. It's just a title. Fine. With nothing better to do, August figured it wouldn't hurt to join in. After all, apart from Esteth, there wasn't a single person or event in this world that could pique his interest. Having already decided to let the world tree sapling devour this world entirely, the fate of the world, its story, and its people didn't concern him in the slightest. That afternoon, August arrived at the designated meeting place for the Jaegers' assembly. Esteth and her 3 beasts were already there. August, however, sat off to the side, exuding an air of disinterest, like an outsider. Knock, knock, knock. The first guest arrived. Come in, Esteth called. My name is Bowles. Pleased to meet you all, said the newcomer as he stepped in, wearing a peculiar mask. Bowles had formerly served in the Incineration Squad, a unit tasked with burning anyone condemned without question. He was also the wielder of the Taiga Rubicante, the infernal summoning. I'm Esteth. These are Liver, Didas, and Niao. From now on, you'll be working alongside them. Understood, General Esteth, Bowles replied with evident caution. The reputation of the Empire's youngest and most ruthless general had clearly preceded her. Bowles quietly found a corner to sit in, scanning the room's occupants before his gaze landed on August. Though August appeared indifferent to everything, Bowles instinctively understood that anyone in Esteth's proximity couldn't possibly be ordinary. Creak. The door opened, and a man entered carrying a bundle on his back. However, upon seeing the group inside, he froze. After a moment of hesitation, he retreated, shutting the door behind him. Moments later, he returned, his expression tinged with resignation. I'm Wave, from the Navy, reporting in, he announced. Wave had previously served in the Empire's Navy and was a Taigu user like Bowles. His Taigu, Grand Chariot, was an armored weapon similar to Incursio. I'm Esteth. Take a seat, she ordered. Yes, ma'am, Wave replied, sitting promptly. As a soldier, he understood the importance of following orders. Even though he was from the Navy, Esteth, as a general of the Empire, outranked him by far. Within half an hour, the remaining members arrived one after another. Among them were Kurom, from the Empire's assassination unit. Aario, from the Imperial Capital's security force. Run, a former village teacher. Dr. Stylish, a scientist from the Empire's research division. With the arrival of these individuals, the hunter team was complete. However, unlike in the original story, this version included 3 additional members, Esteth's personal subordinates, the 3 beasts. All right, let's cut to the chase, Esteth began. I've gathered you here to form a special task force, the Jaegers. From now on, you are the Empire's elite enforcers. But, isn't the security force already responsible for the capital? Wave asked hesitantly, earning incredulous looks from the others. It seemed he had made a rookie mistake. We are not the security force, Esteth clarified coldly. We exist to handle extraordinary situations. For example, the rampant assassination group, Night Raid, is our primary target. Understood, Wave replied, realizing his error. The others, each with their own thoughts, refrained from further questions. Kurom, dressed in her school uniform-like attire, reacted subtly at the mention of Night Raid. A flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. Kurom was well aware that her beloved sister was now a member of Night Raid. Her primary goal upon returning to the capital was to kill her sister and turn her into a puppet, ensuring she would remain by her side forever. One more thing, Esteth added, turning her gaze to August. This is August. Treat him with the same respect you would show me. While he is not officially part of the Jaegers, his words carry the weight of my orders. At this declaration, all eyes turned to August in varying degrees of curiosity and suspicion. Among them, Dr. Stylish's eyes narrowed. As a man of intellect, he quickly deduced that August's extraordinary status indicated a deeper mystery. Greetings. I'm August. Don't bother treating me like Isteth. I have no interest in the Jaeger's activities. Suit yourself, Isteth said indifferently. August's detached demeanor was nothing new to her. Lord August, such apathy is unbecoming. Justice must not be neglected, Aario chimed in. Beside her, a small, adorable creature stood at attention. Justice. August repeated with a hint of amusement. Yes, justice. Sorry, but to me, strength is justice. Victory is justice. What? That's a mockery of justice. Aario exclaimed, visibly upset. Listen, little girl, August replied coolly. Stop throwing around the word justice. The strong care about power and profit, not ideals. You. Aario fumed, her beliefs clashing violently with August's. However, she refrained from acting out, knowing the consequences of causing a scene at the Jaeger's gathering. Unbothered, August dismissed her with a glance. Unlike certain predecessors who might have sought to save her, August found no interest in the heavily indoctrinated girl. To him, she was little more than a weapon, an unfortunate product of the Empire's manipulation. Chapter 384, 382, Power Revealed. August's indifferent expression, as he lounged without a care, seemed to ignite Ario's fury. Justice was her life's pursuit, her unwavering faith. The very idea of anyone mocking or disregarding it filled her with anger. Yet, it was precisely August's nonchalant attitude that enraged her the most. For all her righteous fervor, she couldn't help but feel powerless in the face of his dismissiveness. Even Koro, her loyal Taigu, seemed unnervingly subdued. Usually quick to lash out at threats, Koro instead shrank back, his instinctual fear of August overriding his usual aggression. Dr. Stylish, observing this from the side, noted the odd behavior with fascination. For a biological-type Taigu to show such fear. Who is this man? He mused. August didn't look particularly imposing, his sharp features and calm demeanor betrayed no obvious danger. Yet, the reactions of those around him, especially figures like Isteth and her three beasts, made it clear he was anything but ordinary. Standing, August stretched lazily. He seemed bored, detached from the tension in the room. I'm heading back, he announced. He had little interest in these petty dramas and was far more focused on regaining his full strength. Being in a weakened state grated on him, and he loathed the lingering sense of limitation. Where do you think you're going? Aario demanded, her tone sharp and accusatory. We're not finished talking. August's gaze shifted to her, cool and piercing. Little girl, learn your limits. In that instant, an overwhelming aura crashed down upon the room. The pressure was suffocating, a manifestation of pure dominance. Ario's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Her Taigu, Koro, rushed to her side, whimpering as if struck by an unseen force. To the others in the room, the source of the oppression was imperceptible. This wasn't a physical force or even a display of killing intent, it was a direct assault on the soul. Dr. Stylish's curiosity only deepened. Though he couldn't fully grasp what had happened, Ario's reaction, her trembling form and tear-streaked face, was evidence enough of the power August wielded. Fascinating, Stylish muttered under his breath. Why you? Aario stammered, struggling to find her voice. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her earlier bravado shattered. The atmosphere, once tense, now felt awkwardly subdued. Even Isteth frowned, displeased by the sight. She's just a child, Isteth admonished August. Her tone wasn't harsh, but there was an unmistakable edge to her words. August sighed, realizing he might have overdone it. It was just a scare, he said, waving it off. Didn't think she'd cry. Guess she really is just a kid. From the side, Kurome's soft voice interjected. Pervert. August turned to look at her. Kurome sat calmly, her eyes filled with quiet disdain as she nibbled on a snack. In her lap was a bag labeled Kurome's Treats, which August knew were laced with special drugs to suppress her deteriorating condition. Kurome, isn't it? He asked casually. Oh no, she muttered dryly, the pervert knows my name. August's lips twitched. Yesterday, I met someone who reminded me of you, he said. She had striking red eyes. You wouldn't happen to know her, would you? Kurome's demeanor shifted instantly. The casual disdain vanished, replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. Where is she? She demanded, her voice cold and commanding. So, you do know her. Why the sudden interest? August teased. Tell me where she is. Kurome's hand went to her Taigu, Yatsufusa. In one fluid motion, she drew the blade and pressed it against August's neck. Her reaction amused him. What an aggressive little sister you are. But your attitude needs work. Without warning, August struck. His palm landed on Curome's shoulder with enough force to send her flying across the room. She slammed into the wall, the impact cracking the surface, and coughed up blood as her frail body crumpled to the floor. The room fell silent. The others stared at August, their expressions a mix of shock and wariness. Even Esteth, usually unbothered by violence, narrowed her eyes. August, she's one of my subordinates. Injuring her is unacceptable. Relax, August replied, pulling out a vial of shimmering liquid. Here. It was a bottle of life potion, one of many he had acquired through his abilities. Though not as potent as higher-grade versions, it was more than sufficient to heal Curome's injuries. He knelt by Curome and poured the potion into her mouth. The effects were immediate. Her wounds healed, her breathing steadied, and even her complexion improved. What is this? Curome asked weakly, her voice tinged with disbelief. A life potion, August explained. Not only does it heal injuries, but it can also restore some of your vitality. Keep it. You'll need it. He handed out additional vials to everyone present, including Esteth and her 3 beasts. The room's tension eased slightly as the Jaegers realized the value of the gift. Dr. Stylish examined his vial with fascination. Incredible. Is this an Imperial research product? Its composition is unlike anything I've seen before. Let's just say it's beyond your understanding, August replied with a smirk. Curome stared at the vial in her hand. For someone like her, whose body was ravaged daily by the drugs she depended on, the potion's effects were nothing short of miraculous. For the first time in years, she felt a glimmer of relief from her constant suffering. Her curiosity about August deepened. He knew about her sister, possessed miraculous potions, and wielded terrifying power. Who was he, really? Chapter 385, 383, 4 Rakshasa Demons. Where is she? Curome's cold, unwavering gaze was fixed on August. However, her tone had softened, influenced by the earlier conversation. She's with Night Raid. At present, she's one of their ace members. Night Raid. At that moment, Curome's eyes brimmed with a chilling light and murderous intent. Whatever the reasons, Endgame had betrayed her, and the Empire. This was an undeniable fact. Although Curome herself held little loyalty to the Empire, she couldn't abandon it. She needed the Empire's medicine to survive. Endgame, however, had chosen to forsake her sister, leaving her behind for something else, whether it was justice or some other ideal. Esteth observed Curome's sudden shift in demeanor with intrigue. Despite August being new to the Imperial capital, he seemed to know Curome's past with surprising clarity. Lord August, how exactly is this life potion made? I've never seen such a flawless elixir before, Dr. Stylish interjected, holding up a small vial of the potion. Blood stains on his arm revealed that he had tested the potion's efficacy on himself. Such recklessness seemed natural for a scientist, a research-obsessed maniac at heart. I have no idea how it's made. I didn't create it, August replied indifferently. You don't know. What a shame, Stylish muttered, his face full of disappointment. Still, he believed in his own abilities. With his Taigu, Perfector, he was confident he could unlock its secrets. Even if he couldn't replicate it perfectly, producing a less potent version could still yield incredible results. Today marked the first day of the Jaegers' official missions. After introductions, Esteth decided on a simple exercise to foster teamwork. Their task was to eliminate a group of bandits hiding in the mountains outside the capital. Esteth herself wouldn't intervene, the Jaegers were to handle the mission independently, with each member required to take out a portion of the enemy forces. This would serve as the first step in their collaboration. Meanwhile, August had other plans. He wandered through the Imperial capital, eventually arriving at the Flower District, a place teeming with depravity, lust, and sin. Unlike Aario's Pleasure District, nearly every woman in the Flower District was under the influence of drugs, their lives controlled by the men who owned the illicit substances. These women, forced into their work by addiction, earned barely enough to survive. This place was a dark abyss, a pit of unrelenting despair. For August, the incarnate of lust's original sin, it was a treasure trove of negative energy, the perfect place to replenish his strength. Swish. As August absorbed the district's negative energy, a shadow emerged from the darkness. A swift attack was launched, aiming directly for his heart, a clear intent to kill. Who are you? August asked, his tone calm as a tendril of shadow twisted into a massive hand and seized the assailant. The attacker struggled in vain, unable to escape the shadow's grip. Not talking. Fine, I'll just take a look myself, August said with a smirk. A blade of shadow materialized from the dragon shadow, slicing through the air. In an instant, the assailant was decapitated. Their soul, too, was devoured, and their memories became August's to scrutinize. Moments later, August's lips curled into a sinister smile. I hadn't even provoked you, yet you came for me first. Such an idiot. From the attacker's memories, August learned that the men had been sent by none other than the Empire's Prime Minister, the epitome of corruption and decadence. This bloated tyrant, infamous for his insatiable appetite, was the real power behind the child emperor's throne. It was said he had orchestrated the deaths of the emperor's parents and seized control of the imperial Taigu, Shikutazur, the supreme Taigu. Swish. Swish. Two more figures emerged from the shadows. They glanced at the decapitated body and sneered in disdain. What a weakling, to be taken out so easily, one of them remarked. August turned to face the newcomers. From the memories of their fallen comrade, he recognized them as two of the four Rakshasa demons, Sten and Mez, elite enforcers trained in the Emperor's martial arts temple. Despite not wielding Taigu, their mastery of body manipulation and combat skills placed them among the Empire's strongest. Sten and Mez, I presume. Oh. You know of us. Sten's expression twisted in surprise. Few knew their identities, and those who did were usually corpses. You could say that. Let's call it prior acquaintance, August replied with a smirk. Though August had little regard for the four Rakshasa demons, he knew they served the Prime Minister and would meet their demise eventually. If you're aware of who we are, then you should understand your fate. The Prime Minister has ordered your death. Accept it with grace, Sten said, clenching his fists. To him, killing was an act of mercy, freeing souls from the suffering of this world. Mez, standing beside him, appeared indifferent. She would intervene only if Sten failed, a scenario she deemed unlikely. August chuckled. You're quite confident for someone who hasn't even assessed their target. Chapter 386, 384, Instant Kill. At August's words, Sten and Mez burst into laughter, their voices echoing through the tense air. It was as if they'd just heard the most ridiculous joke. Mez, especially, laughed the loudest, her tone dripping with condescension. Kid, we've slain countless Taiga wielders. What makes you think a pretty boy like you could pose a threat? Mez sneered, her voice laced with derision. In Mez's eyes, August was nothing more than a delicate, insignificant figure, an easy target. Sten, standing silently beside her, clearly shared the same dismissive view. But August understood their perspective. In this world, where Taiga wielders reigned supreme, the idea of a mere human surpassing them was laughable, an almost impossible feat. The four Rakshasa demons exemplified this harsh reality. Despite lacking Taigu, their strength was legendary, forged through unimaginable training and torment. They were far deadlier than many Taiga users who relied on their weapons to compensate for their own weakness. Enough talk. I'll grant you a quick release from your misery, Sten declared, stepping forward. It didn't matter what August said, he was destined to die today. Such was the Prime Minister's command. Mez, meanwhile, shrugged lazily, making no move to assist. Among the four Rakshasa demons, she was the youngest and physically the least robust. Unlike the brawny Sten and the masochistically trained Suzuka, Mez's frail body was ill-suited for direct combat. She avoided battle whenever possible, letting others take the lead unless absolutely necessary. As Sten closed in, he attempted to sound reassuring. Don't worry. It'll be over quickly. You won't feel a thing. But the menacing figure of Sten, with his broad shoulders and muscular frame, made his words utterly unconvincing. Unfazed, August calmly raised his hand. In a flash, the cursed blade Murasame emerged from the void. Swish. With a casual swing, the blade grazed Sten's chest, leaving only a shallow cut, a minor scratch on his iron-forged body. This is your Taigu. That's pathetic. Sten roared with laughter. His body, hardened through years of brutal training, had long surpassed human limits. Not even blades could harm him. August, however, simply smiled in silence, his gaze unwavering. In the next instant, a sinister black energy began to spread from the wound. Sten's laughter ceased abruptly as realization dawned. Something was terribly wrong. This was no ordinary injury. Within seconds, the cursed toxin had spread through his entire body. The moment it took full effect, the towering figure of Sten collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The true power of Murasame, a single cut was all it took. Once struck, the cursed poison would infiltrate the victim's body and bring about swift death. No antidote existed. Even the smallest wound was fatal. Sten. Mez's confident smirk vanished as panic set in. Sten was dead, just like that. It was inconceivable. Before Mez could react further, August's shadow struck again. Swish. A blade pierced her heart, ending her life as swiftly as it had Sten's. With both of their souls devoured by Murasame, August gleaned the reason behind the attack. The Prime Minister's motives were laughable in their simplicity. August's presence was a threat to his relationship with Esteth. Esteth's alliance with the Prime Minister was built on mutual benefit. She granted him military power, while he ensured she had the endless warfare she craved. This arrangement had worked flawlessly for years, cementing their control over the empire. But then August appeared. His existence disrupted the status quo. His death had changed. Once indifferent to power, wealth, and influence, she now seemed to care. The Prime Minister, shrewd and paranoid, noticed these changes. His death had even hinted at her desire to elevate August to the rank of Imperial General, a move that would shift the balance of power. The Prime Minister couldn't tolerate such a risk. With his death prioritizing August, she might one day side against him. To prevent this, August had to die. And so, the Prime Minister sent the Rakshasa demons to eliminate him. A clean death, he thought, would resolve everything. But he had gravely underestimated August. Watching the lifeless bodies at his feet, August's gaze darkened with resolve. "I wasn't planning to concern myself with you," he muttered. "After all, this world has less than 2 years left. But since you've decided to cross me, I'll make you pay dearly." As a being who had transcended mortal limits, August's power was akin to that of a demon king. Even with his magic sealed, his strength far surpassed that of mere humans. No one would challenge him and live. Abandoning his original plan to harvest negative energy from the Flower District, August turned his attention toward the Imperial Palace. It was time for the Prime Minister to face judgment. The bloated tyrant, who had usurped power and turned the Empire into his playground, would meet his end. If the Empire fell into chaos, so be it. The world was doomed regardless. With that thought, August strode toward the palace, his killing intent unrestrained. Chapter 387, 385, Imperial Palace. "Who are you?" "This is the Imperial Palace's restricted area. Entry is forbidden," barked one of the guards stationed at the palace gates as August approached. But August wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. Swoosh. A flicker of black light swept through the air, and the guards fell lifelessly to the ground. The palace gates, typically bustling with personnel, quickly erupted into chaos. Someone just killed the palace guards in broad daylight. To invade the palace so openly, either they're insane or they have something to back it up. Keep your head down. Don't get involved if you want to live. Exactly. We didn't see anything. Let's go. The gathering crowd dispersed as quickly as it had formed. The current atmosphere in the capital was suffocating, with fear gripping everyone under the Prime Minister's oppressive rule. Death was an almost daily occurrence, a grim reality for those who sided incorrectly, resisted, or were simply unlucky. The term, living in torment, scarcely captured the city's despair. Though the onlookers kept silent, news of the intrusion spread like wildfire. Within moments of August stepping into the palace's inner courtyard, an alarm was raised, and soldiers swarmed to intercept him. The palace was heavily guarded, a reflection of the Prime Minister's paranoia and penchant for self-preservation. Countless troops were stationed throughout its grounds. "Attack! Capture the intruder immediately," roared the captain of the Royal Guard, a trusted subordinate of the Prime Minister. The soldiers raised their weapons, but not one dared to advance. Surrounding them lay the corpses of their comrades, all of whom had been slaughtered in their futile attempts to stop August's march. "Too many small fry," August muttered, his tone dripping with disdain. As he spoke, the shadows beneath the guards darkened ominously. From the depths emerged clawed silhouettes, shadow ninjas summoned by August's power. Swoosh. In an instant, the ninjas struck, decimating the soldiers. Their assault was swift and ruthless, leaving no time for retaliation. The overwhelming power gap caught the guards entirely off guard. August, however, frowned slightly as he observed his summoned ninjas. With his current limited magic reserves, he could only summon 20 of these shadow warriors. Though they sufficed for this task, their numbers were a stark reminder of his constrained abilities. Yet even these 20 proved devastating. Nimble and relentless, they ensured no reinforcements could approach. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against them, and taiga wielders were rare commodities, far from the palace's disposable ranks. Inside the palace, the Prime Minister was indulging himself with one of the late Emperor's concubines when a sudden commotion interrupted. Bang! "Prime Minister, something terrible has happened." The intrusion immediately shattered the Prime Minister's mood. His expression darkened as a bone-chilling killing intent filled the room. He had made it abundantly clear, no interruptions while he indulged himself. "Guards! Drag this fool out and execute him," he snarled coldly. The concubine, trembling in silence, dared not make a sound. "Mercy, my lord," the guard pleaded. "A madman has stormed the palace and is cutting his way through to this very hall." "Nonsense," the Prime Minister bellowed. "The palace is fortified with heavy defenses. How could anyone breach them? Drag him out and display his head as a warning." "It's true, my lord," the guard cried desperately. "Everyone who has tried to stop him is dead. No one can hold him back." Before the Prime Minister could respond, 2 soldiers entered, dragging the pleading guard away. Despite his cries, the Prime Minister did not spare him a second glance. To disturb his pleasure, no matter the reason, was an offense deserving death. Yet the guard's report unsettled the Prime Minister. He had recently dispatched 2 of the 4 Rakshasa demons to eliminate Isteth's men. Now, someone was storming the palace. Could there be a connection? Uneasy, the Prime Minister rose, donned his robes, and waddled out of the chamber. Kazuki, Suzuka. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared instantly at his side. They were Kazuki and Suzuka, the remaining members of the 4 Rakshasa demons and among the Empire's most formidable warriors. Prime Minister. Find out what's happening and eliminate the intruder. Understood. Without hesitation, the 2 vanished into the shadows. The Prime Minister's face remained grim. Whether the intruder was Isteth's men or not, the situation presented opportunities. If the palace's chaos reached General Budo, a loyal defender of the imperial family, he would intervene without hesitation. All the Prime Minister needed to do was sit back and let the pieces fall into place. Send word to General Budo. Inform him that a traitor has infiltrated the palace and the Emperor is in danger. Request his immediate support. Yes, my lord. A soldier sprinted off to deliver the message. Meanwhile, August cut a bloody path through the palace. Corpses littered the ground in his wake, each one a servant of the Prime Minister's regime. Thanks to the memories he had absorbed from Sten and Mez, August navigated the palace with ease. Nothing, and no one, could hinder his advance. Crash. Crash. Suddenly, 2 of August's shadow ninjas were destroyed. A man and a woman emerged from the carnage, Kazuki and Suzuka. August recognized them immediately. So the remaining 2 of the Rakshasa demons finally show themselves, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. Who are you? Kazuki asked, eyeing the shadow ninjas disdainfully. Are these toys you're doing? My name is August, he replied evenly. I'm here to kill the Prime Minister. If he dared send assassins after me, he should be prepared to face the consequences. August. Suzuka's eyes widened in recognition. You're Isteth's men. Her expression shifted, and her cheeks flushed crimson. A moment later, her gaze turned icy, radiating murderous intent. August raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you thinking? I don't care what your relationship is with General Isteth, Suzuka snapped. A man like you has no right to stand beside her. You must die. She lunged, her claws extending unnaturally, a hallmark of her martial prowess. August sighed. I'm not interested in this nonsense. Slash. In one swift motion, August's blade pierced Suzuka's heart. The cursed poison of Murasame spread instantly, claiming her life before she could utter another word. Chapter 388, 386, A Chain Reaction. August stared coldly at the fallen Suzuka, who had been obliterated in an instant. Kazuki, standing nearby, froze in shock before his expression contorted into one of dread. His gaze fixated on August with a mixture of awe and terror. August's overwhelming power had shattered all Kazuki's expectations. With just one strike, Suzuka was slain, so swiftly that she had no chance to resist. It was a chilling realization. Among the 4 demons of Rakshasa, Suzuka's strength was second only to Kazuki's, and the gap between them was marginal. For someone capable of annihilating Suzuka in an instant, it followed that Kazuki himself wouldn't stand a chance. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, shadows erupted from all sides. A swarm of clawed figures converged, launching a coordinated attack on Kazuki. Infuriated, Kazuki retaliated immediately. The black humanoid creatures weren't particularly powerful. They vanished the moment they suffered fatal damage, proving they weren't human at all. Even so, being surrounded by 18 of these shadowy foes left Kazuki at a severe disadvantage. He could not eliminate them all, no matter how strong he was. Squelch. Kazuki misstepped while dodging, and one shadow's claws tore 5 deep gashes across his back. The pain enraged him further, and he fought back with increased ferocity. One by one, the clawed shadows fell to his attacks, but by the time only 12 remained, Kazuki was already battered and bloodied. He realized with grim certainty that escape was no longer an option. These black humanoid monstrosities were relentless, machines of slaughter. Squelch. As expected, the last of the 4 demons of Rakshasa, Kazuki, was overwhelmed. The clawed figures tore him apart, leaving his body a mutilated, bloodied mess. Through it all, August's expression remained impassive. To him, the 4 demons of Rakshasa were nothing but cannon fodder. Any obstacle in his path was doomed to destruction. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Empire, the hunters had just returned to their base after completing their first mission. Liver ran in, panic evident on his face. General Isteth. Something has happened. What is it? Isteth asked, her tone calm but commanding. Lord August has stormed the palace. It seems he's targeting the Prime Minister. The announcement stunned everyone in the room. For individuals like Curome and Bowles, who feared the Prime Minister deeply, the news was especially shocking. The Prime Minister was no ordinary figure, he was the most powerful man in the Empire, controlling even the young Emperor as a puppet. He wielded authority greater than that of the throne itself. And now, August had marched straight to his doorstep. Why would August attack the Prime Minister? Isteth asked, narrowing her eyes. According to reports, the Prime Minister sent the 4 demons of Rakshasa to assassinate Lord August. They failed, and now he's retaliating. Isteth's expression darkened. The audacity of the Prime Minister to target her chosen men infuriated her. Foolishness. Isteth spat. How dare the Prime Minister try to assassinate August? He's overstepped his bounds. Isteth valued strength and loyalty above all else, and August was the only man who had caught her interest. The fact that the Prime Minister had dared to threaten him enraged her. Her soldiers hesitated. General Isteth, what should we do? Isteth's answer was resolute. We head to the palace. To plead on Lord August's behalf, one of them ventured cautiously. No, Isteth said with a chilling smile. To demand an explanation. August is mine. For the Prime Minister to attempt his assassination is a blatant provocation. This unwavering loyalty to her own made Isteth a fearsome ally, but also a terrifying adversary. Perhaps the Prime Minister had anticipated this response. It was likely the very reason he had sought to eliminate August at any cost, knowing it might lead to conflict with Isteth. Isteth, accompanied by her 3 beasts, marched toward the palace without hesitation. Back at the hunters' headquarters, the remaining members exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this was a conflict far beyond their pay grade. Even Wave, usually naive and straightforward, realized he had no place meddling in this situation. What do we do now that the captain's gone? Wave finally asked, breaking the tense silence. This isn't something we can involve ourselves in, Dr. Stylish said with a smug smile, raising an eyebrow at Wave. His gaze sent a chill down Wave's spine. Dr. Stylish's unnerving demeanor made his skin crawl, but Wave didn't dare argue. Instead, he lowered his head and stayed silent. The others, including Aario, also refrained from speaking. This was a battle between titans. Any interference would only spell disaster. At the palace, August had already entered the inner sanctum. Once a sanctuary for the Empire's previous emperors, the harem was now under the Prime Minister's control. All of the late Emperor's concubines had been reduced to the Prime Minister's playthings. Boom. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground in front of August, cutting off his path. August halted, his gaze shifting to the figure approaching from behind. It was General Budo, the Empire's supreme commander and head of the palace guard. Clad in armor crackling with electricity, he radiated raw power. Budo was renowned for his integrity and unwavering loyalty to the Empire. He despised corruption but adhered strictly to his belief that military leaders should not interfere in political affairs. This strict adherence to tradition had left him powerless to combat the Prime Minister's rampant corruption. Wielding the legendary Taiga Thunder God's wrath, Adamira, Budo was one of the Empire's most formidable warriors, rivaled only by Isteth. Although he and Isteth had never faced off in battle, their reputations as the Empire's strongest fighters were unmatched. Now, Budo stood before August, his thunderous presence a warning. The confrontation was inevitable. Chapter 387, Budo. In the current imperial capital, General Budo was akin to the nation's final bastion of justice, a steady pillar holding the fractured empire together. Isteth, on the other hand, was a blade, a weapon whose sharpness instilled fear in countless nations and powers across the continent. So, you're General Budo? Yes, I am. And who might you be, intruder? August. Very well. Judging by your demeanor, you don't seem like a villain. Why, then, have you intruded upon the palace's inner sanctum? Well, August replied with a faint smile, the Prime Minister sent assassins to kill me. I simply returned the favor. Unfortunately, since he hides within the palace, I had no choice but to fight my way in. I see, Budo sighed heavily. So this is the Prime Minister's doing once again. While your grievance may be valid, breaking into the palace is still a grave offense. General Budo, I'm not a citizen of your empire. Whether you are or aren't, anyone who violates the empire's laws within its borders is guilty. August laughed, his voice filled with disdain. Guilty? You call this crumbling empire lawful? The capital is overrun by corruption and monsters, with none more wretched than the Prime Minister himself. Yet here you stand, upholding this mockery of justice. Budo's face darkened, but he remained composed. He knew the truth of August's words. The Prime Minister's misdeeds were no secret, but as a military official, Budo was bound by tradition. The law forbids generals from interfering in political matters. Outdated nonsense, August scoffed. This empire is rotting from within. And you, General Budo, share the blame. You may not be complicit, but you've turned a blind eye to its decay. Humph. My guilt is not for you, a criminal, to judge. A criminal? August chuckled. That's a title I've yet to hear. Though August harbored no animosity toward Budo personally, he couldn't ignore the men standing in his way. General Budo, August said, his tone hardening, I respect your integrity. But if you insist on opposing me, then I have no choice but to kill you. Humph. Budo let out a cold snort, raising his hand toward August. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from his palm, streaking toward his opponent. This was the power of the Taiga Thunder God's wrath, Adamira. The lightning surged with devastating speed, wrapping around August in a brilliant flash that illuminated the area. But to Budo's shock, the attack didn't even leave a scratch. It failed to break through August's defenses entirely. Is this all you've got, General Budo? August taunted, his voice calm. Arrogant scoundrel. Angered by August's provocation, Budo's face twisted in fury. The metal rods on his arms began to glow, crackling as they gathered an enormous amount of electrical energy. Bang. Budo slammed the rods together, creating a thunderous explosion that condensed into a growing sphere of lightning. The air itself seemed charged with power as the sphere swelled to the size of a person. August watched silently, unmoved by the display. He stood still, waiting for the attack to come. The massive lightning sphere, glowing with destructive energy, roared toward August, its sheer force shattering the ground as it passed. Snap. With a single swipe of his hand, August shattered the lightning sphere into harmless sparks. His ability, known as Insulated Claw, was a natural counter to any technique. It wasn't a learned skill but an innate power, unchanging, no matter the circumstances. This can't be, Budo muttered, staring in disbelief. His most powerful technique had been neutralized as if it were nothing. Budo, August said, his tone steady, you should know better than to think you're invincible. The world is far larger than you can imagine. Spare me your lectures. Enraged, Budo charged forward, his body crackling with electricity as he launched a flurry of attacks. Though Budo was the Empire's most formidable general, his strength extended beyond his taigu. His physical prowess and combat skills were unmatched among the military elite. But he had chosen the wrong opponent. August's close combat abilities bordered on divine. His heavenly martial arts, a gift of unparalleled skill, placed him far beyond the realm of ordinary warriors. Boom. Their first clash left Budo reeling. His eyes widened in shock as August effortlessly countered and struck him with overwhelming force. Before Budo could recover, August unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, raining blows upon the general like a storm. With nothing but his physical strength and mastery of martial arts, August dismantled Budo's defenses. Crash. In a final display of power, August destroyed Budo's taigu with a single punch, sending the general flying. Cough. Budo spat blood, collapsing to one knee. For the first time in his life, he found himself utterly defeated. His taigu was destroyed, and his body battered. If August hadn't shown mercy, Budo would already be dead. Why didn't you kill me? Budo asked, his voice weak. Because it doesn't matter, August replied. Whether you live or die, you're finished. Your fight is over. Budo struggled to his feet, his determination unbroken despite his grievous injuries. As long as I draw breath, I will protect this empire. Your loyalty is admirable, August said, his voice laced with mockery. But blind devotion is nothing but foolishness. I owe my life to the late emperor, Budo said. For the empire, I will give everything. Pathetic, August said coldly. If that's how you feel, I'll end your suffering. Swish. A golden sword of radiant light pierced through the air, ending Budo's life in an instant. At that very moment, Isteth arrived with her 3 beasts in tow. She stopped in her tracks, stunned by the sight of August standing over Budo's lifeless body. This was Budo, a warrior on par with her in strength, and he had been slain so easily. Isteth's lips curled into a smile, equal parts astonished and impressed. August, she murmured. His strength surpassed her expectations. Yet beneath her joy lay a trace of doubt. Isteth had always sought to conquer him, but now she realized the truth, this was not a man she could dominate. If they were to be together, she would likely be the one subdued. The thought unsettled her, but strangely, she didn't dislike it. Perhaps, for once, being conquered wouldn't be so bad. Chapter 390, 388, Queen. August turned his gaze toward Isteth and her 3 beasts, who stood not far away. Isteth maintained her usual composed demeanor, but her subordinates were visibly shaken. To the 3 beasts, August had proven himself to be an overwhelming force, someone capable of defeating General Budo, a figure revered as the unshakable cornerstone of the empire. That kind of power earned their absolute respect. August, you killed Budo? Isteth asked casually, her voice devoid of judgment. Yes, August replied flatly. He stood in my way, so I dealt with him. Do you realize the repercussions of what you've done? It's irrelevant. Soon, I'll kill the Prime Minister as well. From today onward, you'll be the queen of this empire. Me. A queen. Esteth blinked, caught off guard by his abrupt declaration. Even the three beasts froze, their disbelief written on their faces. A queen. Were they hearing him correctly? Hold on, August. I have no desire to be anyone's queen, she retorted. As queen, you'll have the freedom to wage any war you desire, August said, his voice calm but persuasive. Her icy eyes lit up. Then I'll do it. There wasn't a moment of hesitation. Esteth agreed without further thought. For her, war was everything, her passion, her purpose. Whether the empire thrived or collapsed didn't concern her in the slightest. In fact, chaos and rebellion would only bring her more opportunities to revel in the battlefield. Leon, one of her subordinates, stared at the exchange, a sense of exasperation washing over him. Is this how decisions about ruling an empire are supposed to be made? Just like that. Initially, August had planned to remain in the capital, absorbing its abundant negative energy and using it to chip away at the void energy within his body, thereby gradually regaining his strength. But an epiphany struck him, war would yield far more negative energy than anything else. Though August had already absorbed a large portion of the capital's accumulated negativity, his magic was still only at the level of the lowest grade demon. He found this painfully slow. At this rate, perhaps I should let the world tree sapling devour the void energy entirely, even if it means sacrificing my magic temporarily. Despite the prospect of starting over from scratch with magic, August wasn't concerned. His physical prowess and combat abilities would remain intact, and he could rebuild his magical reserves in time. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of boots echoed through the area. From all directions, a massive contingent of soldiers began to encircle them, thousands upon thousands, forming an unbroken wall of steel and resolve. Esteth frowned, clearly displeased. Soldiers, surrounding me. How amusing. Out of the ranks emerged a rotund figure, waddling forward with an air of arrogance. It was none other than Prime Minister Honest, the man at the heart of the empire's corruption, a symbol of greed and deceit. Honest wore a perpetual smirk that betrayed his cunning mind. Despite his gluttonous appearance, he was a shrewd and dangerous operator. With his strategic mind, he had outmaneuvered political rivals, orchestrated the emperor's rise to power, and maintained a tight grip on the empire through manipulation and fear. Esteth, is this the men you've spoken of? Honest said, his beady eyes shifting toward August. Yes, Esteth said with a smirk. This is my men. Her declaration shocked everyone present, except perhaps August himself. The soldiers stirred uneasily, and Honest's face twitched ever so slightly. August, however, blinked in surprise. Wait a moment. When did we reach that point in our relationship? Is that Budo? Honest's gaze shifted to the fallen general, lying in a pool of blood near his shattered taigu. He froze, his brain scrambling to process what he saw. On one hand, Budo's death meant there was no longer anyone to oppose his authority in the empire, a fortuitous turn of events. On the other hand, if this man before him was capable of killing Budo, he was clearly far more dangerous. Are you the Prime Minister? August asked, his voice cold and steady. Yes, I am Honest, the Empire's Prime Minister, the man replied with an ingratiating smile. Good, August said as he unsheathed a blade, the deadly Muramasa. Hand over your life to me. Wait a moment. Esteth and I are allies. Surely we're friends, no? Honest's tone grew increasingly desperate. You sent the 4 Rakshasas to kill me. That makes us enemies. That was their initiative. Not my order. Honest stammered, his facade of confidence crumbling. He couldn't afford to admit the truth, not when the odds were so stacked against him. The soldiers he'd brought wouldn't be enough to defeat a man who had slain Budo. Worse still, Esteth and her 3 beasts were present, each a formidable taiga user. Honest knew he was at an overwhelming disadvantage. Not your order. August's eyes narrowed. I saw their memories before they died. The truth is clear to me. Saw their memories. Every soul I kill becomes mine. Their memories, their knowledge, they all belong to me, August said, his tone as cold as steel. The crowd trembled, their faces pale. To devour souls, it was a power far beyond anything a taiga could grant. Fear rippled through the soldiers and even Honest himself. In that moment, they understood, the man before them wasn't merely a warrior. He was a force of nature, an existence beyond their comprehension. Chapter 391, 389, Death. To the soldiers gathered in the square, August's words were an unbearable shock. Ordinary men, burdened with guilt and fear, recoiled at the mention of such an unnatural power. Humans, especially those steeped in sin, instinctively feared the darkness and the unknown. Even if the world turned a blind eye to their deeds, they could never deceive themselves. In the stillness of the night, guilt and fear became an unrelenting torment, gnawing at their souls. And now, August stood before them as someone who could claim their very essence, turning their darkest fears into reality. This was no longer a battle, it was a nightmare. "We had no prior quarrel," August said, his voice steady and chilling. "But since you chose to strike at me, I will not stand idly by." Step by step, August advanced. Each step seemed to echo in the square, forcing the soldiers to retreat instinctively. They had already seen General Budo fall, and none among them were eager to meet the same fate. The minister, Honest, was no exception. His allies were gone, his loyal Rakshasa demons were dead, and Esteth and her subordinates clearly had no intention of helping him. "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" Honest bellowed in desperation. But his command fell on deaf ears. Not a single soldier stepped forward. The logic was clear, one general was already dead, and the other stood silently by August's side. Charging forward was nothing short of suicide. "You cowards! Traitors! All of you deserve death!" Honest shrieked, his voice breaking with hysteria. His insults only served to deepen the soldiers' disdain. They began stepping back, creating a clear path between Honest and August. Watching this, Esteth couldn't help but laugh. "Minister Honest, did you ever imagine you'd fall to such a state?" she said with a smirk. Her subordinates, Liver, Dirata, and Niao, stood dumbfounded. This was the minister, the most powerful figure in the empire, now reduced to a desperate, snarling beast. The minister's power had always been rooted in fear and manipulation, but August's overwhelming strength had shattered that foundation in an instant. Those who serve out of fear can just as easily turn against their master when a greater fear arises. Power and cunning had always been Honest's weapons, but now brute strength was all that mattered. In the face of August's unstoppable might, the minister had no chance of escape or redemption. Thud. Thud. August's slow, deliberate footsteps rang out like the tolling of a bell. Each step seemed to crush Honest's spirit further. "Stay back. I am the Empire's minister." Honest cried, his voice trembling. "Power and authority mean nothing to me," August said coldly. "Honest, the final minister of this crumbling empire, die here and now." Before Honest could respond, August plunged a simple iron sword through his chest, ending his life in a single blow. The sword was nothing special, just a weapon picked up from the ground. For someone like Honest, August didn't even need to use his taigu or any of his more powerful tools. And with that, Honest was dead. The notorious minister who had ruled the empire through terror and corruption met his end swiftly and unceremoniously, right in the heart of the imperial capital. Silence fell over the square as those present realized they had witnessed the end of an era. The age of Honest was over, and a new chapter in the empire's history had begun. "Esteth," August said, his tone calm. "Do you need my help with the rest?" "There's no need," Esteth replied, her voice laced with amusement. "With Budo and Honest gone, I now hold the greatest power in the capital." "Don't leave any loose ends," August said. "If you've chosen to act, then ensure no remnants remain." "Of course." A bloodthirsty smile spread across Esteth's face. This was exactly the kind of situation she relished, a full-scale purge. "Niao." "Yes, Lord August." Niao replied instantly, her voice tinged with nervousness. "Eradicate the remnants of the imperial family. The royal bloodline has persisted long enough, it ends today." "Ah. Lord August, Do you have a problem with my order?" "And no, my lord. I will handle it thoroughly," Niao stammered, immediately bowing in submission. Dirata, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. He wasn't particularly interested in the imperial family, but eliminating the heirs of the empire seemed like an excellent way to gain recognition. "With the minister dead, there must be no loose ends," August said. "You lack the strength for this task. Allow me to grant you some power to finish the job." With a wave of his hand, 3 dark seeds emerged, glowing with ominous energy. Each seed was imbued with the essence of August's magic, condensed into raw power. The seeds buried themselves into the bodies of Liver, Dirata, and Niao. Instantly, their appearances began to shift. Liver's aura darkened, radiating a faint, malevolent energy. Dirata's muscles swelled to nearly double their size, transforming him into a hulking brute. Niao sprouted crimson horns reminiscent of a lower-tier demon. The transformation left them awestruck. "This power, it's incredible," Liver murmured, clenching his fists. "I can't believe how strong I've become." Dirata roared, flexing his newfound muscles. "Unreal, simply unreal," Niao whispered, touching her horns in disbelief. Though the power they received was far from that of true demons, it was more than enough to carry out August's orders. Having made his preparations, August glanced toward Esteth. Soon, the imperial capital, and the entire empire, would be bathed in chaos. For August, it was the perfect storm to harvest negative energy. And with his death leading the charge, war was inevitable. Chapter 392, 390, Back. After the minister's death, August left the rest of the aftermath to his death. With no interest in the Empire's political games, he returned to the Grand General's estate and immediately entered his pocket dimension. There, he initiated a process that required complete focus and an unwavering resolve. August called upon the sapling of the world tree that resided within the pocket dimension, instructing it to devour the void energy in his body. This included his own magic, all of it, down to the last drop. As the process began, August experienced an agonizing sensation of loss. Magic, the very foundation of his strength, was being stripped away. It wasn't merely painful, it was disorienting, as though a part of his very essence was being unraveled. Hour after hour, the world tree sapling consumed the void energy and magic that had defined August as a being of overwhelming power. By the end, his once mighty magic reserves were gone, leaving him at rock bottom, a person without even the slightest trace of magic. And yet, this wasn't a catastrophe. While his magic was gone, his physical body remained that of an 8th-tier powerhouse. This meant August didn't need to climb the ranks of magical progression from scratch. He merely had to refill his depleted reserves, a process unhindered by any bottlenecks or barriers. If magic was water, then the body was the vessel that contained it. August's vessel remained immense, capable of holding the magic of an 8th-tier entity. The process of refilling it, while daunting, was far simpler than the arduous journey of initially strengthening the vessel itself. "Papa, are you okay?" The soft voice of the world tree sapling echoed in his mind, carrying a note of concern. "I'm fine," August replied, his tone calm despite the lingering discomfort. Starting anew isn't a bad thing. Sometimes, breaking everything down is necessary to rebuild stronger than before. "If I were a little stronger, I could help you even more, Papa," the sapling said softly. "You've already done more than enough," August reassured it. He meant every word. Without the world tree sapling, purging the void energy from his body would have required an immeasurable amount of time and effort. Instead, the process had been accelerated significantly, giving him a head start on his recovery. Now, all August needed was a source of magic to replenish his reserves. The negative energy that permeated this pocket dimension, drawn from countless conflicts and emotions, would suffice for his initial recovery. While it wouldn't restore him to his peak, it was far better than operating at the weakest level of magic, a state he found intolerable. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. It was Laura, one of Estef's trusted aides. "Your Highness, everything has been prepared," she said respectfully. "Good. Let's go," August said, rising to his feet. Though his magic was gone, his confidence remained unshaken. He possessed 2 of the 7 deadly sins, powers that granted him unparalleled means of recovery and growth. In this pocket dimension, August's access to the sin of lust was effortless. The diverse inhabitants of this world, a collection of beauties from various races, made gathering lust energy an almost trivial endeavor. Additionally, his mastery of the sin of gluttony allowed him to enhance his physical body and replenish magic through consumption. The estate's grand dining hall was soon bustling with activity. A massive table had been laid out, laden with dishes prepared from the remains of formidable creatures August had slain during his campaigns. The meal, originally intended to be a feast, now served a new purpose, his recovery. August picked up a roasted leg of a dangerous beast, took a bite, and immediately felt a faint trace of magic seep into his body. Though the amount was small, it was enough to bring a smile to his face. Without hesitation, he dove into the feast, consuming dish after dish with voracious appetite. As he ate, the demonic maids replaced empty plates with new delicacies, ensuring the flow of sustenance never ceased. August's goal wasn't to fully restore his magic here, this was merely the appetizer. The real banquet awaited him in the world of Akame Ga Kill, where the negative energy of the Empire's corruption and suffering would provide an abundant source of power. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, August had spent the entire day indulging his sin of gluttony. When night fell, he turned his attention to the sin of lust, gathering a group of enchanting women for an entirely different kind of recovery. By the next morning, as sunlight streamed into his chamber, August awoke surrounded by the sleeping forms of his companions. A contented smile spread across his face as he stretched, feeling the restored flow of magic within his body. Though it was still at a basic level, it was a significant improvement, the first step toward reclaiming his former strength. Dressing himself, August left the chamber and entered the estate's main hall, where he found Tsubaki waiting for him. She was seated casually, her usual sharp gaze focused on him. "Finally decided to show yourself," she teased. August chuckled awkwardly. "Good to see you too, Tsubaki. What brings you here?" "Ace mentioned you were back," Tsubaki replied, standing up. "She practically dragged me out of the forge to check on you. So, how's the recovery going?" "I'm back to square one with my magic, but my physical strength remains intact. It's only a matter of time before I'm fully restored," August said confidently. Tsubaki smirked. Knowing you, a few months is all you'll need. Honestly, I'm not worried. She paused, her eyes drifting to the chamber he'd just exited. Judging by the aroma, you've already made decent progress. August cleared his throat, a faint blush coloring his cheeks. Well, I do what I must to recover. Tsubaki laughed. At least you're efficient. So, tell me about this new world you've landed in. Is it worth your time? It's a bleak place, August admitted. Filled with darkness, deceit, and suffering. I have no interest in the world itself, but its negative energy is a treasure trove. I see. And the women? Are they as plentiful as always? Tsubaki teased. August sighed dramatically. There are plenty, but my tastes have grown more refined. It's hard to be impressed these days. Oh ho, our Prince August has actually become choosy. I'm honestly shocked. Cut it out. Seeing August's embarrassment, Tsubaki burst into laughter. Ever since August obtained the complete Gate of Babylon, he no longer had any need for weapons. This made Tsubaki feel for a time that she could no longer be of help to him, even falling into a bit of a slump. However, in the end, August proved her worth through his actions. As one of August's subordinates, she was not just a smith, she was also his chariot of war. Chapter 393, 391, Meeting. Night Raid's new base bustled with tense activity as everyone gathered for an urgent meeting. Sitting at the head of the table, Negenda wore a grave expression, her worry mirrored in the faces of those around her. The cause of their unease? A seismic shift in the empire. A week ago, the prime minister had been executed, the young emperor had abdicated, and his death had ascended to the throne as the new empress. This shocking news had spread like wildfire across the world. Many, however, suspected a trap. If the prime minister had been so easily defeated, he wouldn't have ruled the capital unchecked for so many years. To most, this appeared to be yet another imperial scheme, a calculated ploy to lull their enemies into a false sense of opportunity amidst supposed chaos. But the reality was far more brutal. The capital had undergone an unprecedented purge. Its death wasted no time consolidating power, executing every single loyalist of the fallen prime minister. Day after day, blood flowed in the streets as countless nobles, those who had thrived under the old regime's corruption, were hunted down and eradicated. Isthetha's iron-fisted policies left no room for negotiation. Her commands were absolute, obey, or die. Unlike the manipulative prime minister, she managed the empire as she led her armies, with merciless precision. This approach was a harsh cure for a diseased regime but one doomed to fail in the long term. To August, however, the empire's future was irrelevant. To him, the clock was already ticking toward this world's inevitable collapse. The 1,000-year-old empire was nothing more than a toy in his eyes, and no matter what Isteth did, its ultimate fate was destruction. Everyone, Negenda began, breaking the silence, the empire has changed hands overnight. Isthetha's reign has brought forth sweeping iron blood policies. What's our next move? Boss, I don't see the problem, said Leon with a shrug. Look, all those corrupt officials who sided with the prime minister are gone now. Doesn't that mean the empire will finally be peaceful? It's not that simple, Negenda replied, her brow furrowed. While Isthetha's policies may rid the empire of corruption, her centralized rule will inevitably give rise to something far worse. Negenda's concern was palpable. Isteth, after all, was a war fanatic. Entrusting her with an entire nation would only transform it into a war machine, its people doomed to endless conflict. A country isn't just an army. It requires governance over countless aspects: politics, economy, society, science, education, culture, and resources. Neglecting even one could spell disaster. So, what's the plan, boss? Leon asked, exhaling in frustration. She wasn't one for strategy, action was her forte. The Revolutionary Army's headquarters is planning a full-scale uprising, Negenda explained. An uprising? Seriously? Mine blurted out in disbelief. The Empire still has monsters like August and Isteth in its ranks. But the Prime Minister's death has left the Empire weakened, Negenda countered. The headquarters believes this is our chance. That monster is unbeatable. Leon protested, her face paling at the memory of their last encounter. They had been utterly crushed. Even with their combined strength as Taiga wielders, they hadn't been able to land a single meaningful blow on August. He had stormed the Imperial Palace alone, effortlessly eliminating the Prime Minister and installing Isteth as the new ruler. To challenge such a force was sheer lunacy. I've tried to dissuade them, Negenda admitted, her voice heavy with resignation. But they refused to listen. Moreover what, boss? Mine pressed, her unease growing. Negenda hesitated before delivering the bombshell. They planned to ally with the foreign tribes, the northern, western, and southern factions, to form a united front against the Empire. The room erupted into chaos. The idea of collaborating with their age-old enemies, the foreign tribes, was unthinkable. The Revolutionary Army's goal is to liberate the people suffering under the Empire's tyranny, Mine said angrily. Joining forces with the tribes is just inviting disaster. Even if we overthrow the Empire, the tribes will turn on us. They've lost their minds. Leon exclaimed. Even those who didn't speak wore grim expressions. Among them was Bullet, a former Imperial soldier turned assassin for Night Raid. He had joined the Revolutionary Army out of a sense of justice, to save the innocent and free the oppressed. Now, he felt betrayed. The justice he had fought for seemed no different from the Empire's corruption, merely disguised in a prettier package. I understand your frustration, Najenda said, her voice soft but steady. I feel the same. But these are headquarters orders. They want us to support the alliance from within the capital. I can't, Bullet declared. Even if we defeat the Empire, the tribes will pillage and slaughter indiscriminately. Same here, Leon agreed. Teaming up with the tribes is suicidal. The others nodded, voicing their dissent one by one. To Najenda's surprise, their opposition brought a faint smile to her lips. Though her comrades operated in the shadows, their hearts remained unyieldingly righteous. Well, what an interesting discussion, a chillingly familiar voice interrupted. Every member of Night Raid froze. The voice sent shivers down their spines, it belonged to the one person they feared most. August. Akame, Leon, Mine, Shiel, Bullet, and Lubbock turned pale, their faces reflecting sheer terror. That voice had haunted their nightmares. And now, he was here. Chapter 394, 392, Under Control. August. Akame uttered the name that filled her with both fear and dread. The others, meanwhile, had already drawn their taigas, readying themselves for combat. Only Najenda, their leader, looked at the intruder with a flicker of changing emotions in her eyes. August stood atop the roof of Night Raid's new base, leaning against the beams. From this vantage, he gazed down at the group with an amused smile. We meet again, Night Raid. August's tone was casual, almost cheerful. His mood was evidently buoyed by his recent success in neutralizing the void energy. August, what do you want here? Did Esteth send you? Najenda stepped forward, her voice firm as she initiated the exchange. Esteth? She's too busy at the moment. I came here on my own. Though, I must say, I stumbled upon some very amusing information along the way. How did you find us? Najenda's sharp inquiry betrayed her unease. Simple, August replied, his voice steady and confident. The entire Imperial capital, including the surrounding areas, is within my sensory range. Finding a few Tygus wielders like you. Child's play. The revelation left them stunned. To extend one's senses to encompass an area so vast was unimaginable, even with the most specialized Tygus. The sheer mental energy required would be beyond comprehension. You're here to eliminate us, then? Najenda pressed. No, August said with a dismissive wave. I came to recruit you. Recruit us? Najenda's voice faltered for a moment, disbelief flickering across her face. Yes, you're all skilled individuals, and Estef's administration is sorely lacking capable hands. Governing a nation isn't exactly her passion. She's already complained multiple times about wanting to abandon the task. Najenda blinked in disbelief. Esteth, a queen who loathed governance so much that she might walk away from the throne. As absurd as it sounded, Najenda knew it was entirely plausible. Esteth's self-centered personality made such behavior unsurprising. We're assassins, Najenda retorted. That's nothing more than a label, August said with a shrug. Najenda, wasn't your goal to change this country? Here's your chance. Return to the Empire, and you'll become the new Prime Minister. You'll have full control over its administration. Najenda hesitated. The offer was a powerful one, striking at the core of her deepest aspirations. She had joined the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the Empire and bring about change. But with the army's leadership now corrupted, her dreams seemed further away than ever, until now. What's the catch? Najenda asked warily. The offer seemed too good to be true. The condition is simple, Night Raid ceases to exist as of today. All members will be absorbed into the Jaegers, functioning as a special police force tasked with oversight and enforcement. You'll have autonomous arrest authority, while judgment will rest with Esteth, or with you, as the new Prime Minister. That's a tempting proposition, Najenda admitted, her voice measured. August smiled, knowing she was on the verge of agreement. He wasn't concerned with the Empire's long-term fate, but maintaining order until his plans came to fruition was necessary. For that, Najenda was an invaluable asset. Oh, and Akame, August said, turning to her. Kurome is with the Jaegers. What? Kurome is. Akame's stoic expression shattered. Panic and guilt flooded her features. Despite everything, the bond between Akame and Kurome as sisters was undeniable. They had been each other's pillars of support during their brutal training in the Empire's assassination program. By leaving the Empire, Akame had unwittingly destroyed her sister's emotional foundation. How is she? Akame's voice trembled, her gaze dropping to the floor. Not well, August said bluntly. She couldn't handle the training regimen and relied on performance-enhancing drugs. Now, she's completely dependent on them. Without them, she'd be better off dead. Tears streamed down Akame's face as she struggled with the weight of her guilt. Kurome, she whispered, her body trembling. Najenda, feeling partly responsible for convincing Akame to defect, clenched her fists. She had thought it was the right decision at the time, but now she wasn't so sure. This feels unreal, Leone muttered. Are we really not wanted criminals anymore? The others shared her sentiment. They had all resigned themselves to dying for their cause, yet now they were being offered a chance to serve openly as part of the Empire. Does this mean we're no longer assassins? Sheil asked hesitantly, raising her hand like a schoolgirl. Exactly. Once you report back, you'll officially be members of the Jaegers, working directly under Esteth's command, August confirmed. But I don't know how to do anything else but kill, Sheil admitted, her voice tinged with uncertainty. That's fine. Just follow orders, August replied with a smirk. Oh, okay, Sheil said simply, her demeanor oddly at odds with her lethal skills. It's strange, Lubbock mused. After all this time, we're just going back to the Empire. Lubbock had joined Najenda's cause out of loyalty and love, abandoning everything he once knew. To find himself returning to the very system he had fought against felt like a cruel twist of fate. Do you need time to prepare? August asked, glancing around the room. No, we can leave immediately, Najenda said. As assassins, they kept their bases minimal, leaving no traces behind. Very well, August said, stepping outside. With a wave of his hand, golden ripples shimmered in the air. Moments later, a radiant flying vessel materialized before them. The Night Raid members stared in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they took in the golden, otherworldly ship. Hop aboard, August said, settling into the sole throne-like seat at the front. The team boarded quickly, marveling at the craft's sleek design and dazzling appearance. As the ship ascended into the sky and sped toward the imperial capital, a mix of emotions filled their hearts, doubt, hope, and a sense of foreboding about what awaited them in this new chapter of their lives. Chapter 395, 393, Bold Move. Time passed, and with Najenda and her team joining the Empire, its overall power surged dramatically. The addition of Night Raid's Tygus users significantly bolstered the Empire's forces. Combined with the pre-existing number of Taiga wielders, the total now exceeded double digits, solidifying their dominance. Under Najenda's management, the Empire thrived, progressing in leaps and bounds. The nobility, once an entrenched force, was nearly eradicated. Najenda actively recruited talented individuals to govern this new empire, steering it toward a more promising future. It seemed as though everything was improving, as though the thin line separating hell from paradise had been crossed. August, I still don't understand. You made me queen, but now you're handing all the power to Najenda. Why? In the imperial palace, within the grand chambers once reserved for emperors, Esteth now resided as queen. August was the only man allowed to enter and leave freely. Though their relationship hadn't progressed physically, the public viewed them as a match made in heaven. For fun, Esteth, August replied nonchalantly, leaning back on a gilded chair. If I told you this world only has 1 year left before it's completely destroyed, everything, everyone, the empire, the tribes, all of it, would you believe me? I would, Esteth said without hesitation. Really? August raised an eyebrow. You believe me that easily? You wouldn't lie to me. Besides, you don't need to. Good, August said, smiling faintly. Then it's simple. This world has no future. Prosperity or decay, it doesn't matter. What's left is only a single year of existence. Does that mean everyone will die in a year? Yes. The world will collapse. Unless someone leaves this world entirely, no one can escape. Esteth fell silent. Even someone as strong and fearless as her could not remain unmoved in the face of death. So you killed the prime minister, overthrew the empire, and created this new government, also people could live a little better before the end. No, August replied with a smirk. I killed the prime minister because he tried to kill me. I overthrew the empire because it was convenient. How casual, Esteth said with a chuckle. The fate of an entire empire decided on a whim. That's the essence of this world, August said. The strong devour the weak. Power rules everything. His words carried a weight of truth that even Esteth could not deny. This experience had been eye-opening for August as well. In this world, he was like a god, able to reshape lives and nations with a flick of his hand. But at its core, his power stemmed from one simple fact: he was stronger. Here, I can act without restraint, August continued, because my strength is unmatched. But in another world, I was barely a newcomer before fate rejected me. I nearly died in the void, all because my power was insufficient. In this world, I'm a max-level character running through a starter zone. But the moment I return to a high-level battlefield, I'll be the one at risk. Esteth listened quietly, her expression thoughtful. While August was lost in his reflections, Esteth made her move. She ordered the attendants and guards out of the chamber, shutting the grand doors behind them. Slowly, she removed her elegant royal robes, revealing her flawless form. Esteth, what are you? Before he could finish, Esteth lunged forward, pinning him to the chair. The suddenness of her actions left August momentarily stunned. If there's only 1 year left, Esteth whispered, her voice uncharacteristically soft yet commanding, then we shouldn't leave any regrets, my dear. She was well aware of the rumors surrounding them. While their relationship hadn't crossed certain boundaries, Esteth's understanding of matters between men and women was naive at best. Originally, she had planned to wait for the right moment, after August ascended the throne and she became his queen. But his revelation about the world's impending demise had changed everything. If there was no future, then there was no point in waiting. Esteth, calm down. I am calm, she said, her tone unwavering. With only a year left, why waste time? Wait, you. Before he could protest further, Esteth silenced him with another bold move. Though inexperienced, Esteth was no stranger to the dynamics of control. Her interrogation methods often involved exploiting a person's highs and lows, understanding how to bring someone to the peak of pleasure before plunging them into despair. August, caught off guard by her assertiveness, soon found himself yielding to the situation. 3 hours later. As calm finally returned to the royal chamber, August gazed at Esteth sprawled atop him, her breath coming in ragged gasps. You're a monster, she said, her voice hoarse yet filled with a hint of admiration. I thought I was the wild one, but you're on a completely different level. Esteth, for the first time in years, felt utterly spent. Every ounce of strength had left her body. Since gaining her taigu, she had never experienced such exhaustion. Esteth, August said, his tone calm yet serious, I'm not human. I figured as much, she replied. With that level of power and how you recovered from those near-fatal injuries in mere days, no human could manage that. I am demon. And more importantly, I don't belong to this world. Not of this world. Yes. The reason you found me that day was because I had fallen into the void between worlds. I was on the brink of death, and coming to this world was my only option. Even so, I was gravely injured when I arrived. Esteth's eyes narrowed, her sharp mind quickly piecing the puzzle together. So, what are you trying to tell me? From this day forward, live for me, August said, his gaze unwavering. Become my queen, my eternal companion. Together, we'll walk through worlds and face eternity side by side. Your queen. Your companion. Exactly, August replied. With that, he began to share everything with her, his origins, his powers, and the truth about the fleeting time left for this world. August laid it all bare, confident that Esteth would not reject him. For a long time, Esteth sat in silence, processing everything she had just learned. Her expression shifted from confusion to contemplation, then finally settled on an emotion August knew all too well, devotion. So, this world is doomed in a year anyway, she said, a faint smirk playing on her lips. If I have the chance to witness even greater worlds, then this is an opportunity one won't waste. August smiled, satisfied. His second queen had accepted her place at his side. Chapter 396, 394, Clash. Boom. In the remote mountains outside the imperial capital, deafening explosions echoed endlessly through the air. That's not enough, Esteth, August said, standing atop a rocky outcrop surrounded by craters and rubble. His voice was calm yet commanding. Your strength is only comparable to a high-class devil for now. You're still far from your full potential. Across from him, Esteth stood tall, her dark wings unfurling majestically behind her. A pitch-black demonic crest glowed faintly on her forehead, marking her transformation. Since being reborn as part of the House of Demon, Esteth's power had soared dramatically. Her demonic energy surged to the level of a high-ranking demon, and her former taigu ability, Demon's Extract, had seamlessly integrated into her newfound powers, aligning her ice-based abilities with her magic. Now, at her full strength, Esteth could rival even the most powerful calamities in this world. She had become a force of nature, akin to the legendary super-dangerous beasts of myth. Ice Age. Crack. With her declaration, extreme cold magic began to spread at a terrifying speed. The ground, mountains, and entire landscape around them froze into crystalline ice. Esteth's sheer power could annihilate nations with ease. August watched the scene unfold, his lips curling into a faint smile. With a casual wave of his hand, crimson flames burst forth, roaring through the frozen terrain. The searing fire consumed the ice, erasing it entirely along with Esteth's magic. This was Ignis Draconis, the signature dragon flames of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, Draig. After Draig's rebirth as the Red Princess, she had entrusted August with a portion of her original flame, granting him a power capable of incinerating even gods. Frost Vanguard. Rumble. The ground beneath the shattered ice began to tremble as legions of ice knights emerged from the frozen earth. Their sheer number was staggering, marching forth like an army summoned from the abyss. Interesting, August mused, watching the spectral soldiers assemble. A horde-style attack. Annoying, but hardly decisive. He raised a hand, and a subtle hum filled the air as 6 ornate staves materialized through the shimmering portals of Gate of Babylon. Each staff bore a different gem, imbued with unique magical attributes: flames, storms, lightning, torrents, earth, and shadows. "I've been meaning to try this," August said, a playful smile dancing on his lips. "If I was an archer before, consider this my debut as a caster." Boom. The staves unleashed a symphony of destruction, each releasing its respective element. Flames roared, storms howled, lightning crackled, torrents surged, boulders rained down, and darkness engulfed the battlefield. The coordinated barrage obliterated half of Esteth's ice knights in an instant. Esteth's eyes sparkled with fascination as she witnessed the spectacle. "So, this is magic," she murmured. "Quite extravagant. In that case, let me show you something new, true Frost Vanguard." Boom. Her remaining ice knights began to converge, their forms melting and merging as Esteth poured her demonic energy into them. The resulting fusion created a massive, towering ice knight, its size rivaling the colossal supreme taiga hidden deep within the empire. A new technique. August's eyes widened in surprise as he watched Esteth summon a new ability for the first time. "You're the one who said it's thrilling to pilot a giant mech, didn't you?" Esteth teased, a smirk playing on her lips. Ah. August was momentarily speechless. It wasn't wrong, but still. That doesn't mean you can just call this a first-generation mech. Esteth's teasing grin only grew wider, but August quickly shifted his focus. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his own countermeasure. "Fine then. Come forth, Guardian Mech, Supreme Throne." The words left his mouth, and August immediately felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment. It was as if his latent flair for the dramatic had boiled over. Boom. The ground shook as the massive Supreme Throne emerged through the portal of Gate of Babylon. Its towering form dwarfed the surrounding mountains, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. August climbed into the control chamber with practiced ease, having used the Emperor's blood to unlock its full operational capabilities. He had also bypassed the restrictions imposed by the first Emperor, tweaking the mech into what he now fondly referred to as his Gundam Unit 1. Esteth raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A Supreme Imperial arm, is it? Let's see how much power it truly holds." With a flick of her wrist, she commanded her Frost Vanguard general to launch an attack. A massive spear of ice hurtled toward the Supreme Throne, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Not one to back down, August countered immediately, maneuvering the mech to retaliate with its own attack. The clash of titanic forces lit up the battlefield, with explosions and shockwaves carving through the already scarred terrain. The battle quickly devolved into a turn-based slugfest. Neither August nor Esteth bothered with complex maneuvers. Instead, they stood their ground, exchanging blow for blow like players in a high-stakes arcade game. Boom. Eventually, the Supreme Throne triumphed, its final strike shattering the Frost Vanguard general into icy fragments. But the victory wasn't due to superior strength, Esteth's magic reserves had simply run dry. Esteth let out a sigh, her shoulders slumping slightly. She had just recently acquired her magical abilities, and after such an intense, drawn-out battle, her reserves were utterly depleted. August deactivated the Supreme Throne, stepping down from the mech with a bemused expression. "Honestly," he muttered to himself, "this thing isn't as impressive as I'd hoped. It's too clunky. Apart from the energy cannon, the rest of its features are borderline useless. And that design. A slow-moving mech wearing a cape. Really? What were they thinking?" He walked over to Esteth, who was leaning against a boulder, catching her breath. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "Nothing serious," she replied. "Just exhausted from using up all my magic. But next time, I'll win." "Sure you will," August said with a grin. "I mean it," she insisted. "Once I've had more time to refine my control, I'll surpass even this." August chuckled softly. "Your magic capacity is already leagues beyond mine. Yet here you are, running out of power." "That's because we're not the same," she retorted, a spark of determination lighting up her eyes. "My magic grows stronger every day. And even if I've started over, I'll reach the peak again. It's only a matter of time." "I believe you," August said sincerely, handing her a bottle of high-grade mana potion. Esteth took it without hesitation, gulping it down. The effects were immediate, a soothing warmth spreading through her body as her depleted reserves began to recover. "That's the good stuff," she murmured with a satisfied sigh. August shrugged. "It's extravagant, but when you're as rich as I am, why not indulge a little?" Chapter 397, 395, Sayura. While the Empire thrived, the same couldn't be said for the Revolutionary Army and its alliance with the southern tribes. Their momentum had been shattered after Night Raid's betrayal, leaving the revolutionaries with a gaping wound. In this world, taiga were undeniably the most potent strategic resource. For over a millennium, the Empire had proven this again and again. Even with its central location, fertile lands, and abundant resources, it had never fallen, thanks to the power of the taiga. On the battlefield, a single taiga user could shift the tide of war. This dominance was especially true in the Empire's early years when all taiga remained under its control, unchallenged and undiminished. During that era, the Empire stood as an undisputed hegemon, initiating wars at will while foreign nations and tribes dared not resist. Now, however, the Revolutionary Army's misfortune emboldened their allies' doubts. What now? Your Night Raid defected, and every one of those taiga users is working for the Empire now, the southern tribal leader bellowed, his voice thick with anger. 10, no, more than a dozen taiga users, gone. How do you expect us to win this war? His frustration was palpable. The tribes had allied with the revolutionaries because of their supposed strength, bolstered by their taiga users. Now, with such a significant loss, even the slightest hope of victory seemed to dwindle. Though the Revolutionary Army still possessed a few taiga, they were unusable for now. A taiga would only choose a master it deemed compatible, forcing the bond often led to fatal rejection. Many had tried, and many had perished. The revolutionary leader met the tribal chief's outburst with an icy gaze. In truth, he held little regard for the so-called allies of the southern tribes. They were mere tools in his eyes, pawns to be discarded once their usefulness ended. If the Empire hadn't become so powerful, he wouldn't have even entertained an alliance with these barbarians. No need to worry, he said with measured confidence. I've found replacements. Enter. At his command, several figures strode into the room. Leading them was a man with a bold X scar etched across his face, his presence dominating the space. Behind him trailed a group of equally imposing individuals. Who are they? The tribal chief asked warily. They're taiga users, the revolutionary leader replied smoothly. Our reinforcements for this war. Taiga users. The chief's eyes widened with shock, tinged with fear. Just moments ago, he'd lamented the loss of Night Raid, and now here were more taiga users, apparently recruited with ease. How could the revolutionaries have so many, even outnumbering the Empire? The scarred man smirked, clearly enjoying the chief's reaction. I'm not part of the Revolutionary Army. My name is Sayura, and I'm the son of former Prime Minister Honest. Honest, the chief echoed, his voice faltering. The same Honest you were trying to kill not long ago. Correct, Sayura replied without hesitation. The very same. My father was the Empire's Prime Minister. Sayura's reputation preceded him, the sadistic son of the notorious Honest, who had once wielded absolute power in the Empire. Unlike most revolutionaries, Sayura's ambition stemmed not from a desire for justice but from a cruel lust for power and chaos. He carried the Taiga Shambhala, a dimensional portal capable of transporting himself and others across vast distances. After fleeing the Empire, Sayura had traveled far and wide, from the western kingdoms to the southern isles and even the frozen northern wastes. Only the mystical lands of the eastern islands had eluded him. During his journey, Sayura had gathered a following, a team of ruthless, remorseless individuals, each wielding a taiga. His group was less an army and more a coalition of criminals, united by their insatiable hunger for destruction and violence. The tribal chief's eyes widened further as he processed the revelation. Sayura, the son of the man the revolutionaries once sought to destroy, now stood as their ally. It was a stark reminder of an old truth: there were no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. Son of the former Prime Minister, Sayura. That's right. And my taiga, Shambhala, is a spatial-type taiga. Especially on the battlefield, it will be incredibly effective. A spatial-type taiga. The legend is true. There really is a spatial-type taiga. Of course. Mine is one of them. If it's a spatial taiga, then on the battlefield. We don't even need to directly engage the taiga users of the Empire. A surprise attack on the Imperial capital will be enough. Although I greatly respect General Esteth, she herself believes in the law of the strong, doesn't she? At these words, the southern tribal leader's eyes gleamed with fiery ambition, while the Revolutionary Army leader's expression twisted into one of scorn. This fool doesn't understand the true horror of Esteth. When the battle begins, let these tribes act as cannon fodder, depleting the Empire's forces. Then, when the time comes, the final blow will be struck by them. It was the perfect strategy. Having the southern tribes wear down the Empire's taiga users first was the best approach. After all, while Taiga users were powerful, they were still human. The revolutionary leader had seen many Taiga users firsthand, and in the face of a full-scale army, they were nothing more than a mere nuisance. You can kill 100, 1,000, even 10,000. But what if it's 100,000? A million? Can you still kill them all? While the Taiga itself was undeniably powerful, the users were not invincible. But, as the revolutionary leader looked down on the southern tribe's chief, Sayura, too, looked down on the revolutionary army. There was no way he was truly going to cooperate with them. His goal was to take the empire for himself, to surpass his father's legacy. His father had been powerful, despite being a civilian official, he had once controlled the entire empire. But he lacked strength. Without power, one was doomed. Sayura was different. He was strong. And, compared to his father's ruthless 4 demons, Sayura's followers were even stronger. Eventually, he would wait for the empire, the revolutionary army, and the southern tribes to engage in a brutal, life-or-death struggle. And once both sides were exhausted, he would step in to claim victory. With Shambhala on his side, he had the advantage. All he needed was to leave a spatial anchor, and he could traverse space at will. When both sides were drained of strength, he would sweep in and claim the spoils. Now that his father was dead, it was time for him to take his place and seize control of the empire. It could be said that everyone in the room had their own secret agenda. This so-called alliance was nothing more than a gathering of conspiracies and self-interest. The moment even the slightest external force entered the mix, it would collapse. Because each of them was motivated by personal gain, acting only to fulfill their own ambitions. Meanwhile, the empire continued to rise, its forces growing ever stronger. At the top, Esteth and August, 2 formidable figures, presided over it all. Even if anyone harbored their own ulterior motives, they had learned to hide them for now. There was no room for error. Chapter 398, 396, knows everything. The Empire, at the headquarters of the Jaegers. Here, the former Jaegers and members of Night Raid had all gathered together to form the new Jaegers. The only difference was that the 3 beasts were no longer present. All 3 had taken up positions as generals within the army. As the most trusted and direct subordinates of Esteth, they had been dispatched to the military to take over the forces that once belonged to General Budo and the Prime Minister. With the addition of the dark seeds August had bestowed upon them, the 3 beasts had risen to become formidable powerhouses in this world. According to the latest intel, the Revolutionary Army has formed alliances with the southern tribes, western tribes, and northern tribes, Akame said calmly. Najenda, now the new Prime Minister, had become the leader of the Jaegers, specifically the faction made up of former Night Raid members. While they were all part of the Jaegers, they retained their own smaller group dynamics. The northern tribes. Didn't Queen Esteth annihilate them? 50,000 soldiers were massacred, and another 40,000 buried alive. Where did they get the forces for this alliance? Dr. Stylish asked, puzzled. To him, Esteth's wars were masterpieces of art. True, the capital of the northern tribes was destroyed, and many clans perished. But the northern territories are vast, and there were plenty of tribes that weren't involved in that war. Those remaining clans have now united into a new tribal army, Najenda explained. They should have been wiped out entirely back then. Then we wouldn't have this problem now, Kiro muttered, her tone ice-cold. She had no sympathy for the tribes, having spent years in the assassination unit targeting not just imperial traitors but also members of these tribes. Kiro. That's enough, sis. I don't want to argue with you. Akame lowered her head, their sisterly conflict unresolved even now. The others in the room remained silent. It wasn't their place to intervene in such personal matters. Those tribes were spared on purpose by Esteth. Without the northern tribes, there would be no war, August, who had been silently listening, suddenly explained. Currently, August was the nominal leader of the Jaegers, not Esteth. What? Everyone froze, especially the former members of Night Raid, who found his words hard to believe. And as for the war, you don't need to concern yourselves with it. That's Esteth's domain. Your focus should be on maintaining order in the capital, August continued. How could that be? War isn't child's play, Lord August, Akame interjected. No, for Esteth, a war like this is child's play, August replied matter-of-factly. According to reports, this alliance between the Revolutionary Army and the tribes has amassed an army of around 1.2 million soldiers. This isn't a battle that one individual can resolve, Akame argued. How many wars have you been part of, Akame? August asked suddenly. I've never fought in a war, she admitted reluctantly. Then you don't understand. At Esteth's level, numbers no longer matter. Silence fell over the room. Not just Akame, but everyone present was stunned into speechlessness. How powerful must someone be to take on an army of 1.2 million single-handedly? Was Esteth even human? Or was she a god? Enough. There's no need for any of you to meddle. This war is a gift I've prepared for his death. No one is allowed to interfere, August declared. A gift. Exactly. Don't you know what his death loves most? Of course, they knew. No one in the Empire was unaware of their queen's preferences. First, war. Second, torturing and breaking her enemies to the point where they wished for death. As queen, her subordinates had made it their mission to cater to her interests to win her favor. Besides, don't think you're off the hook. The remnants of Honest's faction are still out there, August reminded them. The remnants of Honest's faction. Yes, his son, Sayura, has gathered a group of Taiga users and joined the Revolutionary Army Alliance, August revealed. The Revolutionary Army accepted Honest's son. Akame, Leon, and the others were floored. Was this still the Revolutionary Army they had once served? How had it come to this? How do you know Sayura joined the Alliance? Mine asked skeptically. I guided him there. If the Alliance lacked high-level combat power, they might not even have the courage to start the war, August replied nonchalantly. Wah. Again, August was at the center of everything. It seemed like nothing happened without his involvement. The truth was, August had sent one of his devil maids to manipulate Sayura. With the power of a high-ranking devil, finding and recruiting infamous criminals who wielded taiga was child's play. For August, this upcoming war between the Empire and the Revolutionary Army Alliance was a necessity. A war of this scale, with millions involved, would generate an unfathomable amount of negative energy if it ended in total annihilation. That energy would allow August to restore his power to the Satan level. Although he had already cleansed the capital of countless nobles and elites, barely regaining his Demon King strength, the sheer amount of negative energy required for further advancement was astronomical. Oh, and about Sayura, he wields the spatial taigu, Shambhala. It allows him to freely traverse locations marked with spatial nodes. If you plan to take him down, you'll need to either kill him in one blow or sever the hand holding the taigu, August added. You know even that. Wave, shocked by August's knowledge, could only gape. Of course. And for the record, Sayura is easy to recognize. He has a black complexion with a white X-shaped scar on his face. He also commands 5 other taiga users, who are. As August detailed each of Sayura's subordinates, everyone present was stunned. For assassins like Akame and Kurome, intelligence was the decisive factor in any battle. And here August was, effortlessly laying out every critical detail before the fight had even begun. At that moment, even Dr. Stylish dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. He felt like August was waiting for him to make a mistake, just so he could eliminate him. Chapter 399, 397, The Gathering Storm. Morning sunlight filtered softly into the lavish chamber as Esteth stirred from her slumber. A satisfied smile graced her lips as her eyes landed on the man beside her, August. The sight of him, so close and tangible, brought an unusual warmth to her usually cold demeanor. It was almost unbelievable. The mere act of sharing such intimacy with this man not only brought her pleasure but also inexplicably strengthened her powers. This phenomenon defied all reason, yet it was undeniably real. As a result, Esteth found herself clinging to August night after night, indulging in both pleasure and power, a perfect balance that suited her entirely. Her movements roused August from his sleep. He opened his eyes to meet her gaze, a hint of exasperation flickering in his expression. Since Najenda had joined their ranks, she had thrown herself into her new role with abandon. However, upon learning that this world would meet its end in a year, Najenda had grown even more detached, shirking her responsibilities and leaving everything in Estetha's hands. Now, Najenda was buried in work, her workload so immense she likely wished she could split herself in two. The Empire's affairs were in chaos following the purge of countless officials and nobles. Every vacant position required careful vetting and replacement, an arduous task that consumed considerable effort. Adding to the strain, Esteth had essentially declared herself a hands-off leader, exacerbating Najenda's already overwhelming burden. The latter had begun to question if she'd made a grave mistake aligning herself with them. No system should exploit its workforce to such extremes, she thought, and Estetha's indifference to power only made matters worse. Esteth stretched languidly before addressing August. How are the Revolutionary Army and the Tribal Alliance faring? They're continuing to amass their forces. Reports indicate their numbers have swelled to about 1.3 million. Another 100,000, she mused. Where are they pulling these soldiers from? August offered a casual shrug. No idea, likely conscripts from conquered territories. A mischievous glint danced in Estetha's eyes. Tell me, if we were to slaughter all 1.3 million of them, how much would that benefit you? Immeasurably, August replied without hesitation. Then it's decided. And just like that, the fate of 1.3 million lives was sealed with casual indifference. Neither August nor Esteth viewed the amassed army as a threat. For Esteth, now reborn as a demon god under August's power and equipped with both magic and dark energy, her strength had reached incomprehensible heights. She alone was a force capable of decimating entire legions. Esteth turned the conversation to another matter. Your world, August. I noticed it's sparsely populated, just a handful of people, barely over 100. She referred to the small world she had visited, home to August's chosen followers and a collection of unique magical creatures he had acquired. Unlike most, Esteth found nothing amiss in this arrangement. Her belief in survival of the fittest dictated that the strong deserved to dominate. As the strongest, August's harem of followers was not just expected but natural. Were their roles reversed and Esteth the stronger of the two, she would tolerate no rivals in her presence. But as things stood, she had accepted her place as his. What are you suggesting? August asked cautiously. I'm thinking, Esteth began, her tone contemplative, this world is doomed to collapse anyway. Why not take some of its people with us? Take people with us? August echoed, his expression unreadable. The idea wasn't entirely new to him, but he had refrained from acting on it. His small world was not intended to host a sprawling population. Most importantly, its current inhabitants were exclusively his treasures. The notion of introducing outsiders, however slim the chance of disruption, was unacceptable. Even the smallest imperfection in his perfect world was an affront he couldn't bear. The others were manageable, but when it came to the monster girls, August wasn't led by his heart but rather his instincts. Giving in to reckless impulses could be disastrous. What are you trying to say? I'm suggesting we take some children to the small world and raise them from a young age. Children. Exactly. No, forget it. They're just ordinary people with no real value. In the end, August rejected Esteth's suggestion. If this had been the previous world, he might have been open to gathering a few young monster girls. But the ordinary people in this world? Frankly, it wasn't worth the effort. Even if they were nurtured from childhood, their potential would be quite limited upon growing up. Moreover, August wasn't ready to introduce too many people into his small world just yet. Esteth, though slightly disappointed, didn't press the issue further. Her suggestion had been rooted in a specific purpose, to train and develop an army within August's world, a powerful force absolutely loyal to him. This army could then serve as a conquering force in other worlds they traversed. But alas, the idea was vetoed by August. Soon after dressing, a new day began. Swish. As soon as they stepped out of the palace, two figures appeared before August and Esteth. Queen Esteth, Lord August, the scouts have reported the latest intelligence. The Revolutionary Army Alliance has begun mobilizing. It's predicted that they'll advance on the imperial capital within a few days. Oh. They couldn't hold back any longer. August raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Initially, he had expected them to bide their time a bit longer. It seemed the addition of figures like Shield had significantly bolstered their confidence. So much so that they could no longer contain themselves. Lord August, shall we? Akame hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Although August had previously instructed them not to interfere in this war, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. This was an army of 1.3 million troops, bolstered by several taiga wielders. While Esteth had the strength to take on thousands, even tens of thousands, facing an army of over 1 million was a different story. Even ants, in overwhelming numbers, could take down an elephant. It might be an exaggeration, but the point remained valid. No need. Let the Jaegers stay stationed in the capital and guard against any potential ambushes from Shield and her allies. But. No buts. That's an order. Understood. Akame lowered her head, though it was clear she wasn't happy about the decision. Nearby, Kurome watched her sister, a subtle discomfort stirring within her. Love and hate often intertwined, and Kurome's refusal to forgive her sister stemmed from a deep bond that made the perceived betrayal all the more painful. Queen Esteth, may we accompany you instead? This time, Kurome spoke up. She wasn't asking for the entire Jaeger squad to join the battle, she only wanted to go herself and bring Akame along. Chapter 400, 398, 1 million. Kurome's words left both August and Esteth momentarily surprised. Even Akame, standing nearby, was astonished as she turned to look at her younger sister. You want to go? Yes. All right. Both August and the two sisters stared at Esteth in shock. Neither Akame nor Kurome had held out much hope, yet Esteth agreed so readily. Esteth, what's your plan? They'll simply come along. The battlefield is still mine. Fine. August understood, she was essentially bringing along two spectators. Still, he didn't object. After all, letting the sisters witness firsthand what true power looked like wasn't a bad idea. 3 days later, the Revolutionary Army, allied with the foreign tribes and led by Shield and others, began their grand march toward the imperial capital. Receiving advance intelligence from Laura, August, along with Esteth and the Akame Kurome sisters, positioned themselves on a plain outside the capital. To march into the capital, the army had no choice but to pass through this area. The terrain elsewhere was unsuitable for large-scale troop movement. Hovering in midair was a golden airship, Vimana, with 4 figures aboard: August, Isteth, Akame, and Kurome. They waited patiently for the arrival of the Alliance's forces. Boom. As the sound of marching troops echoed and clouds of dust rose on the horizon, a vast, dark wave of soldiers appeared in the distance. Their uniforms made it clear that most of the troops were foreign soldiers, their darker skin and attire reminiscent of Native American or tribal costumes. Mixed among them were numerous soldiers clad in armor, likely the Revolutionary Army's forces. The sight of an army 1 million strong was both awe-inspiring and daunting, even for August, who was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. He couldn't help but wonder, what would happen if he dropped an ancient nuclear bomb right into their midst? Would it flatten them all? At the rear of the Allied forces, the Revolutionary Army's leaders and tribal chiefs gathered. We're about to enter the Imperial capital's territory. Is the spatial taiga ready? The southern tribal leader turned to Shiel, seeking reassurance. Relax, everything's prepared. However, my power is limited. At most, I can transport 1,000 people. 1,000 is more than enough. This mission is a surprise attack. As long as we create chaos in the capital, the rest will fall into place once our main forces arrive. Of course, Shiel replied with a smirk. Her words dripped with irony. Transporting 1,000 people. Ridiculous. Did they truly believe taiga users were omnipotent? It was a blatant lie. Her true intent was to watch from the sidelines as the Empire clashed with the Revolutionary Army and its allies. Regardless of who emerged victorious, she would benefit. With the spatial taiga in her possession, Shiel felt invincible. Smiling faintly, she slipped away from the group unnoticed. Back on the battlefield, August turned to Isteth, watching as the massive army approached. Well, what do you think? Leave it to me. This will be the most exhilarating battle of my life. Then I'll await your triumphant return. Of course. Without hesitation, Isteth leapt from Vimana, landing gracefully below. Akame glanced at August, her curiosity piqued by their exchange. Await your triumphant return. Something about that phrasing struck her. It sounded as though August held the dominant position, even over Isteth, the queen of the empire. Her curiosity about their relationship deepened. Watch closely, Akame, August said, his tone calm. You're about to witness what a true warrior looks like. Understood. Akame's crimson eyes locked onto the battlefield. Below, Isteth stood alone, facing an army of 1 million. To face such odds single-handedly was beyond imagination. Even during the Empire's golden age, when it mobilized its entire military might to hunt the world's most dangerous creatures to forge the taiga, such overwhelming odds would have been deemed insurmountable. Report. A single figure has been spotted ahead. The sighting was quickly relayed up the chain of command. What? Just one person. Who is it? Based on appearances, it's Queen Isteth of the new empire. What? The news sent shockwaves through the ranks. Isteth's reputation preceded her, every leader present knew of her terrifying power, even if they hadn't faced her directly. Intelligence must have leaked. There's a spy among us. How many troops has she brought? Just her alone. What? Just her? Are you certain? Yes. The surrounding plains make it impossible to conceal additional forces. This is incredible. If we kill Isteth, the imperial capital will be ours for the taking. She's practically walking into her own death. No matter how strong she is, she can't possibly defeat an army of 1 million. The Revolutionary Army's leader was ecstatic, as were the tribal chiefs. An isolated taiga user, no matter how powerful, could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The prospect of defeating Isteth was a dream come true. All units, advance. Target, Isteth. Kill her. The command echoed through the ranks, igniting the troops with fervor. The massive army surged forward, intent on surrounding and eliminating Isteth. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army's forces deliberately held back, letting the tribal soldiers take the lead. Their plan was clear: use the tribes as cannon fodder and seize the glory for themselves.